Hello and welcome to the Hawk's Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. 17 games. Training camp, long and arduous, intense, long off season. Game after game stacked up from here. Players, bodies battered and bruised, holding on, sticking it together. Can you just hold it on down the line? You've brought it all together here, all these roads leading in, what you've overcome, adversity, battle of attrition, all to land here. The final game of the football season for your Seattle Seahawks, at least, in the regular season. And we're going to see today, is this Seattle team ready to do a bit in what they did a couple of weeks ago against the Rams? Finally overcome that team has had their number so many times, and not only do that, overcome that team at the same time that you need to take that team down to get the division. At the same time, you need to take that team down to get the division to also get the number one seed. The stakes could not be greater. The resonance back to the game 10 years ago in playing the San Francisco 49ers, albeit this is not the conference championship, and there's way more work to be done regardless of the outcome of this football game. But the intrigue cannot be greater. You will not have more eyes in any game on this football season than the one watching tonight across this nation. I thank you for watching with me as we are going to get to learn if we are able to climb this San Francisco mountain. It's more hilly, but it's felt more mountainous recently. Let's turn that thing into a hill tonight. Let's finish off slaying the final dragon in a year of slaying dragons and set up the true best proposition for playoff success that you can have, especially coming out of Seattle, especially with that magnificent home field advantage, which is just coming to life more and more and more as this season goes along. Can you hear him? I asked you, can you hear him? I can hear him. Let's go, Seahawk fans. You're not locked in today. You better check your pulse. Hope everyone's having a great day. Before we get in and check in on the chat, see how everyone's feeling, where the confidence level is at, give you an update on some injury things going on. Let's give a shout out here to the sponsor of the show. The sponsor of the show is, of course, Sleeper. Sleeper's best app got going in the game right now as far as all these apps. I know you got a lot of ones to pick through and the names can all just run together. But this one's the best one for my money. Because when I've looked through these other ones before, they felt so restricted. Like they're trying to take you down a dead end where you ain't going to be able to put your knowledge really to the test. It's more like where they're trying to route you. Not with this app, not with Sleeper. And when you use my code NEST, they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. But wait, there is also more, because you can just create a login itself. Just simply create a login, no deposit needed, $20 into your account, bingo, bango, boom, just like that. So $120 in total from the Sleeper app to me when you use my code NEST. And these are my picks over on the side, though you do want to remove the Parasol one. I already put these one early on in the week, so this one's going to, they just take those out usually and go, okay, well, he was inactive. We're going to get to that in the injury update. But we got Darnold and Purdy going over 242 yards. I know that the wind and elements may be into a play on this one, which makes these a little bit tougher to pin down on these. If you wanted to go all rushing today, I don't think you'd be led off astray on that, going all McCaffrey, going all a Charbonnet, or going all a Walker, and kind of intercede those picks. But go out there, put your knowledge to the test. Go win some money today. They got the basketball, fantasy. You can get into the daily stuff there, or even a little bit longer on that. You're going to be having baseball up around the corner here, down the line a bit. So use my code. Thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for detail. Big thank you, though, to Sleeper for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year. So very kind of them. Let's see where my peoples are at tonight. And appreciate everybody watching. You can hit that like button if you could for me. We got people that are going to be looking for this Seahawks coverage right now for this game. They may not have the TV. They may not have access to the radio. So if you can just give them this like, which will point them in the direction of me when they're hitting that search algorithm thing, that would be great. And I would really appreciate it. We've got Brock Townsend in the house. Thank you for the $2 donation, Brock. Says tons of goats and cows for the barnyard tonight. Oh, can you hear it? Can you hear those barnyard doors opening, folks? I can hear it. I can hear it. I'll tell you that, Brock. Thank you for the $2 dono, man. And hopefully we'll be bringing out the barnyard soundbite a bunch tonight. Rolling up a lot of first downs, a lot of third and easies, a lot of second and shorts. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Mark, finally, it's here. Now go take it. Go Hawks. Now is the time. I can't undersell that more. I can't underplay that more. Yes, we are a year early. Yes, we feel in a lot of ways this is a bonus type season for everybody had us being at in this time of year. But right now, opportunity is a coming knocking. Open that door. Step on through, right, Mark? Take this opportunity by the horns. San Francisco 49ers, injury front wise. A couple of players we thought maybe early on in the week they would try to like weekend at Bernie's it and get him out there on the field. Trent Williams, hamstring. Ricky Pearsall. That's why I said you had to remove the pick on that, because it turns out that he is not going to be playing. They are both inactive in this game. If we are going into this game facing a Bosa, Fred Warner, and maybe they're only down to Trent Williams and maybe Pearsall, you go, okay. But down those guys, down Brandon Ayuk, that was part of the plan at some point or another, I'm sure, in the season. You just come away with that wondering and thinking, man, you, as good as you've been this year, as good as you've been down the home stretch of this season as a team, from where you stand health-wise versus where they stand health-wise. And yes, Cross is going to be down this game, but you're going to still have Josh Jones. And you're always going to have a couple of injuries at some point in time in this year, but to lose those centerpiece type players on a team that's really star-driven, not as much depth-driven. I think they've developed the depth in a lot of ways this year, but it's not been really known in recent years for as much. They need that star power. They need that Bosa and Warner out there wrecking shop. I mean, Warner was playing like a defensive player of the year this year before he went down to that nasty little injury, which he might be able to still come back from. But Mark, thank you for the donation. I appreciate you. Let's go get this. Go take this. Now is the time. The opportunity's ripe. Nate, thank you for the $5 donation, Nate. He says, what is Christopher Walken's take on the game? How he think it's going to go? Christopher appreciates all the good, humble Seahawks fans. So nice and how humble they are. But me, Christopher Walken, I'm a man feeling this team now. And I got one answer for you, Nate. W1044, and that is B-T-A. I can't snap it. Just gonna have to take my word. It's already in the bank. Too many injuries. I'm telling you now, they never have a chance. They can go to the football gods and tell them when they see them that, my lords, I've seen the new iteration of the dark side, and it happens now. Never had a chance, Nate. No. J. Melfair, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. Best of luck to all of us. 28-14 win coming on up. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Nate. 28-14. 28-14.
Enough said.
Enough said. Yeah. I would go. I'm good with that. I can roll with that. I'll walk away satiated on this game if that is the case. The victory was the case that they gave me. Dogzilla, good to see you in the house. Thank you again, guys, for the donos. I appreciate you. YYC, very kind of you to say that, man. I really appreciate it. Always trying to grow, always trying to get better out here, and I really, really appreciate any of you, all of you, watching when you do. Is you could be watching anywhere. Got all these options to watch these games, so many different types of places to tune on in, and you're here checking it out with me, and I do appreciate that. We got C-Los in talking some stuff. I was expecting that. Be balling. It's game day. Let's go, Hawks. Let's go. Be balling. Let's go. We are almost to game time, folks. This thing is almost about to be lit. Trace Bigelow, hello. Fox Oracle, how you doing, Brian? Says we need Pumpkin. That's our leader. She is crashed out in the corner right now, but we may have to bring her in for some good luck where she can cry at you guys for about 5 minutes while I pet her. All right, here we go. Brian, neither team should be all overconfident. That said, Hawks by 3. I get it, man. These kind of faded games, divisional games, games that have something on the line that are also divisional games, they do come down the line. Brian Kennicott, my man out there in North Carolina. How you doing? Good to see you. Industry Worth, hello, hello. Ollie, hello. Good to see you, Jesse. All the peeps in the house. Herbicide, Daniel Berry. Good to see you. Got to get that belt to ass, man. I'm just saying. Time is a good time. Hawks Nation, new subscriber here. Hawks Nation, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate you. We're on that new road here to 30,000. We were able to round 20 this year, and so we're cooking around the mark, doing good. Very happy with it, and I do thank you for doing that. It does help out tremendously. Apple, I'm so nervous. Go Hawks. That's when these stakes are on the line like this. You can have the best of best teams. We walked into that 2013 year, even with the first round bye, and you're not doesn't guarantee nothing at that point. Every game from here on out is going to be a heart bumping through the front side of your chest, standing, sitting, hands. Why are they shaking? Why are they sweating? My hands don't sweat. And it's going to be a bit of a fact of life here, I think. Just the facts of life. 5'9", how you doing, Ryan? Good to see you. Good guy. Puff Dizzle, let's go. Let's go. Chico, good luck, Seahawks fans. Bang, bang, night again. Good luck to y'all as well. May the best man win. May the officials stay out of it. This is family business. Family business. All Niner fans, you are welcome in the house tonight. Just do we ask is try to keep the discussion as respectful as possible. Trash talk's all right. Just, of course, don't go at people individually. It's the whole thing we ask on the front side of this if possible. Makes the discussion go a little bit more loose and free. It doesn't have to be all just pro, rah. Just that's what we're trying to shoot for with that mentality. It's always appreciated. DW, I'm so nervous. I have a bad feeling, but when my Kansas side, that's because my football soccer team got beat today. I think it's just the way you feel in these kind of games this time of year. You know, this is not like any other sports like baseball where you're like, it's a 7-game series. We've got time to decide it. Sometimes these things happen, and now down the stretch, down to just a collection of games that determines how far you're going to go. And it's very much after this one is, win and go home. And you just can feel now after what's been a long season that you round that corner and it just starts to really lock in, and it starts to go, okay, this is feeling true. Okay. This is feeling like we need to get in point here in this, like everything's getting really important really fast. Right, they may be down in Parasol. They still got Bourne, Kittle, and Jennings, and of course CMC. We need to stick with what we got as here on D. Agreed. I don't think you try to reinvent anything with their injury situation. It's just something, which will maybe make the difference on the deal with that. John Robinson in the house. Hello, John. How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Know you're feeling good tonight. I still remember your skepticism about moving Eamon moving up on draft day. I loved him moving up on draft day. If you go back and check my reaction, I was the two I had a problem with were Arroyo and Milroe. I love the Eamon one. I got no problem with that. I thought it was great, especially with the value factor, even in the moment. It's like, oh, and you were able to do that where you were able to not have to pluck him in the first round and still get Zabel. No, quite the opposite there, man. Quite the opposite. Steven says, go Hawks. Let's get that title. Let's get that title. Come on. The winds are blowing out here. Well, rain doesn't look as much a factor today. The wind is definitely going to be a bit of a factor here. Ollie, let's shut up. These 49er fans, huge win. Go Hawks. Well, they turned up the heat, the intensity, didn't they? They definitely said we want all the smoke this week. So let's afford them that. Let us afford them such. I say yay. I say yay. Jay, man, love your score. Let's get this. R. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation. R. DeLevy says, let's go Hawks. Squash those 49ers. It just brings up the old quote for me, DeLevy.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
What's good for Conan is good for a Seahawk. I say squash. There's nothing tough about a panhandling man standing in a creek bed in 1849. Maybe a good resiliency to the weather, I suppose. I will go with that. But thank you, DeLevy. I appreciate you for the $5 donation, man. It's good to see you in the house as well. Let's squash him. Take him down. It's Conan style tonight. It's all going to be Conan style tonight. Oh, Randall, thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate you for that. Game time, he says. We're bigger, faster, more physical. Run ball, win line of scrimmage, pressure with the 4, eat their soul. See you on the flip side as 2025 NFC West champions. Well, actually, I don't know how Randall got it, but we've got the exact soundbite here from McDonald within the locker room giving that exact speech as he turns to his men, them looking on with faces with the type of intensity of the men storming onto the beaches of Normandy. And he looked right at him, Randall, and he said just that.
Game time. We are bigger, faster, more physical. Run ball, win line of scrimmage. Pressure with the front 4. Eat their soul.
I know that looked like I actually was speaking, but that was just me lip syncing to what Mike had said. I don't know why he started to turn into a monster either. Mike's pumped right now, okay? Mike's already normally pretty hot. And so he's coming in today with some flames. I've heard it a couple times. Somebody leaked it to me, but I don't know how you got it too, Randall. I mean, this thing must have already gotten on the dark web or something with that. But you nailed it, man. Come out here and take it. Take this game. Take this division in a year where no one thought you had a chance to get this thing. Prove who you are. Wow, that wind is a-blowing. That wind is a-blowing. But I love where you're coming from, man. I feel good. I'm nervous. Niners got a good chance to get this. This is at home. They want this game too. They've had a great year where they've proven their mettle this year. I don't think that they're here by luck. I think that they've earned their right to be here every bit, as much as anyone. But just comes down to you're in the place and position to be able to do this. And run the ball is going to be a big part of this. This wind blowing like this today for both teams is going to make the running game become a factor in this game. And who can control the line of scrimmage with that? I think that's well said on your part as to being a big factor today. See you on the flip side, man. Thank you for the $20 donation. You're very kind for that. And appreciate you for all your support this year. Let's get this, man. Adam Baum, thank you for the $10 donation, Adam. Kind for you as well. I mean, another man, a lot of donos this year. Appreciate you. Says, let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, Adam. Let's go and get this game. Let's go get this game. 13-3. Road Warriors this year. Road Warriors. Time is now, man. Take this game, first seed. All that goes into that at that point. Woo. Ooh. I'll tell you what, Adam. Thank you that way. Thank you. Very kind of you. Appreciate you. Go Hawks. Nolan, thank you for a $5 donation. I haven't had a lot of fun watching football the last month. That changed tonight. Road Warriors. Go Hawks. Games can sometimes be painful to get through on some of these games, right? And we had some fun ones at the start of the year where you got to get up on top of teams and kind of put them away. There was a couple of losses early on there too, but the victories, you were really putting teams away and putting them away early and out there just having fun, doing kind of what you wanted to do. It felt like, especially offensively speaking. But that's where I think that there's a bit of the grit that's been kind of earned. The callus built up, the understanding of how to win in tough games. Part of in the lack of necessarily having the offense as super explosive as it once was, There's been more of a drift back to this team working conceptually together to go and get these wins. And that it all lends itself together within the team. It's not three different portions doing something great, but three different portions that are doing great things as they're interlinked in how they're doing them. And I think that that's been a big driving force. And part of what gives me a lot of confidence in the playoffs is both that and some of the improvements we've seen with the running game. But it's going to be fun tonight, I think, man. Let's have some fun with this one. Let's see which way this goes. As Niner fans have popped in a couple times already saying, let the best team win. This is a hell of a rivalry we got. Let's enjoy it too. Let's both enjoy either side of the team, no matter how much toxicity you might have for us. It's a hell of a cool position to be in, this kind of place. You guys have been here recently a lot, so a good amount. So it's like, this is all half right, but it still is very, very cool. Things come down to this in this way, as I call it, a little bit of a storybook kind of build up that you don't always get in the NFL. I don't know if the Buccaneers and Panthers today are looking at each other going, we're storybook for who's going to come out of this division with 8 and 9. And you're like, it's a little bit more when you got two teams that are actually playing a really high level doing it like this. But thank you, Nolan. I really, really appreciate you, man. Have yourself a great one here. Megan, my lady from Danenda in the house, says, our priest is leaving our parish today, and I had photos with him wearing the Zorn jersey of power. It is a sign from above. Ooh, Megan, let's go. All right, folks, I think we all need to bow our heads a little bit right now and just keep this in mind that last 2 times new pope has been put into place. Seahawks, 13 wins, first round bye, or the first round bye, and then we get to the Super Bowl. So let's just keep that. Let's just be thinking today. I want everybody, let's do a little experiment today. Everybody just be thinking how slippery that ball is in Brock's hands. Thinking about how just he can't think in his head about how it just keeps going in the wind and then catching the wind and then sending it a different way. And what's going on today? Just, I can't get a beat on. Just think that right now. Just close your eyes, think about that. But we also got the power of the church at our back. And there's no greater power than that. So let's go, Megan. That's awesome. You got him. I'm going to have to get that. We got to get a picture of that one posted up. A priest in a Seahawks jersey. Hell yes. Hell yes. Thank you for the $5. Let's get this win. True to the blue. Thank you for the $5 donation as well. 50 years of Seahawks energy needs to get focused on our boys tonight. Kick ass and take names. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. I couldn't put it more forward. Anybody in that stadium today, anybody that walked in there hopefully knows what time it is. I guess not. We're not in our stadium today, but anybody, the Seahawks fans that are in there are doing their part. I know we're not going to take over their stadium. I don't think you'll go far to see that, but I think you're going to see a good number of Seahawks fans brave their way into that stadium. But this is going to be especially true when we come back. When we come back, hopefully into the playoffs, if we can get this first round bye, and that we remember that, because that energy is going to be needed in full if we can get this finished off, and we need to reward this team that way if they finish this off tonight. But beyond all that, good vibes tonight from Hawk fans. Focus your energy on this team being great. He's with me on the power of thinking here. Think about Brock just can't get his head right, can't get the throws right, can't get the grip right. The grip's just a little off. Just a little. Let's just push that down south a little bit. I'll push it from my south up to north. Go Hawks though, man. And thank you for the $5. Let's get focused for our boys tonight. They need it. Out on the road, foreign environment. I forgot for a second there we were out on the road. I was like, we got this home. No, we don't. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $5 donation. Addis. Not going to be an easy game. Going to be a battle. Find a way to beat the Niners. Whatever it takes. We all we got. We all we need. We all we got. We all we need. 12s is one tonight. 12s is one tonight, folks. So I know we got jumpiness in chats at times and through the season, the back half of some of these games. It's a little bit to Addis's point. We've had some moments where we all get a little bit into like, oh, I don't know what's going on. We got to hold the line tonight for the boys. Hold the line tonight for this team. Trust in the faith of their resiliency. Trust that no matter where we start, no matter how this thing goes through, that they can find some footing here. And this has been a hell of a team throughout this year. I fail to believe that this is the game that they're going to suddenly turn into the pumpkin. I don't think it's going down. But well said on your part. 12 is one tonight. Seahawks team, go get this win. You've put all this work in this season. You've never let up your guard. You haven't put a bad win on the books. You haven't got the bad win on the books. Let's Let's cement it down today. Let's cement it down with a big old exclamation point. So we got Megan there. Give me a text here. We got her with the priest. There we go, Megan. There we go. It is a thing we cannot explain. There's been a new priest installed this year. Seahawks are at 13 wins. We can't explain it. All right. Opening kickoff here. Thank you again for the dono at us. I really appreciate you there. And I know we often do have a lot of interaction in the chat. Just a heads up on that. We got the flag here on the Niners out the gate here on the opening kickoff, by the way. I will try as we can to interact with the chat. It's a little bit more play-by-play during these games, trying to supply that to people who don't have access to the game per se. But we do a very long post-game stream after every game. So if there's something that we might miss comment-wise, pop in there. It's another time where we'll be a little bit more interactive. Definitely will respond to all super chats. But yeah, we're going to be doing the play-by-play as we can there. False start by the '49ers. Seahawks are at the 30-yard line when it's all said and done. I guess it's on us on that one. So they took it back for 35-yard line to 30. Quick throw here on first down. Out to Rashid Shaheed for the catch. Shaheed playing in this game off the concussion. Just a short little quick completion. You love to see that with Sam Darnold here. Really trying to come out and get him into a little bit of a rhythm would be very nice in this football game. I think would help mightily in getting some improvement here from this offense early on in these football games. Seahawks are going to come out now in 2nd and 7. 2 tight end look here. Saubert goes in motion. Hand off to Walker. Walker stretches outside. Walker's got a little bit of a lane out to the outside, and he's able to push his way forward past the first down marker. There we go. First down. Controlling the clock, getting first downs today. Yes, points. Yes, touchdowns. This kind of goes without saying, but in the nature of how you can get those, as Randall said earlier there on his big donation, controlling the line of scrimmage. First down and 10. 3 wide receiver look here for the Seahawks. Shaheed goes in motion, play action pass. Darnold drops back to throw. Dumps it underneath here to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker out in front. Kenneth Walker throwing Bradford around in space into a defender before he then ricochets off to another defender, falling forward down. Big play by the Seattle Seahawks. Nice little screen play there, catching the Niners trying to get upfield too fast. Too quick. Little play action there. It's not even really where you're catching them in a blitz. You get them back then in their zone drops to one side. They go into depth on the zone drops. You catch the linebackers trying to kind of step up on the run, biting on the run. First and down and 10, ball at the 39-yard line into San Francisco territory. Shaheed again goes in motion. 3 wide receiver look again here. Handoff. Inside. Charbonnet falls forward, steps over another man, rolls for about 6 or so. Niners run this kind of screen game too. It's something that you have to be mindful of. It's kind of like a little bit, it's a quasi-shock screen, where it's not the traditional full screen to the running back. Back just kind of leaks out to the left, and then you pull your lineman back in space to the left. But you catch those linebackers first taking a step downhill toward the running game. 2nd and 4 here. Darnold's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. 3 wide receiver look. Charbonnet in the backfield. Hand off to Zach. Sidesteps. First guy, but there's another guy standing right there on the other side of the hole, and he is going to wrap him up for no gain on the play. Asking Bradford to pull back across space there, and he just couldn't get to the block to the other side. 3rd down and 4. Blitz look here from the Niners. They fall out of it. Bring only 4. Sam's got to throw it, get rid of it. He gets rid of it to Saubert. Completed. Saubert still fighting. Niners clawing at the ball. Saubert will be brought down, but not before he gets a first down. Nice opening drive here by the Seattle Seahawks. And good job by Sam standing tall in the pocket there. Pass rush was starting to bear down there late, but able to just wait in long enough for that route to open up. And a good throw. Very nicely done with his feet there. Letting his eyes work with his feet. Feet lead his eyes. I formation look here now. Oots out there on the field. Running here to Walker. Walker with a nice little run there. Oots clears out the first penetrator. Walker bounces it back in space. As he's getting through the hole, the defender meets him, and he's able to, with Ricardo Green there, get a stiff arm and allow himself to be kind of propelled forward by the tackle itself to go get 8 yards. Nifty little run there by Kenneth Walker. 2nd down and 2. 10:28 to go in the first quarter. Opening drive by the Seattle Seahawks. I formation look once again. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet hides himself in behind Saubert and then dips around, goes and gets himself a couple yards. Let's go. First down, 1st and goal, Seattle Seahawks. Good patient opening drive here against this Niner team. Three wide receiver look. Ball spotted about the 10-yard line. Going back to throw. Puts it out over wide over the back, and we're going to get a penalty marker here on Demondre Lenore. Pass interference. Jackson was looking for it quickly, and Lenore wanted this matchup throughout the course of this week, of course. Gets him out there first, grabs him, has his hands all over him once again. Yeah. I have to see how the contact, he looks to me like he's initiating the contact right from the rip there. Whatever the case may be, 1st and goal. Ball will be spotted at the 1-yard line. Out route there, they were running to JSN, and as he made the cut to the out, arms ended up with 2 hands on the arm there. Goal line look from Seattle, no wide receivers. Boots is the fullback. Play action pass. Sam is going to get sacked here. Just run the ball in, man. Punch it in. Why are we running this? Run the ball in. It's at the 1-yard line. You can't, with 1 yard, run the ball. I don't know why Sam didn't go to the flat route read either there. Sam's got to hit the flat route read there on that play as well. Careful here, Sam. Be careful here, Sam. All right, run play out on an outside zone here to Zach Charbonnet. He gets cleared for about 4 yards maybe here. And this will bring up 3rd down and goal. Ten play, 63-yard drive to open things up here. Let's call a timeout. Let's just call a timeout here. Let's call a timeout. Just call a timeout. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Tough getting things lined up there. Was taking a minute or two. I think you've got to be careful in how you're coaching this up with this opening drive. It's a great opening drive. You controlled the clock. It'd be great. I want to get a touchdown here. But maybe Sam was almost being a little too careful on the prior play because he had the flat route read, and you would think that the read would take him over there where he just throws out in the flat, but he's thinking of being careful there in the moment too. But this isn't a neat, necessarily easy make with where you're at. About the 8-yard line here on 3rd down and goal. This is where I think you're definitely going to have a play you're going to try to draw up here, but don't try to make something too intricate on this one, having him sit in the pocket, holding on to the ball, pitter-pattering the ball, trying to go through 4 reads. 3rd down and goal here. Blitz look here from the Niners. They're going to bring it. Seahawks are going to just go with the run. Okay, well, I guess that's a way of doing it. I would have tried to pass, but that's a way, I guess, to accomplish the same thing. 4th down and goal. I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to go for this on 4th down for where you didn't get enough yards there to. He's at about like the 5-yard line. Take the points. Oh, boy. Seahawks are going to go for it. Sam Darnold in shotgun, 4 wide. Blitz look here from the Niners. Sam dropping back to throw. Sam falls off of his back foot. Incomplete. Take the damn points. Just take the points. Oh. Well, once again, Kubiak, Captain Kubiak, and everything gets overthought. Just you're down on the 1-yard line on 1st and goal from the 1, and you decide to go to a play action pass out of goal line. Just run the ball in, Coobs. Just run the ball in. Hell, pull Barnyard out there and put him in there and go get it. We overthink things sometimes so much of this team. That sequence, as good as that opening drive was, goodness, come on. Come on. And Mike's got to then recognize at that point, oh shit, the ship's taking water on this drive. You don't come back into that and you go, let's have Sam try to sling a 4th and goal down here to get something forced into what's going to be tight coverage with still a good 5 yards to get you into the end zone. It ain't like you're just right at the doorstep and they can even think about the run game being a threat there. Kind of a whole miserable sequence there on a thought process taking you through all of that. Take the points. You're on the road. Opening drive. You just ate up 8 minutes off the clock. Take the win, man. Koken, thank you for the $2 donation, Koken. Love you, Brando. Let's go Hawks. Dub, early B-Day gift for me. Oh, yeah, man. Let's get you that early B-Day gift. That would be a hell of a gift to give. Come on. Little old snowboarding lady. Thank you for the $5 donation for that. Appreciate you. It's good to see you in the house, too. Happy to send you the price of admission. This is the only way I can watch the game tonight, unless I want to pay $80 a month to YouTube TV. Thanks. My pleasure. I'm happy to do it. Thank you for watching. It was something I wasn't sure of doing. I didn't know that this was as much of the stuff going on with people across not just the country, worldwide with this that wanted. So it's hopefully giving that good coverage. Always trying to improve with it. But I really thank you for watching and thank you for the support. Very kind of you. It is a little pricey on the YouTube subscription thing, especially you got to buy all the rest of the stuff too. Hand off inside to Christian McCaffrey to lead things off here for a short 1 or 2 yard gain. Niners will take over deep in their own territory. Thank you, Snowboarder. Appreciate you. We'll try to keep you close on the coverage as we can today. Glenn Card, thank you for the $2 donations. As that play is all Kubiak's fault. Yeah, the drop back on 1st and goal. We got a good. We'll definitely be talking a lot about that one probably. Hopefully we don't have to. 2nd down and 7, dropping back to pass. Good amount of time in the pocket there. Finds his man underneath for a short completion. Bringing up third down in about 3.5, 4 yards. But yeah, just a strange play. I don't like the play call even at the end there where you're running a pick play at the goal line there and then they're all looking for a call. I don't, maybe the chat's going to lie. I don't see the call there that needs to be happening. The guy's got the right to the space as well as you do. That's why it's maybe not the best time to kind of call a play of a make or break play. You call the pick play, kind of like we learned in the Super Bowl, right? It's not always the best play to call when you're in the moment of absolutely needing a play. Third down and 3. A quick throw by Brock Purdy. And it goes way over the head. Woolen in coverage. Purdy almost seemed to throw that a beat slow. I don't know if Leonard Williams applied the quick pressure in there and that pushed it. It was going to be an out route throw. It's pretty clean, the pocket there for Purdy on that one. He's got a passing lane out there to the out round, but he just kind of sailed it a little bit there. Thank you, though, Glenn. Appreciate you on the dono. Here's the punt from about the 1 yard line. Shaheed will field it at about the 40, land on his knees, get back up, fall forward there at about the 50-yard line with a nice return. Good job on his part to first make the catch, secure it in his hands, landed on his knees, and then got back up. Flag on the play, though. Face mask on the Niners. A Niner. That will be a 15-yard penalty there on top of, I believe, the end of the run. Yeah, you got up in Brady Russell there. Man, he got that thing in his helmet. Like, that guy almost got his fingers snapped off. He put the fingers so deep into Brady Russell's helmet. You know what I mean? The term knuckle deep. You ever heard that term? That's he had his fingers knuckle deep in that helmet. I think he could have tickled Brady Russell's tonsil. He had that thing so deep into his helmet. MJC Hawk, thank you for the $5 donation. All that for nothing. We're running the ball so well. Yeah, don't get away from running the ball today. If it's working, Coobs, don't get to that thing you guys do in this West Coast offense. It's an offense that comes from passing. It's an offense that comes from throwing first and foremost. It's always inherently within the DNA of the structure of it. And that's not bad necessarily on the surface of it, but becomes bad when it turns into your worst enemy, which is that you become, I've always got to lean back to doing it. And verse, if you have those days where you just wrap your hands around it, you squeeze it with warmth and you say, we'll run the ball today. We'll go get the 5 yards, when you're in situations that are set up like that to run the ball, and that's just first and goal from the one. It just, as you've had a drive where you've run the ball well, you haven't had one negative play on the drive, really. At least you'll get a stop minimum. You can come back and pass on second down if you need to then, but can't overthink this one too much, in my opinion. You gotta run the ball here today. Stay with it if it's working. Don't just leave it voluntarily. And they didn't need to do it on necessarily the second and from the 10-yard line. I'm not saying to where he did it to that extreme, but just when you're into the down distances like that, where everything's screaming at you, just give it a chance here. See if your line can block it up. You might just find yourself just having him punch it in. All he needs is a half fall forward, and he's got the touchdown. Just fall forward. David's with me. Thank you for the $2 donation, David. Says, stupid calls to end that drive. Yeah, agreed. I'm not a fan of pick plays, but if you're going to run pick plays, run them between the 50. Please don't run them. Maybe it's the Russell Wilson throw in the Super Bowl, but not at the goal line, please. Another play I wish offensive coordinators would retire. There's too many things that can go wrong. And even when it's successful, you'll oftentimes get the officials still then calling we'll call the rub route on the offender who's trying to get in front of the first defender, and they'll call him for something, Ball here down all the way to the 35-yard line into San Francisco territory for Seattle. They come out with a I formation look again. Seen a lot of this already here. Walker with a run play. Nice run there. It's going to be only about 3 yards. I'd love these runs. Love these runs. Down in distance situations to get yourself into third and shorts. This is a defining factor on this offense of getting yourself into positions where you can convert and keep drives running and churn the clock like we just did on the last drive. It's been sometimes those negative plays and the negative runs that are the ones that really can upend you. And this has been the good part of the rushing attack in recent weeks we've seen, even beyond this game, that we're starting to see come more into flow. Again, that I formation look here from Seattle. Got to throw outside here to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Just a quick, 3-step, 4-step drop there. Get it on out to Jackson on an out route. Completes it, gets his feet in bounds, knocked out of bounds quickly. This will bring up a 3rd down and 2 with 4:57 to go here in the first quarter. Niner defense has its own DNA set into certain things. The old Coach Carroll defense is within this inherently too. 3rd down and 2. 2 wide receivers stacked to one side here. Hand off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet's got it loose. Charbonnet's downhill. Charbonnet's going 20 to the 10 to the 5. Charbonnet's fighting through for a touchdown. Zach Charbonnet. Oh, the bull run game. Great cutback by him. The hole widened up. San Francisco got caught down in the wash, just overextending on that line of scrimmage on the play, and he was able to make a nice, quick, decisive cut, got downhill, and was able to make them get punished because of it. Niners had a lot of bodies up front, but just an overflow on the play. And then he catches Upton Snout, the rookie, overrunning it off the nickel. Late in the play, the defender tried to get back over there and catch back up to him and could not do so. Charbonnet, good luck tackling him as you got to come like from 15 yards away. He's running full speed downhill. Good luck. And you're a defensive back. Yeah, that's not happening. Brilliant little run there. Kind of Charbonnet, shades of, this is going to be an old reference for all you guys. The old heads will remember this one. That was kind of shades of Marshawn in the Saints playoff game in 13 on that kind of run, where he got going down that sideline. He's full speed. He's cut loose. He's got a safety. He's the final guy coming up to be the guy to get him or not. And he's able to kind of like downshift for a second to get the safety kind of downshift with him, and then puts it back into gear and then goes right past him with a little baby stiff arm. Nice little run there by Charbonnet. Seattle Seahawks making a stand, and McDonald, part of what he would probably tell me and trying to slap me in the face for questioning him on going for a 4th down is he'd say to me, Brandon, part of the reason I go for it on 4th down there is because I can then put that San Francisco 49er offense on a really long field into the shadow of their own end zone, where they got to be very careful, where they're going to operate a lot differently than they will when they're between the 20s. And I think my defense can stop them on that. We're not the defense they've been facing recently. So good on Mike too. Probably part of the strategy within that as well. No matter my complaining or not, but I still maintain that David's right about the calls. 1st and goal from the 1. You run it. Don Mata, thank you for the $5 donation, Don. Sam getting set on reads, playing scared. Kubiak with the worst instinct. Nice Hawks start to a game. Yeah, I think you guys are going to be a little nervous to start this game. That's part of why I like the throws with Darnold that you have him make. The flat route throw there on play action, I've got to wonder if that's not, if not the primary read, it's probably the second read, because you're going to that half field side off the play action. So I'd be interested to know why he turned it down, and maybe he just felt like that the linebacker could undercut the route. And you're wanting to play safe in this game a little bit. I mean, you want this game to be one where you're not coming back to your defense being like, man, you guys had a hell of a day, but we had 3 turnovers. Sorry, boys. You guys did like you've done all year long for the most part, and we just offensively again did like what we've done in a lot of games this year. And you don't want, as a coach, I'm sure, for it to really come down to that and how you're stylistically structuring this. And that might inherently make you a little more conservative and make you a little bit more feeling, to your point of playing, scared a little bit. But I think that also is more of just kind of back to a little bit. It's not that it's not true. I do think it's true, Don. But I also think it's back to just the trust and faith you have in this team as a whole, and that you can, over the course of the game, staying kind of within yourselves within that you can still go out there and beat anybody. We'll learn to find out if that's, the case or true. But I like with Darnold getting him some of these quick throws. I think you're going to see him as the game goes on do a little bit more stuff to look maybe a little bit more down the field and push a little bit more down the field. But he's attacking conceptually stuff that you're going to get in the structure of this defense early on in a Carroll defense. Carroll defense will typically kind of feel you out early in games. And it's going to lean early in games more than ever into those cover 3 looks. And the cover 6 kind of looks, cover 1, where you're a lot of times going to get the corners off coverage, drop into depth. And if you hit them with the out route, especially if they're squeezing the middle of the field, it's going to be wide open a lot of the time. And he's hit a couple of those out the gate here too. And good throws to get Sam then into rhythm in addition to that. On top of being just successful plays, good for that. All right, so we've got the Niners taking over the 35-yard line after the kick. They're going to hand off back inside here to McCaffrey. He's going to get knocked down at the line of scrimmage, fall forward for about 1.5 yards. Don, thank you for the donation. Folks, do please hit that like button if you get a chance today. I would really appreciate it. Got almost 1,000 people in the chat here. And do maybe sub up if you get a chance. 2nd down and 8, 4:08. So Seattle not trying to go at Sky Moore off the kickoff, by the way. Just push it in the back of the end zone and try out the defense. Clock rolls, just below 4 minutes to go here in the first quarter. 3 wide receiver look for the Niners. Shotgun. Purdy dropping back to pass. Seahawks bringing a blitz. Blitz gets picked up well. Seahawks on top of Purdy. Purdy brought down. Oh, here's the man. Hulk hands, Derek Hall coming back onto the scene. And he pounced on Purdy as he was climbing back in the pocket off the edge of his arc of his rush. Nicely done there. A little bit of a blitz look to speed things up. Good job by Drake Thomas to flush Brock from the pocket. And then Derek Hall to collect. You can call him the collector. 3rd down and 9. Shotgun look here for Brock. 3 wide. They're going max protect. Brock under pressure, able to complete it. Has a man. Man knocked off his feet. Far short of the first down by about 1.5 yards. And we'll see what the Niners are going to do here with Shanahan. Is he feeling funky? Is he feeling dangerous? And the answer is no, he does not appear to be looking dangerous. DeMarcus Lawrence just destroyed his guy off that play off the rip. Good job of rallying to the ball by the Seahawks. Ernest Jones and Witherspoon coming up to help out off of Reek's initial tackle and keep him short enough there where it's kind of in that 1.5 yard range. Seahawks prepared for a potential fake there. They were on their P's and Q's there smartly enough. You could see him. The guys kind of stood at the line of scrimmage post-snap versus attacking into the blocks, holding up, kind of watching, going, okay, yeah, give it to the uptake, man. No, please do. Go ahead, try that. So you get it 1 yard. That's the difference where that tackle comes up in a position like that, and you get it into more of a 1.5-ish, almost 2 yard territory versus being in an under yard on that tackle. And then we've seen you get the teams then into that sort of tush push spot. It's onto the Niners side of the field. It's a tough decision to have to make from the perspective, of course, it's tough. It's tough from the perspective of a coach early on in a game like this, from the Niner perspective, where you go, if we give this ball up, we're giving them the short field there, another short field in this game. Maybe not the best thing for us, but also you could have understood there if Shanahan wanted to go for it and going, well, look, considering where our defense has been at this year, maybe it's for the best just to try to see how much offense we can push today. Mumbles, thank you for the 38 months as a Hawks Nest member. I appreciate you for that. Hated the play calling and execution for the goal line. I did too, man. I liked the first drive. I did, but that execution of the goal line is just, I'm not covering that thing up. That was a turd biscuit right there. Without any butter. It didn't have any butter, but it had a lot of gravy, if you know what I mean. Thank you for the 38 months, says a Hawks Nest member, Mumble. Jimmy, thank you for the $2 donation. Sammy already missed wide open receiver in the end zone. Indeed. That's that flat route read I'm talking exactly about, where he comes off play action there. And this is a read that's a very simple one that you try to structure up for the quarterback to go to that read. And I think that he just probably felt a little more than he probably should have, the linebacker being closer than he really was, looking at it in retrospect. In the moment, it can sometimes be hard to determine that you got enough space there to get that throw fit in. But nonetheless, you'd still like to see him just try to make the throw, put it out to the place where that one, your guy or nobody can get it out, right at the out of bounds marker, make him get his toes down. But yeah, it was definitely a miss there. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation, Wu-Tang. Charbo Diesel, nice, having a team that can play D. Indeed it is. This defense is legit. It gets after it. And Zach Charbonnet really, finding his footing. I think both of these backs are quite frankly. I think both coaches have pointed to this, that these backs are getting more comfortable in this wide zone scheme. It is a system we talk a lot about with offensive linemen needing time to get acclimated, We'll cover back into this in a sec here. All right, we got 1st and 10. Another I formation look here from the Seattle Seahawks. Handoff here to Walker. Walker's got some room. Walker's loose. Walker's down the field. Walker's got loose down the field. Woo! Down to the 40-yard line. Walker cooking. He just got in behind 2 blockers, and he had space to work with. The I formation look with Oots is kicking ass and taking names today. Oh, what a beautiful sight. Walker, 10-yard, free and open hole, 10 yards down the field with 2 blockers. Sundell getting a nice seal there to squeeze out another 15 yards at the end of the run. 1st down and 10. We have a penalty or something? Why were we so far back on the deal there? Huh? Short run to Walker on 1st and 10. He's knocked up after a little bounce step there for only a yard. 1:20 to go here in the first quarter. Clock rolling. Ball up at the 39-yard line into Niner territory here. Sam dropping back to throw out a shotgun here. Puts it down under to JSN. JSN with the catch underneath. 1st down. Clock will continue to roll. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, hey, hey. Two tight end look here for the Seahawks, stacked to one side of the field. Cup goes in motion to that side. Sharp in the backfield. Sam back under center. 1st and 10 for the 50-yard line. Handoff here to Zach. Zach lowers his shoulder as he's greeted in the hole by the very fine young player, Upston Stout there. Jalen Brown got him in there in the hole there, and safety position came down and was able to make a really nice tackle there. Clock will continue to roll your boat as it goes on down to now the end of this first quarter. See if Seattle tries to get a play off here. Might hard count him here. What? What are they doing? Why are they cutting to a video when there's a thing that just happened on the screen? I think somebody hit the video button quick, a little too quick there. They're going to call a false start on Seattle there. That's a questionable call. That's a set I've seen us do a ton of times is the we come set. That's just pre-snap shifting and motion. They weren't trying to jump off sides there from a Seahawks perspective. They're just trying to. Yeah, we played ourselves, I guess. I don't know. You get too intricate, I guess, there. They're trying to get him to jump off sides the whole way. There's no intention to call a play there. You're attempting to get the Niners to jump off sides, and that's a shift that's within the laws of the playbook. That's you're trying, in the shift it's allowed, and you're trying to get the defense to jump off sides. So it's not one where the guy's false starting. It's made to look like that to false start, and officials called it the way they called it, but it certainly is within the context of the rules. But yep, Charbo coming through here, man. We're seeing with Walker too. Run game's going. Run game's moving nice here, and nothing wrong with kind of staying with it and finding our foot with it and just staying on top of it in this game. Controlled that clock in the first quarter in a major way. 11 minutes and 26 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds for the San Francisco 49ers. So stay with that. Stay with that. Jimmy's, thank you for the $2 donation. Jimmy says, you guys better not lose this weak ass team. I hope we don't either, man. I don't want to lose this weak ass team either. I want to beat this weak ass team. Nate, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Charbomb. Tick, tick, tick. Boom. Let's go, Nate. Boy, did he ever. Good to see Sharps bust off that big one. 27 yards. Walker with a 20-yarder today. It's a good sign. Jimmy, thank you for the $2 donation again, man. Appreciate all of your support to the channel. This is meaningless. The Rams will destroy either one of them. I don't think we've played you guys twice this year, Jimmy. And if you guys were set to destroy us, you probably would have destroyed us at least one of the 2 times you played us before, rather than both games coming down the line. I think your Rams team got a hell of a team. I think they got a great chance to be in the mix at the end of the season. Great chance to go to the Super Bowl. But I don't think that they're in a position at this point with where they've been playing recently, where that defense has been playing recently. I know all hopes are on Quentin Lake being the savior that will save everything, and maybe he will be. But I would say that it's not really set there on that. It's still open up. You guys still got some work to do for us to even get to that matchup. Thank you for the donos, though. Very kind of you. Art Levy, thank you for the $5 donation to Levy. Touchdown Seahawks. Now take off the belt and give it to them, Sam. Well, let's see if we can give it to him here. 2nd down and 15. Sam in shotgun. 2 wide. Sam, drop back to throw here. Gets it to Jackson. Jackson with a very nice move. Jackson up the field here. Jackson still up the football field, and he's still rolling. Jackson the 10, the 5. He's going to get it in. How did he keep his feet out of bounds? I don't know. Somehow tap dancing down the line. Let's see if they still allow him to say he was in. Oh, right there, maybe. Right there, maybe. Oh, is it? Oh, my golly. Oh, it's so close. So close. What a play by Jackson it comes on a comeback route, able to run around the defender and get upfield and go get the first down. Ball down to the 37-yard line. Hand off here to Zach Charbonnet. Zach Charbonnet wounds his way around on an outside zone run, keeping his feet plowing forward for an 11-yard gain. First down, Seahawks. A tremendous catch and run by Jackson on the prior play, where he was able to catch it within balance and twist and spin off of it, still keeping his feet miraculously off of about a 4-yard gain, to then be able to get it up the field and almost kept his feet for a touchdown, tap dancing his way around the sideline as he was sprinting up the field. Seahawks with another first down run there to Zach Charbonnet, who's now got 8 carries, 58 yards to start out in this game. Seahawks 1st and 10, ball at the 26-yard line. 2 tight end look here. Fake pitch play. Sam, all the time in the world here. He's going to wind back around. He's going to throw this back in space, throw it basically away there, coming back to Charbonnet. Nobody was there. Well covered there by the San Francisco 49ers. Well blocked by the Seahawks. Gave Sam a ton of time there on that play to assess and take a look at things. Just wasn't really anybody open there. Could have maybe tried to come back to Cooper Kupp, but that's that throw that the coaches often tell you, though, don't make late in a play back to the middle of the field like that. Those are the dangerous kind of throws. Back to the I formation look here for the Seahawks on 2nd and 10. Sam's going to adjust the play at the line of scrimmage. He's got an 8-man box he's looking at with the safety here. Probably goes to the other side there. Does go to the other side with a run. Walker's going to get swallowed up on the play. Niners just kind of sensed that run right from the jump. I think they probably had a run stunt called. And then when he adjusted the play, they knew right where that thing was probably going. Now, it at least looked like the body language of the Niners there on that play. 3rd down and 14. Got to be careful here, Sam, in these moments right here. Tough down and distance. You are in field goal range. Would be sure nice to be able to give Myers another 8 or 9 yards here at least. Want the first down first and foremost, but we might need to call another timeout here. Oh, there we go. Seahawks going to throw this out to Walker. Damn, Walker ran into that tackle. Looked like a play that was well set up, and Walker just chose door A when he should have chose door B to the outside. Give us a nice look at this one. Man, He wasn't going to get the first regardless, but he really didn't read the leverage right on that play at all. Like, the defender was totally selling out to the outside there and pushing him back in, and he just kept carrying to the outside. Oh, shit. Missed kick by Jason Myers. That's for that extra 5 yards, 5-6 yards further there. It's the little details, man. Darn. Sorry, one sec. Oh, goodness. 3 drives down inside there, and we come away with no points like that. 3 drives and opportunity to score, and you don't come away. It's like, ugh. Coop's got to start thinking eventually here about the fact the run game's working. He's just got to stay on top of it. 14 carries, 95 yards, 6.8 yard per carry. I mean, you're almost averaging as much running per average right now as you are running in the passing attack. And Sam's 7-9, 66 yards, fine. But, I mean, the run game's going here. Let's go. Let's go. Second here. Okay. Brent, Yo Endo, thank you for the $20 donation, Brent. Really kind of you for that, man. You guys are amazing as ever here. Really thank you for that. He says, time to expose this 49er defense and their offense. We are more disciplined and have more talent. Change of the guard moment for the NFC West. Time to officially become the most hated of the division to both the Rams and the 49ers. I would love to see that, Brent. Well said on your part. Got 1st and 10, ball at the 37-yard line here for the Niners. Dropping back to throw here, complete on a little bubble screen out to, I believe that's Kittle for a gain of about 5 or 6 yards there. I hope you're right about us being able to get that done here with this offense. I feel like you got 2 stops already here for them on the day, giving the offense a chance to get up ahead in this thing, and you're letting them kind of find some footing potentially on this here. We mess about too much, but I would love to see that, Brent. I would like to be the most hated by the Rams and 49ers. They seem to hate each other a little bit more at the moment, and I don't like that. I don't like that to your point, that other side of it. 2nd down and 4, 11:52 to go here in the second quarter. Brock back in shotgun where he's kind of lived in this game. 5-man pressure look here from the Seahawks. Brock's going to complete underneath quickly here to Christian McCaffrey. He'll make the catch and run, fall forward for a 1st down. Brent, very, very kind of you, man, for that big donation. And I hope you are absolutely right about that. All right. Incomplete, I believe, here out to the outside. Just looking away there for a second. Oh, loss of 1. Sorry. 1 got the tackle there. I was looking down. 2nd and 11. 3 wide receiver look here for the Niners. Brock back in shotgun. Dropping a pass. Looses it up underneath. Beautiful job there by Drake Thomas. Drake Thomas, I believe on Juwan Jennings, caught him up around the shoulder pad and slung him down. Juwan getting up a little bit slow there and in pain. Caught him high, legally high there, just brought him right down off the top turnbuckle with all the force of his body on top of him, and he landed on his shoulder there. Painful looking play there, Juwan Jennings, and a beautiful play there by Drake Thomas. Jennings will go over the sideline in some pain. 3rd down and 11 for the Seahawks defense here. They continue to hold up this Niner offense. 3rd down and 11. 3 wide receiver look. Caffrey goes into motion. 4 wide, empty look here. Purdy's going to scramble. Got to stay on him. Can't let him get away. Purdy gets the edge. Knocked out short. Boy, they gave him a good stop. They gave him a hell of a good spot. He is short, but boy, they freaking hand him another yard there versus where it looked like he went out. 10-10 here in the second quarter. Clock continue to roll now. 4th and 1. Niners going to go for it down on this side of the football field. They went empty there, so you had all of your guys going back in coverage. You couldn't really count as much for Brock, and he was able to break the pocket there and really go get a big gain. Man, 10-yard run there on that play by Brock. He can pick his moments right. Clock winding down, play clock winding down to 3 seconds here. Seahawks stacked up in a blitz look. They're bringing it. And I think we've got another timeout taken by the Hawks, maybe. I don't think that Mike liked the call he had on the field. Timeout to the Seahawks. Brent, thank you again for the big $20 dome. No, man. Very kind of you. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. Top 2 special teams don't expect the kickoffs to be run out. Maybe only punts can get ran, but I don't expect many to go. So Mike was going to challenge the play, but then he decided not to challenge the play. But then he still called the timeout. Kind of a weird sequence of events right there. Yeah, it makes sense. Both of these teams would probably, recognize the danger in the other on that. Yeah, see, he stepped out right there. Why didn't you challenge that? I don't know what that. Mike. I don't know why you challenge that. They got a clear angle that shows he steps out another yard behind that. And he had called the challenge flag, then picked it up. 4th and 1. Purdy dropping back to throw. Purdy's got time in the pocket. He's going to try to get this out. Great defense over there by Tariq Woolen. Nice job, tight end coverage on the throw. Purdy actually got a pretty amazing throw off considering the pressure that was bearing down. He didn't make a bad throw at all, and Woolen was able to remain tight there. A couple of nice plays on that drive by Tariq Woolen. He was coming up thinking pick was Woolen there. And very nicely done by the defense. Jaron Reed supplying the pressure. Reek thinking, man, I should have had to pick there, man. I should have had a pick. He's going to give you another one today. Don't worry, man. You're going to get another chance. But I think your strat makes sense here, Mumbles. You come into this game and you're going Niner perspective. Do I want to trust our, we trust our special teams unit. Do I trust against this Seahawks team? And Seahawks perspective, you're going, look, let's take away their routes here to getting this win today, considering some of what they're dealing with injury-wise. And I think that there's definitely a lot of understandable approach within that. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. This is the fastest I have seen this defense play this year. They are on it right now, man. They're flowing really well today. We get concentrated on the offense, but it's not to be undersold there now. 3 straight drives by this Niner team to start this game off, and a very good job of holding things back. Caffrey's got 2 carries, 4 yards. You're not allowing anything in the passing attack. You're making everything feel tight and close in coverage right now. You're getting pressure and fast pressure on Purdy. That's a big key to this game and getting this dub. Love what I'm seeing from the defense. You're right, man. They're flying. Jimmy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the fact that the Whiners are here is laughable. Laughing out loud. Well, I think the Niners have been a good team last couple of years. I think that they getting here is shows how well a team they are coached and how good a job they've done in draft and development. And it's partly by having an easier schedule this year to be able to play. And that was a bit of the benefit that was going to come into this as well. It's kind of all those factors. But I think this is also a team today that, if I'm not mistaken, is like playing their third game in like 13 days or something. You know, they've been on a pretty tight schedule of a lot of games played over this is at the end of a season to have to kind of pull that off is tough, especially with the injuries. Not giving them built-in excuses, but I think they've earned their right where they're at with this record at 12-4. You know, they're a well-coached team. SGA Sports Talk. Go 49ers, beat the Seahawks. Thank you for your 1 month as a Hawks Nest member. 1 month as a Hawks Nest member, SGA. Appreciate you for that. Mumbles with another $5 donation. That amazing JSN catch and run play would have been called a touchdown if you played for the Panthers last week. Man, offense came out swinging. Yeah, I guess the heel toe thing don't work when it's reversed, huh, Mumbles? Right? Because it doesn't work when it's on that other shoe, huh? Hell of a catch there by JSN, though, nonetheless. And he's working pretty well out the gate here. 3 catches, 34 yards. 1st and 10. High formation off look here. Sam dropping back to throw. He's got JSN once again here with the catch. Holds on to it tight there. Niners are ripping at that ball post snap, trying to get the fumbles. But lock in on JSN here, man. Fourth, another catch on into him there. They catch him and looks like kind of a cover one look there from the Niners. Just running that nice little crosser to the other side. Good job of pass protection holding up there for Sam, and well delivered on his part. Seahawks back onto the Niners side of the football field. 1st down and 10. 8:55 to go here in the second quarter. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet caught just as he gets past the hole and slung around right there by Collins. A little bit of a hole open up there for a second, but man, that thing closed rapidly. Rapito. Rapipado. Second down and 8. Walker in the backfield now. 3 wide receiver look for the Seahawks. Shaheed going in motion. Hand off here to Walker. Walker sidesteps the first guy. Able to twist and turn himself around there to finish off the run before he's brought down for a gain of about 4. It'll be 3rd and 4. Hey, Pumpkin. Come on. Yeah, you can come up. Come on up. Come on up. I know. You can come up. Make your way. Make your way on up. 3rd down and 4. Sam and shotgun. Blitz look here from the Niners. They bring it. Sam's got to make a choice here. Sam sidesteps it. Sam uses legs. Sam goes and gets the 1st down. Let's go, Sam. Wonderful job of pocket mobility there. Blitzer right in his face. Sidestepped it, climbed up in the pocket, used his legs. Doesn't have to do it a lot, but that was all Sam. That was Anthony Bradford blowing his block, giving you a Bradford special. And Sam bailing him out with a 1st down run. Let's go, Sam. Clock stopped here as a Niner is on the ground still injured after the play. Oh, Nelly. Bradford gives you about 5 a game. He gives you some good blocks too, man. Anthony. Oh, man. Doesn't have to use his legs a lot with Sam, man. Doesn't have to use his legs a lot, but you got to mix it in where you get a chance to. And I like the fact that once he got past that pressure, he went, look, I need 4 yards. I can go get 4 yards. I don't need 6. I don't need 7. I need 4. Go get that 1st down. Get those key moments in this game where you can keep those chains moving on the back of utilizing that because teams are not expecting it. And it is there to be had at times. there to be taken advantage of at times. Jimmy, thank you for another $2 donation, Jimmy. And again, all of your support today. You're very kind for that. I hope Jesse looks ridiculous in his hat this week. It's a pretty ridiculous hat. I'm going to say that, Jimmy. I was not kind with him on the hat, but he was not kind on me with the hat. So they call that turnabout fair play. Turnabout fair play. And hopefully so. Not counting my chickens until they're hatched here. But I hope you're right, man. Industry Word in the house. What's up, Industry Word? Thank you for the $2, $1 dono. Thank you for all of your support, too. Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. Brent, thank you for the $5 donation. Brent, that's my boy. Reek, wearing his jersey now. Redemption arc tonight, baby. Hey, and D. Winters is the man that's being walked off the field there a little gingerly. Kind of has a little bit of that kind of concussion gait to him as he's coming off the field a little bit there as he goes into the blue tent. Niners, of course, already down right now. Fred Warner at the inside linebacker position. So just another place where you look at from stylistically how to attack here from a Kubiak standpoint. Go after that middle linebacker position here and get after that thing. First down and 10. Yeah, Pumpkin says, yeah. 7:06 to go here in the second quarter. Sam under center, 2 tight end look here. Handoff, Walker. Walker bursts through the hole there. Has a nice little gain, about 5-6 yards. That's beautiful right there. That's beautiful. Just what the doctor ordered. Go in there and attack. Got a new inside linebacker out there on the field now. Attack him. Get after him. Do some probing. And I'm not talking to the alien variety. 6:33 to go here. Clock a rolling. Again, back in that 2 tight end look here. And off Walker. Walker bounces through, jumps over a defender, and falls forward for a first down. We do have a flag on the play. Never good sign. Holding on the Seahawks. They're going to get Gray Zabel for this one. Gray out in front. Hands came in a little bit wide. He really didn't use them, but it looks bad when your hands are that wide coming in from a guard position into the second level there on that block. His hands are in a little bit tighter. It makes it an easier no call there, but hands got out here into kind of and he didn't really use them. They just kind of naturally accidentally got out there. 2nd and 11, Sam dropping back to throw here. He's going to hit A.J. Barner on an out route, and that'll be about a gain of about 4 or 5 yards, getting some of that penalty yardage back here. Clock continuing to roll here. Seahawks owning the play, owning the time of possession here in this first half, albeit just a 7-0 lead. Thank you for all of your donos, by the way, Brent, man, and hopefully Reed gets that pick. Hopefully caps up. It'll be a great night for them. I'd love to see that. Seahawks with 23 of their 31 plays in 49er territory in this football game, and they will commence with the 24th play here momentarily. Sam and shotgun. 3 wide. Blitz look from the Niners. Sam's got to get rid of it. He's going to go up top here and tries to hit Jackson down the field. 2 defenders are there. Knocks the ball free. Gave Jackson a chance to go up and get it, but a very nice play by the safety closing in from center field to get a nice shot in on Jackson to be able to dislodge the ball. It's one of those plays, too, where probably from Sam's perspective, he's got to put that ball into the back of the end zone. But again, the safety's closing from center. Safety's closing from that side. All right, Jason Myers. First attempt, 47 yards was a miss. This will be for 45. Snaps down. Kick is up. Kick is going to go through. So the Seattle Seahawks able to come away here now with 3 more points to add on to the lead. 10-0. albeit you'd like to be getting a little bit more touchdowns. At least get the points each time you're down there, man. You know, get the points as we go through the rest of this game, no matter what, when you're down there. A little bit, though, on that throw. I don't know. We have to look at the all-22, so anybody trying to assess on Sam on that one, until you can see the all-22 for where the safety's at there, because you could say, well, put it in the back of the end zone, but if that safety can climb into the back of the end zone and actually go make a play on the ball at that point, you don't want that. Sometimes you got to fit it in the honey hole shot there, where it's between the undercutting defender and the safety over the top. And so we'll have to take a look at that in, the 22 to see what was what on that. But it's a possibility there too that could have been better thrown on that play just a little bit. Or even thrown with a little bit maybe more anticipation to where he eventually did throw it too. You know what I'm saying? Matthew Plowden. Thank you for the $5 donation, Matthew. And you've been very kind recently, as noted, as many of you are. Put the donos, one dono in today. You put many in prior here in recent weeks. And really thank you, man, for all of your support. What's up, Brandon? Guess I'm a Seahawks fan tonight. I hate the Niners more anyway. Not really sure who I should pull for as far as seeding. I don't know either. I think that, the Eagle thing gets talked about for the Rams matchup and that this is the one that they need to avoid. And I'm not so sure that's the case. It's part of the respect I have for the Ram team that I talk about them and saying that, look, they are just legitimately talented, words can be just a doesn't matter who we're playing kind of team. And I don't think that that's the way it is for any of the other rest of the, frankly, playoff teams in the rest of the NFC. I think all of those teams, you go, well, that's not a good match. This one wouldn't be a good matchup for you. This is a much better matchup for you when how it's put together. And so I kind of think it doesn't matter to the most part. I think Tampa Bay is a little bit dangerous right now. I think the Carolina game would have been a nicer get for the Rams from their perspective of that one, to have that be the matchup as it was pulled for where Carolina's kind of at right now in the season, inconsistent, and a lot of how they beat you guys last time was that rain falling just when your offense was out in the field, and then going, no rains, oddly enough, when their offense was out. It's just, there were some weird factors that caused that but wouldn't replicate in another game. So hard to say that when we talk about Tampa Bay, because I think Tampa Bay is a much more dangerous playoff team. They've tried and tested. They're getting a little bit healthier here with having some guys back. They've been missing through a lot of this season. That's a tough one too. So I understand your uncertainty. I would probably share it in your position, because there's not some clear, this is the one that's much, much better as management. It's tough, especially talking about going on the road. All right, here's the kickoff, which will roll out of bounds. Come on, Jason, wake up. Wake up! Jason Myers rolls the ball out of bounds, which will give the 49ers very, very good field possession here. Not the day to do this. Let's just kick in the back of the end zone. Call it a day, fellas. Call it a day. Jimmy says, thank you for another $2 donation. Can you do a live stream while hammered like you were? There is a legendary live stream of me hammered on a live stream. And I can try. I'm not really much of a drinker anymore, so it's hard for me because I have a beer jam. I'm like, I'm good. But at some point we'll try to tie a few on here. 1st and 10 here. Under quick pressure. Seahawks on top of it. They try to set up a screenplay, but Nick Emanwari there to swallow up the screenplay. First, the pressure was hot on Boye Mafe in the back door there, and then you've got Emanwari there seeing it coming from a mile away the whole way. Bounce back over you on the donos here, guys. Let's stay on the action here. Good job by Mafe to press that thing. It's a screenplay, but just force the throw to come quick. Not as much time to set that thing up from a Niner perspective. 6 yards lost on the play for the Niners. 2nd and 16, shotgun look. 4-man pressure front here. They're going to throw it underneath. Complete short. Devin Witherspoon right there to be on top of that route instantaneously. It's going to be maybe a 4 or 5 yard gain at best. 3rd down and very long for the Niners. Opportunity here for the Seattle Seahawks defense to cement this first half, give the ball back to the offense with time to really put some things away here a little bit. Derek Hall, he wasn't even real out pressure. He just took the check down. Brock just trying to get some yards there. They're going to give him 6 on the play. So 3rd and 10, 4 minutes to go here in the second quarter. 3 wide receiver look. Brock dropping back to throw. Pressure runs right past him. He's going to have guys wide open here off of that look. 1st down. Goodness gracious. Mike McDonald not bringing his typical tendency, which would be to bring a little bit more of a pressure look on 3rd and 10 in these situations, probably worried about Brock's legs. So you're trying to get your front four to go like a bat out of hell, and those guys got a little out of control in their pass rush lanes. And that allowed Brock to step up at that point and be able to go make a throw down the field. Ouch. It's a good play by Brock. First and 10, ball onto the Seahawks side of the football field at the 49-yard line. Handoff here to Brian Robinson. Robinson with a nice gain, about 4 or 5 yards there. He'll be held up by a collective of Seahawks. Seahawks only with 1 timeout left in the second quarter. Donald's called a couple here so far, so. Brock under center. Play action. He's going to try to complete this underneath the Purdy. He does so. First down. Boy, beautiful play there. Seahawks had the pass rush bearing down on Brock. They were attacking him as a play action guy here, just could not get to him fast enough to affect the throw and allowed him to get just enough off there to get it out to Kittle. You got DeMarcus Lawrence here the whole way trying to bear down on Brock. Brock manages to be able to just get it off just in time. Jeez. You'd maybe like Marcus trying to get the arms up there a little bit, not give him a free pass to throw that over the top, being a smaller quarterback like Brock is. First down and 10. Ball at the 38-yard line here, and we will hit the 2-minute warning. 38-yard line in Seahawks territory. Niners knocking on the door. We'll do one maybe at some point here, Jimmy. At some point, we'll try to maybe squeeze one in here. Maybe we're going to be doing a 24-hour charity stream this offseason, so maybe we'll fit it into that stream as we can. Mick, thank you for the $2 donation. Why is Green lined up on JSN? Lenore should be. You're not going to travel. We learned this back in the day, and again, it's DNA comes from Coach Carroll defense. There's new stuff within it, and it's been evolved, and Salas has a lot of stuff that he's updated, but it still is inherently a Coach Carroll defense. And remember, Mick, the whole thing with Coach Carroll's defense and the whole thing that so many people wanted to make a big deal of was the fact that Sherman didn't often travel with the number 1 corner all the time. And this wasn't because Sherman wasn't capable of it. It's as Saleh discussed this week in talking about this very question, in that you have to adjust the rest of your defense now around this guy getting to just travel with this one guy. And you're now putting certain guys into positions to defend things in a way that they haven't had to defend all year. You're essentially changing your defense up for that one player. And it's just not a smart way of going about it from a defensive standpoint. You got to be true to who you kind of are. Now, there are some defenses that are set up to play more man-based cover concepts, and then you can have a little bit more of everything. The job doesn't change as much to what you're going to be asked to do, but it's not the case in this more kind of zone-centric defense that doesn't live in as much man-based cover concepts. And so, yeah, that's kind of the general reason on that, Mick. Jimmy, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, don't let this inferior team hang around. Bad news. I agree, man. We got to get him, man. Got to get him. I don't think we're having too bad of a run right here. Would love to be up by more than him. This is why we come back to why I want to take 3 points to start things off rather than go for the 4th down. You got 13 points there then now. But I feel good about what they're doing here. We've got a pretty good amount of commitment to running the ball, and we're running well. Defensively, we're playing well. Just got to stay in and do what we're doing here. We got a lot of blowout wins this year, Jimmy. It's just get this win's the most important thing for us at this point. Just get the dub. But by any means necessary. Style points aren't a thing for us in the Pacific Northwest. Maybe it's just our rougher nature out here living in the woods. But we all for that all fancy style and stuff. First down and 10. 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. Niners at the 37-yard line, Seahawks territory. Handoff here. Brought down after a very short gain is Christian McCaffrey. Niners appear pretty happy to kind of just bleed this clock along. They do have all 3 of their timeouts. So certainly in a position to be able to do so. Second down and 7. They're going to go with the flea flicker play here, trying some razzmatazz. They're going to throw it back out wide here to, nice hit by Ernest Jones. Ernest Jones is clearing house, decked McCaffrey on the sideline there, but a nice game by the Niners nonetheless of about 4 or 5 yards. This will set up about 3rd and 3. Oh, I guess looking like 3 or 4 yard gain. So 3rd and 3 will be the down and distance here for the Niners. Big play in this football game. You can get a stop here from a Seahawks perspective. You're getting one more opportunity offensively in this half. Niners have the ball at halftime. D. Winters walking back to the locker room for the Niners. Empty look here for the Niners. Got to watch out for the scrambling of Brock in these situations. That's what he's going to want to try to potentially do here. He's looking for the back door, and he's got it almost. And no, he does not. Uchenna Nwosu said, no, that door's shut. Trips up Brock Purdy as he was trying to leave the pocket, and I'm telling you could just feel they did it last time on him getting the 10 yards of scrambling house run when he was able to go get that 10 on 3rd and 11, and you've just felt this is what he's going to want to do on this one too, is try to pick that moment here. And he dropped back and tried to feign like he was looking down the field to the read, but he was just kind of waiting for the pocket to develop and hope the guys overran their gap. So Uchenna Nwosu did not do so, stayed with it and was able to be active and aware. That's that kind of controlled pass rush you want with the mobile quarterbacks. Able to do so there. So the Seattle Seahawks call their final timeout of the half. This is going to put this at 1 minute and 10 seconds. The Niners have all 3 of their timeouts still. They're going to bring Eddie Pinheiro out onto the field. Pinheiro, I do not believe, has missed a kick since they brought him on to take over for the guy that they took in the 3rd round a couple of years ago. This will be a hardy kick, 48 yards. The wind is kind of settled right now from where it's been at times in this game based on how the upright flags are blowing. Snaps down, kick is up, kick is drifting, but it's holding, and it will be through. The Niners are able to bring this back within one score, 10-3 with 1:06 to go. All right, let's see what we got. You always like coming out on these kind of plays. Obviously get a good return would be great, but coming out with Sam and company first play, want to come out here, get nice, just good, easy completion, 5-6 yards. Don't get the Niners in a position of feeling like they can start calling timeouts and try to let them have an opportunity to have the ball back. You want to close this half out with this clock, with how you've controlled the clock the first half with the lead, but get the quick completion. It sort of emboldens a little bit more confidence then to go and push a little bit more. We've seen this offense work well within 2-minute situations. They're down that inside linebacker from Sam's perspective. So both attacking within the passing attack and the run game, it can work both there. This kick's going to go to about the 2-yard line. Will be brought up by Shaheed there. Shaheed brings it back up at the 30. He gets in behind his blockers, and he'll be driven forward there to about the 35-yard line where Seattle will take over. 1 minute even on the clock. So a couple first downs can get you there. D. Winters is questionable to return there for that Niner team. Again, down already Fred Warner. So 2 de facto sort of starters for you down at that inside linebacker position, a team that replaced one of those inside linebacker positions this offseason in Dre Greenlaw. So light there. We'll see what they do here. 1st and 10. Even a run player here ain't the worst thing. Shotgun look for Sam. Dropping back to throw. Sam is looking, and he's going to be sacked. Seahawks might just decide to let this thing roll all the way down. Josh Jones giving up the sack there. Pressure from the right side as well. It's again where you just want that quick, easy, fast pass for Sam underneath rather than setting up on a tough concept. 2nd and 16. Sam dropping back to throw here. Take the check down, buddy. Take the check down. Jeez. Gets it into A.J. Barner. Barner twisted down to the ground. Barner brought down there, and they might just let this clock wind all the way out. So, yeah, Seattle will just let that thing wind out from there. They'll take the lead at half, but some lost opportunities offensively in this half, absolutely positively, and lead you scratch your head against this team, this Niner defense that struggled this year, and you've got 19 carries, 115 yards rushing, and 10 points in the first half. You kind of look at that, you scratch your head. So, little uncomfortable feeling nonetheless here coming out this half. Niners get the ball back at half, and how good your defense has played, but we got the lead. That's good. True Dad Blue, thank you for the $10 donation, True Dad. It seems like last year Sam was getting all this national love and attention. This year he's been literally the redheaded stepchild, but he's been playing the same level as last year. Your thoughts? NFL loves news stories. I think I don't think it's anything necessarily as an anti-Sam sentiment as much as it's just the new brilliant story of things bursting on the scene and happening tends to capture their imagination. And so I'm doing it a year or two in a row kind of becomes like, oh yeah, you did that already. So it's like, we already told that story. That's a part of it. Of course, the performance at the end of the year last year left a really bitter, that's a bitter pill that it left in people's mouth. True that we have talked a lot about all of the ways of why this isn't really very fair to Sam when it's all said and done on this, and that it's really kind of out of pocket and it just doesn't add up. But unfortunately, and I've said this too, as frustrating as that can be for you fans to hear and see and hear from the national media and hear from it, and I've got to hear it constantly in every different place I go, right? Every week I go on the round table, I've got to hear it constantly. It gets exhausting, but at the same point, I've kind of made my peace with it. There's nothing we can really do about that. Outlook and perspective and narrative are things that really can't be changed outside of your own control to look at it. And you can't get wrapped up in what other people think about in their narrative or outlook of it either, because you have no control over that. And national audiences, they have stupid perspectives on stuff. I've been at this long enough to see that time and time again. And that just because you might have a mass of voices saying something does not mean that they're right. The having a sea of voices can just be a sea of stupid people saying stupid stuff, or maybe smart people saying stupid stuff. It could be that too. So I have been, of course, battering on this, drum for a lot of this year and trying to make this case as you talk about here, right? That's been a bit of centerpiece of my discussion on Sam this year. But, it's just a place where I've kind of learned on this, as I say, you're better suited in these kind of situations, in my opinion, to just kind of make the peace with the fact that he is a type of quarterback that is going to draw out very, very distinct feelings in a certain set amount of people, that he is going to fail in the big moment when you need him most, or that you can't count on him, or he's not that good. 1 second here, folks. So I know it's frustrating. I thank you for your donation, man. But I'm also going to be always a big guy, true that, things get talked about a lot of times with all pros, Pro Bowls, MVP awards, respect for the national. It's like, I always go with that. Like, you go win the Super Bowl, it just doesn't matter. You make yourself that, it's kind of all irrelevant about, whether or not they're giving you the respect or not. But I think it does show you, just as a last bottom line thought on this, I think it does show you that there's a little bit of a broken outlook at times when it comes to the quarterback position and how it's viewed, and, whether people really kind of think about it thoroughly through, or whether they just kind of come to an opinion and then they dig their heels in that that's their opinion and you can't change their mind. And anything outside of evidence that's just far and wide overwhelming, will you then be able to finally kind of swing their case into the place where they're trying to pull you, so to speak. So I get the frustration, man. I've been with it all year with it at the same point, but I don't think that it's one that he goes and wins this game, it'll change. I don't think it's one that's going to change, is kind of like the Geno thing. It's not going to change anything short of like really just raising and hoisting a Super Bowl. And then I think even then you'll probably still have a couple people that'll be like, yeah, but it was really the team that just lifted him on their back. I mean, then it's probably, he's just Trent Dilfer, it'll still be that even at that point. And then you just kind of shrug at that point and you go, what are you going to do? You're right. Like, all right, here we go, Thank you for the $10 don't know though, man. Matthew Plowden, thank you for the $5 donation, Matthew. Love to hear your thoughts on the Metcalf situation. Great player, but a little hot-headed. Can't say anything as a younger me would have reacted the same. I've been a big backer with Metcalf for a long period of time, and I have been a guy that when he was here would often, explain a little bit of what was going on with some of the hot-headedness and some of the costing us the penalty flags. But I mean, like that situation that happened was one that was a representation of also having a lot of issues with him here where, he would kind of go off half-cocked and cause issues as far as drawing personal foul penalties he didn't have to draw that costed the team. And, I think he's not necessarily an Antonio Brown type of guy. I don't think he's wired in this way that this issue is centered in some thing where he's got, it's all about me diva wide receiver thing. Like it's not coming from that area of things. I think it's coming from being a naturally intensely wired guy. And on game day, you're especially naturally even more intensely wired. Even if you're that way, you're going to really be that way game day. And I think that, he's had a hard time at times of controlling that and keeping that in alignment. And it's, something that's maybe easier said than done from our perspective to say you should do it. But I also say that moment's got to be one where you and your career have got to grow with that. You got to mature with that. And you got to recognize that in yourself at one given point or another when it becomes such an issue to go like, well, I need to kind of try to hit the brakes on this a little bit. And instead of that, I would say Metcalf in the past has indicated that he doesn't really feel it as being that much of a problem or issue. And I think he had a PI call again this year too in one of the games. Losing him out in the last couple of games of the season like this is such a huge loss for them. I just, you go, man, hopefully this will be something that finally does kind of, teach him on like, the stuff's got to get cut out of your game in full, not in part, not in like a little bit here and a little bit there. Like this is going to be part of your legacy. And you've been a hell of a player and you've been so very productive in your career and you still have a lot more years left to play. Like, don't let that become the narrative of your career and the way that it's set, that you were just a hot-headed guy that couldn't control himself on a football field. It's not one that I believe in or agree with, but it's going to grow with time with these kind of incidences as they stack up. And it's on him to kind of control it at this point. Thank you though, Matt. Appreciate you. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. Nolan, Sam has 3 different $500,000 bonuses on the line tonight. 3 touchdowns, 122 yards passing, and 100 quarterback rating. Probably doesn't creep in, but yeah, I don't know if it creeps in as much for him on this stuff. I think that it's a possibility, obviously, with players, but I think you just have to kind of play your game a little bit here. I can't think you're thinking of that money. I mean, I hope not. It's possible. I mean, it absolutely is possible. It's one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of bonuses in these kind of contracts because, I think that like, for instance, last year there was completion percentage bonuses in Geno Smith's deal, and I sometimes wondered if his reason for not sometimes throwing the ball out of bounds stemmed from him trying to keep his completion percentage above 70, like 70% or whatever. Whatever hit was in the books on that. I forget the number it was exactly at, but maybe it's a bit of the factor here. He's going to get the passing yards. Hard to get to 3 touchdowns, I'd say. And 100 passing rating, that's more possible here. So we'll see there, Nolan. But thank you for the dono, man. Appreciate you. Darnold in the first half, 10 of 13, 98 yards for a 7.5 yard average and a 97 rating. Purdy, 10 of 13 for 47 yards and an 81 rating. And rushing the ball, Seahawks 19 carries, 115 yards, while the 49ers ran the ball 5 times for 23 yards. So a heavy passing attack from the Niners on a very windy night in San Francisco. Seattle able to chalk up 32 plays in that first half to the Niners' 18 plays. Really a pretty heavy control of the first half clock there too, with Seahawks 19 minutes and 20 seconds to the Niners 10 minutes and 40 seconds. But it's close. It's a close game. Niners are in this thing. Had some opportunities there to maybe kind of put them away in this game a little earlier on. You just couldn't quite do it. Oh, we got the Posse in here. Grassi Posse in the house. Oh, bro. Sorry about the Grassi Posse raid. My bad here. Oh, dude. I got to catch up on my donos. I got all my donos here at halftime I'm trying to catch up on. Well, Grassi Posse, Ray, thank you for that. Tom, I'm very sorry, man. I didn't acknowledge that sooner and quicker. But shout out to the Grassi Posse. Tom, of course, does great work out there, has done so for a very long time. The man has done Mother Teresa-like work with the folks as far as doing his charity stuff and all he does in the off season in that way and the dedications there. And it's just been so cool to see on that, him giving it back, certainly inspiring to do the same from our perspective here. And we will be doing so into this off season on our own realm. But thank you to the Grassi Posse for jumping on in here. Much, much appreciated. Sorry, I'm a little bit late on acknowledging. We're always a little bit behind on the donos because we're doing the play-by-play and it sometimes just gets tough to get catching up on the things. But thank you to you, Tom. You're the man. And keep up the great work out there. Keep doing what you do. As it's awesome. And you guys, you're very kind. Very, very kind for doing so. Appreciate you, sir. I salute you, sir. I salute you. Hopefully your good vibes help us get this win, Tom, because your damn friend out there with the stupid curse wheel that he's got slanted to us every other time gets a little bit old. Practically feel like I got Perna's finger underneath the spin wheel every time going click, 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 click. Oh, look at that. Seattle again. Whoops. My bad. My bad, didn't mean it. Thank you, though, Tom. Tom's the man, and folks, do please, if you get a chance as well, he's doing a raid over on our end. Get subbed up over there to Tom. He covers the Packers. Nobody covers their team better. Does some great funny bits as well over there, and he does great work. Great work. Shout out to Tom too, getting the opportunity to get the play-by-play this year. Hopefully, they give him a chance to open that door up into the future a lot. That'd be cool. That'd be very cool. Shout out to the Grassi Posse raid. But Tom, tell Brendan to stop with his tell Perna to stop with his shenanigans. I know it's Seahawks hate. You got Hawks hate. You still come in and raid us. His Hawks hate makes him mess with the stupid curse wheel. Not a fan of that. Ashley, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Ashley. Good luck to you in your efforts, sir. Love from the posse. Well, to the Grassi Posse Nation, you are great folks, a great community, well-renowned in the NFL circles out here in the content creation business. And Tom's very kind for doing that raid stuff. I know he doesn't just do it with me, but does it with a lot of these smaller creators throughout these weeks. And that's so huge when you're a small creator and something comes up there and you see the numbers pop up like that and you're like, oh, baby. So it's no small thing. And he's so cool for doing that. He's, as I said, like the charity stuff. He's a guy that gives back and inspiring and doing so in this realm of how we do what we do. And it's very cool to see him grow through the years and really take flight. But he's very, very kind for popping in and having his crew pop in here. And you guys can let him know I'm very appreciative for doing it. Sorry we missed it a little late. I think every time he comes in here, I'm always a little late because I'm like looking at something or mids chat or I'm in some deep thought that's probably not particularly important, but I'm still going to keep hammering on it. You know how that goes. But thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. My cat out here. We should be just a couple minutes away here from the start of the second half. From the start of the second half. Man, the defense has been playing good. Nicky Manwari, 5 tackles in that first half at TFL. Reek Woolen with the tackle in TFL in that half. Derek Hall got himself a sack. See, boy, it's still uncomfortably close, though. It's uncomfortably close. I'm with Nate. Nice little pick 60. Nice little pick 60. Would be very, very, very good. Very good. All right. Opening second half kickoff here. Seahawks up 10-3. Meyer Boots it to the 1. It's going to be fumbled there. Fumbled still. Fumbled again. Finally picked up by Brian Robinson at the 10. He's just going to end up falling forward where Brady Russell will get him corralled. We've seen Myers has been able to do that at times in the air. Just something about the ball when it gets in there. It's been hard to feel for these guys in the air. I don't know if he's got a little technique. He's giving that little thing a little spin, a little bit extra pizzazz. But whatever it is that happened, I think we even saw last week this occurred where I think twice last week just on the catching of the ball. It would bounce out of their hands. Interesting, they kicked to Brian Robinson too and away from Sky Moore there. Smartly done in addition to that. So a long field for the San Francisco 49ers now. Ball at the 12-yard line in their own territory. Pistol look, handoff here to McCaffrey. McCaffrey able to make a nice cut up into the A gap there. Go get himself about 5 yards on first down. He's done a pretty good job overall, though there hasn't been a heavy amount of usage of McCaffrey. 7 touches tonight for 30 scrimmage yards. In a season where they have rode him like a Grand Canyon pony. One more round, girl. One more round up the rocks. 2nd down and 5. 3-4 look here from the Seattle Seahawks. Anticipating run. That's what they're going to get here. Inside carry. Seahawks all over that thing. Love it. A little deviation from the light box look from the Seahawks, bringing a little bit of an extra heavier front there. And it served them well. Third down and 4. Let's look from the Seahawks. Press coverage to one side. They're falling out of it. Just a front 4 pressure. Purdy looking up over the top. And he's going to get his man, Marcus Robinson, there for a catch. First down. Comeback route, I think, there on that play for the Niners. Long developing route. Pressure couldn't get there quick on that play. Gave Purdy some time to assess. It's a nice catch. Ball at the 31-yard line. Play action pass. Purdy dropping back to throw. He's looking. He's got a man underneath here, McCaffrey, with a completion. 7 or 8 yard gain. Good opening drive here for the Niners. Another quick completion off play action. George Kittle, short gain, but it will get them a first down. Kittle, 4 targets, 4 catches, 9 yards tonight. First down and 10. Handoff here, inside. Brought down after about a gain of 3 yards there. Boye Mafe making the play. Niners running a lot of inside zone today. A little bit of a deviation from their outside stuff that they tend to run. Starting to feel like they're getting into a little bit of a rhythm here. Press coverage on the outside. Play action pass. Seahawks trying to get some pressure. They get there. Jaron Reed able to go get a sack. Club on his arm. Still gets it done. Big time sack there. Just starting to feel like the engine's heating up a little bit here with this Niner offense. Let's close that down. Long arm bull rush there from Jaron Reed, just one long arm, walking his guy in the pocket, reading Brock the whole way, ready to react inside to Brock when he climbs the pocket. Very nicely done. 3rd down and 13. Let's see if Mike dials up a little bit of heat here now. Got a front 4 look. They're going to bring 5. Fire zone blitz. Bearing down on Brock. Brock throws it. Ball's bounced. Brock on the turf afterwards. 4th down. Seahawks, no flags. Let's go. So a little bit of juice there. Brought the 5th man, Eamon Wari, almost operating like a Mike linebacker on that blitz from the same place you'd see a middle linebacker, and just comes in there and able to bounce off the block and then get back there and lay a hit on Purdy just as he was throwing it so he couldn't step into the throw. Fantastic defensive stand here. Rashid Shaheed, ready to go receive this punt. Kick is off. Shaheed at about the 19. He'll field it there. He's going to reverse field. Looks like this is set up. Shaheed's got some space to work with. Shaheed still on his feet. Shaheed cuts it back. Shaheed pulled down to the ground, but after a very nice return, well set up there by the Seahawks. Niners had to make a hell of a play there to save that one. Looked like he was just about a little bit away from taking that one, but very well set up. They reversed field on that, and not by Shaheed reverse fielding it, but by the setup of the reverse fielding of that punt. So it goes to one far side, and they bring that all the way back around the other side there. Smartly done. Now, come on, offense. Come back out. Make this defensive effort stand. Let's go put this Niner team away. Let's bring together a nice hearty drive here. You're running the ball well. You're passing efficiently here. Let's get this going. Let's get this done. Now is the time to strike. Rodney Press Show, thank you for the $2 donation. Rodney, we are clearly the better team. I think that right now where the Niners are at with their health situation, this is the case. And I don't think I'm shaking anything at Niners saying don't have a good team, haven't earned the right. You have earned the right to be here, but I think that's the case here where they stand. They just lost another inside linebacker in this game. Injuries mount up in this sport and they become too much. That's the limiting factor of the 53-man roster. You only can stack it up so deep. That's the limitation of the salary cap. You can only stack it up so good. And so we're in that better position, and hopefully we can take advantage in this second half. Sometimes football doesn't come down to that. Sometimes football comes down to if you make self-inflicted errors and you make mistakes and you let a team hang around a little bit that you shouldn't. It can sometimes not come down to that. So let's go take this thing now. Let's go keep that in mind. Grab it. Sloby one. Thank you for 9 months as a Hawks Nest member. Sloby says, "Go Hawks, go Hawks, go Hawks." Let's get a little bit of this energy. Let's get a little bit of chant here. Come on. Lock this in. Lock this in. Come on. Jarhead, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, we need less mistakes on offense in this half. Cleaner second half. I agree with you. There's plenty of here to clean up, including even a little bit within the play calling. There's a lot to build upon, which is good in this game. You're averaging 6.1 yards per carry in this game right now on 19 carries at that, not just a small sample size. So you're busting big runs. You're getting consistent runs. This certainly would be something. The passing attack's working too, so you can still intermix a little bit of the play action. Work in the ground game, work in the play action here on this drive. Hopefully we can get Sam something nice and easy just right out the chute here to get him going. But I would agree, Jarhead, eliminate these mistakes. Seahawks defense talking on the sideline here as we get back to action. 10:07 to go in the third quarter. Sam under center. 2 tight end look here for them. Short little completion underneath the Kenneth Walker for about 2 yards. Kind of interesting enough, early on in this game, there was a lot of I formation looks from the Seahawks where you're going with the fullback Oots back there, 1 tight end. They've slipped back to more of the 2 tight end looks to one side of the field here throughout more of this game. It's kind of like they went away from that I formation stuff, but there was a lot of success with the I formation stuff early on. We'll see if Coobs does go back to more of that here on this drive at a given point or another. 2nd down and 8. 3 wide receiver look here. Niners threatening a blitz. They fall out. Shaheed goes in motion. Sam dropping back to throw. He's under a ton of pressure. Seahawks got a screen set up. Well suited. Walker free. Able to bounce down the sideline and go get himself a first down. caught the Niners rushing with a little bit of reckless abandon on that play, and were able to take advantage. Great call there by Kubiak. Zabel out in front, lays a really nice block there. Almost got the hands out wide a little bit too much again. But a first down nonetheless. Get those hands in, Gray. Hands in. Seahawks sneak over to the Niner side of the football field at the 49-yard line. Sam's going to change the play here. He's got a 3-wide look. Pitch play out wide here. Oots leading the way. Walker dancing through, spinning through, keeping his feet, motoring. Good strong run there. Walker still motoring, and he is going to fall forward, finally taken down after a little bit of a scrum. And that will be a nice run on first down. Run game continues to work well here in this football game. And the Oots stuff with him on the field, we're getting successful run plays with Oots out there specifically. Having him leading the way like that's just a nice little thing to throw Walker's direction. He could just kind of tuck in behind the hip and then just kind of wait for Oots to get up there and cause some damage. Oots actually taking out 2 for 1 a little bit on that play. 2nd and 2. They're going to go to a 3-wide receiver look here with Sam under center. Hand off here to Walker. Walker pulled down in the backfield. Damn it. Got to get that block, man. Got to get that block. It'd be a gain of 1 yard. Walker able to just twist himself forward, maybe a half yard or no gain, but goodness, who's hurt? Uh-oh. Looks like Josh Jones is still down on the football field for the Seahawks. This brings out Kite for the Seahawks, their 3rd tackle at this point. And don't think the Niners aren't going to attack that if this is going to be the case with Jones is out for a significant amount of time. Jones looks like he might have gotten rolled up on that play. Yes, sir, he did. Josh got rolled up just a little bit. Well, it gives Kubiak some time on this 3rd and 2 to figure out what he wants to do now. 7:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. Seahawks up 10-3. And we're going to go to commercial break as it looks like they're going to get Josh off the field there. Yikes. Yikes. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $5 donation, Glenn. Our offense allows only 3 points in the first half. I think you meant our defense allows only 3 points in the first half. For God's sake, offense, score some points and take this game from these bums. I'm agreeing with you, man. Get some points now. Go get some points. Come on. Go get some points here. And I'm talking tutties. Glenn. I want 2 tutties. Andy Hampston, thank you for the $15 donation, Andy. That was very kind of you. You guys love it. Appreciate all of your support in the house here. Really, really appreciate you. First half, they're stacking the box and we're still running on them, but no vertical game. I say stay the course. Don't get Darnold forcing the ball under pressure. I echo the same thing that you're saying. 6 yards an attempt. This has stayed consistent coming out of this half. It stayed consistent on this drive. 21 carries, 123 yards. The run game is going. It almost doesn't matter how much they stack the box. Get them to the point that they fully stack it. Then you can hit Shaheed over the top at some point or another in this game whenever you so choose. But stay with that running game with it. Don't just leave it. Now, you don't have to just run 24/7, obviously, here. It's going to be still maintaining a bit of the balance, but this doesn't have to be on necessarily Darnold throwing for 300 yards in this game with the way the defense is playing in these conditions. So I feel the same way you do on this, Andy. Lean into what's working in this game. This defense is deficient right now in their ability to stop the run. Doesn't matter whether they try to stack that box or not for the most part. And especially with Oots back there in that I formation stuff, Oots really gives you the ability now where if they do get a rando penetrator getting into the backfield, he can eliminate that guy and then free the running back to not have to deal with the penetrator into the backfield who can just then get downhill into the hole, thus creating more of these successful runs, not to mention big plays on these runs. So Josh Jones leaves the field here. Andy, I really thank you for that $15 donation, but also very well said on your part. Excellently put, man. And let's see what we got here now. 3rd down and 2. $7:45 to go in the 3rd quarter. Ball at about the 40-yard line. Sam is going to check the play at the line of scrimmage here. Zach Charbonnet in the backfield. Cooper Kupp going in motion. Heavy penetration in the backfield. Zach Charbonnet is going to get slung down. Not only 3 or 4 yard negative play. Wonder on the ball, but not on a third down when they're going to do that. Holy pressure. Man, the Seahawks offense just continues to just one way or the other, doesn't kind of matter. It's like the running games come forward, yet still just cannot find anything consistent about what it does. Everything just ends up coming back to feeling like just everything's so hard and you don't know what to go to. And this kind of works and it just can't quite get there. You look on the day, 12 of 15, 113 yards for Sam. You look at the running game, 22 carries, 118 yards, 5.4 yard per carry. But you look at the scoreboard and you're like, M. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Is this Oots' best game? This is Oots' best game. Yeah. Seems like it is. Absolutely. He's been just really good today. In fact, I wish we would have more packages that adjust understanding how good he's been when he's been out there. So I hope they wrinkle in more, put in more, but he's been fantastic out there today, leading the way. And the I formation looks have really worked a lot today. It feels like. Hope they can kind of recognize this down the home stretch of this game. Man, offense just cannot. It just feels like we're so close. It doesn't feel like we're far away either. It's the most frustrating part about it is you just feel so freaking close. Man, they have shown this same freaking ad 39,000 times on ESPN. Boy, you're talking about just spamming the same commercials. Holy crap, you guys. Intermix a little of something else. Such a weird offensive day. And then you keep coming back to that the time you chose not to take the points. For Mike, I mean, that decision right there is still looming so large in this game. You got 13-3 instead of 10-3. And how big that'd serve right now at this game, 6:47 in the third quarter, where the possessions start to get more and more limited. Hope he learns that in the playoffs and doesn't make that same decision in the playoffs. Oh, it's a full moon. This explains everything. This explains everything. 6:47 to go here from under center. Handoff inside to McCaffrey. He'll be brought down for a gain of about 3. Thank you for your donation, Jordan, again, man. Appreciate you. You as well, Andy. $15 drop. Niners on the day, 35 yards rushing to Seahawks 118. Second and 7. Shotgun look for Purdy. Dropping back to throw. He's got a man open, completed down for a short completion to McCaffrey, but 4 or 5 yard gain. So bring up 3rd down and 10. Seahawks defense just has been absolutely money today. Can they lock in another drive on this Niner offense? Third and shorts. This is where this Niner team can be sometimes their toughest. Oddly enough. They're going to go trips to the far side of the field, then extend one of the receivers out a little bit wider off that. Shotgun look for Purdy. 4-man pressure front from the Seahawks. Purdy looking out here wide. He does complete it, but Devin Witherspoon's all over that play, and that's going to have them short. The receiver ran a very short route, then had to jump back to the ball, and then Witherspoon was able to hit him. Great play by Witherspoon. Maybe a little bit of pressure affecting the throw. Robinson had to climb up to go get it, and in doing that allowed for him to not be able to push forward towards the first down, but actually have to go back to the line of scrimmage with his momentum, and puts him far short. And this is such a deep spot of the field from a Niner perspective. You kind of have to punt here. Again, you want to be aware about a fake from a Niner perspective, just in case. They're so close there. Shaheed's going to fair catch this ball at the 31-yard line, but my goodness, the Seattle Seahawks D has been remarkable today. So an offense for the Niners that has been humming, that's gone multiple weeks without even punting, and they are putting things down with them. They've got the e-brake pulled here right now on this car of the San Francisco 49er Porsche of an offense. Very impressive. Jake Halverson, thank you for the $2 donation. I feel like that was a tush-push situation on the prior deal there. At 2 yards, it gets a little tough. It's really a weird situation, Jake, where it can be at that odd spot where once it gets even just a little bit past a yard, it becomes a little dicier on getting that tush-push. And they had it at about a 3rd and 2. It's where I'm sure from Kubiak's standpoint, he would have said too, if that Walker run on the prior down, on 2nd down, when we're getting there and it's like 2nd and 2 as it is, you just want to get that 1 yard on that play. Get that hardy 1 yard, and then we can go to the barnyard, no problem at that point. But once it's to the 2 yard spot, I think it just becomes a little bit too far. I've seen a couple of teams this year trying to do the tush push with 2 yards or the 1.5 yards. And even the Eagles tend to be pretty hesitant about doing that unless their intention is to go for it twice and run it back, and hopefully get a 1/2 yard on the first one, get another 1.5 yards on the next one, something like that. But it was close. It was close, Jake. That's for sure. Thank you for your support. And folks, do please, well over almost 1,200 people in the chat here. If you can do me a favor and hit that like button, maybe sub on up if you get a chance here. We're trying to get to 30,000 subs this year if we can. It's going to be a little farther fun goal, but we're trying to shoot for that. So you can help us out there and definitely help us out by hitting that like button, as it's much appreciated. Got our Hawks offense taking over here with 4:31 to go in the third quarter. Both teams have all 3 of their timeouts, of course, up 10-7. See what the approach is going to be here from Kubiak is he's got to, like me, kind of look at where he's at from a baseline statistically and go, well, things are working here in the pass game. Well, things are kind of working here in the run game. Okay. Offense needs to get going here. We'll see what's going on with the left tackle situation too. We got Kite out there with the injury to Josh Jones as he got rolled up on. All right. Come on, Seahawks. Come on, Seahawks. First down and 10. Seattle's got 3 wide receivers out here in this play. Fumble on the handoff, and we were able to recover it. Oh, man, this is stressful. Whew. I don't think a lineman stepped on him. He just tripped. He just tripped coming out of the off center. Second and 17, Salmon shotgun. Come on. This defense is going to hold you down? Dude. Incomplete pass. 3rd and 17. It's not going to upend people with this narrative on him, man, with this type of stuff where it's like, dude, You trip on your own feet, then you come back and stare down your target and then try to whip it in there like get it under control, buddy. Walker gets a first down run on 3rd and 16. Oh my God. This makes no sense. Hey, first down. Third time in about the last 3 weeks, we've gotten a 3rd and 16 conversion off the back of running the ball. I formation look, play action pass. Sam lets it rip here to JSN. JSN with the catch. Brought down after that. First down. Nice play down the field. Again, the I formation look stuff, folks. I don't mean to keep hammering this. The I formation stuff with Oots in there is working. We see it here because they're keyed up on, they're going to run it here. You run an in-breaking route over the back of the top, where the linebackers are stepping forward in the run game. That should be there. Very nice catch there by JSN. That was not easy on his part to reel that thing in. He made that look a lot easier than it was. A little bit back behind him a bit. 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks now. 2 tight end look here. Niners bringing some heat up around the line of scrimmage. Play action pass. Sam drops back. He's looking deep. He's got to get rid of it. Bounces it back over to Charbonnet. Great job on the check down. Takes the check down. Charbonnet keeping his feet down the field, working hard, and goes and gets a first down run. That is the best decision of the night that maybe Darnold has made from within the context of the pocket. That right there. Able at that point to just add everything down the field. It's supposed to be a deep shot. They diagram it up to be a deep shot. He turns it down, but doesn't turn it down to take a late sack. Turns it down, remembering his flat is out there and ready to be had. That the security blanket read option is there for him to be had. We've got a stoppage in play here as a Niner is still down on the football field for them. But there's times this year you've seen with the offense where they've not been able to, and that's another inside linebacker for the Niners. So that's Tatum Bethune. So that's another inside linebacker down for them, potentially here. He's still on one knee. You're already down in this game from their perspective. Winters, who was out there. Remember as well, Nick Martin, who they took in the 3rd round this year, is on the IR. He was destined to be their theoretical starter this year at the will. They're down Fred Warner. They lost Dre Greenlaw this offseason. So if Tatum Bethune goes down here, that could be very tough for this Niner defense for where they're standing at right now. And yeah, Pound the Rock is right on the if this is going to be the case. Love that decision from Sam, but really love Kubiak to have this as something that's built into the playbook in the game like this here, where at times this year that's not been built into the playbook, where instead you've got no outlet option and it's all on him pushing it down the field, making maybe a bad decision, or then just taking the sack. And you got to give him that option. You got to give him that read out there into that flat at times, and just good on Sam to still remember it and take it. He didn't telegraph it, shifted the shoulders out there and made a nice throw to Charbonnet with the pressure bearing down. 1st and 10. JSN in the backfield will go in motion. Sam drops back to throw. Ball will be tipped up there at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete by Alfred Collins. Collins, a big old 3-tech out of Texas. Makes his money off stopping the run, but he is also big and long. I don't know if he's down to get the friction on. That's a Max Lot reference. Damn, dude, he almost caught that thing. 1:36 to go in the 3rd quarter. Ball at the 25-yard line into 49er territory. Zach Charbonnet in shotgun here with Sam. Defense adjusting some things to the line of scrimmage. Seahawks going to the run play up inside here. Not a lot of places to go there for Charbonnet. Looks like the Niners kind of saw that coming from a little bit of a mile away. Man, again, kind of the back into shotgun, back into 3. Like the I formation looks like Coop keeps going away every time he goes away from it, and it works in this game. I would just be living in those in those I formation looks right now. Make them stop you on it, man. Back to the old thing of this offense, we stop ourselves on stuff we run sometimes. Like shotgun runs. 3rd down and 9. Shotgun again here. Blitz look. Safety coming down from center field here, threatening. Sam dropping back to throw. They're looking for a call. And they do get a call. We're going to get a flag. Rashid Shaheed was livid over there, begging for a call on the outside. And they're going to get a holding call on the San Francisco 49ers for an automatic first down. Let's see how this one looks here. Shaheed operating off the X right at the line of scrimmage. Press coverage, press coverage, press coverage. It's definitely going to be a hard look when you're going to have your arms wrapped around the guy's neck as he's trying to get off the line of scrimmage. I formation look here for the Seahawks. Sam changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Got the safety in there. Walker. He's going to be hitting the backfield there. Niners sold out to stop the run on that play. It's going to be a loss of about 2. You went with it at least. I'd make them stop you. You make them stop you on it. Like up until this point in that formation and that look, you've been mightily successful. So at least like seeing Kubiak going back to it. 22 seconds to go in the third quarter. Seahawks. 2 tight end look here, 2 wide receivers. JSN goes in deep motion here. Little flip play inside to Charbonnet. Charbonnet takes the flip, and he'll roll forward for a nice little gain here of at least making this kind of a third makeable. And the clock will wind down into the end of the third quarter here now. Seattle Seahawks will have a third down, a key one coming up into the turn to the fourth quarter, but with an opportunity here still. Very golden opportunity here that just remains. Get this done. Glenn Karn, thank you for the $2 donation. Glenn, what more can our offense do? What more can our defense do? Play offense? You couldn't have asked for a better game today from their performance and what they've done to this Niner offense, to your point. They have just been on top of this team from the jump. And they've given your offense a lot of opportunities in this game to get this done. I think as much as the offense is frustrated, and I'm not going to undersell the frustration within some of what we've seen the offense here and today and the opportunities that have been there at play, I think the good part about what the offense has done in helping the defense on, in part of making that structure of the teams playing together on this, that it all works together in a circle. So it's like a circle of trust. And that within the circle of trust, they've not gotten too pass happy and force the defense to end up being into this game of having to play more extra possessions than they should have, because you've controlled the clock and you've run the ball, and you've now run the ball 26 times to throwing the ball 20 times. You're walking into the fourth quarter with 27 minutes of time of possession to the Niners 17 minutes and 49 seconds. And so what you have been able to give the defense on this up until this point is you've given them, and this is in correction at times of what this offense has done at times throughout this year that's really made the degree of difficulty harder on the defense, is that, number one, you've controlled the clock. You're owning the time of possession. That's helpful to the defense. And number two, you're not having the turnovers, the short field turnovers, the giving them the ball in tough predicaments. You're forcing the Niners to have to drive the field when it does go to their defense. So there are things within this that certainly are helping out some things to the defense versus hindering them. But now is the time, to your point, to let's lock it in. Let's go ahead and get this touchdown now and reward them for this day that they have had. It's time, right, Glenn? It's time. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation. Kyle, Aikman and Buck are hoping the Niners win so bad. Pray we don't get them to call any more of our games. Ridiculous. I'm sorry to hear that, Kyle. There are quite a few that can tend to find them a little bit tough on the listen to for that, but let's make them, let's make them eat it now, man. Let's make it eat that bias. Eat it. All the way down. All the way down your throat. No, don't just hold your mouth, Aikman and Buck, all the way down. But ridiculous, man. Can't show no biases. 3rd down and 7. Seahawks come out. Shotgun look here. Ball at the 14-yard line. Charbonnet in the backfield. Blitz look from the Niners. They look like they're bringing it. Sam's going to bring Cooper Kupp into motion here tight. Sam dropping back pressure. He's got to get rid of it. Gets it out here to Saubert. Saubert with the catch, and then he's going to be knocked off of his feet for a very short gain. Not anywhere close to the first down. So this will bring out a field goal attempt. Pressure got in there pretty fast on that play. Niners did a very good job of, not a team that blitzes a lot there, but dialing it up, I think, at a key time when you need it. And boy, you talk about needing this one. Jason Myers comes out for a 31-yard field goal attempt here. Snap is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. Kick is good. Seahawks take a 13-3 lead with 14 minutes and 15 seconds off the clock. Almost wound another minute off the clock here in the fourth quarter. Can the defense use a little bit of that at their back, hopefully? Want a touchdown. Field goal's all right, though. Field goal's all right. One more, but we ain't greedy. Just get this win. My heart is going to be damaged. This is getting nervous, man. It's getting a wee bit nervous here right now. Oh, man. Oh, brother. Oh. Where's my...
Gets hot and sweaty and stanky.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. A lot of football game left here. M. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I would love to see a deep shot with Oots on the field. I think to your point, off of that last I formation look, I would want to say that a lot of this game with the Niners, they haven't necessarily lived with the safety coming up into the box out of I formation looks with Oots back there. That play, you really saw the safety running up there. Part of what I was saying where they were sort of selling out for the run in that moment, giving that extra defender up there. Then to that point now, a play action deep drop with Sam at this point in time in the game when you get the next possession back, kind of a backbreaker type play where even more so the Niner team is going to be pulling up and probably replicating some of that same look. Now would be the time where you take that look for maybe a Shaheed over the top. If I get one single safety high, if I can pull that one safety, let's say over to JSN side, and then maybe isolate a Shaheed down the other side, that would be pretty cool to see them try to roll with that in this in the next series that we might get back, depending on whatever happens here defensively, of course, because that's going to be a little bit of it as well that draws you in. But it does look like the time is a little bit right. I was noticing somewhat of the same thing with that safety. So heartily running on up in there in the box. You see him coming right in the screen, coming downhill, screaming downhill. That's the time where now you got the single safety back there, bare minimum, and that's one less body back there. And if you the nice part about what you can do with that is even if they bring that safety down and he comes on the run blitz, you've got the tight end and then you've got the fullback there to kind of accommodate your pass protection. It's almost like you're in a little bit of a de facto max protect situation in those moments to then go and be able to have time to take that shot. So I like how you're thinking, Em. I like how you're thinking. I really do. Let's see what the defense does here now. Whew. All right. They kicked it off here to Sky Moore. Sky Moore will bring it back to about the 30-yard line. Good job by O'Toole. Bobo able to make the play in there, and out comes the defense now on the back of what has been a sensational day for them. Absolutely sensational day for them. 14:09 to go here. 1st and 10 for the Niners. The defense put the stamp on the end of this day. Seahawks offense, 17 first downs to 5 first downs for the Niners. Just 5 first downs to the Niners. 28 minutes of time of possession to 17, almost 18 minutes of possession for the Niners. Shotgun look here for them. It's where they've kind of lived for most of this game. 2 tight ends set. McCaffrey's going to go in motion prior to the snap. Brock dropping back to throw. Seahawks bringing the pressure. They're going to flush Brock from the pocket. Brock's got someone deep here, and he's going to find Kittle way down the field. And like that, they are on to the Seahawks side of the football field. Found the soft spot in the Seahawks zone. And able to get a nice big play down the field. That's Kittle's biggest catch of the day by far, 20 yards down the football field. I guess it's still at technically the 50-yard line here. Blitz here onto Purdy. He's going to break the pocket and try to play action. Throw this one. Doesn't throw it. He's going to get tackled, but not before he goes and gets a first down after the scramble. Seahawks blitzers got knocked off their feet there, and that just gave Brock the opportunity to be able to get and escape out the pocket. Niners 2 plays back-to-back, big chunk plays, just what they want here with time, a bit of the factor of play here. Come on, defense. "13 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. A lot of misdirection right now with the Niner offense. Maybe feeling like the Seahawks defense getting a bit over-aggressive. Can kind of feel that in the play calling here a little bit. Byron Murphy makes the tackle on first down, and he's coming up a little bit. He's coming up grimacing a little bit there, walking off. 2nd down and 6. Bubble screen. First down. 10-yard gain. Niner offense starting to play fast here. Seahawks defense feeling a little bit on their heels on this drive right now. Juwan Jennings and Witherspoon getting after it here, I guess. Man, a turnover would be great here. Ball at the 25-yard line, Seahawks territory, 1st and 10. Purdy dropping back to throw. He's got a nice clean pocket. Again, finds that same soft spot in the zone that he just found earlier on the drive with Kittle. This time he finds Juwan Jennings down there, and another big play. 49ers offense starting to find some answers here on the Seahawks defense. They're running and squatting on a short zone, and then the safeties are staying high over the top, and then they're finding that hole shot then to the sidelines between the two areas. It's a good adjustment by Shanahan and their offense here. Seahawks are going to need to find an answer to it. 1st and goal, ball at the 9-yard line here. Handoff into McCaffrey. McCaffrey goes into a wall of Hawk defenders and lowers his head and comes away with about 2 yards. 10:52 to go in the fourth quarter. Plenty of time on the clock. Niner offense has been pretty good this year in the red zone. Purdy back in shotgun. Pressure's coming. Whoa, did we get the pick? We get the pick? Interception! Interception, Drake Thomas! He stole the ball away from Kittle. We'll see if it stands, and he got his feet down. It was bang, bang. Boye Mafe tipped the ball. Boye Mafe tipped the ball, and it changed the trajectory. McCaffrey had to adjust on the trajectory. It lowered the throw just a little bit behind him, and Drake Thomas was right there tight in coverage to be able to then pick the ball off after that occurred. What an interception, and a time for an interception today for a defense playing so good. And 2 players come through right there in the moment. Boye Mafe, active hands, knowing they're down by the goal line. They're going to want to try to run some of that short stuff. That's being good in his situational awareness. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks now. Sam going to Charbonnet. Charbonnet lowering his head forward, trying to get some yards. Not much to go and get there. Might have gotten 1. 2nd down. You want to be careful here, though, as well, don't you? Defense continues to just be stymieing of this 49er offense. John's got the pit stains going below. I'm with you, John. Second down and 9. Sam dropping back to throw. Gets it out there to JSN. First down, Seahawks. He finds Jackson. Just a stop route. Well run there by Jackson. Attacking the heavy off coverage of the Niners there. Niners protecting against the deep ball there and able to take advantage. 2 tight end look here for Seattle. Hand off to Zach Charbonnet. He runs into a pile of bodies there and he will fall forward for a gain of probably about 2. Niners are doing a better job here of the game on the line and you need to tighten up the rushing defense. I mean, these runs that were kind of cracking through a little bit more earlier on, there's not as many cracks to be found there. They're selling out for it. They're definitely trying to own up to trying to stop this run, kind of going for broke kind of, but they're doing a good job as well as not allowing Seattle to create any kind of holes. Second down and 8. Shotgun look here for Seattle. JSN's in the backfield. Walker's aligned out wide. Sam's going to throw. He's going to break the pocket. Run it, Sam. Run it, Sam. Run it, Sam. Run it, Sam. There we go. There we go. Sam runs it. He gets drugged down from behind by his ankle, but not before he goes and gets a good 4 or 5 yard gain. There we go. It takes you from a moment of being in third and 8 to now you get to be down into 3rd and 2. It's where the vitalness can come in on just selectively using your legs at just the right time. It's easier said than done, but Sam Darnold's done a good job today in a couple moments of using his legs at key times. Not to mention you're allowing this clock to continue to roll. 7 minutes and 47 seconds to go in this football game. Seattle Seahawks 4 of 9 on 3rd down. Sam will line up in shotgun with a 5-man pressure look in front of him. Cup goes in motion. Look for Cup. He finds him. Cooper Kupp. First down, Seahawks. Love getting Kupp in motion there. Get him movement prior to the snap. Get him getting in the wrap there. And love Sam Darnold there looking down to him. The Niners have another defender down on the turf for them. But a brilliant choice there by Sam to go down to Cooper Kupp. Very, very well done. Very well done. Ladies and gentlemen, they used to call him 3rd down and Kupp. That used to be the name that they used to call him down the Rams parts. The Rams parts. See what I did there? But you see why there. Just have to come in with those moments in these games at times selectively. Love it. He's not going to be a 100-yard guy anymore, but those 3rd downs, man, that's where you need him. Man, that's where you need him. Joel Patch, thank you for the $2 donation. This game is for Seahawks. Greetings from Spokane. Well, thank you, Joel. Appreciate you for that. Greetings to you out there in Spokane as well. I've lived there for a great many years out there, and it's a great city out there on the east. Underrated, in fact. And hope you're enjoying this one as well as I'm enjoying it. Thank you for watching tonight. Thank you for your support. Greetings to you, man, and let's get this one for the Hawks. Come on, let's get this one. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Ski. On the road without our star offensive lineman, I don't give an F, dude, for real. Just get the week off to recover. Y'all need to chill on the offense for real. Laughing out loud. Yeah, just get it. Just go and get it, no matter what. I understand too. Bottom line is you get it, you do on that. I think you're just looking at this offense, feeling they're so close. That's kind of where I think the frustration isn't much on hating on the offense. Is just you can feel they're right on that precipice of pushing over to the other side, and then they just sometimes can't quite click back the other way. But they've done enough today. They've done enough, and with the defensive effort to their side of it, it's been cool to see. It's cool to see you too, Ski Nation. Thank you as well for being a member of the channel, man. Just get that week off. It's so huge. It's such a big factor now. They used to have in the NFL 2 bye weeks, 2 teams that have a bye in each conference. Now with only 1, it's made it more than ever vitally important. Fort Schuyler, thank you for the $2 donation. Says D-Loss strip sack touchdown incoming. I hope you're right, but you're also kind of well timed because you kind of put that in right just before Drake Thomas's interception. So you were kind of correct. You were feeling it. You just didn't have the exact details of it down, but you're pretty damn close. I'll certainly take that too. I'll take that in addition. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, picked off Drake. What a play by Drake. What a play by Drake, man. All right, 1st and 10, ball at the 30-yard line. Still in Seahawks territory here. Hand off to Walker. He's going to stand outside. Walker's going to bounce through. Walker's going to go get himself first down. Run. 12 yards for the Seahawks. First down. Running game continues to come alive on the back half of the schedule. Walker, 86 rushing yards today, 36 receiving yards. Really finding that thunder and lightning balance to this team. First down and 10, 6:39 to go in this football game. Sam back under center here now. Walker looking placid in the backfield as they focusing on his face. He breaks another run out, and Walker's feeling it, baby. He cranks another 11-yard gain out, and he's just in the Zen mode. You can feel it. Just in the Zen mode. They did a great job of getting a shot of his face up tight in the telecast, and he just looked calm, cool, collective, and ready to roll. Back-to-back first down runs. Clock is a ticking. 6:07 to go here. Niners have all 3 of their timeouts. Run it down their throat. Sam gets Cooper Kupp in motion here. Kupp operating like a fullback, dropping back to throw with Sam. Take the check down. He takes it down to Charbonnet. Charbonnet tries to sidestep. Not able to elude the tackler, but still a nice little play there for the Seattle Seahawks on first down, about 5-6 yards. Here we go. Thank you, Shadowbot. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Shotgun look here for Seattle. Sam adjusting the play. He's got a 3 wide receiver look here. Cooper Kupp in a tight alignment. Charbonnet in the backfield. Hand off here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet squeezing his way through the hole. Charbonnet fighting hard. They're ripping at the ball. They're ripping. Charbonnet falling forward. Scrum. And he's able to go get the first down. Get downhill. Don't overthink this thing. You're running well. Don't overthink this thing. You're running great. Don't overthink this thing. Keep it coming. You know the Hawks offensive line loves this. Let's keep it coming, Cougs. We got them on their heels. Keep it coming, brother. Sam back under center. Play action pass. He rolls it out here. Be careful, Sam. Be careful. Dangerous pass there, but it will be out of bounds, and this will bring up 2nd and 10. Almost a... Boy, it's probably luckily there that JSN maybe tipped that ball, or that guy might have had a chance to get 2 feet down. It was picked by Green, but he only got 1 foot in bounce. Let's don't overthink the pass and run. Just run the ball. Run the ball. Ball at the 36 here. Sam back under center. Niners loading up for the run. They've got Walker. He's hemmed up back there. He'll be brought down. This will bring up 3rd down. Clock winds down to 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Now you have an interesting decision here to be made from the Seattle Seahawks perspective. This is going to be a very long field goal attempt from this area of things. Windy night. We saw earlier in this game that maybe you'd like to get that up a little bit more closer. The Niners are actually going to take their first time out here of the second half. So do you look to try to necessarily force the Niners' hand in calling another timeout? This is where those numbers lie in. Is it smarter to eat off 45 seconds / force the Niners to eat another one of their timeouts here and then just try the long field goal attempt? Or is it better suited in this moment to try and get the 7 or 8 yards, get a little bit of something to get this closer and then risk potentially having a clock stoppage? Running it could make a lot of sense here too. We've seen Seahawks have some luck with running it out of their third down, out of their shotgun looks, haven't we? On third down and longs. So that could be another way that you can go get the 4 or 5 yard. Well said in the chat on that. You got 4 minutes and 12 seconds to go here in this game. 2 timeouts for the Niners. It's going to be about 57-ish, 58-yard attempt here if you just try to set this up from where you're at. Sam back in shotgun, 3rd down and 10. Quick snap, he's going to throw it. Sam looking, going to run. Go run, Sam. Go run, Sam. Go run. He's going to throw it. He gets to Cooper Kupp for a first down. Cooper sidesteps a tackler, and then he's rolled down to the ground at the 11-yard line. First down, Seahawks. Sam making a great play there. It just would have been easy to take the easy cookie in front of him. Instead, he said, I want the pie. Very nice job with the pocket mobility there. Extending the play. Throws it back across his body, the middle of the field. Cardinals sin. Cooper Kupp makes the catch. They're down in Kupp. It's a real thing, folks. Let's go, Sam. First down. First down. Niners take their second timeout. 4:02 remaining in this football game. The Seattle Seahawks up 13-3. Knocking on the door. Can you hear me knocking? Seahawks coming out. Heavy look here. 1 wide receiver, 2 tight ends, and a fullback. Charbonnet in the backfield. Handoff here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet sidesteps the first tackler. Able to fall forward. Go get himself 3 yards on the gain. San Francisco 49ers will take their final timeout of this football game. So from a structure standpoint, let's think this thing through. Your Seahawks, and you run twice in a row. Take the field goal attempt. You can take this clock down to about almost at about a little over 3 minutes. So, or 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes. So about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. You then give the San Francisco 49ers the ball with 2 minutes and 10 seconds and potentially a 16-3 lead. That might be the draw here in this case of being a little bit hyper conservative on this one, considering that they can't stop these 2 plays, can the Niners. So I feel like they'll probably play this pretty close to the vest, but you never know with Coobs, man. He's a wild man. And he will do wild things sometimes. All right, handoff here. Charbonnet twists around the first tackler, spins out of it, falls forward. A couple good yards to be gained there. It will bring you into a third and makeable, 3rd and 4. And that clock is going to roll. So I have to think from a Seahawks perspective here. Mike McDonald, I just on this next play, wind this thing down to the very final second. I can eat up off the clock, call timeout, come back, and maybe just run it again. I love the ice dagger. Don't get me wrong, guys. I love going for it, but I understand too being careful here as well. See what the team looks to do here. 3rd down and 4. 3 wide receiver look. Tight split from Bobo. Tight split from Cooper Kupp. They're going to hand this off to Charbonnet. Charbonnet bounces through. Charbonnet looks like he's got the first down, but then the great play by the defender to fill the hole and take him down right there, stopping him. Malik Mustafa's played a hell of a game for the 49ers, and he made a real game-saving potential play there for them on that one. 4th down and 1. Clock winds down here. 2:36 to go here. They've got the barnyard tush push out here. Are they really going to do this? No, they're not going to do this. Come on. Just take the time out. Did just what I thought. So you wind it down as far as you can take that clock. At this point, every little second matters that you can burn. Just burn it. And take the 3. I love taking the 3 here. I know the aggression and where you guys want to be on those 3 plays, but what you can do with the clock there and having the Niners already kind of had called their timeout a little early there prior to that, put you in the position on this one to kind of, really bleed this one down hard with those 3 rushing attempts in a row there, even with the Niners expecting it. Let's see if Myers can punch this through, make this stand. 26-yard attempt for him. He's made from 45 and 31, and he's missed from 47 today. But he's made from 45, and he's made from 31. Snap is up. Oh, no! It's off the upright. Oh, no. Okay. Dude, Mike's got a look on his face like he can't believe it either. Jason, dude, 26 yards, bro. 26 yards. Oh, 1st and 10 incompletion. Sorry, got caught too much. It's 2nd and 10 here. Brian Murphy able to generate pressure into the back, into Brock Purdy there. 2nd down and 10. 2:16 to go in this football game. Ball at the 20-yard line. Seahawks trying to rush the passer here. They'll get this out wide. Nick Emanwari rallies up quickly on Christian McCaffrey to bring him down. Well done by Nick Emanwari. Clock continues to roll. Niners are trying to get this off before the 2-minute warning. I don't think they are. No. There we go. So 2 minutes to go here. It's going to be a 3rd down and about 6 for the Niners. 2-down territory for them, no doubt, at this point, of course. Great open field tackle there by Emanwari on a night where he's been sensational once again for us. 7 tackles, a tackle for loss, quarterback hit. He's been great. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, look at Sam, clutch running in January football. He hurt us, man. I mean, 2 of the adjustments that we called upon that need to be made within this offense that were controllable with Sam, that could go a long way to helping out Sam and helping out this offense, was a more of a utilization of your legs and working those outlet options as you need to. When it's late in the play, finding those guys out there in the flat that you can hit in space that gives you that little bit of that security blanket. And he's doing so today. Don't need him to run 15 times a game or 8 times a game. Just a couple times you choose a game when you break that pocket to do so. Well done on his part, and some great decision-making today here from Sam and how he's played. It's the defensive effort. Would love to have more of the offense, sure, but certainly Sam today, especially on that final drive there, potentially if we can hold on and keep this through, will loom terribly large over this game, over everything else. It'll be an important facet that we talk about within this game ski. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation. Kyle, and the quote-unquote debate. How many wins does this team have if we have Geno 2025 instead? IMO 8 wins? It's a good question. I think some of what's happened with Geno, and as all things, there's, kind of a deep discussion we had there on the Geno thing with the Raiders. Partly it's the supporting cast, partly it's the Chip Kelly offense, partly a little maybe within this is Geno getting a little bit older and not able at 36 years old to keep playing at the same level we had seen when he first kind of arrived at the scene and was still at kind of the end of his prime a little bit. But I do think, to your point, that you're not sitting at the win total you're sitting at right now with Geno Smith here. I think that Sam has been a better quarterback for you overall. And I would say that if I'm looking at a difference in wins, I'd probably say, Kyle, that it's, if you're going to end up this season at 14 wins, I think that there's probably about a 4-win difference between the two and how they played. Yeah, I think that would probably be pretty fair. I think Geno could probably get you to 10 wins, but I think Sam gets you the 4 more. And maybe even more so than that. Maybe you're even more right on it than I am if I give it even more thought on some of these games and how they had played out and how they went down and how it all kind of unfurled, so to speak. But Sam has been a different quarterback here. He's been a better quarterback for us. And it's some of it's on small things, some of it's on just lesser big things, but it's it's the total package of that. All right, 3rd and 6. Quick snap here by the Niners. Pressure mounting in the backfield here on Brock Purdy, and that will be incomplete out there to George Kittle. Sensational play out there by Josh Jobe. Able to break it up there out in space. Purdy makes some throws where you're just like, man, he's just throwing that like a prayer, and it ends up like being actually well spotted. Like he put this in a place where his guy could almost go and get it. Really just about could. And considering the pressure, he couldn't really step into that throw. He's made a few of those tonight that you got to be very impressed by Purdy on. 4th down and 6. Game is on the line for the Niners. 3 wide receiver look. Kittle, only tight end, threatening a blitz. Seahawks drop out of the blitz. Pressure mounting here on Brock. Incomplete pass! Incomplete pass! Incomplete pass! The Seattle Seahawks are going to win this football game. The Seattle Seahawks are going to go take the number 1 seed. Brock Purdy remains on his back after the play, and it is a little bit fitting as you as a defense put him on his back from the start of this game to the end of the game. You said, not today, Brock. Oh, 6-1 against us. This is a different defense, Brock. And you had 2 Seattle Seahawks meeting at the quarterback on the big plays of the game. Derek Hall back with his Hulk hands, driving the left tackle into the backfield. Leonard Williams coming from the other side and sandwiching Brock on up. Here we go. Your Seattle Seahawks that no one thought would be here, that everybody wanted to count out, that everybody wanted to say had no business doing nothing this season. Vegas even said 7.5 wins, are going to put together the 14th win of the football season, the number 1 bye, which the last 3 times the Seattle Seahawks have had it, they have gone to the Super Bowl. It is now ours there for the taking, folks. 3 wins. 3 wins, and your Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. 3 wins. A mere 3 will be all it takes. Can they do it? Can they do it? We will see, but they have set themselves up in a hell of a position for this playoffs now. You want to go to the Super Bowl? You got high designs in the NFC of it's your year. You're the Bears and you're all plucky upstart, but we're so good. And you guys are good. You guys are good. You're coming through Seattle. It goes through Seattle. You want to go to the Super Bowl. It's going through our house. You want to go to the Super Bowl. Count this team out. Say that they're not enough of this. Say that they're not enough of that. But I'll tell you what they are enough of. They win football games. They find a win of football games, and they can win football games by every fashion you need it. Blow out teams, we can blow out teams. Get up on teams and press them down, we can do that. Win an ugly struggle back and forth, we got that. Come from behind, we got that. Any brand of football you want us to play, we'll go play it. You want us in a back alley? You want us in a bar? We'll take you on wherever you want us to take you on. Weather doesn't matter. Short week doesn't matter. On the road doesn't matter. Count us out. Watch this game and go, well, that offense doesn't have enough to get the Super Bowl. Keep doing it. Keep looking at this team saying, not enough, not enough, not enough. We'll just keep winning. We'll just keep finding a way. Let's go. Let's go. As predicted, I told you leading up to this game, it wasn't the exact score I had, but I had a comfortable win. Everybody for a week got caught up on, is it Sam Darnold? Is it this? Is Sam Darnold good enough here? Is he going to get a clutch drive? Is he going to lose the game at the end of the game? Games all come down to the final score. And I kept saying, there's so much of a heavy obsession with the quarterback position. What about the team? Where does that factor in? How much does that weigh? Is it just the quarterback? What about the team? I kept saying, this is a better team. The San Francisco 49ers, at the height of their powers with this roster, as they constructed it, on almost an equivalent health basis as what we are coming into this game, it's a different kind of matchup. It's a different story. Make no mistake about it. I said that as well throughout the course of this week, and I remain consistent with this now. What they had to deal with injury-wise throughout the course of this game was a helpful aiding matter into getting you where you are. But that's the point. That's why we could say this is a team by how they played, by how good they've been, by the trust they've earned in us. will tell us against this kind of opponent, limping, a broken arm, a broken back, that type of team as good as we are, we will put down. And we can put down comfortably. And it doesn't need to come down to the end of the line against that particular style of team because we are just that good. You don't stumble drunkenly into a 14-win season. You certainly don't do so when every advanced analytical parameter out there will tell you this is the number one team in football. You don't do so playing in by far the toughest division in all of football as well. You do so because you're just that damn good. I don't know if this team's going to go get a Super Bowl this year. I don't know how this season will play out. But they are legitimate. And there'll be all the questions this week, even off this game. Well, that Niner team is injured as they were. Watch this. Those Niners, as injured they were, you really should have beat them like 33. So really, you're still telling us you're not a contender. That's going to be your story. That's going to be your narrative. Don't listen to any of it. Don't pay it no mind. It's all a bunch of crap, and it's the same stuff they've been saying since day one about this football team. What a year. What a year, and what a team. It is the great part about this and why outside that quarterback position is locked in that part of it. It's a great team. It's a great defense, great special teams. It's a great team. It's a team that can have failures to certain points of it. Myers missing a couple field goals today. We can overcome. It's a day where an offense can have turnovers on certain days. The defense can hold the line. They can overcome. It's a day where the defense can have days like the Tampa Bay day or the day like the Rams game a couple weeks ago, and the offense will find a way. But it's a team. Interconnects in that fashion, not three disparate parts, three different disparate phases, but three phases linked together like a chain. And it makes a heart. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, baby. Oh, let me just just drink it in, you know what I mean? Let me just drink it in. Woo! Woo! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're right. I feel like I'm on the team, man. You're right. Yes, sir. What a great game. What a great game. Matthew Plowden, thank you for the $2 donation. Is going to finish the game with your play call. Well, thank you for that, Matthew. Hopefully it was pretty riveting. I'm hoping. We're always trying to get better with the play-by-play here, but this kind of game just shows you it's like, this is why there's so much fun. It's like the Rams game a couple weeks ago, just the high drama is second to nothing else. And this team has it's made it one of the more enjoyable seasons ever to watch as a Seahawks fan. It has been just an incredible year to get to take into account. And they gave us another gem today, Matthew. They really did. Peter, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, what a drive. Running downhill with the lead in the fourth quarter. Go Hawks. It's another part of that I pointed to in this game that was leading up. That was the important factor of what's been going on with these teams, what's been going on with us as a team, and that the hyper concentration on simply Sam as it stands is not necessarily accurate because this is a team that's living in more of a balance and can afford to do so because of the fact the running game has been so consistent recently. And again, that was the case today. Big runs, consistent runs, 39 carries, 180 yards on the day, 180 yards rushing on the day. And as we saw through the back half of this schedule, this has been the commonality that continues to get better and better and better. And one that we hoped, in theory, as the year started with a new scheme and a new scheme in the wide zone that can take a little bit of time to get those details right, that the run game would get better with time. And that we could hope to, okay, maybe that'll be rough running in the first half of the schedule, but then we'll be able to actually lean on it as somewhat of a strength in the back half of the schedule. You've been able to lean on it as a strength in the back half of the schedule. And I don't think there's any reason to believe or not to believe that this part of this offense, as we go into the playoffs, can carry forward. That this type of rushing attack, how diverse it can be, how much it can attack you, especially with, you want to be a nickel, but we're going to force you into base. It can do a lot of that. The Robbie Oots factor coming into play, huh? How about the Robbie Oots, huh? Oots, 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 Oots. Robbie Oots. Robbie mother effing Oots out there laying blocks, I formation, old school football, 1986. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I love what I saw from it, though, Peter, and the way you were able to run the ball today and stay consistently with it. And Kubiak didn't get away from it, didn't get away from that final drive. And you got those first downs and would have been good to get the points. Yeah, but at the end of the day, ripping the time of possession away from the Niners in this game so hardly and consistently having those drives working throughout this game allowed you to get this win as much as the points you put up on the board. And that last drive absolutely encapsulated that as well as anything else. Getting those first downs, keeping the clock running, just grinding that last fourth quarter clock out when you need to do so, when it's hard to do so, when the Niner team is loading up defensively to stop it. Let's go, Peter. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Cup says, we ain't done. Numero uno, baby. Smoking on that Niner pack tonight. Oh, yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. The Niner tears are going to be a bit salty this evening, folks, so make sure you drink enough water so that you stay hydrated. Thank you for that $5 for Wu-Tang. Let's go, bro. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. 49ers are already coping. Buck and Aikman, too. Sounds like it was pretty bitter for them on that, huh? Like they wanted to go the other way. And yeah, I'm guessing we're going to get a lot of cope from the Niners this next week. I can only imagine. We'll hear, I'm sure, a little bit from officiating. I'm sure the injury thing, which all week they didn't want to point to all the injuries and say it's not going to matter. We're so good. We don't need those guys. We still beat your ass. And now the injuries will become a hardy excuse. So I'm already ready for it. They got an excuse for us every time we win every week. So I'm all right with that. I'm all right with that. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate you. Mumbles, thank you for the $10 donation. Mumbles. Calling my shot. Jesse's not going to give Sam any credit, even on that play with Kupp on the third down with little more than 4 minutes rolling to his right, throwing across his body for a completion of 10. No, he's not. And it's, you know, it's such a weird debate that I have a little bit in the round table show a bit on this, because it's just like, I think we sometimes are arguing a little bit of two different things, you know, when it comes to Sam Darnold and the quarterback position as a whole. But Sam Darnold was 20 of 26 in this game for 198 yards. You were rushing through probably deep into the third quarter of this football game. You were averaging 6 yards per carry. It would be moronic of an offensive coordinator at that point to decide to go more pass happy at that point when the run game was working so well. So Sam going 20 of 26, almost 100 quarterback rating. Is it a next level game where he's going to disprove all the haters? No. And to your point, it's certainly not a guy like Jesse's going to look at that and say he proved anything to him. But you know, the whole point of what these guys tell me is that in these big matchups and these big games, when you need him most, that he's supposed to fail, not that he actually finds success. There's supposed to be this big fail thing that comes with Sam, right? The turning into a pumpkin is not 20 of 26 for 200 yards passing, especially on a day where your quarterback throws for 127 yards. Like, that's not a failure, you know, and that's the point of what they've tried to say with Sam. And Sam again is like, yeah, he might be good for a while, but that failure point will always come in when you need him most in those. It's like, well, we've needed him most in a few different games this year at times to do things, and he has been the opposite of that by and large. But you're very much right to dunk as you will on that one, Mumbles. Certainly those folks like ourselves that have had Sam Darnold's back are not looking silly today. We have not been disproven off the back of this game, nor the back of this 14-win season with Sam as the signal caller, right? Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says B, Sherman would say mismatch. He would say mismatch. I like it. And yes, he is. You know, Richard's out there celebrating today. I know he's got that Niner love, but still a Seahawk. You know, at the end of the day, that's got to overrule it a little bit for him, I'm sure. But thank you, Mark. I appreciate the donation, man. Thank you so much. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. Got a screenshot for you, B, if you need it. If not, I'll donate to Jesse with my crow. Also, it's barnyard time. Barnyard time, baby. Didn't have to call on the barnyard today much, did we? Didn't need it. Barnyard's been a little quiet in recent weeks. We tried to do the hard count on the barnyard today, but it didn't quite get it. But yes, sir. Send it my way, man. It'll be a week of receipts this week. And of course, I won the great hat bet. The great hat bet of 2026 has begun with yours truly about to put a San Francisco 49er fan into this hat. Into this hat right here. We're going to put our guy right into that hat. Niner fans going to have to wear that for 2 hours on a roundtable stream. So get ready, Jesse. It's a coming. It's going to be time to pay up. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. Says 49ers showed me nothing. Rams versus Seahawks. Well, indeed, it's not going to shock me in the least if this comes down to the Rams one way or the other some point down the line in this season. It's definitely something that I can see going down for sure. Give me 1 second here. Give the Rams credit on this one, Banker. I mean, they came in this no Trent Williams, no Ricky Parasol. I mean, they might have been down to like their fifth or sixth string inside linebacker by the end of this game. I always say injuries come to a point. I'm consistent with this. I said this throughout the week before they had to sustain more injuries in this game. This isn't a representation of the Niners being bad. This is a representation of you catching the Niners limping. And you have one man that can run full speed. You have another man that limps. And both of them are potentially at the same time at full strength, able to run full speed very close to each other. That's just the reality of the NFL for you. And that's the war of attrition that comes into play at this time of year for some teams that have had to suffer the kind of injuries that the Niners have had to suffer. And so I'm not going to cover up that part of it. They still remain into the future, beyond this season, I think, and they're going to the playoffs, but beyond this future and beyond this season, they remain a dangerous team with how they're structured, but we caught them at the right time. That's certainly a part of this. Devin Turner, thank you for the $5 donation. Devin, good karma for Hawks Nest and Seahawks fans everywhere. Indeed, man. Indeed. Thank you for that, Devin. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. And let's go. Go Hawks. Robert in the house, my brother in the house with 54 months, the Hawks Nest member says, mob. Mission over BS. And that defense today walked out and they had no BS at all. They just came out and said, we're going to be better. Brock Purdy, 19-27, 127 yards, an interception. Running game of the Niners, 12 carries, 53 yards, 4.4 yard per carry average, but that was really boosted up by Purdy's 2 carries for 21 yards. You found a way to create quick pressure on him today. You found a way to keep him under duress. You rarely let him really feel like he could step up into the pocket and let her rip. Great day for the mob. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I thought Jesse said Sam was going to choke. I can't wait for you to give it to Jesse on Tuesday. I'm salivating for it. Yeah, Tuesday can't come soon enough, to your point on that, M. Jordan. And that is the point. And we'll see if the goalposts get moved on Tuesday in regards to this very point. Does it now become, I just didn't think Sam could do enough to get you there, right? And it's like, well, your defense and your running game got you there. Versus saying, like, no, I said he was going to fail. I said he's going to fail when you need him most. I think that final drive, for instance, when you need to put this game away from just to eat the time up and don't give him enough time with a 10-point lead, certainly at that point proves enough to say, hey, that's where it's hard. That's where it isn't easy. That's where you got to make some throws and make some really smart decisions. But 2026, he was smart with the ball today. He played this a clean game. This was a day where you look in retrospect and you say, we've had games this year, we've turned the ball over and it's made the game much closer because we had to get more, we felt we had to get looser and more freer with the ball, probably with the drive at the back in order to try to score more points. And that when you go and you realize, well, wait, what if we brass tacks bottom line this sucker? If we remove all turnovers from our game today, what is our defense going to hold them down to from a point fashion? And this game kind of became, as a coach and watching it early on and kind of seeing how it was going to play out, this is how you could kind of feel this game was going to go a little bit. All the much more to lean into making sure your quarterback's aware of being safe and protective with the ball, making really smart decisions, not trying to do too much because your defense will do enough. The rest of this team will do enough. How you run the ball will do enough. And Sam played with some of that. Playing within yourself as a quarterback's not sexy, but it's effective. And it can win you football games when you got as good a team as the Seattle Seahawks team does have. I can't wait either, Em. I can't wait either. Ooh, we got another one of our OGs in the house. Derek, Seahawks Lightning fan. Thank you for the $5 donation. Derek, been here for a few years, B, and this is the most passionate I've been in a long time. Watching great defense is more exciting to me than a great O. I can understand why. The degree of difficulty is so much harder for these guys to succeed. The game is so slanted to the offense to be great defensively. It takes a hell of an effort. It takes a hell of a scheme. It takes your guys being fundamentally sharp and precise in what they do. It is not just something that, again, comes together haphazardly, but has to be very driven on from a very precise direction to make it happen, because it is so hard, or more teams would do it. More teams wouldn't be hiring offensive coaches at every single turn. But the Seahawks have found the right ingredients, the right mixture, and Mike Macdonald is the real deal. There's no doubt about that at this point. 10 wins in his first year, now 14 wins in his second year, the number one seed in the NFC. This guy's coaching future is so bright. His upside is so amazing. And having this team kind of ahead of schedule as he has, having his culture established as quickly as he has done, it makes you get passionate, because you see these guys out there buying in, and you see when you have a team that has the talent, the goods, and then it gets the buy-in with the coaching, it's how you get that, you start to get that really excited point where you're like, oh yeah, that is the right formula to going and getting an NFL championship. I know that. Thank you though, Derek. Absolutely, you should be. It's well earned, man. Well earned. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says divine intervention works. The number one seed is ours. Let's have it go. Let's go, Megan. Let's go. And divine intervention's right. The Pope rule of thumb holds true. Let's keep it holding true. Let's keep the faith. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I can't wait to see Jesse in that hat. It's coming, Jesse. Yeah, it's coming. Come on. That hat, it's a big old hat too. It's big, and it's real big. It's real big. He's going to look good in that. Got a Ram fan in the beanie last week. Got a Niner fan in the Seahawks hat this week. Life is good. Life is pretty good. R. DeLevy. Thank you for the $20 donation, R. DeLevy. He says, I hope everyone saved their receipts with all their San Francisco friends and fam chirping this week. Hawks win number one in the NFC, baby. Let's go. And yeah, boy, I'll tell you, DeLevy's touching on it. I'm sure many of you heard it from your San Francisco friends and family, as he says. I certainly was seeing it in my chat. Man, even the Ram fans weren't this over the top when we were leading up to play them on Thursday night. It got more and more intense as the week went on. It got more and more chippy as the week went on. It got more and more, swinging below the belt as the week went on. This was definitely one where you could feel that rivalry's passion reignite. You could feel the intensity starting to ratchet on up a bit on this one. And this is only going to me, fare and even the better as we get into the future on this matchup and how this plays out in the future years on this. But yeah, you got the right to come back to them, and don't let them off the hook. If they're sitting there telling you all last week that injuries weren't a factor on it, that's not a thing, then okay, what up? And that's not a factor. It's not a thing. You guys are just so good. You're just so amazingly coached. You're just so well structured by how much depth you guys have drafted. Like what happened to that? It's like, well, yeah, but there's just too many. Like you'll get a little bit of that. But look, 14 wins, long NFL season. Toughest division in all of football. We've earned the right to be here, man. We earned the right. We took it. We took it as a team. And the sky's the limit for this football team. 3 wins, and you are a Super Bowl champion. 3 wins. That's all it takes. DeLevy, man, I appreciate you, though. Thank you for the big donation. And you have yourself a good one, bro. Let's go. Number one in the NFC. Pretty good. Pretty good. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. Hot take, Eagles and Patriots are out in the first round. I could see it. I could definitely see it. I can't, and I maybe have been wrong in it. I've struggled to buy into this year. I buy into the direction. I buy into how the program's going in general terms when it comes to the Patriots. But I have found myself struggling when it comes to buying into them on being a true playoff, dangerous playoff team. I haven't been able to quite get there on that. I mean, they play Buffalo potentially in the first round as it kind of sets up right now. Let's see. So you go, boom. Yeah, so they're facing Chargers or Buffalo potentially, and how this could roll for them. I could easily see that occurring. I don't know, man. If it goes to where it's fit to form right now, I don't know if it fits to form right now. I don't know if San Francisco is going to have the goods to be able to take down the Eagles in their house. And that's who it looks like Banker that would be facing him as it stands right now. If things kind of play out the way they should tomorrow, obviously there's an upset or two this can kind of still change it, but I would expect that that's going to be a pretty beat up San Francisco team going in there next week, especially they're down a couple of inside linebackers at that point. But if it was your Rams playing them, then yeah, Banker, I would be right there with you. But it looks like your Rams are going to get an opportunity to go out there to Carolina in that first week's matchup. Koken, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, y'all thought this was a matchup? Mismatch. Get that Sherman line in there, and one of the all-time classic lines by Sherman. Mismatch. I can't say like he can. DVN, thank you for the $5 donation, DVN. Brandon, we did it. We called it. No more roundtable disrespect. Fraud team. Tired of them playing with you on that show, bro. That's why I go so hard. Hey, I get it, man. And, I've been amping up as the years gone along on this too, as I've been more and more convinced by what I'm seeing. And I've, taken all of that stuff into account, and the Sam stuff that constantly gets battered around, and the lack of faith in this team, and that, we're this or we're that, or we're not enough this, or there's this many interceptions in this amount of time, and all the little things that they can try to pick and poke at and prod at. But the bottom line factor is that you're winning week in and week out, and you're winning comfortably again, week in and week out. Let's also face this. This is a game where, once again, we're holding on by the skin of our teeth. Yes, it's a close game. Yes, it's a tight game. Niners did a good job, but also a couple more field goals in this game, and this is even more comfortable as it probably should have been, and they're not even coming down to this. So this is not just winning. This is us winning well and doing so in a lot of weeks. It's a Carolina team on the road last week that you beat 27-10. The same team that was able to beat that Rams team on the road. And so going to be hard for them to dial up the disrespect this week. It's going to be hard for them to come up with an excuse. But I'm expecting that we're going to hear it. I'm expecting we're going to hear Jake saying he's not scared of anything that we throw at him, especially once he gets back the magical Quinn Lake to solve all problems. But from my perspective and my money on this, I think they know that we're building a juggernaut here, and that this Super Bowl window is just starting to crack open right now. Right now, it's just beginning. Third youngest team in the NFL. $70 million of cap space this offseason. We're going to do a lot of damage here. So go hard, man, DVN. Go at them. Don't let those boys off the hooks. I'm not letting them off the hooks with bad takes. Especially bad takes that they expose sometimes on a weekly basis, huh? Taker 610 says, damn, that was a sick 4-and-out ending with the Brock Purdy sack sandwich. Turnovers on down. Victory. Victory, man. Let's get it, Taker. Hell of a way to end it. That's a hell of an exclamation point to a win for this defense that shut things down. Not even that soft. We're going to sit back and prevent defense that never prevents anything, and we're just going to let you go out down the field, but you're going to have to eat about a minute and a half to do so, and then we'll just hope we can get the onside kick, and then hopefully we can eke this thing out. Instead, the defense is like, no. We established from the jump today that we are coming out into this game and we are shutting your ass down. So we will continue to shut your ass down. And boy, did they do so. Hand grenade. Thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. And he says, then that, my friends, is how you win the NFC West. Let's go. How the West was won. How the West was won. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $20 donation. Wu-Tang! Man, very kind of you, bro. Thank you for all your donos today, bro. Absolute dominance by the defense. Lynch's 2013 NFC Championship game talisman jersey came out today and delivered. It wasn't as close as the score. We own San Francisco. The speed and the physicality on D is special. We put that thing on them. Yes, we did put that thing on them, man. We all we got. We all we need. We all we got. We all we need.
Enough said.
Enough said. Absolute dominance by this defense. And while this Niner defense has plenty of reasons for saying, well, we're losing so many guys. Niner offense, okay. Parasol, okay. Trent, you're down these two aspects of it. We're down, of course, Cross too. But you dominated them defensively. And this is an offense that, despite losing some of these parts and pieces over the times of this year, has still been a very elite offense week in and week out, has been able to find answers throughout the games week in and week out. And you went out there and you held them down to 3 points. I believe this is probably their lowest total of the year this season. And you look at that and you went out there and did that. That is absolutely, utterly dominant play. And it's a defense that's gotten better along with a couple other parts of this team, like the rushing defense. It's a defense that continues to get better. The Rams game is a little bit of the outlier in the back half of the schedule. They're putting the clamps down. They're healthy. Julian Love's back in tow, and the difference that he makes into that secondary and what he brings, you're really only down one guy in this game. And you came out and you just completely took it to that offense. I mean, you shut them down. You created the quick pressure. You gave him enough intermixture looks to not make Brock feel comfortable back there in the pocket and that he could sit there and assess. You know, you really kind of changed things up over and over again, including a lot of those 5-man kind of blitzes that you threw at him here, bit in and bit out. And a great job of the defensive line in containing Brock today, not giving him any escapes. But we put it on him, man. Thank you for that, Wu-Tang. I'll be right back. 1 sec, folks. Oh, let's go. Let's go, Wu-Tang. Absolute domination, man. You're going to need to be wearing that Lynch jersey the rest of the year, by the way. I will be wearing this jersey the rest of the year. I'm not washing it. Don't wash yours. If you did whatever you did today, continue it forth into the future of this year. This should all go without saying, but the mandate is being applied now. Now being applied. Wu-Tang, you are the man. Thank you for that $20 donation. We are all we got, but we are all we need. Channelbot, thank you for the $2 donation. He says 14 wins, 3 losses. 3 losses, 14 wins. 14 wins, 3 losses. By a collective 9 points. Even those games you lost, just barely did so. But you got the number 1 bye, folks. Can any of you imagine thinking about it back in August? We sat there trying to make sense of this team, the loss of DK, the loss of Gino, the loss of Tyler Lockett, the late cutting of Noah Fant. We tried to make sense of this team. Can they get in the playoffs? Can we get 1 game better than we were last year? We get a little bit of improvement. But then with high hopes into 2026, we had our expectations a little low for that. Hope they get in. Have they risen the bar? Have they ever risen the bar? Mumbles, thank you for a $20 donation. Mumbles. Again, you guys are just amazing on your support of this channel. Thank you for all you guys do for this channel. Much appreciated. Mumbles. Brandon Perna's curse wheel doesn't work on the second spin, according to him. He's the messenger for its prediction. He is the messenger for its prediction. It cannot be tampered with. He spun it onto us for the second time. The curse wheel cursed Jennings and the Eagles. I'm just saying I agree with you on the same matter, Mumbles, and I made the same point on this. You can't establish the curse wheels mechanics and then try to change those mechanics post-hence because you don't like the results. That's you bringing in the human intervention aspect into things. Not that I believe in curse wheels, not that I would ever put a curse wheel together. Because when you start throwing out curses, be careful because that thing can ricochet and bounce right back onto you. That's why you got to be careful when using that stuff, Mumbles. You know what I mean? But indeed, we were not the first one. Many Hawk fans were hitting me up in my DMs. Let me know on Twitter. But Brandon, Perna's wheel got us. I said, no, second, I told you guys, no, second spin don't count. I was joking when we got Grossi Posse raid today, and I was joking on the time, like, your buddies out there, like, feel like they're Vegas with the roulette wheel where they can just kind of hit the button and it can bounce the ball off the number that they don't want to bounce on, What point does the power of the wheel really have at that point, right? But maybe it will be the Eagles. Maybe it will be the Eagles. They've got nothing really on the line this week, and I think that's why he changed it, because they can lose this week and nothing really adjusts in their situation because the NFC East sucks. Because they get to have a slide for a first place finish with that division. But well said, Bubbles. Thank you for your $20 donation. And second spin don't work. You can't establish the bylaws and then change the bylaws midstream. That don't work. Frogman, thank you for the $5 donation, Frogman. Brando, emotions are high, crying tears of joy. This is a Super Bowl caliber team. Mike McDonald is legit and home field advantage. 2 games to the Super Bowl. Hell yeah, brother. And it's rightfully so to cry tears of joy watching this team and being as passionate as a fan as I am myself on this. And it's why you see me so worked up, because we've earned through this on the fan, as a fan base and struggling through things that we knew were not true and were not right. And they weren't fun things to have to turn over as far as realities of our situation for where our team was at. Russell Wilson, is he getting close to the end of the line? Has things just gotten out of proportion? The quick end of the Legion of Boom. Then the turning over into Coach Carroll and whether or not we have to move from that as well, and whether or not that's the right choice or not. And all of these things now in retrospect on these choices that were made and what John Schneider's done and the bringing in McDonald, all of this looks self-evident as being completely smart and brilliant. And but all of these moves were with a ton of worry and concern and no guarantees. And that it was one where you were feeling a little bit of there was a bit of a rolling of dice because you think you were seeing something clear, but we might be not seeing it too, but you saw it clear. We saw it clearly through. And in seeing that clearly through, now to have this turn to the other side of it, where we're seeing not just the result of it, but the process. I mean, this is what the team loves to talk about, is it's the process, not the results. And the results are great, but it's a great process that gets you to the right results. And that's really was at the heart of some of the stuff that we had to turn over within this team. Was not that they didn't have some good stuff that they worked off of, and there were some things that they were capable of doing as far as they could count on year in and year out. It was that they had to fix what was broken, fix what was not working right. And once they got that done, then it makes complete sense why this thing has taken flight and found success, and why the success should also be sustained with it. 2 games to the Super Bowl, 3 games to a Super Bowl title, home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Last 3 times the Seattle Seahawks have had the number 1 seed, they have gone to the Super Bowl. See if they can do it again. Keep that running once more. Yes, sir, Frogman. Thank you. Stephen Penor, thank you for the $1 donation. Stephen, didn't have any note on your donation, but thank you for that $1 drop, man. I really appreciate you. John Naylor with a $2 dono asks, what size of hat does Jesse wear now? Jesse will be wearing the following hat. I got to get this sent off to him actually after the stream today. So he's going to be wearing this hat right there. That will be Jesse on the round table. Might not have it to him this week. Gonna have to go get it found out, especially. But he not only has to wear the hat, but of course, part of the deal as well is you have to keep the hat for the rest of your life. So it's not just a hat that you have to wear once for the week. He has to keep. I don't care. You can put it in some box in the back of your garage. But yes, sir. Gonna need him to. Gonna need him to wear. Get that sucker on here in the next couple weeks. Yes, sir. Magic Vlogs, thank you for the $2 donation. He says Jesse is speechless right now. What can he say? I think, he's not a guy to go look for excuses, number one. So he's not a guy just going to lean to the injury excuse, even though there's some validity to it, quite honestly. But I think also from his perspective on this and looking at his team this year and right now in this game was, hey, the offense is something that we've been able to rely upon every single game by and large. That's been the thing that, that has continued and maintained itself as far as defense may suck because of some of those injuries things. But, that's as much of why that's happened with the defense. But, this offense comes off of 42 points against the Bears last week, 48 points against the Colts. I got a cat hair in my nose. 48 points against the Colts, 37 points against the Titans, and 26 points against the Browns. So they've been putting up and averaging like 5 points here over the last 4 or 5 games. I don't think he came into this game seeing an outcome of a possibility where they ended up with only 3 points on a day where defensively they're able to hold our offense to 13 points. I think that's where you just kind of come out and you shake your head, and speechless is probably a good way of putting it. 1 second. I love to hear Jesse speechless, though. And I'm really looking forward to this round table this week, folks. You're just going to see me with the Cheshire Cat's grin all round table. Just be sitting there just, yeah. Yeah. How good tomorrow's going to be, folks. Last game of the football season. Turn on your red zone tomorrow. Get up around 10 for the first games. Sit back in your recliner. Let that first beer make that good, real satisfying noise, Yeah. That first sip, that first number 1 seed sip of Sunday morning. Got nothing to do. You got nothing to do. Those chores can wait. Just going to sit there in your couch on this Sunday, watch those games. Revel in the fact that your Seattle Seahawks ain't going to play for 2 more weeks. Revel in the fact your Seattle Seahawks just haze in the barn, baby. It's all put. We're good to go. We're chilling. Matthew Plowden. Thank you for the $5 donation, Matthew. Appreciate you for that. Congrats on the number 1 seed. Cup might be the secret weapon in the playoffs. Maybe we'll see in the playoffs. Nothing but respect. Well, nothing but respect to you two as well. Nothing but respect to the Niner organization. I on this as well. I mean, you guys are hard guys to take down. You're tough organizations to take down for a variety of different reasons. And that's why partly we're reveling so much within this. And that the solution to these two particular puzzles over the last 5-6 years since McVay and Shanahan arrived have been very, very tough to find any answers to. And so, yeah, we're going to enjoy it now as we do start to find some answers. But it would not surprise me in the least if the Rams are the team that we play down the line. They're every bit the threat that they have been throughout the course of this season, the threat that I thought that they were from the start of this year. The games we've played does not change that. I don't think that we're going to suddenly now have the answers for them in every way. I think this is the way that this very well could go. And I think that we very well could find, Matthew, in the end of the season, that these are the 2 best pure football teams in the NFL, bar none. So we will see if it does play out that way. It would look like potentially within this that we might even be playing you guys in the next round. So we might come to find out this one pretty darn quickly as to which way this one swings when it's all said and done on that front of things. But much respect to you guys too, man. Thank you for that. Mike, 5067, thank you for the $5 donation. Another Ram fan. Thank you for that, Mike. Congrats, B. Looking forward to that hat on Tuesday. Still think my Rams are going to get the last laugh, but that D is legit. Bring on the playoffs. Well, thank you for that, man. And fair enough. I said it with your Rams team coming out of it, even though I was kind of getting on to some of the stuff with the talk, the officials and all that. But that, leading before we get to that talk, that Rams game was that, that's your team is legitimate and your team's going to be no easy day at the office. And I am mighty glad that we get to face your team at home, where a little bit of that home cooking, a little bit of that home energy, a little bit of that home volume maybe can make the difference to getting over the top in a game with a team that's been so tight and close with you step for step throughout the whole course of this year in each of the first two matchups. So it'd be a hell of another fight coming up again. We'd have a hell of a lead up and a preview to it, no doubt about that. And I'd imagine it'd be another close game that came down the line, Mike, if it was that way. But thank you for the congratulations. We feel really good. It's been a fun season for us. And with us, we've just been kind of banging on that door to contention, banging on that door to trying to get to a lead here for a few years. And you're that close. It's so frustrating as you just can't quite make the last final step of progress. Finally have this year and finally have in a major way. But we all probably shall see you again. I do not see a pathway for the whatever it will be at this point. It looks like potentially the Panthers you're going to be playing here. I don't see the pathway for you guys to get that. Let me see. Maybe they didn't have that updated. I thought it was for some reason, I thought maybe they're just not factoring in they got the loss there. They got the loss there. So, yeah, Tampa Bay gets it because they got the win. Don't they? Maybe it doesn't factor that way. They need some help, man. Wow, they need the Saints to win. Jeez. That's tough for Tampa Bay. That's a big difference of an outlook of an opponent, Mike, to me. Panthers to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, You guys get to play the Panthers. I wouldn't be surprised you blow them out, but you guys got to play the Buccaneers, that offense right now. That could be another different type of day at the offense for you guys if it goes that way. A little bit to be determined tomorrow as far as the actual position of this stuff goes. But Ram fans, classy group, classy bunch. Thank you guys for all of your support. And we'll try to get that hat to Jesse this week, Mike. If we got to specially order it, might take a week, but Jesse will be wearing that hat. And I'll be very satisfied with myself watching him struggle in that sucker for a good long 2-hour show. Let's make sure on that day we get the donuts up to get those shows real extra long for Jesse in that hat. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. Mumbles, didn't dare bring that juju on us during the game because the universe likes to humble peeps. Also thought the 49er offense was great. What happened? Run into a bit of a buzzsaw, right? It's your defense and running full strength. And, this is a defense that did pretty darn good against this Niner offense in the first game of the year when that Niner offense was stronger than they were today. Yes, we're playing on the road. That's a bit of a factor, but the defenses just kept coming together more and more. And one thing I tried to mention to Jesse and to folks out there with this Niner offense and its recent performance especially is that it has been really good. They've been really putting up points, but they have been putting it up on defenses that are not the best of defenses out there. And they've been able to kind of feast on a little bit of the weak. And if you get the schedule like it's been for the Niners throughout this year, which is remembering one of the weaker schedules that we've seen out there in recent memory, aside from having to play the Hawks and the Rams twice, you remove that, a lot of those games are very winnable for them. That can kind of soup up and make you think the offense is a little bit better than they probably really, really, really truly are. Not that it isn't still a really good offense and one of the better in the NFL, but that was a bit of a factor of that. But yeah, you don't want to bring any bad juju mid-game, man. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Jay Melfair, thank you for the $2 donation, Jay. I'm so pleased. Great success. Great success, Jay. What a great feeling, huh? Whew. Feels good, man. Feels good. Thank you for that, man. Great success. Huge win today. Cannot undersell what this does to set up the stage and the possibility of you going and getting into the Super Bowl on the back of something like this. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation. Kyle, make sure the round table understands they all lost to Sam Darnold. The cope and crow they have to eat is going to be sweet. John is Executive of the Year. If John Schneider doesn't win Executive of the Year, then that award means nothing. Nothing. There's not another man who deserves it. It's an award that certainly year by year can be given out based off of what you just done that year. It can be given out by what you've done that year. And then also collectively, if you just look the last 2 or 3 years, how you have stacked this type of performance up from a general manager standpoint over the past couple of years. And to do what he has done through this offseason, getting the second round pick for DK Metcalf and not paying him the contract, getting the third round pick for Geno Smith, the 3 contracts you signed in free agency that were all heartily used money, DeMarcus Lawrence, Cooper Kupp, Sam Darnold, all of those were grade A additions onto this team. Cooper Kupp may not have fantastic, amazing production where he's a 1,000-yard receiver this year, but what he supplied is a steady and consistent force. He's a good blocker in the run game, and he's been a hell of a leader in that locker room. John has been marvelous, and he's earned that right to be tabbed as that executive of the year. Hopefully they give it to him. I can't think of anybody else that's done better work. And it's a great point, man. I will try to remember to bring that up on the roundtable that Sam indeed has beaten every team in this division this year. And in the case of the Rams team, that's a game where you had to put up 38 points to get it done. So it wasn't just a defensive effort that got you there to do it. And certainly he beat the Cardinals twice. So we always come back to this, Kyle, where it's like, when are they going to eventually be sold on the fact that Sam Darnold's a pretty good quarterback and that he's a guy that certainly is good enough to go win you a Super Bowl? And am I overstating that he's the best, top 5? No, but that's not, it's always where the discussion should have been at on this. It's not about top 5. I just think that sometimes people, in looking at these quarterbacks, always have it back through the lens of, but is he top 5? Is he, Mahomes? Is he Josh Allen? Is he Burrow? Is he into that range of like that good? It's like, well, maybe not quite there, but also not light years away in how he performs either, But love it, man. I will try to remind them of that, and we'll be hearing about all the excuses, I'm sure, this week. True Dat Blue, thank you for the $5 donation. True Dat. That's what a total team win looks like, despite the red zone woes. You can win a Super Bowl with the whole team on all cylinders. You can as well, and I think even the way this team showed a lot of times throughout this year, they don't have to be cooking on all cylinders, even against really good teams, to still go out there and find their way to win. And that's because you've built such a complete team across the board and how you've structured this. There's no real great hole. There's no really great limitation or weakness to this football team. It's one that is solidly built, stem to stern. And that's where we come back to within it, that it's just a team that needs to really, as much as anything, I think for us to get wins, is a team that throughout the football game, no matter how a football game plays out, where it may be high scoring, low scoring, it may be ugly, that the team understands that when we're working together as a team and are interconnected as we can be in the process, that we're going to go get the win. And the way that shows itself in a game like this is the offense understanding and being mindful at every turn of not getting turnovers. Not just Sam being smart in his decision-making with where he's throwing the ball, but you saw it in the offensive players after the catch in this game. JSN, Niners players ripping at that ball, trying to get a fumble, him putting 2 hands on the catch after the catch, making sure he keeps it secured. Same thing with the running backs when they got into the scrum. You didn't have one bad fumble. You didn't have one bad interception. That's the aiding of the part over to the defensive side of the ball. That's the interconnectedness of the team. The running the ball, the controlling the clock, helping the defense, interconnectedness of the team. You can win a Super Bowl with this team, man. True. You absolutely can, man. Thank you. Ryan Eddy, thank you for 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that long time support. We did it, Brando. We did it. Overlook us. Yeah, overlook us. I dare you. I dare you. Throw us in the trash bin. Make a determination about what you think we are and that's not enough. This team's been disproven disbelievers all year long. We're just going to keep this thing going. Number 1 seed. You're coming through Seattle. You want to go to the Super Bowl. You feel good about that? The most confident teams out there in this conference can't feel good about that. It's going to be a hellacious environment. It's going to be raucous. It's going to be wild. It's going to be turned up to the nines. You ain't going to get the regular season game. You can take over the stadium. You ain't going to have no room to breathe in that stadium come the playoffs. Let's go. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation, Ski. He says, we just traveled a short week and took the number 1 seed. Cook these fools on the round table. I enjoy it. Well, thank you for the variety of different donations from you today, man. Ski, thank you for that. Very, very kind on it. And look, I fight the urge to get too toxic, right? I fight the urge to get too much of feeling myself, but why can't I now? There ain't no more season left. There ain't no more games left. You had 2 chances at us. All 3 of you. All 3 of you. You had your chance. And you missed. Missed. Oh, I'm going to be feeling myself on the round table, Ski. I'm going to be definitely feeling myself on the round table. It's going to be a lot of like, yeah, How's that taste? How's that taste in your mouth, boys? Enjoy going down the road in that first round. We're going to be just, chilling. We're just going to be hanging out, loving life. But, yeah, I'm enjoying the hell out of this ski. I know you are too. Long time contributor to this channel, long time member of this channel and community. And I know you guys are all out there. Those folks that have been riding with us for so long are savoring this in the same way. What a sweet feeling it is, huh? What a sweet feeling it is. Jeff, 119990. Thank you, Jeff, for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that. And again, you guys are just amazingly kind as ever on your support to this channel. Let's go! Record 14 wins, division champs, and home field advantage. Tastes good, don't it? Tastes good when you say it like that, don't it? 14 wins, new franchise record, most points scored in franchise history, one of the greatest defenses that we have ever put together in franchise history, one of the greatest special teams we've ever put together in franchise history. Are these ingredients that can work together for a Super Bowl championship? Can you go get a Super Bowl on the backs of the likes of that? Have other teams before you gotten Super Bowl wins on the backs of the likes of that? You better believe they have. Get excited, Seahawks fans. If you've been hesitant, I get it. You weren't sure if they're going to be ready to jump a year ahead of time. They've done it. I referenced over and over again back to this, and this is such a point I believe in the bottom of my heart when it comes to this team. And I know I've said it a bunch already up to this point, but I'm going to say it again. 13 years ago, you were ahead of schedule. You had a rookie quarterback in the third round starting for you. You had a great defense. You had 3 phases of a football team that worked together. And that team got hotter as the year went along. That team got better as the year went along. And you got into the playoffs and you had to go play out on the road, first round, go out into Washington. You lose your most effective pass rusher in that game to a torn ACL, having to go out there and play in that first round. Then you got to go out onto the road in Atlanta and play, I think, in an earlier game in that one. I want to say it was like one of those 10 a.m. games that you had to play at. And that was a team that, as hot as they were at the end of the year, 250 burgers they had put up on teams, dusted up the 49ers in that year that the Niners went to the Super Bowl. That was a team that was hot enough to go and get to the Super Bowl, but having to go out in that first round after a long season, then having to go back home and then go back out to Atlanta again. It proved to be a bit too much, and you still took Atlanta right down to the nth degree. You had them right this close in that game in that way. This team is in the same kind of place, and yet, rather than have to go on the road, they're going to get to stay at home. Rather than have to play in that first round, they're going to get that bye. And for a defense that's had its most valuable players at times this year, being a DeMarcus Lawrence or being a Leonard Williams or giving an Ernest Jones another week off who's a vet like that, giving those guys that little bit of extra time, that little bit of extra week to get right, get ready. Say nothing of a Charles Cross able to get one more week to get right, to get ready with that hamstring injury. It's there for the taking. There for the taking. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, roll them up, line them up, inhale, exhale. Smoked them. Let's go, man. Let's go. Thank you, Mark. Nathaniel Martin, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, would love to win a Super Bowl in Santa Clara. Can you guys imagine? Just picture the beauty of it. Raising the Lombardi and raising it in the 49ers house. A sight they can never unseen. A picture that they can never scrub free from the memory banks of their mind. We could do that on top of everything else this year. Storybook season, Nathaniel. Storybook season. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, but you can't win a big game with Sam Darnold. Isn't that what they say? Isn't that the certain narrative that they all speak with such utter sheer confidence? He can't get it done. He'll always shrink. Pumpkin he will always turn into. Only a matter of time. When you need him most, he will fail you. They hammered us with this all year long. They hammered us all off season. They hammered us even as he was playing like an MVP through the first half of the year. They hammered us the second that he even showed a little slight bit of faltering. They were ready to bounce. They were ready to jump. They were ready to say, see, we told you. Sam told them. Sam showed them. And you can still not believe in Sam. You can still have your hold back as far as outside this fan base and the way they're going to look at it, but you can't deny what this man's done this year. And has he had a good supporting cast around him? He has. But has he been a heavy driver of this success along with the rest? You bet he has too. Don't need the rest out there nationally to give him his props, but we're going to give it to him locally. I don't need Niner fans or Ram fans to get sold on him, but I want my Hawk fans to get sold on him. This is the way now. This is the way in the future. You've got the ingredients for this thing to become a Super Bowl winner. You got ingredients to go on runs multiple times over, multiple years over. This Super Bowl window's just opening. Third youngest roster in the entire NFL. Just got the number 1 seed in the NFC. Good time to be a Seahawks fan. Good time to be alive, man. Let's go. Keldad, thank you for the $20 donation. Keldad, kind of you. Tickling the hell out of my nose. Keldad, thank you for the $20 donation. You guys are amazing. Just amazing. What a game. What a team. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Keldad, another longtime supporter of this channel, longtime member of this community, and feels good, doesn't it? Feels good. What a game. What a team. Go Hawks. This type of season, how many fan bases out there have to sit for 20, 30 years to get this kind of first round bye type season, the magical run of this year, have the stakes set up in this way where you have to take down your 2 nemesis at the end of the year in order to accomplish the greatest thing you can accomplish in the regular season, which is that number 1 bye and that first round bye. You couldn't have drew it up better as a way you hope this story would play out. And the optimism that this breeds and the potential of this team, you put it best, man. What a game. What a team. What a team. You shake your head and go, man, it feels good. And you're going to love in life. I think we're all going to be just smiling for the next 2 weeks, just ear to ear. Like, yeah, let's get this, boys. Let's go get this Super Bowl now. Let's go win this whole thing. Why not us? Why not us? Thank you, Keldad. Appreciate that $20 donation. Very kind of you, brother. Very kind of you. Jordan, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, smoke them if you got them. This win feels good. Feels so good. Feels so good. Might have to on that note. Might have to, MJ Jordan, on that note, huh? Might just have to for a second here. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for all of your support today, too, as well. Jose Lopez, thank you for the $2 donation. Jesse said, good luck holding this offense to 17. Yeah, he didn't like it when I had 31-17 as my projection for this score. And I was walking into this with confidence. It was a quiet confidence. I didn't stand out there and sit there and just hammer it with those guys, but I stood on business with it. And I said, no, 31-17. We're a better team. We're a better team. I don't care what you've done offensively. I don't care the little suckers you beat up on the past couple of weeks that have nothing defensively to throw at you. We're different than that. This team's different than that. We're better than that. And you're too damn injured to be able to stand with us toe to toe. Get back to full health. Get back to a little bit more on that side of it. Certainly there, you're going to be able to sit there and slug it out with us, but not right now, not where you're at. Not where you're at. And that held out to be true. It's a place that fans don't like to talk about too much, and it's a place that's no fun because it's like you'd like to believe everybody kind of to a degree has to deal about an equivalency as far as injury goes, but injuries can go too far. And you can be having your depth pulled down too lean and too light, and your team just doesn't have the ability to sustain beyond that when it gets down that far, and they'll get exposed. Niner defense did a great job today considering what they had as far as a degree of difficulty to work with within this game, understanding that. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Randall, absolutely loved Sam today. I loved what I saw from him as well, man. I got no issues with that version of Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold does not have to play like an MVP quarterback to go win a Super Bowl. Not because of the fact that he's got limitations to his game and that you got to work around those limitations, but because that's not the type of team that you built. You can go out there and have this guy throw 25 to 30 times a game like you do today. Go out there and maintain just consistent effort. Be smart in your decision-making. Use your legs at given set times in the game to find some plus yards where you can. He did so today. He did so today. He was able to use it. He only had 9 yards rushing. That's a vital 9 yards that he got you today. 20 of 26, 198 yards. Rushing attack goes for 180 on the ground. That's going to go win you a football game. You don't almost have to tell me about how many touchdowns you scored or whatever. You show me those two baselines for this team moving in the playoffs. 180 yards rushing, Sam 20 of 26 for 181 yards, and you push this through the next 3 playoff games, I'll show you 3 Seahawks playoff wins. Absolutely, I will. And that gets us a Super Bowl, and we can get all into the cantankerous position about whether this quarterback's good enough to go. Hey, we hosted the Lombardi. You all these other fans out there, you all get caught up in that talk. You all get with your quarterback obsession discussion. We'll just keep building a great team and winning on the back of that. I love Sam today too, though. He was tremendous. Tremendous, Randall. Not perfect, but tremendous. And smart in doing the exact things we pinpointed that he needed to do, leaving that 4 interception Rams game, stuff that's carried on through since that Rams game. Not about playing perfect brand of football at the quarterback position, but controlling the things you can control. Working the flat routes at times when the pocket's getting late. Use those security options, using your legs at times, not forcing throws that you don't have to force. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation. Kyle, injury excuse is incredible when they've been injured every year and the front office failed to get quality backups. Horrendous drafts the 3 years in a row. Agreed. I'm not necessarily saying that it's we didn't still go get the win. We did. I think that it's such an equalizer, though, a bit in this game when you think about all of what they are dealing up against. I just don't think if you get down to like us in a position of, we're down, 4 of our top best 7 players and that, that we're not going to be able to overcome that really. I think that any team is going to struggle to kind of overcome that, especially when there's more injuries littered on top of it. I'm not saying I'd let him just get away with it as a sole injury excuse thing, but I was also talking about this leading up to the week, Kyle, where it's just, you go to it and you go, look, that's just no Bosa and no this, and you lost this offseason. And Niner team is going to remain dangerous into the future, partly because they ate the $100 million of dead money this year to get out of bad contracts. But then also eating the $100 million of dead money meant this team was going to be lighter, leaner. That's hard enough to create difficulty with all of the parity in the league. Just if you use all of your money in all the right ways, tough to have almost a third of your salary cap cut out beneath you and still, go find success on the back of that with an epidemic of injuries. Not just that, but then the epidemic of injuries kind of sandwiched together. So I agree with you. I'm not trying to throw it all as that this is the end all excuse that they should just be given the rightful reason to lean on. But it was a heavy factor to this game and being realistic. And I thought it was going to be a heavy factor than the lead up to this game, especially that last kind of final, like the last little bit of holding on they could do is Trent Williams and a parasol go out in this game. And you go, that's probably just a little bit too much at that point. M. Jordan and Kyle, thank you for all of your support, man. M. Jordan, thank you for another $5, man. Appreciate you. Uncharacteristic day for the special teams, but the other 2 phases came to play. B, look at this team off mini buys. They come to ball. Let's go Hawks. Well, I think likewise, M. Jordan, when did the defense have the issue within the last couple of weeks on the back half of the schedule? To your points, great point at that. They had the issue when you had to go on this shorter week with the Rams, right? And I think that this is a part of having a guy like McDonald, who's such a supreme tactician, is that the longer you give a Mike McDonald to prepare for a team and to be able to work the little bit of wrinkles he wants to work within a game plan, the better, the harder that he's going to prospectively be on that opposition. So having that come into the factor now, like you say, off of what's going to be a mini bye here and giving him that chance to really prepare, you've got to feel like that's going to be another hardy advantage that you could hand Mike, in addition to home field advantage, in addition to the gained rest, in addition to playing with a fairly healthy team at this time of year. You come out of this game, I didn't see any major injuries in this game. You get Cross back. You look at the offense going in the playoffs. You're going to be down McIntosh, Arroyo, and Horton. That's about it. Defensively speaking, I'm sure Kobe Bryant's right on the edge of being able to come back. So then you're going to be looking at potentially then at that point having Kobe back in the flux, having all of your defensive players starting, having the backups like Jaron Reed able to come out there, having the full allotment of your 4 edges in the rotation of that in addition to it. These are all going to just individually, none of these things swing things in themselves, but these are big, hardy factors that work in your favor heading into the playoffs when so many of these things can add up and matter at this time of year. Jordan, go Hawks, man. Well said on your part. Very, very well said. And yeah, an uncharacteristic day from the special teams. But kind of like we've seen at times with this team in this way that you can have the other two phases just doing so good that they can supersede a bad day for one of the other sides of the ball. So yeah, I agree with you there, Jordan. Well said, man. Kale Vineyard, thank you for the $2 donation. I told you, Super Bowl. Make sure Jesse knows. I'm going to let him know, Kale. You better believe I'm going to let him know. It's going to be a painful day for those boys dealing with a very insufferable Brandon come Tuesday. I'm going to try not to get too toxic, but I don't make no guarantees. I'll let him know. Snow Tiger, thank you for the $5 donation, Snow. Hawks dominated the game. Remember, they are ahead of last year's schedule. They're ahead of the schedule. They are the youngest team in the league. Niners are lucky to be 13-3. Yeah, the Niners, and they'll be now 12-4, of course, on this one, Snow Tiger, coming off of this. And, the Niners, look, Shanahan's done a great job this year, and that team has overcome a lot to get to where they are. And I think I respect it so much because to me, it just speaks to the fact that this will remain a dangerous team in the future that's not going to go away probably anytime soon. And they will remain a problem, especially once they get on the other side of actually having that money to spend and, not being eating so much dead money. Now they got some other issues coming up as far as bridges to cross there too, because is McCaffrey long for this world? Is Trent Williams long for this world? Is George Kittle? How long is he going to play and what's going to go on with him? But we dominated the game, man, and we are ahead of schedule. And it's just another remarkable part of this year is that you're such a young football team, yet you are ahead of schedule. You're putting these wins up. It's wondrous to see, and it's very cool that these young players have been able to embrace the model and the standard of trying to be great. And not just I'm learning the ropes in this league, but recognizing the sense of urgency that the veterans have tried to draw out in them to say, hey, no, you got an opportunity here. Yeah, you're young. That doesn't matter. You're good. You're talented. You lock this thing in. And when I was talking to these young Seahawks players right now, I just point to them and say, man, you've got an opportunity here that's as great as you can imagine. And it's hard for you to understand in the moment as a young player because you're young and the world seems endless and you're going to live forever. But these moments you can stamp greatness in play. You can set yourself up in this town and never have to buy a drink again. And you will be revered forever. Can you lock it in for this next month and a half? Can you recognize that opportunity that's right there, golden as it is? The hard work you've already put in to earn the right to be here. Lock it in now. Lock it in. And I think that they're going to do so. I think this team totally has gotten it. One man through 53 on this roster. But thank you, Snow Tiger. We definitely did dominate this game. Controlled the line of scrimmage, which was going to be one of the big factors here. You didn't let them run the ball. You ran the ball. You pass protected pretty well. You were able to create pressure on Brock Purdy and quick pressure at that at times. Hell of a game plan. Hell of a job by this team. Hell of a win. Hell of a season. Ninjetti, thank you for the $2 donation, Ninjetti. Mainstream media is out there right now with a dusty mouth. Yeah, Ninjetti. Yeah. A little bit of like everybody not having faith in this team, and a lot of those pundits this week talking about the Niners winning this game, and a lot of certainty in how they're talking about what's what and who's who and what's going to go on with us. Look at that, we're smoking. We got Robbie Ute smoking a cigar in the locker room. Let's go, Robbie. Let's go. Seahawks feeling good. And rightfully so. But yes, sir, Ninjetti. A lot of crow to be eaten this week. A lot of crow. We'll see if with some of these tired, dusty, as you call it, dusty narratives out there that exist with this team and with this quarterback, maybe get yourself a drink of water there and start to relook at the situation a little bit more closely if you're coming from that outlook of things, right? Oh my God. Me coming in with a $200 donation. Oh goodness. Me, amazing. And thank you so much for all you've done for this channel here. Kept the lights on in the off season for us, dropping another big old $200 drop on us today. You've thrown $500 in recent weeks, $200 in recent weeks. Man, thank you so much for all of your huge donations. So sorry in advance for all the caps. Hey, look, if you can't go all caps, after you just put a record-breaking 14th win in franchise history on the books, if you can't go all caps after you just took down your nemesis, if you can't go all caps after you just got the number 1 seed in a first-round bye in the NFC, I don't know when you can do it. Cap away. You dropping $200 donos, you can cap till the Hogs come home. As far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I agree, Pumpkin. Even Pumpkin's in on that one, me. She's like, yeah, that's right. So, me, though, says, let's have it go, Seahawks. I'm so jacked right now. Love you, B. Love the 12s. I can hear everyone out there right now in the city streets of Seattle. It's something like this, me. Come on. I love you too. Much love to you as well. You've just been huge on this channel. Great having you a part of this community in addition to it. I know you are celebrating to the nines tonight. All of you Seahawks fans out there, celebrate it. Enjoy it. No but what ifs. Don't think too far ahead. Just sit in this one. Let it ruminate on top of you for a second. Let it just breathe through you and enjoy this victory. Enjoy this clutch win by your Seattle Seahawks. Enjoy this great team that's so much fun to root for. And I'm right there. I'm going to be so jacked up. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight, me. I'm going to be sitting up there in bed just dreaming large. Just like pinch me. I mean, this is the type of season where you could be dreaming and you wake up from and you're like, I'd only dream that. That's me just completely daydreaming. It's like a 7-year-old this year, or like picture an 11-year-old, trying to write out how he wants his perfect Seattle Seahawks season to go this year, with the best of high drama and have the team in the best version of itself by the end of the year. And I want this to happen. And I want this to happen. And I want to beat the Rams at the key point in time of the season when it really hurts them and it really just elevates us. And I want to do the same thing to the 49ers. And then I want the first round bye. And then with home field advantage, I'm going to go get the Super Bowl. Like a child's dream. Wouldn't have been more ridiculous to dream up something like this year. It leaves me in awe a little bit, but it also just has me so happy as well and so jacked up. And what a job by this team. So proud of these boys for what they did. It wasn't easy this year to make this happen. They made this happen. They want this. They've been seeking it. And look, the hunger for it alone don't mean you're guaranteed to get it, but it is a prerequisite if you want it. And the Seattle Seahawks team definitely does want it. Much love to you too. Much love to the 12s out there. Seahawks fans, you don't get to go down this line very often. So just sit and just enjoy it. Enjoy in that way. Go Caps out. I don't care. Have some fun with it. But me, thank you for all of your support. Let's go Seahawks. Let's go win this thing now. 3 wins. 3 wins in your Super Bowl champion. Let's just go take this thing, huh? How's that sound? Sound good to everybody else out there? Are we all on board on this? Appreciate you, me. Very, very kind of you. And thank you for all of your support this year into the last off season. Just has been so tremendous with these big, huge, monstrous donations. Very kind. 206 David, thank you for the $5 donation. David, let's go is what he says. And I say, let's go as well. Let's go, David. Let's go. Feels good, huh? Feels pretty good. Thank you, man. Dune Moose, thank you for the $5 donation. Dune. 49ers black jerseys was a symbolic of attending of their own funeral. Is this too morbid? Am I feeling myself a little too much here? Is this overboard? Is this going too far? I'll definitely say I'm not huge on those uniforms for the Niners. That color combination, it's a little bit too much gold. The gold's probably, it's a little bit like our neon stuff where it's probably better accented more than it's better like leading it with a real thick coloring of it. So not too big there, but you're right, man. Symbolic of their own funeral. Apropos. Those jerseys. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation, Randall. Super Bowl teams. Either Super Bowl teams, this is Super Bowl teams as far as collectively what they tend to have in full. Number one, enter the playoffs. Number two, enter the playoffs hot is number one. Number two, avoid major injuries. Number three, home field advantage. Number four, run the damn ball. Number five, stop the damn run. Deep defensive line that can dominate. I think that Randall covers and catches, as he often does, this very smartly so. And that these are the factors that win in playoff football. Playoff football is not regular season football. It is the elements at play. It is teams playing things a little bit tighter to the vest. It's not as loose and free as you get in the regular season. Certainly not as loose and free as you're going to get when you have the weather warm and comfy and there's no wind. You start to bring these factors into play in these kind of football games and they can limit down the offense and they can make things get very simplified as far as the brand of football that you then have to play. But you're absolutely right. These are the factors that bring you into becoming a Super Bowl team. Sometimes people will think about a Super Bowl being run by a quarterback getting hot and just carrying the team on in through, but it's really more about that team. And the injuries are the part that people don't want to talk about, but they are the part that do carry the weight. 3 years ago, we went into San Francisco as a team that found its way in the playoffs in a year where no one thought we'd get in the playoffs. And Geno Smith was the quarterback at that time. And you were decimated by injuries by the end of that year. You were in the same position in a lot of ways the Niners were this year and limping in. Tried out guys like Jonathan Abrams out there at safety. And you had a team that was able to hold on and push that Niners team kind of to the brink by halftime, but they ran out of gas because they just didn't have enough there. And so it is a part of the process with it. It just is. And the home field advantage, having the juice of the energy of your stadium at your back to electrify you and push you forward to victory. Yeah, that's just in games that are going to be tight, in games where possessions become limited, games where running the ball becomes more at the forefront. These are the bits of factors that can push you past the finish line to going and getting that thing done. The margins are tight, and the margins become even tighter when it comes to playoff times. And the more feathers that you can stick into that cap, to Randall's point on this, the better. And the deep line, you've got it. All those starters, 4 edges deep. Jaron Reed able to mix in there on that defensive line around Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams and keep those guys fresh. And now you give them that bye to really, really get fresh. Hopefully that can be a big factor here to a beautiful, beautiful playoff run, Randall. Jet Hawk. Thank you for the $20 donation, Jet Hawk. He says, number 1 seed, M-O-B. Let's up and go. Mission over bullshit. That is what mob means. Mission over BS. And that's that thing I talk about with this team that you can feel inherently within these vets and within these youngsters as to understanding what we've got to do mentally, psychologically to capture the right spirit, to be locked in the right way to make a Super Bowl run. It is revered, not because simply teams get hot or good at the end of the time of year, but that they've come together to take on ownership in a way that not every team does. Everything's so close in this sport. Everything's so even keeled, the disparity, the any given Sunday, the fact that this is how it goes, that to go and define that greatness, to go and separate yourself, you have to find things across the board you can do at, as Mike McDonald often says, chasing edges. What does that mean? It means that find where there's edges that you can find. They're not going to exist everywhere. They're not going to be just laying on the ground, just pick this one up here. You got to forge them. You got to work on them. But this defense, this team, defensive effort in this game where you talk about taking on the responsibility of this matchup, a Niner offense that's spending multiple weeks not punting the ball, and you're getting them off the field right from the jump in this game, setting that approach to it. There's no footing today for you guys. We're giving you no room for this game. We're taking it to you in this game. We are going to go win this game. And that defense brought a spirit today that was almost like, we're going to go win this game. I don't care what the offense does. I don't care what the special teams does. We're going to go get this done. It was another just awesome defensive performance. Another one driven by the collective of the unit. It's not just an individual or two that's doing a star turn on a day to turn things around for you. Go make a couple big plays. It's that these guys are fundamentally so sound and so clean that it's everyone across the board taking their turns to have their splash plays and their great moments. Number 1 seed, Jayhawk. Number 1 seed, and it's Jose Rodriguez in the house. You changed your username, so it throws me off on that, Jose. But Jose Rodriguez, one of our main mods on in the house. In addition to that, do me a favor and please do get subbed up to Jethawk. I saw you were out there doing some great coverage today on some of the early games out there, Jose. Man, I know you're smiling wide today, brother. I know you're smiling wide today, and what a feeling, huh? We've been at this for so many years. You've been rocking along, ride with me on that through this time. A lot of struggles, a lot of frustrations, a lot of seasons where it just felt like you're close, but not quite there. We're there. We're there, man. Thank you for that $20 donation, and congratulations to you as well on this one. I know you're feeling good with this one too, bro. Thank you, man. Let's go. Let's go, Jose. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $5 donation. Oh, wait, hold on. You know, Jose, wait. Jose, I got to get my applause. Jose. A good applause for the $20 drop, man. A big old 20 on me. Thank you for that. Brings up the mind, Jet. Brings up the mind, Jose. This old Marshawn quote.
If you just run through somebody's face, a lot of people ain't gonna be able to take that
over and over again, don't you? It's the way it's got to go. Addis, thank you for another $5 donation. Job ain't finished yet. Goal, we ain't done yet. Go Hawks, baby. Enough is enough. When at best, this team is for real. Stand up, Seattle. Let's go. Let's go, man. Let's go. And no, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. This is just a step in the process, a step down the trail. And what this team has done, in addition to all the other stuff, is taken everything game by game. So now it's the next game up into the week from now. After that bye, prep yourself up this week. Get your bodies prepared. Take care of yourself. Get the treatment if you need the treatment. Get everything on point, and then lock it in for that next week. It's 3 games. It's not a long schedule left on this. It's a mere 3 games, but you got to take each and every one. Can't overlook one to the next. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a dogfight. It's going to be a battle. But this team's got the goods and the ability to do it. And Seattle stand up today. You know people are going to be hyped through the moon when we come out of this tomorrow and talking about this on, not tomorrow, but Monday morning when we start talking about this team and what's going down. And I think it's been where everyone in Seattle's like, this team is not ready that fast, are they? It's only McDonald year 2. No, they're ready. Jump in line, hop in, tap in. Because this team's giving you a reason to tap in. This team's giving you a reason to say, no, we're ready to do this right now. You don't have to wait a year, Seattle. We're ready right now. Right now. Absolutely for real, Addis. You don't get to 14 wins and it's fakery. You got to earn your way there, especially in the toughest division in all of football. Ethan Tech World. Thank you for the $5 donation, Ethan. Let's have it go. Despite the score, we whooped their ass. Should have been like 27-3. Jesse's going to look so good in that hat. 14-3. NFC West champions, number 1 seed. Let's go. He's going to look very good in that hat. Very, very good in that hat. Oh, he's got about 50 of them. We're going to add one more to the stack. And he's just going to have to sit there and just sit there and stew in that thing for 2 hours, you know? Just sit there and stew in that like a baby that's sitting in their own poo in their diapers, man. You know, just, oh, it's going to be hard for him. It's going to be very hard for him. But no, we did definitely won this game comfortably. I'd say even more comfortably than the 13-3 score shows. Multiple missed kicks, going for it on 4th down, the goal line play action that got us out of what should have been probably just a touchdown early in this game to really set things up. They were able to, by hook or crook here a little bit, stay within this game, but we won this game pretty handily. The score definitely is one of those ones that doesn't quite represent, I think, how really you have this thing by and large in control. They were able to keep it close and have you nervous, don't get me wrong, but by all parameters on this, on how efficiently you threw the ball and how well you stopped the run and how efficiently you ran the ball, how consistent you were able to create pressure on Purdy, limiting down the range. You put it all together. Yeah, you kind of handily got it done. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation, Megan. Thanks to the 12s. What a game to be a mod for. Well, appreciate you for that, Megan. And the power of the priestlyhood helped us out on this one, I think. I think Father helped us out there. I think he did, Megan. Thank you for the donation. And hell of a day to be a mod today, I bet. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Quinn, thank you for 4 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says, ready for 2 stress-free Sundays in a row. How about that, folks? Another enjoy this. You get 2 stress-free Sundays in a row. Get this week. Just get a hands back, watch the action, let it play out. It's going to play out. Just kind of just enjoy it. And the next week, playoff weekend next week, just kind of hang back, just enjoy what's going on, kind of assess what's going on with each team. It's great to be a Hawk fan right now, man. It's going to be a fun next couple of weeks. Just kind of just sitting back going, yeah, this is nice. I get used to this. I ain't going to lie. Shadowbot with the $2 donation. Lumen Field awaits. That's right, NFC. You feel good about your year? You feel like you've been a good story? You feel like you've been playing well? That's cute. You come back into our house. This is a house of horrors. This is the greatest home field advantage in all of football, bar none. We create beast quakes. We set sound decibel records. And that is going to be an absolute crowd that will be locked in for that playoff game. And one of the big parts about this, it's also a nice, very big key on this Shadowbot, is the fact that if you lose this game and you got to go out on the road, does the NFL try to schedule you in an early game for your first playoff game? So not only no bye, not only on the road, but then you get that early game scheduling also on top of it. Well, now that's out the door. They're not going to put a 10 a.m. game together here for a West Coast game. So you also get to be in a very good time spot for when you are going to play in that second round. That guarantee of playing in the second round. Well, that guarantee of playing in the second round. Feels good. Feels good to say that. McVirus. Thank you for the $5 donation, McVirus. Would it be possible to get the syndicate for a watch party for the playoff game? I'd love to do it. I've tried to do kind of the collab with Bryce before, as we've tried to do the at the same time thing. And it gets tough because I've got to sync up with someone else. And then they tend to be like 15 more seconds behind. And so now we're like 30 to 45 seconds behind where you guys are at on the telecast. And then it just gets kind of hard to do that a little bit on my side of it. So it's something I'm going to try to find a way maybe in the future. It'd be nice if like whoever, is getting the telecast all gets at the same time, so that there's not that deal. Because once we get to like 45 seconds of a delay to the chat, people are spoiling things in the chat, and it just becomes, kind of hard to make it go. But I'm going to be doing McVirus we'll be doing the playoff games next week. I'll be live streaming the playoff games next week. I think it's gonna be on Saturday and Sunday. So if I go live streaming on Saturday or Sunday, I'll certainly throw an invite out there for Bryce or Dan if they want to pop on in and join for that. So probably not for a Hawk playoff game, but definitely for kind of some of the other playoff games that we're checking out, man. Just kind of hard to do it with the sync up thing, and especially doing the play-by-play is the hard thing too, because it's not really a watch party the way that I do it, because I'm doing the play-by-play, and kind of as you saw in the stream too, some of it is really trying to keep people that don't have access to being able to watch the game up to speed on what's going on in the game. And if you get 2 or 3 guys in there trying to talk and get their word in and get their take in on what's happening, you're sometimes then getting behind the action as you're trying to give the play-by-play as well on top of it. So it's sort of a little more complicated, and it seemed to kind of make it go. But I'll try to see if we can get something maybe cooked up for at least one of these playoff games, if not, multiple on Saturday or Sunday this week. And we do have a syndicate coming up this week. We're going to be doing the Seahawks syndicate weekly here through the rest of the season until the end of the year. So we'll get that rolling as well, McVirus, for sure. Good suggestion, man. And we'll try to make it work. Renowned.outdoors TV. Thank you for the $5 donation, Renowned. I really appreciate that support. Very, very kind of you. You guys are amazing as ever here on how much love you're showing me here throughout the course of this stream. And I really, really thank you guys for that. Very, very kind of you guys on all these donations and all of this support. You are unbelievable as a fan base, unbelievable in all you guys do for this channel. Really hope everyone understands that. I know sometimes we roll through these donos, but it is really, really appreciated. Thank you so much, Renown. Randall with another $5. Thank you, Randall, for that. Appreciate all of your support too, bro. He says, to use a Mike Mack term, He saw how the game declared itself and told Coob to not be, and told Coob to not be too aggressive. We didn't have to be. Do enough to keep the defense fresh. I would agree with you. I think that inherently, I think even coming into this game, Mike looked at this offense of the Niners and he said, look, my defense can handle this Niner offense. I think that he had the confidence in watching the tape and understanding this will be the case. We're not going to let them run through us like they've been running through some of these defenses. We're better than that. And I think that he probably came to Kubiak and he goes, look, this is one of those games where, and this is the beauty of having a team that can grow and evolve through the course of the season, because early on in the year, Kubiak's going hell for broke. You're pushing the ball down the field. You're making some risky throws at certain times. You're getting a lot of yards, you're getting some high scoring, you're getting a lot of turnovers. And there's a lot of those games where you go, did we have to have that much? Was that as much the requirement for the price that we had to pay as far as turnovers go to the other side of it? Or could we just lean on this type of team we've built, which is a defensive driven team with a grade A special teams unit, with a very good running game that can make it happen? And that, yeah, you need the quarterback still within there to make plays and make throws and to get things done, but those are elements that can all work together to go get you comfortable victories and without the requirement of anybody having to do too much. And so you come back to, I agree with you there. And it certainly wasn't in the second half. You'd have to think that was absolutely the way. And then you go, look, the game does declare itself sometimes. Sometimes you get barn burners and it's a shootout and offense, you're going to have to score today. And sometimes you go, look, defense is doing well. Don't do too much and just don't turn that ball over. Don't put us on short fields. Don't put a defense in a predicament that you don't have to. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In fact, in a lot of ways, that's playoff football. Playoff football is different than regular season football. It's a different game. It's structured different. Defenses and offenses and how they play, it's different. And that this is the style of football that plays into the playoffs. Defense, special teams, run the ball, quarterback, be efficient. You can go and win in the playoffs with that brand. I mean, it is timeless. 1977, 1987, 1997, 2007, 2017, 2026. It's a timeless version of football that you can win with, and you better believe it will travel well. And it's not just a version that can win with, but this is now the model of standard that they've been able to stamp in here throughout the back of this schedule. Maybe a little bit less explosive offensively, but more cohesively built together as a team in that way, to your point on that, Randall. Magic Vlogs. After the Seahawks lost to the Rams, they have been undefeated. Great point there, Magic Vlogs. Indeed. It cleaned things up. And that's that part that they go back to. You can go, well, the offense wasn't explosive as what? Yeah, we're winning every game. Well, the offense isn't putting those big points. JSN's not having 200-yard receiving games anymore. He's getting 100 yards. He's doing fine. We're winning games. Right? And you've gone undefeated in part because I think of that interconnectedness that exists. And Mike talked about this last week and how they were even winning games early on in the year. And there wasn't as much of that interconnectedness between the team and how you're winning the game. You're winning and you're winning, making some plays, but it just wasn't all connected together like a circle. And this one felt like that in this game. It's felt like that since the Rams game. And that's a big reason why you are undefeated through the back half of this schedule since the Rams loss on the road. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $5 donation, Addis. Shame on the media. Don't let them off the hook. We're still proving people wrong. Had us in 4th place behind the 3-12 Cardinals. Shaking my head. Indeed, they did. And indeed, nobody bought into this team. And certainly you've seen this with Sam Darnold, even with him having success this year, that there's just people that just can't get on board with Sam Darnold. That there's almost literally nothing he can do to sell them on him. Never made sense to me that the people so ardently in the national media looked at this team and said that they're taking a step back. Yeah, DK Metcalf hurt his loss. Tyler was kind of at the end of the run there. The loss there wasn't as great necessarily as it had been in years prior if you were losing him. And, the flipping out for Geno to Sam, the thinking that Sam was going to fall off the cliff from what he'd done last year, it was very odd, some of the assessments to this team, especially with Mike Mack in his first year as a head coach having 10 wins like he did. And getting this defense turned around as fast as he did. But no, we're not letting him off the hook on this one, Addis. We're not. And maybe eventually this offseason we'll put a little bit of a video together of just clips of all of the pundits and all the predictions saying that we ain't going to do nothing this year. It's pretty tasty right now to look back in retrospect, isn't it? Let's go, man. Let's go. 4th place. A lot of people had us in 4th place. Very odd, huh? Glenn Karn, thank you for the $20 donation, Glenn. Appreciate you for that, man. Let's go. You guys are awesome. Thank you for that, Glenn. I really appreciate you, man. Our run game with our two-headed monster is clicking at the exact right time. This allows our defense to stay fresh, keeping the ball out of the opponent's hands. Our great defense playing like this, we could go all the way. Wonderfully put, Glenn. As always, you've got great thoughts on top of thank you, your great support to the channel. And this is what you were hoping to build. This is the ideal. This is the theoretical, actually playing to fit to form. So you get your 2 second-round running backs a couple of years ago. It's a chance to prove the analytical stuff out and whether or not, hey, look, can great running backs overcome a lack of a good offensive system and not the best of run blocking up front? We kind of learned no, it couldn't. And there was that slow transition through that time period. And draft a couple tackles, get those in place. Over time, you get a Bradford who'll give you your whiffs, but he'll give you some good blocks in there. You get Zabel built in there. You get a Sundell in there who can run block pretty well, and certainly from a mobility standpoint, getting the second level can really do that stuff really well. And then you get the right scheme in place finally. Start to get the players, then you get the scheme and grub in there. And now you're able to more maximize these very talented running backs. Now you're able to more better see why these guys were former second-round running backs, why they were held in such high regard. And now you're getting the most out of them, which is what analytics tell you that you need to do. We've finally taken care of the parameters to allow them to soar, but soar they are. And why they're both able to find that effectiveness week in and week out, and now it's coming more and more forward, is because this offensive line's getting better at the details. You've stayed so heartily in the area of committed to running the ball that you've not left that pocket, and that whether it's worked or not, whether it's been stuck in the mud or not on given weeks, you've kept on it and you kept hammering it. And it does kind of feel like with the back half of the schedule, they've been able to break through off the back of that for this success. And that something is kind of given way, like be it, hey, we just kind of are finding out the last of these details. We're cleaning up enough little just finer tuned things that now it's really allowing for that success to take off, and just at the right time, just at the time you needed most to take off to get into playoff football for the type of ball you play in the playoffs, needing that run game. And you bring up a good point in that in doing this, it just accomplishes a couple things. First and foremost, running the ball consistently, meaning you can lean on it, meaning it's always there to go to no matter what's happening with the passing offense, is the first part. Second part of it is that you get the consistent runs. You get consistent success on early downs, first and second down. That then leads you with an ability to then get the conversions on third down. So today, like we saw last week, 9 of 15, 9 of 16 last week on third down situations. Today, you were 6 of 13 on third down situations. So you're getting conversions on third down because you're getting in third down and makeable situations. That's the key there to that. Third down, makeable situations. So, you look at that, you look at the team and getting that done. That allows you to then control the clock because now you're churning out first downs. Now you're living with the ball. And if you can keep this defense fresh and keep them from getting wore down, now you get to the end of the game like this, and now you need a pass rush to really come alive. Those guys are fresh. Those guys are good. They're like, man, we're kind of 25 reps light off the body right now for this portion of the game where we would typically be at, and we can go full meal deal, pedal to the floor. And that's how you end up, Glenn, with not just one guy getting the quarterback in the final play, but 2 getting the quarterback on the final play to create that sandwich pressure. So this is a team, a style of play that travels in the playoffs, that has playoff success for every decade of football that you can go and find. And you better believe we can go all the way with this team. You better believe it. And that 2-headed rushing attack, show me a team in the playoffs with 2 better running backs in their backfield than us right now. Who's got 2 better backs than us? Nobody. Might find somebody like their number 1 a little bit better, but nobody with 2 like we got. And that's going to come into play. You better believe it. You better believe it, Glenn. That's going to come into play in the playoffs. Thank you, man. I appreciate your $20 donos. All of your multiple donos today, man. Thank you so much. Randall with another $2 dono. We will learn to finish on offense. It's a process. Indeed. And there's been, I think, plenty of days where they've had in this year where they have finished on offense, right? So there have been those days. Today was a little bit frustrating with some of the stuff that just self-inflicted errors, self-inflicted mistakes. Didn't always feel like, the Niners were necessarily taking it from you offensively and that you were taking it from yourself a little bit in your approach. But like the development of the run game, like the development of all 3 phases of this football team working together and how this team stylistically plays, yes, it's a process. It's a process of growth. And it's one that isn't just, well, every team goes through that natural process. No, it's in particular to this team because of the fact that you're bringing on an offensive coordinator in his first year. You're bringing on a new quarterback in his first year. That's why it's a process. Not simply that every team would say this. I'm not going to say this about a team that's had a coordinator in place for 5 years. That's not, you are what you are. This is because of these factors that were new and being onboarded this year. And you had to go through the working out the kinks and ironing out the lumps to get you to a place where you can kind of refine it down and kind of learn it and understand what is the way of us to get from here to there offensively across the board. It's a process. And it's one I know fans don't always like to well, give it time to develop. I don't want to, it is or it isn't. No, sometimes in certain things, you got to give it time to develop. And it's, again, if it's in a situation or a place where a guy's been there for years, or this coordinator's been there, maybe not as much, but when it's new and it's fresh and it's like this and they're so young from a team age standpoint, yeah, I think you got to be more willing to go, yeah, that's one I can be more open to. That's going to be a bit of a process and a little bit time to give it time to go. And that there's, as long as I'm seeing good results, to build from within that, then a lot of optimism on the back of those results, because it should come with it. The more they get a chance to play together, the more reps, the more opportunities. Black Thought Brown Dreams, thank you for the $2 donation. Says new Pope, Seahawks Super Bowl appearance. It's just fate. Well, we even had our girl Megan. She was out there meeting with the priest beforehand in this game. We had Megan out there meeting with the priest before this game in the Zorn jersey, just making sure we fully lock this whole Pope angle in, okay? Making sure we've got the divinity with us, hopefully, right? And of course, if you're not aware, folks, if you're just a little bit behind on this one, the Seattle Seahawks won 13 games in 2005 when Pope Benedict was elected as the new Pope, and they went to the Super Bowl. 2013, Pope Francis was elected as the new Pope. The Seattle Seahawks went to the Super Bowl and won it. And then we have in 2025, the Seattle Seahawks winning more than 13 games again for one of the rare times in their franchise history. And we have a new Pope. Is it heavenly? Feels heavenly right now, don't it? Feels like we're on a harp, on a cloud. Ring, 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 ring. Yes, sir. Maybe it's just fate. Maybe it's just fate. Banker Alpraise, thank you for the other $2 donation. Banker. He says, Brando, your final college football predictions. Man, I have been one of those ones that was like kind of not giving as much credit as I should to the Indiana team. And they've been undersold so much this year, right? And they went out there and they hung it on Alabama, and that opened your eyes performance-wise, where you're like, man, maybe this just is the year where they're just that one team that comes from a program that doesn't have that prominence and makes it happen. I think it kind of feels like to me that Oregon takes it this year. And I probably should have more faith in Indiana. I feel like they're going to go up against this opponent, Oregon, that's such a juggernaut of an opponent. I mean, that roster is so stacked. And even this last game against Texas Tech, you got their quarterback, their very young, talented quarterback, not playing necessarily very good football in the early part of that game. And Texas Tech's defense getting after it. And yet it just didn't kind of matter, and now Texas Tech doesn't have the offense that can match what they do to have defensively, but it did kind of show you in the game that there's like a lot of pathways to me for Oregon to go get the victory. I don't know if there's a lot of pathways for Indiana to go get the victory, but we've undersold them quite a bit on this. I have myself, at least through a lot of this year. So I probably should give them more credit than I am, but I'm going to go ahead and give Oregon the nod on this one. I think Miami takes out Ole Miss, and I think Oregon and Miami duke it out. And then I do think Oregon finally goes and gets it done this year. Just kind of feels like they're set up to get this thing, kind of figured out. It feels like to me. they're another team low. Their team like us a little bit worse. Like they got room for error in how good they're built. They don't have to play a perfect brand of football to go get the victory. And I do feel like with Indiana and the other teams remaining here that they've got to play a little bit more perfect to win. So I'll go with Oregon. Mumbles, another $20 donation. Let's go, Mumbles. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you big time, man. Okay, so Jesse's also going to point to that tipped. So Jesse's also going to point to that tripped fumble where Sam's mid handoff and gets tripped by his center as his fault a bit weak. And then that Sam almost pick. Fair, but the placement was good even when overthrown. There's definitely a couple plays in this that Jesse can maybe point to on that. I think you're right. I'm sure that he is going to point to that. It's why we got to come back to like pressing down on Jesse with what he said about Sam, which is that Sam's going to fail you in the moment when you need it most, and almost failing you does not failing you. And the tripped on his part there, that sucks. And I'm not excusing that. The interception, JSN kind of saved him on that by kind of tipping that ball a little bit deeper to make it to where that guy couldn't get his 2 feet down. But he didn't get the interception made. He wasn't able to make that pick. So it's two plays, but this is also where consistency can work in your favor when you stay consistent on a certain point. And like I told, Jake a couple weeks ago when he wanted to get caught up on the remember the lineman downfield flag that got called, and then he got caught up on the 2-point conversion. You really can't go into a game where there's 120 offensive plays played and pull out 2 plays and say, well, these are the 2 plays that tell the whole story on the day for a given player. That's not fair, especially when the whole rest of the player's day in regards to Sam Darnold, when you do remove those 2 moments, the rest of his day is pretty shining. So it's like, that's where you're walking in. That's where bias walks in my opinion, Mumbles, where if that's what you're doing, then you're walking in with bias. If you're truly trying to understand it, you're not going to take a 2-play cherry pick role. You're going to try to look for the overall trend from the day. And the brass tacks bottom line is that Sam did not turn the ball over, and that he was 20 of 26 for 198 yards, 7.5 yard average, almost doubled the average yards of what Brock Purdy had at 19 of 27 with a 4.7 yard per average attempt. So it's like, yeah, he's pushing the ball down more than Brock is. He's trying to make higher level throws than Brock is, yet he's got more accuracy than Brock on the day. Obviously, Brock's facing the tougher defense, but you can't just grab 2 plays like that. That's really just an unfair, to me, fashion, and I see it happen, and I'm sure it's going to happen in the round table, but I'm going to kick the legs out from that argument very quickly. And again, pointing back to just the consistency side of it. And the almost and the what if, and again, Jake played this game with me last week too, a couple weeks ago as well. If we had just done this, if the player had just done that, how about we just talk about what was? Did he throw a pick? No. Okay. Played a clean game in a game where we need it. That's clutch. Was decision-making pretty smart on the day? Well, yeah, it was pretty smart. Okay. He's clutch. Good on the day where you need him. But you bring up a good point, and you're not wrong in that's what they are going to bring up. But I will quickly be stamping that out like a guy stamping out his cigarette if they try to do that, Mumbles. I'm not going to be standing here going, oh yeah, good point. Well, everybody's got a different outlook on it, I guess. No. 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 You know what I mean, Mumbles? No. We're not doing that. But they will try. They will fail. Thank you for your $20 donation and all of your awesome support this year, Mumbles, as well as being a member of the channel. I appreciate you, brother. Lucky Luker in the house. What's up, Lucky? Thank you for the $5 donation, Lucky. Rams fan, thank you so much for winning. Our pleasure. Rams win tomorrow. They're the 5th seed, baby. Love y'all, Seattle. See you in the playoffs and enjoy that number 1 seed. We are going to savor the flavor, man. Just, you don't chew down on it. Don't bite down on it. You suck on it. Yeah. No, you don't bite on it. Don't get quickly to the gooey center. Just get that nice. That's delicious chocolate. Is that Dubai chocolate? Is that what that is? That's number 1 seed chocolate right there. That's good chocolate. Lucky says, but thank you, Lucky. And I do believe, as we've said, and me and Jake talked about it, it just seems kind of inevitable that we will be forced to face each other once again. That the battle has not been yet determined, and that it's going to come down. So we gave you guys a little bit of an easier run here on this one now at this point, in that now you're going to be able to potentially play Carolina rather than having to go out there into Philadelphia that had had your number a little bit, but then that means you're going to be facing us into the round 2. So we'll see how it goes, man. Best of luck to you guys here. Still got to take care of business tomorrow, and we'll see how that game goes, although I don't think the Cardinals are going to give you guys a tremendous amount of fight in that game. I don't know what they've got left in the tank, quite frankly. But thank you, Lucky. Appreciate the donation. Don Mata with a $50. I said a $50 donation from Don Mata. Man, you are the man. Thank you for that, Don. That is tremendous. You are awesome. Don, not your first drop today on the big dono front. Thank you for that, my brother. I love the win, man. I am so happy over the number 1 seed. But Sam, again, is a question mark for me. Over and over, I felt he passed up on easy plays. Hashtag Go Hawks. What a great season. Congrats to the Seahawks, to UB, and all the 12s. Well, thank you for that, Don. I'm happy you're happy and feeling good as you should be here. I think as another donator said above on this, I think that the coaching staff, more than Sam here, read the room as far as what was going on in this game, what they were getting done, what they could get done, what was going to be necessary to go get the victory. And you could definitely have put this team out in a way and socked them down and you know, lapped them up. And that would have certainly had a lot of people feeling even better about Sam first coming off this game. I'll have to go back to the all-22 until I get a chance to really see that and lock in on that, Don. It's hard to make always those assessments for sure. The play action pass on 1st and goal from the 1 yard line, to your point, I think is certainly a moment in this game that you look at from Sam and you go, you got to make that throw on that out route, right? Sam's also trying to be hyper protective at times in this game of the turnovers. And again, does that come from Sam being too careful? I don't think that what we've been saying about Sam this year is that he's playing too careful by and large. I think if anything, probably gets a little bit too loose and free at times, right? And how he's playing. And so I think some of that careful stuff, and again, I'm guessing on this, Don, but I think some of the conservative nature of your play offensively today and some of the carefulness with Sam today came from the fact the coaching staff didn't need Sam to necessarily carry the load offensively for them to get this job done. And while he has that play, he turns down early on the 1st and goal, and I'll give you that 100%, that should be a throw that's kind of a layup for him to go and make for the most part. I don't know if there was a lot of throws that stood out to me in this game that I saw him turning down an open read that was just sitting there right in the face. It probably happened here and there, and some of it that did happen probably was born out of playing a little bit, safe in their approach to that, and that they may not be able to do that when they go out there and play a potential team like the Rams in the next round, where the offense is going to have to do more than that. I think, though, that the team just kind of read that for the day-to-day and what it was today and what was going on in this exact particular football game. And that was sort of carrying the weight in this game tactically and how they drew up what they drew up and what in the game they called offensively in that sense of things. But 20 of 26 and 180 yards, and 7.6 yard per average, 100 rating. I'm not trying to dress it up beyond what it is on that, but as a bottom line on that, Don, that's a successful day at the quarterback position. And if you come back to it going to the playoffs, if you replicate just this day in every single playoff game, 180 yards rushing, 180 yards passing, but on 20 and 26 in the efficiency standpoint of that, that's going to give you a lot of drives on that day where you're just churning drives out. And if you're out there putting at that point, 23, 24 points a game up on the board into the playoffs with this defense, the way they're playing, it's probably enough to get it done. It's probably enough to get it done. So there was a little bit of careful nature, I think, to the way the offense played, but I do think that just came back to the fact they understood the defense were getting the job done and remembering that there's a lot of games this year where we lost the turnover war, won the game, lost the turnover war, won the game. Game was a lot tighter than it should have been because you had those turnovers occur. This was a game where I want my team to kind of learn and I want them to grow through the year. And one of the places of growth that I've seen in this team is reading what's going on in this individual game and reacting to that. Not a one-size-fits-all approach, but reacting to everything across the board of what's going on in the moment. And I think they read in that, and I'm giving them too much credit here, Don. It very well could be that, but I do agree with it, as someone else said above on this, that I think you offensively read the room and you reacted accordingly. And within that, it was going to mean that this was going to be a little bit tighter and make us a little bit more uncomfortable than we would have liked. I think if you get a couple more field goals in this game that are, instead of being missed by Myers, now it's 19-3, and the day looks even a little bit better at that point. The offensive performance looks a little better. Sam looks a little bit better at that point, just by that scoreboard alone. But I've also said too with this, in that any people that have still some presumptions of worries or concerns with Sam, we're going to learn the story of this through the end of the year. We're going to have a position where what people have done throughout the course of the offseason, a lot of people out there, not you, Don, necessarily, but what we've heard from a lot of pundits and people is that they get caught up on this one Rams game, and the one Ram game in the playoffs where his offense collapsed. And they do so to a big degree because that's all they've got to go off with Sam and his career in the playoffs. And that's a sample size. And that's certainly why I've said I don't want to base my outlook of Sam and what he'll do in the playoffs based off of a one playoff game and throw away all that he's done in the regular season and all he's done around that's been so successful. At the end of the day, he's got those two teams he's gotten to 13 and 14 to 2 14-win seasons and back-to-back, two different teams. Remembering with the Don that he's done it in two different spots where he left, that quarterback was not able to replicate that same performance in Minnesota. And the guy that he took over for here in Seattle was not able to replicate what he's done performative-wise this year as the guy that just left. And I think that there is something in that when you look at that on the grand scale of things. But we'll see going in this playoffs. We're going to get a certain understanding about this now, that there's less of this about all just glommed onto that one Ram game and more of now, okay, first round bye. You're playing at home. You've got a pretty healthy team. There is no offensive line collapse a bit like last season in this way. So it is a little bit more on you now. There is no excuses to it, right? I do believe in that. But thank you, Don, for all you've done for this channel as well. Long-time supporter on this channel, long-time member on this channel, multiple donations today, a big old fat $50 drop. And congratulations to you as well, man. Big congratulations to you as well. I know you as another Hawk fan, we've been waiting for this kind of year to come to form, and it feels really good. Let's celebrate this number one seed. Let's go get this Super Bowl. 3 wins, baby. 3 wins is all it takes, and you are hoisting that trophy above your heads. Hoisting that trophy above your heads, and you get 2 of them at home. 2 of them at home. Don, you're awesome, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Cheeto, thank you for the $2 donation, Cheeto. Good game, brother. Hope for game 3. Ooh, a third game with the 49ers. I wouldn't turn that down, Cheeto. That'd be pretty cool to see, man. You certainly could sign me up for that. Play the Rams next round, play the 49ers again. Go back-to-back once again on this one. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Thank you, though. Good game to you guys as well. Niner fans, you don't got any reason to hang your head in this one. If we were in a place of equivalency that you guys were in as far as injury goes, score would be flipped the other way. So I really probably would. I really do believe that. So it's not that you guys are leaning on some premeditated excuse with this, and I appreciate you're not leaning with the excuse, but it's a rightful one you could, because the injuries are out of control this year for the Niner team. And somebody else mentioned above that you guys have had to deal with that yearly, and that's something that I think your organization has to look at a little bit. But you guys got just a lot, and then losing down winners, and then it just seemed like you had about another 3 or 4 injuries in this game on top of everything else that you had walking into it. That was tough. Dune Moose, thank you for the $5 donation, Dune. Seeing our team now after interviews with defensive players going back to OTAs, their goal was to be the best defense in the league. Mission accomplished. Indeed, players will tell you all of the good public relations speak, right? Like they will say all the things that you want to hear from a fan base wise. We want to be great. We're grinding every day. We're doing all we can, But there was a little bit of something in the tenor of how these guys were talking, and especially the vets, the guys that have been in this league for a long time, and the DeMarcus Lawrence talking about the reasons that he came here and the driving force of why he's here, and that this team wanted this. They want it from a coaching perspective. They want it from a team perspective. They want it from the vets. They want it from guys that have been in this league that have earned their money, earned their right to be able at this point to maybe dial it back and not have to play as hard, but they played hard game in and game out because there was that hunger for this team to be great, for them to make a great defense. And it is, as I say, doesn't guarantee that you want it, doesn't guarantee you get it. But I think there's a lot of teams out there in the NFL that have a lot of parts and pieces that they've put together that may even stylistically, structurally wise fit together as far as talents go on a field. But do you have the buy-in? Do you have the guys that really truly can be multimillionaires who then make this game their ultimate priority? Make being great within this game their ultimate priority. Being the best teammate they can, the ultimate priority. And there was a great speech Saleh had given to the New York Jets actually a couple years ago in Hard Knocks episode. And he's talking to the team and they're in the meeting room. And he's talking about the type of players that you have and the type of players it takes to go and get you to greatness. You have those players that'll come in and they'll come in there, do their job. What's my job? What's the bare minimum I got to do? I do my job. I do my job. I've done my job. I do my job. Then you have your players who come in and they want to be good. They want to be great. And they're aspiring to that. And they do the steps and they put the work ethic in to be good, to be great. But then there's one other extra type of player. One extra type. There's the guy who will put in all of that same kind of work of the guy that wants to be great individually, preparing their body, drilling properly, working on their technique and fundamentals, advancing their game, taking care of their body health-wise. But then, can you be the guy that's that, who's also the guy that's trying to take your teammates with you? You're not just trying to climb that mountain on your own and be like, hopefully my teammate's doing his part to climb up here too, but that you're lending out that hand to that teammate and you're pulling him up with you. And what happens if I can not only get one or two of those guys on a football team, what happens when I can get my roster proliferated with guys like that? Proliferated with guys that are able to get up that mountain and stick their hand down and bring that other guy up behind him. And I thought Saleh made a great point to that Jets team about that, and about that is a difference in football. And there's a lot of teams out there, I think, that have guys that are doing their job. They show up for every meeting. They lift every weight. They run through every drill. But do they go above and beyond? Do they take their brother with them? Can they create a brotherhood of brothers taking their brother with them? And that's what this team has done. And that's that ownership you talk about that you could hear and I could hear and that we could feel from this team in OTAs. It's the non-voluntary minicamps where you got full participation. Not one guy didn't show up for the voluntary minicamps. Not a one. If that's in itself not a representation about trying to go above and beyond, trying to not just do the bare minimum, I don't know what is. Mission accomplished, man. Mission accomplished as far as being the best defense in football. Now let's go and carry that into a Super Bowl title. Let's go get this done. Mumbles, thank you for the $10 donation, Mumbles. Oh, Sam didn't throw enough passes? Okay, don't let us have an almost 6 yard per carry average on the run for the 49ers D going into the fourth. What competent OC is going to get away from that? Agreed. That's where you've got to think about with this Sam day is it's one thing if you're 20 and 26 with 198 yards and you've got like less than 100 yards rushing and you're not effective at running the ball. And it's like, well, we needed you to pass today. But when you've got almost 200 yards of rushing offense on the day, and it feels like you almost pretty consistently can run the ball whenever you want, why leave it? Why? You don't have to throw. It's not a prerequisite. If you're getting that kind of yard per carry average, and to your point, Mumbles, it was that way right up into the fourth quarter, that yard per carry average. Kind of didn't matter whether it was Walker or Charbonnet, quite frankly, on that. Either both of them were getting it done. So yeah, it's a part where they caught up too much on the Sam thing because of that. You got to remember that part of this game. It's a key part of it. And again, you go in the playoffs, you run for 180 yards in the playoffs. We average 180 yards running the playoffs. We're going to win a Super Bowl. Like you can talk with it. We can go all back to the Sam talk and the Sam obsession and the Sam this, does he do this or that? But if you run 180 yards like this, you average 6 yards a carry almost through a lot of your day, like game over, man. Game over at that point. Good luck. Eric, thank you for the $5 donation, Eric Kinnan. Love the run game tonight, he says. Thanks for the content and love the enthusiasm. Go Seahawks. I love my team, man. I'm passionate about this sport, but I love this team. And riding high like this, having a game like this, having a season like this, man, it's so easy to be enthusiastic. Like, yeah, they're giving me a lot to cheer for, a lot to root for. And the run game and the run game coming forward as it has, Eric, leading into this game. We talked about this on the roundtable this week, Eric, and that is that this is the rushing yardage that you were pulling out through the course of this NFL season, week 1 through 16. And you look on the front end of the schedule, and you can feel that there was still the commitment there. No real super, no run game kind of situations. You're running every game, but you got 84 yards here, 87 yards in week 3, 60 yards in week 6. And then something broke through in week 9, 198 rushing yards against the Cardinals, 135 rushing yards against the Rams the week after that, 114 yards against the Titans after that, 125 yards against the Vikings after that, 129 yards against the Falcons after that. Then you had the one little dip down in the Indianapolis Colts game at 50 yards. And then you come back with 171 yards rushing against the Rams in the second game, 163 yards rushing against the Panthers last week. And then you posted 180 yards rushing this game. So only one game on the back half of your schedule have you been held under 100 yards rushing. You've had a couple games where you've been flirting right up around the 200-yard rushing mark. So this is something that's come forward today, and it was a development today, but this is also a larger development and growth from this year in the back half of the schedule and how you've made this happen. You've manufactured this to occur. You've developed this to occur. Go Seahawks, Eric. And it was a vital part to tonight, the run game, controlling the clock. You took time of possession. You took control of that ball, and you said it's ours today. And that Niner team couldn't get into rhythm. They had to wait long periods of time in between having the ball at times, which doesn't help you on the rhythm front of things. You protected your defense. You kept them off the field. Defense rewarded you for that. Hell of a day, Eric. Hell of a day. Love to see that running game cooked up like that. That was next level, though. Then Ninjetti. Thank you for the $5 donation, Ninjetti. Pre-game primetime said this defense calls themselves the dark side. Well, when you're such a great defense like this, you get to have multiple, I said. You get to have those multiple nicknames, man. Dark side, mob. You can throw all of them at it. But yeah, I've heard the dark side's another one that gets tossed around. I like that one too, man. They are becoming a legendary defense. And maybe much like the LOBs, we may find a defense that starts to guide itself into being maybe an all-time one. Tell you what, coming in this week, they were already sitting pretty good on the points per game. You got 3 points coming out of this one. That's only going to lower it down. Might be the lowest point per game in the NFL this year. Got to double check that one, but it feels right, doesn't it? That stat feels correct. So 17.2 points per game. The Houston Texans are at 16.6. You've been climbing on them, and they got to play the Colts this week. So we'll see how it goes there. Maybe they're able to take it at that point, but you got a good chance. Hella good chance. Thank you, Ninjetti. Appreciate you for that. Holy Hand Grenade. Thank you for the $2 donation and a new helmet for the Spike. Indeed, man. We posted this up a couple weeks ago as well. Mike McDonald sitting there in front of the Predator heads of trophies that he has. This got leaked out. And we had old Mike up there with the big old smile. You can see this is before we've stacked the two recent ones. So we got to get the Panthers one on there. We got to get the Niners one on there. They might actually have to build a taller staff at this point, right? Because they've kind of ran out of the room. So this thing might have to even go a little bit higher at this point from where it's at. But you got two more to add to the Predator stack. Thank you, Hand Grenade. Let's go. Let's go, huh? Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Mumbles. Thank you for the $20 donation, Mumbles. I appreciate you for that. And man, Mumbles. Kitty. Mumbles says, B, where can I send the screenshot to you with the time for some receipts just in case? Also, Jesse, how's that hat feeling, mate? And also, because I think these will show up, Mike, how's your day going? Got that popcorn and snacks? Might get some love out there, which is good to see. You can, if you want, you can just email me at heyhawksnestmumbles, heyhawksnest@gmail.com. So if you want to email me there, you can do that. You can also DM me if you want through Twitter. I'll try to be on the lookout for you out there as well. and see if I can see what you got posted over on that side. So feel free to toss that my direction that way. But either way, so Hey Hawks Nest, plural, HEYHAWKS Nest @gmail.com. And send them my way. I'll take a look at it, Mumbles. Appreciate you. Thank you for all of your donations and support today as well. I need to have some screenshot. We've learned with the round table, I better come in with my receipts so I can check the facts. Because sometimes those boys, Mumbles, they'll play a little bit loose and free with them facts. And Mike's been going through it this year, Poor Mike, man. It's been a rough year for him. He's already had some tough years with the Cardinals in recent years, and this one especially, oof. This has been a real rough. He's ready to be done with this season. It has been an extra long year for Mike in that way. No doubt about that. Mumbles, you are the man, though. Thank you for that $20 donation. Very kind of you. I'll be on the lookout for that either email or DM on your side of it, bro. Thank you, man. Mech in GB. Thank you for the $10 donation, Mech. Lowest point in yard total under Kyle Shanahan. NFC runs through the loudest stadium in the league. Seahawks. 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 Let's go. San Francisco 49er offense scored 17 points, 26 points, 16 points, 21 points, 23 points, 19 points, 20 points, 15 points, 34 points, 42 points, 41 points, 20 points, 26 points, 37 points, 48 points, 42 points, then down to 13. And I think what makes this even more impressive to that point, Mech, is that you're doing this when this offense has been running at its hottest, not when it's at its most empty. This is an offense that's been really humming along, having their way, picking their poison for however they want to beat you. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Now we'll go to a little bit of this. They've had the answers. They've really been able to take some defenses down here in recent weeks. And yeah, you held them down in every which way. You kept that passing attack down to nothing. You didn't allow them to throw the ball. You kept Brock to really check down City. When he had to make a throw in this game, man, he was under duress constantly. When he pushed the ball down the field, you never felt like your defensive line was allowing them to really allow him to step into the throws and really be able to step in and really push the ball down the field. It was a very impressive win in a game you needed, in a must-win game, Mac. Must-win game, in my opinion. I don't see how you go on the road. I don't see you go on the road again in the Super Bowl this year, a year early. I've made the relation back to that Falcon game, that Seahawks team in 2012 in the same kind of manner and what it would have been like if that team had had the number one bye. But a hell of a performance by this defense today. They've gotten better and better and better. Their health has gotten better, and you'd hope with the health getting better that you'd see even more dominance from the unit. They have provided you that. They are working together collectively. People are on task. You're not making mistakes. You're not allowing teams to push the ball down the field, and yet you're also limiting the short passing attack, which is really the wild part of this, is that McDonald's defense finds a way to take away the deep stuff from you and then also shrinks down the short stuff to where even that doesn't feel like it's open. And you really got the best of the stylistically of what this defense can throw at offenses today. Not only in that bottom line result, but in that feeling it can give you like that. Can't run the ball. We're not finding inroads there. You're protecting against stuff deep, so we should have the short stuff underneath that we can attack. Can attack there, and our quarterback's under quick duress. Man, this sucks. This is hard to find too many answers to. And great performance. Great performance, bro. But thank you. Appreciate your donation. Addis the Gamer, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Skip Bayless is a clown. Yeah, he's been a clown for a while. He's aptly embraced it, and he's a guy I think that in a lot of ways set the standard for some people in how they cover this sport, even in my world of things. And, going for the clicks, going for the sound bite that's going to get people interested in watching. And I think we're leaving this era when it comes to people that cover this stuff, not just people like me on YouTube, but more of the pundits, where it gets back to more of, be honest in what you truly do think. Don't say the thing that's going to be salacious, that's going to get everybody up in arms and get people to talk, but actually what you truly believe. And then I think that there's more of an appreciation for that more than ever before. Thank you, though, Addis. Well said. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark. B, I've been going back and forth to Jesse's channel, and yes, Sam sucks according to them, but if Sam wins a Super Bowl in their house, damn, that's a spicy meatball. He's not going to be given the credit. It's why I've given up on the round table of convincing these guys going into the future. Let their takes be where it is. Let them yippity yap about what Sam is and all the way that they want to. I'll let them yippity yap their way all the way to us winning a Super Bowl with Sam mother effing Darnold. Okay? Let him do it. He has been a player that has really opened my eyes as much to anybody at watching a player that I don't know if I've seen in recent years that draws not only so many hard conclusions about a player that's actually had some really good recent success, but that he draws such ardent conclusions of him being a failure, not merely just like, he's all right quarterback, but a failure of a quarterback despite these good results over the past couple of years. I'm not expecting the performance of what he did today to draw at any of that, any of these guys to move off of their spot in that way, Mark. And I know the excuses are coming in on this and how it sets, but that's what I'm going to come back to. And I'm going to press back down on Jesse if he tries to do that, to say, this wasn't about Sam Darnold. You need to go out and throw for 300 yards to convince Jesse. This was Jesse insisting that Sam Darnold was going to vomit all over himself at one point or another in this game, and that was going to lose the Seahawks the game. That was the part that he was so certain that he spoke with absolute utmost certainty was going to be the way that the thing played out. And it didn't play out that way. So he can go and he can play the but what if game. He can move the goalpost into a different position if he wants to try to do that. But I'm going to press down on it. And I think that you guys that watch this in the audience will know the truth of it. You know? Where's my deal?
The truth shall set you free.
He shall set you free. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. John, let the Rams and 49ers fight like the dogs they are. It kind of did something to your deal there, stupid autocorrect. Let the Rams and 49ers fight like dogs they are for scraps next week. Hawks will rest up and get healthy. Like 05, like 2013, like 2014. Last 3 times you've had the number 1 bye, you have made to the Super Bowl. It is a huge benefit in the back pocket. Home field advantage that you get to rock. Teams having to travel out into your side of the field. The way the weather elements can come into play at that time of the year. You get a pass-happy type of team that gets into one of those days in the Pacific Northwest into the heart of January where the elements are swirling, where the winds are blowing, the rains are falling. It's a little bit chilly. It's a little bit chilly as well. Well, that's the type of game that we're going to be used to. That's the type of game that we've been living in. This is the type of team that goes out there and practices in that environment all the time. Another huge advantage to them for us as we go into this playoffs, man. So let them fight it out. Let them have to duke it out through and find their way through and, play out again. They got the Rams got to play tomorrow, and then they got to still play next week. They got 2 more games before we're going to potentially have to face that matchup. So hopefully that becomes something that can be a differentiating factor in that game, John. And I tend to think it probably will. Glenn Karn with another $5, man. You've been amazing today. All the support. Thank you for that. Really appreciate you. Very kind. Very, very kind. You don't have to have a top 5 quarterback to get to the Super Bowl, but you need a very good one. And I believe Sam Darnold is that. This has been structurally my whole point with the Sam Darnold discussion. It should start and it should begin with this of, can a top 10 quarterback go and win you a Super Bowl? And it becomes the hard part of the discussion because so much of what you then is you're sort of kind of jousting with somebody over this point, you can feel the person you're jousting with trying to pull the discussion to, is he a top 5 quarterback? Is he a top 4 quarterback? No, is Sam a top 10? Sam a top 10 quarterback? And the answer is pretty hardly pressed at this point. Not to be that it is not absolutely undeniable, right? Isn't it, Glenn? I mean, it gets to the point where it's like, yeah, okay, he's top 10. Okay. So let's start from that point. He's top 10. Can a top 10 quarterback win you a Super Bowl? And anybody trying to make that argument has no leg to stand on. Because the last 12 years of football, probably 5-6 times over, a non-top 10 quarterback has won the bowl. It's nice to have it, but you don't have to have it to win it. And so, yes, it's the one where I think this discussion doesn't have to be as hard as it kind of gets into on this ethereal thing that Sam does or does not have, right? It becomes this thing about, Is there something psychologically broken in Sam? Oh, he's got all the ability in the world. He's got the big arm, but there's just something psychologically where he eventually turns into a pumpkin and becomes this thing that he's not really that ever through most of these last 2 years, but he will just be that, you know? And then it becomes hyper concentrating on that. Played a top 10 state. Yeah. Now, you know, look, if you have a guy at top 10 state, do you need then the rest of the team to be, you know, kicking ass and taking names so that it's a total team effort getting you there on the back of that particular trail of strategy to getting to a Super Bowl? Yes. But that is what you have on this team. You've got a consistent ground game. You've got a balanced offensive attack. You've got a sensational defense. You've got a sensational special teams unit. So you've created the parameters for this kind of success, for this kind of Super Bowl contending team in recent NFL history. I don't have to go back to 1991. I don't have to go cherry pick into 1982. I can just look back at the last 12 years in the sport. I can look back at our own organization 13 years ago, going back-to-back Super Bowls with top 10 quarterback play, not top 5 quarterback play. And if you've done it once before, if you've done it once recently, if it's been done once before, if it's been done recently, why can't it be us too? Why can't it be us again? Sean Meek, Leo Dart, thank you for the $2 donation. Almost all of Jesse's supers are about the hat, laughing out loud. This is God. I am gonna be so insufferable maybe for a couple weeks, folks. You might have to hold on with Brandon for the next couple weeks. But blame it on my chat community for gassing me up. All right. If I get too insufferable, guys, it's my community gassing me up. Any man would fall prey to this in this position. What do you want me to do? Oh, Jesse's going to have to own this one. Oh, this is wonderful. Just absolutely wonderful. Wu-Tang, thank you for another $5 donation, Wu-Tang. Can we take a minute to appreciate how special it is holding them to 3? Crew went to the Bay on business and handled them. Let's win it all in Santa Clara. Hey, let's win it all in Santa Clara. Let's hoist that trophy in their house. Make them swallow that bitter hill. And we got Jesse hitting me up here. Hit me up. He says, you got a link for that hat? I got to get him this link for this hat. Hold on. I'll get sent on. Thank you, brother. Yeah, hold on here. Let me text him. GG's. Look, it was a defensive effort that's clutch. It was a defensive effort that was suffocating. It's a San Francisco 49er offense that has been hot, red hot. There's been multiple weeks where I don't think that they've even had to punt. So it's been one where I got to find this hat for Jesse so he can order this thing. We got to get him this freaking stupid hat here. Where's this stupid thing? I'll have to find it offline there for him. But 120 yards passing, only 53 yards rushing. McCaffrey, 8 carries, 23 yards, a 2.9 yard per carry average. Only 5 yards was the longest he ran on the day. This team lives in light boxes. The Niner team tried to attack the light boxes by going more downhill than working the outside zone in this game. From a Niner perspective, it didn't work. This defense was unbelievable. The only word I can say for it is that every defense would seemingly have to give up something in what they do stylistically structured. You're going to go light box. You're going to be more vulnerable to the run game. You're going to protect against the deep ball. You're going to be more vulnerable to the short and intermediate passing attack. And yet the Seattle Seahawks defensively with Mike McDonald, and what makes him so renowned and so great at what he does is his ability to take away everything from you on a football field. It is not, at times it can be a bend but don't break defense, but structurally within this defense is an ability to completely kick the chair out from under the offense and give them nothing. Give them no space to work with. We got this last week in the Panthers game, and you were able to replicate that again this week with this defense. That is how it is by its designs. That is what it can do when it's humming at its best. And that this team has been able to maintain its health. It's been able to maintain the snap rotation so you don't have guys like Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence that have tapped out all of the gas in their tank, but instead you're going to be able to have these guys pretty much as close as you could ask for to be as fresh, as healthy, as sprite as you could hope for at this time of year given their age. And the rest of the team healthy around through that. Fantastic effort on their part. I can't undersell it. And very impressed by what we got to see from this team today, man. I got to find this stupid hat. Send this to Jesse really quick here. Get to you guys on the dono front. Hopefully I can find the stupid thing. I got to search this damn thing out now. Got to locate this stupid thing. Got the noggin hats. Let's put them in a noggin hat. Got to go find the damn thing. Find that damn thing. Thank you, Wu-Tang. Appreciate you. Brian Myers, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys are unbelievable. We're still behind on the donuts. I promise I'm catching up. If you put a donut, we got a ton in the house tonight. So bear with me if you can on that front of things. B, don't forget the shades on the round table. Cannot wait for the Hawks Nest playoff streams. We're going to have a great weeks of playoff streams. We're going to be doing the Seahawks Syndicate amped up every week, once a week on the Wednesdays here. Hopefully we'll set that up there. We got B&B cooking off. We'll be getting the round up on to you guys as well. Get a couple of bonus streams in there. You can count on that. So we are going to be definitely cooking up the playoff coverage here. We're going to be definitely amping up the playoff coverage, and I will not forget the shades. I think I might have to borrow my brother's aviators for this week. I'm minding my brother's aviators for this week, Brian. I ain't going to lie. Might be one of those kind of weeks where I got to bring that in tow and bring the big dogs out on that one. But thank you, Brian. Appreciate you. I know you're freaking feeling great tonight as well, man. Let's go. Brent Yoendo, thank you for the $5 donation. Leo is the big cat you find in the dark side of the death zone. That's the big cat's den. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. And he has been one of those leaders on this team that has set that standard and came here as a guy like DeMarcus Lawrence, a guy that had spent his career playing on teams that went nowhere fast, that was living in Loserville, and not necessarily because he was a bad player, but because he was stuck in a bad organization and then stuck on another bad organization with the Giants after that. But this is a guy that you saw take his game to another level when he came to Seattle, that you want to see how a guy's wired. You want to see what drives him. You want to see, whether or not it's the money that makes him go, or is that he got that true competitive spirit to want and be willing to lay it on the line deep into his career, to know that time is of the essence and he doesn't have forever to play, and that he's going to capture that time and he's going to maximize it and he's going to show these youngsters what it takes to get there. You love this for the big cat, a guy that's had to wait a long period of time to taste this kind of success from a team standpoint, but the driving force he's been for you to become this great team, and that this leadership cannot be undersold. This standard that they have set and have shown that on a weekly basis cannot be undersold. This is part of the buy-in that you get collectively from this team when the vets, when the stars are putting it out there, laying it on the line every single week. Nate, thank you for the $5 donation. Nate, hey B, can you smoke that 49er pack on the round table? Maybe I might just have to. By the way, just bought my NFC West gear. Go Hawks. Just wish our O did better in the red zone. Love you, B. Hey, much love to you too, Nate. And would have liked to have seen better red zone performance. We get in the playoffs with a 1st and goal from the 1. Run it in. Especially when the run game's working. Run it in. Just run it in. Make them stop you on the 1 yard line. 1st and goal. Run it in. Please. Let's just do that. But the red zone offense was a little bit dicey today. Not the best. Luckily, the defense made it stand by being so stifling in what they did. And a place for us to improve. We've been better in recent weeks in red zone. More room to improve here for sure. But I may have to bring the pack there for the Niners. We got to bring out something special here for this roundtable this week, Nate. Got to bring something out. Good to get on again the NFC West gear, man. Go Hawks. Thank you, man, for all of your support to the channel too as well. Really appreciate you, brother. DJ, thank you for the $10 donation, DJ. Brandon, I appreciate the time you and Pumpkin give us each and every game. My first dono is dedicated to Pumpkin. I'm so excited to go on I'm so excited to go broke on playoff tickets. Ooh, going in person. I'm a little jelly. Jelly, DJ, and thank you for your first big time donation here on the channel. Really, really is very much appreciated. And I will definitely get Pumpkin some nice churro. She loves this stuff. This churro is what it's called. We'll give her some playoff pumpkin. We'll get some salmon churro here, some number one seed churro. That churro tastes a little bit extra delicious. You know what I mean? A little extra bit tasty there. But I love the fact you're going to get a chance to go to the playoffs and go see this game in person. If you're a fan in that stadium, all I ask you is that no matter what you do, if you go with fans, if you go with family or friends or whoever you're going with, you walk in that stadium, and everybody's got to be locked in. We need everybody on point in that stadium, giving this team all they can. I want to make this thing back to the old days. I want to make this back to just being a hellacious environment for anybody to walk into. You want to come in here, you want to win the road in the playoffs, good freaking luck. Good freaking luck. But you've got a right to be excited, man. It's not misplaced. This ain't by luck. This team has taken this first round bye. This is the toughest division in all of football. You've got the opponents that you built up on this schedule that are legit wins. They've earned the right to be here. Now, let's finish the process. 3 more wins, DJ. 3 more wins, and you got yourself a Super Bowl. The Super Bowl winning Seattle Seahawks. Doesn't that sound good? But it's my pleasure, man, doing what I get to do. I thank you guys. You can just see here with you yourself and so many others on the support you throw my way and what I get to do. This is a dream to be able to do this, and you guys allow me to do this. And seasons like this, it's just... It is not, people go, all the hard work you put in, it's not hard work when I get to do what I get to do, man. It's a hell of a job that I get to do. This is a dream job, popping off the pillow every day. And just today, just no work, just getting hyped. That's all I was doing today. Just getting hyped. That was my job. I felt like, and it was very easy to be had. I'll be right back here, folks. One more second. Thank you, DJ, man. Appreciate you. Dwyer, thank you for the $5 donation. It's 5 a.m. here, he says, and I'm too pumped to sleep. What a dominant win against the worst fan base in the NFL. Number 1 seed. Let's go. And look, there's been some definite respectful Niner fans that came through the chat this week. I ain't painting everything with a broad brush. But I'm going to tell you this, Niner fans, there was a lot of Niner fans that came in this week with the extra heavy dose of toxicity. I mean, coming in, and I don't look, this is the nature of the beast. I get it, trash talk, and we feel ourselves, and we're going to let you know what time it is, and we're going to show you what time it is. And I understand that this is how this goes, but all at the same point in time, you come in and you talk that much noise, you come in that hot. You come in that ready to loaded to bear. You got to be ready to have it be taken back to the other side when it swings back the other direction. And yeah, they are a fan base that definitely is talkative bunch, and they feel themselves. And it was quite a stark difference from what you get with Ram fans to 49er fans on this. But this is why the rivalry is so intense and is only going to be ratcheted up that much more in the future. I don't think they were taking us that seriously this year. I still think that they looked at it like, well, it's just the Rams we got to deal with. And then, and the Seahawks and the Cardinals. So it's probably as much just annoying to them that we've come up, but we're here now. We're in your face. We ain't going away anywhere. You guys are the ones that are going to be losing some guys here in the future. So don't be surprised you find yourselves in that position if you don't get these things right that you got to get right. If you get a couple retirees in here this season. But yes, sir, O'Dwyer, and you have right to be pumped up, man. You should be pumped up about this team. How many times do you get the number 1 seed? How many times do you get that opportunity to go out there and take it in that way? It's to set yourself up for the stage for this, to know and setting yourself up for the stage for this particular thing, how good that's been for you in the past through multiple decades of Seahawks football, how good that's been for you in the past, almost as though getting that number 1 seed is a timeless kind of component. Timeless. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Just the above to show how unfair Sam narrative is. Just the above to show them. Agreed. Yes. And again, too, sorry if I'm behind on donations. I see a couple in the donations here. Lucky, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, did you read my previous super chat? I totally did, Lucky. Do understand, guys, we've got 179 donations today on the chat, which is tremendous. So I did just respond back to this one, but it's going to have me a little bit behind on these donos as I'm trying to address each and every one of them, especially when we're getting the big fat donations like they're coming in. So this does put me a little bit behind, but I'm definitely going to address all of these and cover all of them. Glad to help you guys out and getting that 5th seed, Lucky. Absolutely happy to do so. Thank you for the congrats on the number 1 seed. And I do agree, man, we are eventually going to be, I think, having to face you guys in down the line, that this doesn't get shaken out. This doesn't get settled until we can get down to that point and, figure out what's what. But thank you, Lucky. Sorry, a little late on the donos. We got a lot bumped into the door here as we went live here, and I'm about an hour behind on my donos. So I'm trying, but it's a lot. It's a lot of them. John with a $10 donation says, Kyle is the coach of the year, but he and Sam have same issues. Kyle, OC, Falcons, up 26, lost the Super Bowl. Again, in 2 Super Bowls, he lost, didn't know the rules of overtime. Kyle, 1-38, behind 7 in the 4th. Maybe Kyle seems ghost. Ooh, there we go. Yeah, there's definitely a thing with Kyle that when he gets up in points in games in the playoffs, and this has happened a couple of times, that that there's sometimes some issues at play. Ow. There's some issues at play with him having some notable games where teams have come back from behind when he's got the lead. That has definitely been the case. He is the coach of the year. He's earned it this year. Despite this game, he has earned it. So maybe something to that, maybe something to that on that. Kyle 1-38 behind 7th in the 4th. Maybe Kyle does see ghosts. Maybe true there. And John, again, thank you for the $2 donation, says just the above to show how unfair that Sam narrative is. It's completely unfair. And it's why I've pushed back on this throughout the course of the season. It is that it's one that's not based on much. It's based on, as I always say, you go back to simplicity in football, you're probably putting together a bad opinion on something if you're drawing to simplicity. You've got to build in nuance. You got to build in a little bit of depth to the thinking as to what drives you to think about one thing one way or the other. And Sam is included on that. And you saw it throughout the offseason. And that, look, it's the final snapshot you give to people in that last game of the year. And it hangs over into their mind as you go 3-4 months into an offseason and have to turn things back around to the regular season. And when the Vikings then don't sign up for the Sam experience long term, it just reinforces that final snapshot that was taken at the end of last year. But a snapshot does not make it the player. And Sam's year last year was not just defined by what he did against the Rams. Certainly from the perspective of understanding, again, context of what was going on with that team at the time. It has been unfair. It's been unfair throughout this season. It is one where it's just, I feel like there's a built-in bias for those folks that don't like Sam, where it's less of them inherently seeing something in Sam that's just so a well-attuned wisdom that they see, that they have something inherently they see at the depths of Sam that they can just kind of pull out that nobody else can quite see. It's not a thing that's necessarily a physical limitation, right? As I say, it's almost like they would want to make you think it's like a mental limitation, but it's unfair. It's not right. It's false. It's been disproven multiple times over by Sam, not just last year, but this year. But it's one that's going to, even off the back of this game, John, remain pervasive, remain something that we do see. Sorry, again, lucky on that. A little bit of lateness on the don't-knows. Definitely trying to roll through as we can on these. Mariner Crazy, 1978. Thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 32 long months. I really appreciate that long-time support. This might have been the best overall game I've seen all year from start to finish. They didn't force anything and made a good team look slow. People were referencing that on the donos early on in the game that I thought was well spotted and well spotted by you as well here, Mariner Crazy, and that this defense was playing fast, man. You were getting downhill in the run game. I mean, you were really taking it to this team, and it was a good, complete team victory. You got up on them. They never came back in here and really put a threat on you in that way. They could kind of climb back a little closer, but you had the lead at all times. And didn't force anything is right. This team is so good, it doesn't have to force things. It's got to make plays, but make plays within the context and flow of the game. You don't have to force things. You don't have to take unnecessary risks. You don't have to play outside of yourself. Stay within the context of the team. Stay within the context of yourself. Let this game come to you in that way, and you will go and get the victory because the team is just built that well. And they're in such a good shape as far as health-wise to be able to lean into that even all the more so. So well said on your part. Well said on your part. And I'm glad. Satisfying game, man. Very satisfying game to win this way. Sanchez in the house. What's up, Sammy? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the $5 donation. Sam, Brad, Johnson, Darnold about to game manager us to a Super Bowl victory, and I'm here for it. Let's go, man. Me too. I'll be smiling so wide if this happens. Not just for Sam, not just for the team, not just the win, but it proves this great to be true. That these are the quarterbacks you can go and get these things done with. And I do think Sam has far surpassed even, Brad Johnson or a Trent Dilfer. I don't think any of those guys kind of put up the same season that, he's been able to put up the past couple of years. But look, in a lot of ways, it's held to be true here in that, what you're looking for, and the guy here, he had the 1 year at 38, so he had the 1 year where he threw for 3,800 yards. So, it's maybe not that far off on the 03 season Brad had, but the bottom line is this: team plays this well. This is very well maybe what you ask Sam to do. You lock down the rest of the game. You lock down the rushing attack. You control the line of scrimmage. You play great special teams. You're not going to need your quarterback to have to be that guy because of that. And I'm here for it too, man. Let's come back to it. By any means necessary. No style points. Just go get the win. Just go get the Super Bowls. And we will celebrate the greatness within that. Well said, man. Very well said. Jordan, thank you for another $5 donation, Jordan. Goalposts will be moved to Judge Sam. I guarantee it. He played well, extended drives, with smart decisions and great plays. It's the position that I'm going to be in. I'm going to lean into this. I'm going to be saying, we're moving goalposts, gentlemen. And the thing is with that is that you'll see this not only characterized on the roundtable, of course, but you'll see this from a national perspective as well. Sam's still not going to be bringing people over the back of this performance. You'll see the excuses given to the Niners injury situation. There's in some ways with Sam and certain people, they'll twist themselves in knots to not give him any credit. But he played smart football. He played within the context of what he needed to do to win this game. And that's what you need your quarterback to do when he's got a great team around him. It's all about requirements. It's all about what you need to have happen to go get the victory. It ain't about how much comfortable can you get the victory? How much can you put up 1,000,000 points and then can you hold them to no points? It ain't about that. Go get the win and manage the game. When you play a team like the Niners, that's a good team, management becomes even more at the forefront in a lot of ways. And Sam did that today. Decision-making was great. Extended the drives. Smart decisions above all else. Just walking into that. That's what drove this day as much as anything else. And offensively speaking, and did enough, man. Did enough when it's all said and done. Sanchez, thank you for another $10 donation, Sanchez. True story. 1 year ago, my 5-year-old son watched the Hawks beat the Rams and missed the playoffs with 10 wins. He looked at me and said, "I'm here now, Dad. Never again." Let's go. Your son knew something, man. Children, they're wired into the future a little bit with that little bit of that prognostication, a little bit of that psychic vibe they can sometimes have. So I guess he was able to kind of tap into it in the right way, man. And, he knew something. He knew something, Sanchez. And yeah, how about that? Coming from last year, playing a Rams team that wasn't even starting their starters, be able to kind of get that win eked out at the end to where you find yourself now and the progress you've made and how far we've come as a team. It is, what a great feeling, man. And I know, Sanchez, you're celebrating the hell out of this win tonight too, brother. Congrats as well to you. Congrats as well as you. Long-suffering Hawk fans get to appreciate this. They will appreciate that. Saying we may be a little loud and all that, but we love this win. There's nobody that's not going to be value in the back of this going, man, it feels good. Feels so good. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother in the house. What's up, Mr. Kane? Just had to say hello. Number 1 seed. What a year. Go Hawks. What a year, man. What a year, Mr. Kane. Storybook is the word I keep coming back to again and again. Storybook season that just keeps on rolling, keeps on rocking, and good times keep going, man. And boy, we can just go get this Super Bowl. What a year it'll be, man. One of the great years in Seahawks history this has been, and just wow. This has been such a treat. That's all I could say. I mean, it kind of leaves me speechless at times with it. It's been a treat. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation, Cameron. Gray Zabel and Nick Imanwari are 2 more home runs for John Schneider. Hiring McDonald is my favorite move he's ever made. Go Hawks. Yeah, it's certainly absolutely those are home run moves for you. Imanwari, another monster performance in this game. 7 tackles, a tackle for loss, quarterback hit, flying all around the field, feeling a speed. Part of that defense that just felt so very fast in this game and loose and free and just going after and getting it. Zabel been such that steadying force left guard position you hoped he could be. You're like, man, we're asked his rookie to play all these games and start and be a stalwart in there for a position that's been problematic for us going back for a couple of years now. He's been that. He's just been that. And John, the executive of the year that comes to him, you could go to about 10 different points, I think, for why John Schneider should win the executive of the year. From the draft that he had, the getting draft returns back for a Geno Smith and a DK Metcalf and moving off those players at just the right time, getting this team to where they've gotten while they're still eating the dead money they're eating off some of those deals, the going in on Sam as you transitioned away from Geno and how few thought that was actually a success. I mean, that's a bit of the part of this too, is how few had faith in some of what they were doing, including even Vegas on this. Yeah. And then McDonald is a hire. It's a process where John did it smartly. And he said, we're going to go exhaustive and we're going to go through a lot of different candidates and we're going to interview a lot of different people. And we're going to try to make sure we really have gone through everybody to make sure that we're landing on absolutely positively the right guy. Not the first guy, not the guy we just kind of fall in love with, but after we've gone through every collection, after we've done sometimes 2 interviews with certain guys, we finally land on the one we really do truly want. And hopefully within that, then finding that guy that's a separator as a coach, finding the guy that's a difference maker for the head coaching position. And they were able to succeed and accomplish that. But it was a process that brought them there. Process over results. It bleeds down from the front office. You want the results, but if you've got the great process, the smart decision-making, they will lead you to the great results. Well said, Nick, or well said, Cameron. And, of course, I agree 150%. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation, Mark. B, will there be a fan call-in throughout the playoffs? Oh, you better believe it. So we are due for a member-in call-in show this week, I would say, Mark. So let's count on trying to find a way we can get it fit in this week. Maybe Thursday night. We'll tentatively maybe put that together. I think we've got the roundtable on Wednesday, and so maybe we'll get some time to be able to get that cooked up. Try to do a call-in show on Thursday if we can for members of the channel. So if you are a member, keep an eye on your community post. We've got, of course, the PFF scores coming out Monday morning for you guys. I'll have that out to you, or tomorrow, Sunday, actually. I will have that out there for you for the scores from this game. And then, of course, we've got call-in show we'll do this Thursday. Great suggestion, Mark. Absolutely. Let's do it on Thursday. Little old snowboard lady. It's good to see you back in the house here again. Thank you for another $5 donation on the channel. I want to take the Niners players home and feed them my homemade chicken soup. Tough loss for those boys. I feel bad. From a Niner perspective, it's definitely a little bit of a rough year for them in this way, in that you're so good, but it also has you just thinking about, man, if we'd just been a little bit healthier, what could kind of have been this year? And a game like this coming into it where you are hot and you're rolling offensively, but also you're going, man, the injuries just keep mounting. They just keep mounting. They just don't stop. Trent Williams out now. Ricky Pearsall back out for like the third time this year. They just don't stop. They just don't stop. And you do look at this as a game of that we were not facing them at the height of their powers. I mean, Christian McCaffrey does not look fully at 100% right now with the amount of carries and touches that he's had to shoulder for this team throughout the course of this year. So, that was a benefit to you. And we knew it was a benefit coming in. Niners fought hard. Their defense played their ass off considering how weakened they got. I mean, down to like their fifth or sixth linebacker in this game at one point or another, it felt like. But you found a way, man. You found a way to get it done, and impressive in that respect of things. But you do feel a little bit bad for them, Old Sunford. Alas, they'll just have to find another way to make it go, find another way to make it go. Thank you for all your donos today. Y2K, thank you for 30 months as a Hawks Nest member. We do feel like a team that plays together. It's a thing that's kind of hard to pin down because a lot of things I can show to you statistically. Hey, we're a good rushing team. Look at the stats of rushing. Hey, this is an efficient passing attack. Look at the quarterback rating. Look at the passer rating. Here's how this is efficient. It gets hard to fundamentally find the specific things I can point to when I say a team is playing collectively together. It's more of kind of a feeling thing. But Mike McDonald talked about this last week. I think it was on 710, when he even pointed out those early wins in the year and said some of those early wins, even when we were getting them, it wasn't really a team. We weren't playing interconnected as a team. Offense was kind of doing its thing. Defense was kind of doing its thing. Special teams kind of doing its thing. All of this now feels more interconnected in how you're getting these wins. And maybe with it, you're not getting as many of the purified full blowouts, but you are getting the full team wins that feel like everything is working together collectively. Everybody's rowing in the same direction at all one times. It just does kind of feel that way, doesn't it, man? It's hard to give you specifics on what that exactly means. And well, there's this and there's that. It's in general fashions. It does just kind of feel that way. Sean Collins, thank you for the $5 donation, Sean. People expect Darnold to play like a quarterback that's been the same system for the last 4 years. This offense will do nothing but get better with time. Beautifully put. Beautifully put, Sean. And I should have probably have covered this in my dissertation on Sam here a little bit more as well. People are looking at Sam, and then I think because he's in this league for this long, going, well, what he is this year is what he will be. But to your point, this is not the way this works. And I've related this back to Shanahan. Before Shanahan was a coach, he was brought on by the Falcons to be an offensive coordinator there under Dan Quinn. And he was going to go there with Matt Ryan. So what you already had is you had a quarterback there that had had success, a team that wasn't bad, Shanahan coming on there. And that first year with Shanahan was, it had moments, but it had some tough moments. It had some good and some bad to it a little bit with it. There was a little bit of some friction between those guys and getting on that same page. And then year two, now Shanahan has Ryan playing MVP. I think he got an MVP season out of Matt Ryan that year. And, you bring up that good point. You got the third youngest team in football. You got still a very young offensive line that's in development. You've got a new offensive coordinator here. You got the quarterback with his first year with that new offensive coordinator. It will only get better with time. Sam will only get better the more time he's accommodated with this personnel around him to get more on that sure footing, on that same page, that cohesiveness, that continuity. Great point, Sean. Very, very good point. And I agree 100% to you, man, on that one. Nothing but get better. Fritz, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, if they don't turn it over, they win. Being the Niners? Maybe. I mean, maybe. It's kind of a but what if? Well, we don't know. I mean, the thing is about them getting the touchdown there, Fritz, is that they get the touchdown. That doesn't put them in the lead. Your offense then has an opportunity at that point to do plenty in order to be able to Still go down there and make some noise on their side of it and score some points if that's what they need to do. It certainly drives up the urgency of the offense to do a little bit more than they felt like they probably had to do at the end of the game because of that, after that interception. As well as the offense was able to drive up the field after the interception. So it's not like the offense was completely stuck in the mud at that point. Kind of hard to say. Thank you though, Fritz. Oh, Bryce in the house. What's up, Bryce? You're feeling good, bro. Let's go, Bryce, coming in with a big old, I said $60 donation. Bryce, you've been amazing here on the channel, man, on your support here. Really, really appreciate you, brother. That's too kind of you, quite frankly. That's a big fat dono drop. I really appreciate it, but super kind of you for doing that, man. Let's go, Brandon. Back where we belong, on top of the NFC West. Can't wait to see Jesse wear that hat this week. This run game is set for the playoffs. The Hawks had a choice. Nut up or shut up. And we nutted up and we shut up the Niners. Go Hawks. Thought you were going to say, and we nutted up and we nutted all over the Niners. I thought you were going to say that. I was just about thinking that was the next line that was coming there, Bryce, which, I mean, look, would have been true as well. You know what I mean? We did nut up and then we didn't. It's getting late, folks. We get a little naughty here when it gets late. Go Hawks, Bryce. Go Hawks. And I led into this week. So this isn't me, Johnny, come lately on this given point. And I said, I've got us winning 31-17. And I got us winning 31-17 because this team has earned the confidence in them to believe that they can even beat this good opponent by that much. And not because San Francisco isn't a good opponent. And not because they're not well coached. And not because Shanahan doesn't deserve to be coach of the year. But because of the fact that they have been too weakened. Every team has got a line that they can go up to. Every team has got one too many injuries for that given team that year, which takes them in a place of not being able to play cogently, takes them structurally and pulls them down so far that they're just overcoming snap in and snap out because of that. And that was a Niner defense that was having to do that. And that was a Niner team overall that was having to do that. You got a guy like Kittle playing, but Kittle's not out there playing 100%. They're down Trent Williams, who started all year for them at left tackle. You've got a Christian McCaffrey with almost 400 touches on his back this year as kind of an aging elder player. No Ricky Pearsall on the offense. A defense down Michael Williams, the top 12 first-round pick in this draft that they were needing to rely upon this year. Down Fred Warner at the middle linebacker position. Down D. Winters, who goes out in this game at their middle linebacker position. Tatum Bethune was injured at one point in this football game. They had 3 major losses this offseason, that defense. It's a team that was not in a position where they've been in recent years to challenge in the way that they could challenge. And they've been able to play a little bit ahead of their skis this year and get around because of that easier schedule and the way the back end of the schedule is set up for this Niner team. But if we are the team that we want to be, then this is the type of team you should take down that's in that kind of shape. If they're at full strength, you're playing on the road, the end of the season, Bryce, there you can do more of the coin flip thing. You can do more of the, well, it's anybody's game. But when they're like this, when they're this diminished, when you're that minished, when you actually have almost the full strength, the full throat of your team at play, then you nut up and you go take them down at that point, right, bro? Like at that point, you are the better team. You'll show them, and you showed them today. And that's that thing about this team with this confidence that they have built with all of us that cover this team like you and I do, is that they've earned this confidence. They've gone there and said, yeah, we're going to be that type of team. We're not going to put a bad loss on the books. We're going to have a lesser opponent that we're going to play down to. We're going to dominate those lesser opponents. And if you're a good opponent, we're going to stand right there toe-to-toe with you, and we're going to keep swinging. And it's going to be a hard day for you at the office. So back where we belong, man. Back on top of the NFC West. And I can't wait to put Jesse in that hat as well. I got to go out there tonight on the internet and go find him the link and go and send it his way. And we're going to get him in that big funky hat. And let's go. And as far as the run game, great point on your part. Can't be undersold. Playoff football is about how you run the ball and how you defend the ball. As big a priorities as you can find about anything else in driving wins and losses. And the fact that the Seattle Seahawks have, number one, stayed committed to running the football, whether it has worked or whether it has not worked out throughout the course of this year, every game in and game out, they stay with running the ball. Some games you can maybe have run it a little bit more even at times, but you've always found some commitment to it in every single game this year versus last year where we had Grubb, who was looking at every turn to get away from the running game, even when it was successful. You stuck with the man. You've hung with it. And then that's going to, you feel like, and I know you believe this too, Bryce, but you just feel like in knowing NFL history that those teams that can cobble that running game up as the year goes along and stay with it and stay committed. And now they start to break through as the back half of the year goes along. Like they're starting to get rewarded for that commitment. And now it's breaking through more. And now it's breaking through more. And now the glass is really shattering every week. And now it's really shattering every week. Now you're getting up around 200 yards rushing. And now you're sort of the height of your rushing powers this year as we're going in to the playoffs now. And you got to feel like that's going to carry on into the playoffs, that's going to be a helpful item in finding playoff success, especially being able to play from home, playing at home. But Bryce, man, thank you for the $60 donation. Thank you for all of your support. Really looking forward to the syndicate this week. It was being brought up a little bit earlier on the stream. We'll see if you're going to be down for doing a little bit of the coverage here when we come to the playoff games coming up here this week. Next week, as we'll be on our bye. So if maybe you're wanting to join me up on that, we'll have you hop on in there with me if you're down to do a little bit of that. Go Hawks, brother. Appreciate you, man. And back where we belong. That's the best way to put it, man. Back where we belong, owning this division. It's our division. It's about the start of another run. Super Bowl window cracked open. Let's go. Let's go. Go Hawks. And shut up those Niners. I listen out there in San Francisco and I hear nothing but complete and utter silence. You're the man, Bryce. Appreciate you, brother. And do please, folks, if you get a chance, Hawk's Eye, the Hawk's Eye with Bryce Coots. He's out here on YouTube. He's kicking ass and taking names. His channel's cooking up. He is going to be a key part of what we do here on this channel going in the future. Him, Dan Viens, got Seahawks, Brendan Nelson. Doobies get subbed up to these folks. You know, give them that sub. It's a big deal to them, help them out in that way. And please do so for Bryce. As we're building a community up here, us Hawk 10 content creators. We're part of a brotherhood. We're not like those Niner content creators that are all fighting each other right and left. We get along out here. We got nothing but love for each other out here. But not a lot of love for you, Bryce. I salute you, sir. Thank you. And I'll be touching base with you about next week on covering some of those, the playoff coverage, if you're down. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark. B, on Jesse's channel, they're blaming Ayuk wasn't on the field and the passing scheme was based on him. That's why Purdy failed today. Cry me a river. Niners put themselves in the predicament. This is the thing with this, and that is that the Brandon Ayuk situation came to a culmination, but the culmination is not where it began. You went into an offseason. You played around with the contract in a way where you didn't really want to give him the money, where you didn't want to give him as much money as he wanted to be paid. You kicked the can down the road. You like deliberated on the decision. You had to a place where you had a trade on the books there to be able to move him to the Steelers. And you decided that the draft capital back in return wasn't going to be enough. And so you had to miss all of training camp. Then you end up just finally signing him to the price that he wants to be paid at. And then from there, the situation completely has seemed to erode from a relationship standpoint between player and team. And, this isn't the first time that I've seen this happen with the San Francisco team. Back 10 years ago with the same ownership group, they had it happen with a right tackle. But this all really comes out of the part of, you burning out Brandon Ayuk and you burning out Brandon Ayuk because you're trying to play the game and not really paying him the money he wanted to be paid. And then you sort of flirting with the trading of him. And that's what led to this situation there. Was he a big miss off of the field for the Niners in this game, and that hurt them in a major way, him not being out there, especially with Parasol not out there? Yeah, you better believe it. But this is why smart decisions are stacked up one after another to get you to a place where you finally have a team that's contending is great. And when you have smart decisions, but here's a dumb decision, smart decision, here's another dumb decision, that also adds up over time. And this Niners team is not a badly run organization or an organization that's stacked up bad decision after bad decision. But there are some keynote decisions in here within the back end of this Super Bowl window run that they have here that have come up into play that certainly kind of rear the head back up and go, yeah, there's a reason that this thing played out the way that this played out. The Niners got cute with that situation with Ayuk, and in getting cute with Ayuk, you paid the price for doing so. The lesson there really shouldn't be, well, Ike should have been on the field. It should have been like, we can't have a replication of that Ayuk situation ever again. We either need to S or get off the pot. We either walk into the offseason and say, you're worth the money. We need to pay you. Money well spent. Good to go and let it go. Or you trade him and you move it on. You don't sort of split the difference a little bit like the Niners did in that Ayuk situation. But look, they were down Ayuk, down Parasol, maybe two of their best three wide receivers. You're down Trent Williams, your best offensive lineman. You're down definitely two of your top defensive players. I don't think that there's a lot of teams out there that are going to overcome that. So to a degree, there's a validity in their excuses on this, and that no team's overcoming all of those injuries. And that's not just all of them. That's just the most important ones. There's almost a cavalcade of more behind that. But no excuses. No excuses. Not when you weren't leading on those injuries, the excuses throughout the week, right? I'll give them room for it, but I'm not going to let them get away with it when they were so vocal about how it wasn't going to matter. They were so well built, it wasn't going to make a difference. Thugs, thank you for 7 months. Thugs says, I can't believe this. Also, this is Nick. Well, thank you for the 7 months as a Hawks Nest member, Mick. Appreciate you. Is this Nicky Manwari? Nicky Manwari in the house? I can't believe we did it either, man. I had us 11 wins this year. I definitely thought we would be better than the pundits were placing us to be at, but for having this happen a year early, for the team to just keep getting better and better and better as the season has gone along, for just how much this team has bought in. You know, I part of what we turned over with Carroll at the end here with this, Nick, and trying to figure out with the modern player, with the new generation of player, you know, you saw a guy in a player-friendly coaching, Coach Carroll, who couldn't get the buy-in. And we go, man, if a player-friendly coach like Carroll can't get the buy-in and get you guys to play hard, who solves that in this day and age? What is the recipe? What is the magical sauce that can get through to these players to get them to recognize the opportunity of the moment and not just do that bare minimum, not just clock in and clock out, but actually be a team that wants greatness, aspires for greatness, and on a day-to-day basis can bring that level of effort that is required to go and ascend to that place of things. But this team has done that. This team has chosen to make that the willful decision that they're going to make. The youngsters who come in here, like a Nicky Manwari, like some of those these young pups we have on this roster, have bought into that. They've shown some wisdom beyond their age. And that's not an easy thing to be able to get these players to lock in and do that. And it's a testament to Mike that he has sold these players on that, because it is a selling of a process. It's not just one that every team is able to, I think, instill within their organization. But thank you, Thugs. Appreciate the 7 months. Thank you, Nick. I'm Nicky Manwari. What's up, man? Got to get you on the channel, man. I'd love to get Nicky Manwari in here for an interview. Glenn, thank you for the $5 donation, all your support today. Glenn, I think on the play at the goal line, Sam did not make the pass, knowing it could have resulted in an interception. And if so, ended up in a pick six. It is that type of route that can turn into a pick six when the defender is able to undercut the route. And I don't think the defender would have undercut the route, but I understand that it was just close enough for where they were on the field there from Sam's perspective. It's 1st and goal from the half-yard line. That was just enough to make him a little uncomfortable for making that throw. So, it's a miss as far as the read to throw. I think it was there. I think that's a pretty rudimentary throw for him to make when it's all said and done. But you understand as well the being protective there in that throw and not, understanding, look, I've got to be mindful of the interceptions today. I got to certainly not make an interception that's going to be a pick six or have the threat of that be a possibility on play. And that's where we come back to on that play. Certainly you want to be a person that goes after Sam and says he can't miss that read. I'll be like, all right, I get it. Understandable. That's fair. But I'd also say, in addition to that, your 1st and goal from the 1, run the ball, right? You got Zach back there. He's got 11 touchdowns on the year. First guy since Marshawn Lynch with more than double-digit touchdowns on the ground. Almost all of those runs have come from, inside the 4-yard line and inside there, down by the goal line. So don't overthink it there, Clint. But yeah, I think that's what he was thinking about as well, Glenn. You've seen that kind of route before many times in the past. Pros, college, get picked and taken back for 6 points. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay Gundy. I missed it live. My daughter had a hockey game and won. Congrats to the daughter. You 1-1 tonight, Jay. Congrats to the daughter on that one. Just finished the recording. Holy shit. What a clinic. That was a clinic defensively. That was a defense that took this Niner offense down in a way that, teams don't take this Niner offense down. They don't shut you down. They don't get shut down uniformly, passing and rushing. They don't have their teeth completely taken out of them. They're just gummed up here throughout the whole course of this game. You put them down on lock, and even the play where it's the game-changing play where they're driving down and you get the interception. It comes out of the back as I've talked about with this team and defense. It's the collective of the defense. I know that seems like a lazy kind of analysis versus finding individuals and saying it was this individual and this individual, but it's the collective of how this defense plays. It's the collective of how the pass rush cannot blitz and run a front four at you, and that front four works together in conjunction to generate the pass rush. That there are multiple defenders that you will have on a front four play. They'll be eating up blockers. They'll be trying to try to create a traffic jam to free up another guy through the backside to then go and get the pressure. Likewise on that play, Boye Mafe able to recognize and realize that this is going to be a quick pass, so I'm not going to have a chance to get my pass rush there to him. Gets his hands up, jumps up, tips the pass partly, adjusts the throw. Then you've got Drake Thomas being quick to the spot on the man and being active with his hands and ready to go and make that interception. It's the combination of multiple players doing stuff on this field that's making these good results defensively, especially. And what a clinic is right, man. What a clinic. God, you are a hairy cat. You are a hairy, hairy cat. Appreciate you, Jay. It's good to see you, man. Merrick, thank you for the $10 donation, Merrick. If I were any other team in the NFL, I'd run and hide because of a beautiful darkness has arrived. The dark side has arrived. Can you feel it? That itching at your throat, that hand running up your spine. That's the dark side. Love it, Merrick. Let's go, man. And nobody's lining up to go play in this stadium in the playoffs. Nobody's saying, hey, I want to go into Seattle to try to go get to the Super Bowl. You got a bunch of teams going, we got to go to Seattle. Damn it. That's what they're saying. I know all the Rams fans are congratulating us and thanking us for getting this win so they don't have to go to Philadelphia next week. But I'm saying this. If they had to, I think they'd be more celebrating this right now if they thought they were going to get the opportunity for this to be okay, we beat the Eagles, but then boom, we just got to come around and then go play the 49ers in the second round. That to me looks a lot more tender and meaty to me for the Rams than playing the Panthers in the first round and then traveling on the road to Seattle. I would have taken the first on that of the combination of those two. 100%. Love it, man. The darkness has arrived. Great way of putting it. Maybe I got to put that thing on a shirt, huh? Thank you, Merrick. Appreciate you for that $10 dono, man. And well said. Love it. Got some poets in the house tonight. Paulie, thank you for the $2 donation. Playoffs, week off, run game, Thornton the D. Beautifully put, man. Thwarting D is right. A suffocating D, a put you down kind of D, shut you down kind of D. We're not going to give you anything kind of D. You don't get the pass, you don't get the deep pass, you don't get the short pass, you don't get to run the ball. You're getting none of it. You have the Niners down in this game so desperate offensively that they tried a reverse flea flicker at one point in time in this game, and they did the reverse flea flicker for Brock Purdy to throw a check down. That's how hard of a day you had the defensively driven, is that they have to run a reverse flea flicker just to get a little check down throw to McCaffrey for 8 yards. That's the kind of day your defense was having. Week off, man. First round bye, run game cooking up. You couldn't ask for this team to be in a better position than they are right now. There is no feasible way for this team. You can be 100% health, right? But everything is really humming well right now, and we are set up for some tremendous success over the next couple of weeks. Got to still go get it. Got to finish the process. But you encapsulate well what we're dealing with here, man, Paulie. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for the dono. Mumbles, thank you for another $5 donation, Mumbles. B, can I get that email in the chat or something so I can get the capitalization and such correct? Yeah, I am typing in right now the email address. So it's heyhawksnest at Gmail, and it is posted. You can also Mumbles, if you click on the, my channel name, if you go to the channel itself and you go to more, it'll have the email address within the channel as well. So I have this also posted on the channel. You just have to click, YouTube makes you kind of click through a little bit to get to it, but it's also the same email that's addressed that's on the channel itself. So I just put it though in the chat, heyhawksnest@gmail.com. No capitalization needed there. No capitalization needed on that. Or at Seahawksnester if you want to DM me on Twitter as well. Thank you though, man. Appreciate your donation for the request. You're very kind, Mumbles. And you are as well, True Dat Blue. Thank you for the $5, man. Brandon, you need to change your bleeding heart outlook regarding coach of the year. Niners had the easiest schedule in the West. Go with a winner, like McDonald. Hey, if Mike wins it, I ain't mad about that. I guess what comes down to it for me on this is, the Niners definitely had an easier schedule, and that's not to be undersold there. They definitely had an ability in this year to deal with teams that weren't particularly good necessarily. But I will say that as well with that, the Niners are going to beat the Bears that are going to win their division this year. They got that win on the books. They've got the Panthers on the books who are probably going to win their division. They've beaten the Rams. They've beaten us where we've been at this year. So there are some somewhat quality wins in there as well with what they've done. I think what Mike's done is also very impressive, True Dat. It is, and maybe it's equivalent as far as impressive goes. I think that I've just come down to again and again 12-5 record for this Niner team, easy schedule or not. I just come down to again and again that my kind of bottom line to this has been a little bit of just that I don't know if another coach in the NFL that sustained the amount of losses that they've sustained on this team and would still have this team playing at this level where, there's a 2-game difference between us and the Niners this year when it all gets settled down. We've had a tougher schedule than them. That's to be granted. They got the Giants on the schedule, right? They got the Browns on the schedule. So I get where you're coming from completely there. And you want to sell me on this? You can probably sell me on this. And if he wins it as Mike, I'll certainly applaud it. But that this injury situation has been like it has almost from the jump for the Niners, and that he has found a way to get that team to kind of outperform what they should have been. And it just has impressed me. And I think Shanahan's done some of the best coaching he's done in his life in this to work around this stuff. And it's wild. Parasol's been injured throughout. Fred Warner injured pretty early on. Bosa even earlier than that. But I'm with the True Dat. You can sell me on it. I am going to be voting this Monday, I think, for an awards thing I got brought into. So I might have to make this decision pretty soon here, True Dat, as far as making my decision on that one. So maybe you're selling me on this. Maybe I got to rethink this one through a little bit. Jeffrey Thistle in the house. What's up, Jeffrey? Thank you for the $5, man. The Niners weren't playing the Bears defense this week. Proud of our defense and running game today. Forget about Sam this week. He was fine. This is about the team. Sam's a part of this team. He's included in that, but he's not above the team or a separate factor of the team. He's a part of this team. He's a part of what got you the win today. The defense drove it, that's for sure, but he helped to do his part. The offense did its part. And this defense was nails today, Jeffrey. Nails. We ain't the Bears. We ain't the Colts. We ain't the Titans. We ain't the Browns. You got a different style of beast you're going to be facing with the Seahawks defense than that. They've earned the right to have that kind of reputation at this point in the year. Thank you, though, Jeffrey. Well said on your part. And we can't get cut. Discussion will be heavily caught up on Sam, right, Jeffrey? And it's the part that I led into this week on the roundtable and talking about this game, and that I've been consistent with this and saying this is about the team. Sam's important. I get that the quarterback takes up a lot of the discussion, but this team has been built towards the team itself, not towards just a couple of players that are supposed to kind of carry the load, so to speak. It's built towards the team. It's a very important part in considering about the Seahawks and how they have been kind of structured. Glenn, thank you for the $5 donation, Glenn. Doesn't this game just illustrate how critical the free agent acquisitions of Ernest Jones and Leonard Williams was? What an amazing team. Go Hawks. Absolutely it does. You're not where you're at in this game without either of those two guys. You're not where you're at this season without either of those two guys. You know, Mike, and part of what makes him a great coach is making assessments that are correct on the fly. And that doesn't just mean, waiting things out to wait to the nth degree to make a decision on something. He sees something's not working or broken. He jumps on it quickly. And he came back to John. He goes, we got to get a Mike linebacker in here. This is not working with Dodson. You've got to give me something else. It's not working with this other guy you brought in here. And you made that trade for Jones, and you got him the ideal kind of inside linebacker here for his defense, because a lot of what Jones does at the centerpiece of his game, of course, in stopping the run is being able to get around those blocks, is being able to deal with those light boxes like they have to roll with, and having him be able to get around those second level climbers like you have to do as a middle linebacker, because that's the differentiating factor between him and Dodson. You'd have the light box. Dodson would have to come up. Here comes down the guard to climb on Dodson. Dodson can't get off the block. It's a very key ability you got to have as a Mike in this defense. And on top of that, he's been right there with Leonard as one of those leaders. Leonard Williams, Ernest Jones, DeMarcus Lawrence, Julian Love. When you got a collective like that with Uchenna Nwosu factored in there as well, you got those kind of guys, Jaron Reed in there as well. When you got that many voices that are that in conjunction with a singular attitude towards what they're trying to achieve and where they're trying to go, that's where you bring the youngsters along. That's where you start to get the critical mass. Take your word of critical. We got critical mass for how you get the buy-in that you're really looking for. That buy-in I just talked about a few minutes ago that, Carroll struggled at the end to get in. How do I get that buy-in? And Mike McDonald has gotten it. He's gotten it most importantly from those vets, from those leaders to help show the youngsters the way. And you're not here with those two guys. They're not out here with those two very important additions to this team. Well said, Glenn. Well said. And with Ernest, of course, not a free agent addition, we had to trade for him, but we kind of traded for both of them. But the acquisitions of Kupp, DeMarcus Lawrence, Sam Darnold, you went in there with a sniper as far as your free agency activity. And all three of those were just massive home runs for this team, in my opinion. John can do it a couple ways, man. He can do it he can spend some money, he can trade, he can draft. He's not a one-trick pony in how he builds up teams. And this team is a representation of that. Thank you, though, Glenn. Chase, thank you for 29 months as a Hawks Nest member. Hell yeah, the Seahawks won the division, the number 1 seed, and most importantly, I won $30. Let's go, Chase. Congratulations. Good place bet on your part. Well done. Very well done, my man. And thank you for almost 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. Love that emoji, by the way. Love it. Cool Breeze. Thank you for the $5 donation. Cool Breeze. Purdy saw ghosts all night. He is not built to win big games, period. Well, that's going to be interesting. Some of the discussion coming out of this game, Niner fans getting all hot to trot on Brock leading into this game and how hot he was playing, and them all saying, see, this is why he's worth $53 million per year. And Brock's going to be very firmly suited at this point, moving into year 2 now with the Niners here next year, where that contract really kicks in, and you feel a little bit more of the fuller weight of it, and less of the ability to have as much of the stacked roster around him. Trent Williams might retire after this season. How much does McCaffrey have left? Where's that receiving core going to be at in the long term? He's not going to have the kind of deep roster, anything close to it in the future years that he was able to inherit when he first walked in the door. And it's going to be interesting to see how Purdy can play within that. I still think he's a quarterback that's earned his stripes to a degree. And, as weakened as that team is offensively right now, coming into this game, that was a factor at play here a bit. I'd say cool. But I think you definitely had him uncomfortable, to your point about seeing ghosts, and you had him not necessarily sure about what he was seeing down the football field. You had him to, I think, the point of the third quarter where he was starting to think, well, maybe I'll just try to lean in and scramble and use my legs. And even that you had sort of a counter to, where the defense seemed to be fully aware of the moment he was going to start to really dial up using his legs and try to lean on that a little bit more than he would have ideally have wanted to if he was able to see the game a little clearer, and that you weren't able to kind of create as much confusion as you did. But I still maintain that the Niners, when all said and done with Purdy's contract, are going to look at that $53 million and said, well, we probably could have gone a different direction in how we built this team up. Because you start paying a quarterback that high water mark of money, you have to start making some tough decisions and calls in other places on your roster. Niners have done a good job, though, of eating at least the $100 million to set up a potential scenario here where this is something they can't overcome, and they're going to have a little bit of money to spend this offseason, and maybe they get that Brandon Ayuk money back because they can just void that contract. We'll see how that all plays out there with that, but it's fair. It's fair on that point. Bear with me 1 second here. All right. Feed me. More Seahawks. Thank you for the $5 donation. Feed me. Make sure to tell Jesse, Sam, we're not at fault. We're not throwing deep in cover 3 high defense, and Jalen Sundell got blown up at the snap. Not Darnold's fault. We're run first. Yeah, I'm going to anticipate that the excuses are going to be there for Sam Darnold and why Sam didn't fit the form of what they tried to sell us that Sam was going to fit the form of in this game. And, they're going to point to those plays and maybe they try to lean on that. It's what we come down to. Feed me. It's really, he really can't go to 2 plays. I don't know if Jesse's necessarily going to do this. I will see with him. I think he's less likely to go this route than we might have seen a couple weeks ago with the Rams game. And that I think that, coming back to it, Jesse was very specific about what he expected from Sam Darnold in this game. He's very specific about the scenario. He even built the specific scenario in his prediction for this football game. He literally said, you're going to need Sam to drive you down at the end of the game, and he's going to throw an interception when you need him to do it. I mean, it's been in his evaluation of Sam throughout the course of this year. It was in his evaluation about the way he saw this game playing out with Sam in this particular game. And so it isn't then about 2 plays in a game. It isn't about you finding the 1 or 2 times in the game where he wasn't at his best. It's about what did he bring in this game in totality? Did he play a good game or did he play a bad game? Was he closer to the good side or was he closer to the bad side? Well, there was less required from Sam because the defense made it easier. And quite frankly, a lot of Niner fans were telling me beyond Jesse, and Jesse, I think, said this too. It's like, oh, we don't give up running game. Well, you don't run against us. You might be able to throw the ball over the field, but you ain't running the ball against us. I don't think that they anticipate our ability to run 180 yards. And in any game you have a team running for 180 yards, you're going to throw the ball a little bit less. Why throw when you're running so good, to your point? It's like, that's that whole thing we talk about with Kubiak at times. Don't get away from something that's working. Don't optionally leave it just because. And they didn't today, feed me. So I ain't letting him off the hook on those excuses, man. I'll be pressing him, that's for sure. And I'm be very surprised if he does try to lean too much on those kind of excuses. Feed me with another $2 donation. Thank you for that. Feed me. I had my victory cigars for this game. He's smoking them up. Let's go, man. Let's go. Smoke them if you got them on that. And congratulations, Feed me. God, I know you're feeling good tonight too, brother. Let's go. Let's go. Mark with another $2 donation as well. Thank you for that, Mark. B, I think we can safely say no more purgatory. No more purgatory. I tend to say, Seattle, you got the NFL teams find themselves in 4 different states. You can be in a state of rebuilding, ascending, purgatory, or you're elite. And the Seattle Seahawks have been in a rebuilding mode in recent years, and they became in an ascending point last year where they were reaching into that ascending point. And boy, that was the real key point there, where you're reaching into ascending point where now some real keynote decisions can be made that can sometimes take you from ascending, and instead of jumping up into elite, you get stuck into purgatory. And then once you're stuck into purgatory, you're spinning there forever and you can't get out. But instead of that, they made the smart decisions to push them up from ascension to elite. And that's the way that does tend to work. Ascension goes to elite, and the team made the smart decision about where they truly landed. The point of having those 4 different states is so that you as an organization can properly assess which state your team is in as you enter in the offseason. And then the decisions that you make beyond that are informed by that allotment of those 4 and where you find yourself sitting. Seattle Seahawks did a great job of appropriately understanding where they were at with that and making the decisions then based upon that appropriately. But not in purgatory anymore, Mark. Not when you're a number 1 seed. Not when you're heading to the playoffs. No, sir. No, sir. Zach of Mucus, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, pro team, pro stream. Well, thank you for that, man. Very kind of you to say that, Zach. Really, really, really appreciate that. Love what I get to do. Love covering this team. It's the greatest job in the world to be able to do what I get to do, man. I'll tell you what, especially on days like this. Sorry, folks, one more second here. Boy, we're cooking here. We're almost up to 200 donations and member messages alone on this stream today. I really thank you guys for all of your support on this channel. I'm still trying to catch up on all these donations, and you guys are amazing on your support in this channel. Jeffrey Thistle with another $5 donation. And Jeffrey, like all of you, if it's one dono, you guys have put a ton of donos in here. Thank you for that. I'd love to see Patrick Mahomes himself try to quarterback for the Jets successfully. Just flush everything that happens in a Jet uniform. Well, it would be a different territory and a different situation if Patrick was in the Jets situation versus Kansas City. And this is the part that I think is now the new NFL model that they're learning, Jeffrey, that they're starting to figure out. That was been one that so often I think these organizations want to shift into the direction of always saying it's the quarterback's fault, but it's never us. You know, he fails, it's on him. He must have just not been good enough. And it's rarely of, did we put him in the right situation? Did we set him up for success? Do we choose the right time in order to go and get a quarterback? And we had things set up for him to have that success, both with the offensive coordinator we have, with the team we have, with the coach we have, with the development we have in place, with the supporting cast he has around him. But of course, with teams, this is not the thinking that they apply. And instead, the thinking that is applied is, if you have a chance to go get the quarterback, you just go get the quarterback. You have the Raiders right now, Jeffrey, that are talking a lot about going and getting Fernando Mendoza with that number 1 overall pick. This is more of a representation of the Raiders being a dumbass organization, because they're going to be just hyper-focused on the QB to solve everything. Like that, your team's nowhere close to needing to be onboarding a young quarterback that you're going to put in harm's way if you trot him out on that football field. But this is what teams do. They can't help themselves. They can't correct it. If you can be that team that can be smart to do so, you would be smart to do so. This is why John found the market opportunity with a Geno Smith and a Sam Darnold, is because of this lazy kind of old kind of thinking with it. But to your point on it, what career does a Patrick Mahomes have if he goes to the New York Jets rather than going to the Kansas City Chiefs? Is he still Patrick Mahomes? Does he get 1 Super Bowl title? If I take Aaron Rodgers and I flip him over to the Detroit Lions, and I take Matt Stafford and I flip him over to the Green Bay Packers, I say, this guy gets to play here throughout his career, this guy gets to play here throughout his career. Does Matt Stafford have more than 1 Super Bowl win like Aaron Rodgers has? Does Matt Stafford have more than 1 Super Bowl appearance like Aaron Rodgers has? Hey, stop. Stop. Yeah, you can't take away any quarterback that's had that stuff happen in a Jets uniform. It's been an awful organization and how they've run. They're finally in a position this offseason where hopefully they start to do some smart things. And they've got a load of draft picks, right? A load of capital there to work off of. It'd be cool to see for that fan base them start to make some of those smart decisions and start to, not try to just microwave everything. Take your time, build it right, build it true. And then you might actually have a chance, New York fans. Young Vagabond, thank you for the $5 donation. We smoking that Niner pack tonight. Let's go. Let's go. Do we like our tempo, campy offense? I can live with us missing 4th and goal for position. Go Hawks. We outside. Well, let's go, Young Vagabond. Thank you for the $5 donation. Do we like our tempo, campy offense? I can live with us missing 4th and goal for position. Yeah, I'm happy with this offense right now. I think it's less explosive than the one we saw at the start of the year. I think some of that lack of explosion from what we saw in the year has to do with some of how defenses have played us now, and that there's been more of a characterization towards trying to protect to depth against our offense, take the deep ball away, more of a driving to a little bit of a lighter boxes at times. And within that, it's going to be more about a grinding aspect of the offense, grinding out first downs, grinding out drives, finding consistency and execution, play in and play out. And can they get better at that? Can they improve at that? I think in the back half of the year, it has gotten steadily more improved. Even in a game like the Colts game where, okay, you only scored 18 points. How many scoring drives did we have in that Colts game? How many times was the offense finding consistent success in moving the ball? And that's the part that they've really built upon, I think, offensively speaking. And it can work. It can play in this. It can play in the playoffs. This is a brand of football, that Young Vagabond, that absolutely can be successful in the playoffs. You go find yourself 180, 200 yards rushing. That's going to make you very hard to stop. That means you're protecting your defense. That means you're executing. You're getting your third downs. I mean, last 2 weeks with the third down performances. Last week you were 9 of 16 last week on third down situations, and in this game you were 6 of 13 in third down situations. So it's one of those things that just it doesn't just mean run the ball well. It means also some other successful things coming on the back of that. It means you're reducing down the need to not have to be a high volumetric offense in your approach and putting a lot of extra passing attempts out there on the board. It will be a team concept that gets us there if we get there. And that is how we are built. This is by design. It's been done once before. I think it can be done once again. So I can live with it too, man. I can absolutely live it too. I'm happy with this offense. Give me an efficient offense that can run the ball and doesn't turn the ball over. That's an offense that plays in January, plays into February. Thank you, Young, because you appreciate you, man. Smoke that pack, bro. Smoke that pack. Mumbles. Thank you for the $5 donation. Mumbles. The Pike Street Punks. Thoughts on a nickname, chat? Alliteration is hard, with words starting in the P that are like tough and intimidating. It does get a little tough with the P. The P's like, like there's funny letters, there's funny verbs, or funny, phonetic names. P's a hard one to come at from a tough angle, It drifts a little bit too much with the puss, the puss a little bit. Hard to quite capture that at the same level. You know what I mean? No, it doesn't quite land in that way. I like it though. Pike Street Punks. Let's go. We still got to end up on a name for this defense at some point or another, Mumbles. Some point or another, man. Let's go. Oh my goodness. You guys are just dropping the big old donos on my ass tonight. Thank you so much for this. MJ Seahawks with a big old $20 donation. Damn near up to almost 200 donos on the chat today. MJ coming in with a big $20 drop on top of all. Thank you for that, MJ. Really appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. Says, thanks, Brandon, for all your work this year. What a year. The boys are lights out. 42 years as a fan, and this is a top 3 year. I'm about in the same territory myself as far as length of fandom goes. MJ Seahawks, we're right about in alignment as far as that long time period. And I have to echo your thoughts on this, and that this has been as satisfying a year as a fan to watch this team as I can remember. That you are this good this year, that it's this surprising, that it's been a team that's given you not just a heart attack Hawks where it's like, well, as long as we can get lucky at the end of the game and go find a way to win, then maybe we can kind of just edge them out at the end of the game. It's not been that there's been plenty of games like last week where you got 17-point victories. There's the come from behind victories. There's the overcoming the great nemesis that you've dealt with in your division, those rivals in this division that have had your number for going back almost 6 years collectively between the Rams and the 49ers. It's all of that and the opportunity to take them down at the end of the year when you needed most to go get the number 1 seed, to go get home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Yeah. I think this is a top 3 year in my Seahawks fandom and being able to watch this team. And They have rewarded the hell out of us for it, and it has been immensely entertaining. I come back to it again and again saying storybook. And I don't have a lot of times in a lot of years, the Seahawks, that I go, this was a storybook kind of year. 2012 felt kind of storybook. 2013, you thought we're here, we're ready. This is the team that should be ready to go. We're good to go. We're ready. This is the time. Let's go. Let's go. 2014, we're ready. We're good. Let's go. But this has felt like storybook. This has felt like something a child would draw up in their imagination, MJ. And it has made it that much more rewarding. Thank you for all of your donations and all of your support, man. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I got to get some more water. I'm losing my voice, and man, we are still cooking these donos up. So I'm still behind on the donos. Give me a couple minutes here just to be right back with you guys, as I can just take a little break, catch a little bit of break with the breath here, and we'll be right back. Thank you for bearing with me. Sorry about that. Top 3 years a fan? Yes, absolutely, MJ. And thank you for your $20 donation. Another person's been a member of this channel for so long. And I got to say, it's just really rewarding to be able to come in here and see a lot of names in here that have been here with me for years. We've got a loyal contingent here for sure. And folks that have been riding with me on this channel for a long time. And after a lot of times with you guys, telling me to keep my chin up off the back of tough years, and we all kind of commiserating at times together, and the team being close but not there, but maybe next year. Maybe next year. And just rewarding to see some of you fans, that not just the donations, but just to see your names in here as folks that have been with me through every step of the way that we've gone through this. Starting this journey from 2009, it's not always had a lot of grade A opportunity. Sorry, too much coffee today. So my, I'm trying to get through here, folks, but a little bit too much, but, great to have you in the house and, great to see you in here too, MJ Seahawk, as, it's rewarding for us that have been through, a lot with this team through those many decades and seen the lows, seen the highs. You appreciate the highs when you got them, man. Thank you for that. Will Valdez, thank you for the $5 donation. Will, very kind of you, man. Hey, Brandon, you need obnoxiously big sunglasses and a Ric Flair cloak for the round table. Ooh, maybe I'll have to see if I can find a little bit of that. What was that? What do they call that? I know what you're talking about, the cloak, or he had the, it was the fuzzy thing, right? What was the thing that he had around his neck? It was the, I forget it. I might have to do that. I might have to go with something a little bit special for the round table this week, Will. I'm going to work on something tomorrow and see if I can kind of draw something up, because I've been thinking about that as well. And we're kind of like mind here, because I was thinking of doing like a Macho Man Randy Savage, where come through with the sunglasses and get the do-rag on, and oh yeah, we're going to take down the Niner team and kick them good bad. They were going to come into our house and think they could get the win, but they can't get the win. I don't know. But Ric Flair might be better, a little woo. Thank you, Will. Appreciate your support, man. Great suggestion. I'll try to work something up special this week for the round table. Tezakaku. Thank you for the $7 donation, Tezakaku. Good to see you in the house too, man. Will Valdez, MJ, Tezakaku, a lot of my old folks in here. It's good to see. We finally draft a guard in the first round and we get the number 1 seed. Laughing out loud. But also, Woolen is the first reverse CTE victim. He now hits hard. He definitely comes up, and he's been laying the wood this year in the back half of the schedule. Mike's posited that there's been a little bit of a turning of the light bulb on when it comes to a Woolen in that fashion. I think he has been absolutely really, really good when he's been out there, got some opportunities in this game, took the most advantage of them. He seems to be playing with an intensity level that we have not always seen ramped up in the same way with Woolen at all times here in Seattle through the early part of his career, but it's been out there. It's been on display. I feel great. On top of all the parts you feel great about this team, you feel great for a kid like this who's got money on the line, who's got a big contract and a big potential payday that he's got facing right in front of him, whether that be here, whether that be somewhere else. Not to break the bank, but a big payday. And it's all in the back of running and being solid down the home stretch of the season. You don't have to go out there and get the 6-7 picks that you kind of were able to get in that first year, but, clean up some of the tackling, remain tight in coverage, ball skills that you can show. Almost had himself a pick in this game, jumping a route. It's been great to see his development come forward along with a lot of the guys on this roster, man. It's been very cool to see. Just another guy that Mike's been able to get locked in, even just a little bit better from where they were prior in the other regime. And I bang this drum, and I hit this drum hard, and I hit a lot of drums hard, and I probably get a little bit annoying in doing so at times, but it's because I believe it inherently in my heart of hearts. It's not just because I want to see it, but because I really truly believe it, and because I think that there's been a lot at times that teach us about certain rules of life in the NFL. Let's call it that, Tezakaku. And when it comes to getting your offensive line right, it's about investment. It's about putting maximum investment in the offensive line. And the more you put in, the more returns you're going to get. It's one of the reasons I really believe in it, because I think there's a lot of positions and a lot of places that you can put a lot into something and not necessarily get the returns for it. You're putting the stuff into it and you're hoping the returns come, but and you might get a lot of nothing here. You might go get a pass rusher in the first round or third round in Rasheem Green, or first round with LJ Collier. You might not get a lot there. But you do tend to find, especially with John when he's drafted high, that when he does pick those interior linemen or any linemen in the high points of the draft, that he's going to usually find a good guy and a guy that's going to help you out tremendously. And I just hope with him as he goes into the future of this team and what they do now moving into, taking this team and driving it even farther forward as they can, is the recognition of that to say, okay, what happens when I can really turn this offensive line into strength, with seeing the returns continue to increase by the team, by the stronger I make the offensive line in conjunction with it. It's like the stronger we've made this offensive line, the more we're seeing the wins going up. There's other stuff going on at play too. It's not just only that. But it is a big, big, big factor here. And there's so many benefits that come along when you get the offensive line with really true talent, not just trying to get by with guys that you got on the back end of day 3, but getting guys that are actually really talented, that can hold up in pass protection and give your quarterback time, keep him clean and also keep him injury free. You know, Sam Darnold, what's he going to have this year? 25 sacks versus the 50 sacks last year. It makes a difference. You get a quarterback with 50 sacks versus 25. I'm going to show you one guy with a lot more soreness, a lot more bruises, a lot more of a battered body versus the other guy is going to be a lot more fresher, a lot more ready to go come playoff time. And then you got the opening up of the holes in the run game and what that does for you with that. So, yeah. That is, it is a return. And that Tezakaku, there's something to get back for being able to do it. And, put the investment into it as we go forward. The returns are there if you do so. But hell of a job by John to go get Gray. Zabel, not overthink that pick there. And Zabel has rewarded him for making him the highest selected interior guard that we've made here in John Schneider's entire history. Slowly won. Thank you for the $2 donation. We should win the division more. I like late streams. Let's go, man. Let's go. Yes, sir. It's a good feeling. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for another $2 donation as well. Says, we're coming, Max. Don't you worry. You sit tight, big guy. We'll be around over here in a couple months and we'll pick you up, okay? We got to go around. We got a little trail. We don't have a long pathway to go to get to you, Max. We got to go up through Seattle a little bit. Got to go back down through Santa Clara for one quick trip down there. And then when we get back up into Seattle, we'll reach back out to you. That sound good? That sound all right? Let's go. Let's go, man. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $2 donation as well. He says, I won $3,000 betting the over on wins total week 1. I told you guys, and you were listening, Jeffrey, smart man that you are to do so. Last 2 years, I said the way Vegas has got this one pinpointed, I'm telling you, they're just leaving money on the table for you all. 7.5 wins. Are you kidding me? After you got 10 wins last year, you're not going back like that. It's not happening. Smart of you to put some legit money down on the line. Throw it on out there. That was a good bet to go take. And it's paying off for you bigly. Nice job, man. Nice work. Lou, thank you for 18 months as a Hawks Nest member. Lou, appreciate you for that. 3 points scored by the Whiners. Whiners were not able to get anything done. 173 total yards of offense. What do they have? Like 5 first downs? Not too many first downs. 9 first downs in the game in total for the 49ers. 173 total yards. Clamped them up, man. You clamped them up and you took this game away from them and you said, no, you've got no inroads, no chance. No pathway to go and do anything offensively in this game. We are going to put you down. This is not week 1. And that was a week 1 where you still only scored, 19 points from a Niner perspective, Lou. And you did so in a game where you were able to do so because you lost Emanwari. And so Witherspoon's got to kick inside. Well, now you had Witherspoon all on outside all game long. And then you had Emanwari and the factor that he brought to the table being able to operate from the slot 24/7 in this game. Different look at defense when you got that flexed out in that fashion, and they showed you so today. Let's go. Jeffrey, thank you for another $2 donation. And he says, somewhere Gino is throwing a red zone interception pick right now. Indeed. I'm sure he's maybe pumping the air a little bit, a lot like DK is, like, damn it, a little bit of that. But team made the right decision. Just one of the places why John's going to deserve that executive of the year. You hitched your horses behind the Sam cart instead of the Gino cart. Yes, Gino asked for a trade. Gino asked for a trade because you undercut him as far as he was concerned for the contract he wanted to be paid. But you are rewarded for that decision. John was rewarded for that decision. I maintain if Gino is here, you're not sitting at 14 wins this year. I don't know where the number of wins would be at, but I don't think you're getting the number 1 bye. I think you're at least a couple games worse than where you'd be at right now. I think Sam's done some really grade A things above even where Gino was last year. And as we all have much more confident for Sam in the future on that, Jeffrey. Well said, man. BB Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Be ready to be shocked. Look at Jesse's tweet. Oh, let me go see. Let's go see here. What's last second tweeting? Oh, that ain't it. Oh. It's not letting me. It's not letting me clip it right now, man. I'm trying to find it here. Did he say something crazy or something? Is it something totally nutty? Is it nutty? Oh my God. Seattle defense hit so hard. Is that what he did? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I expected on his tweeting. He was being pretty realistic, it seemed like, Phoebe. I'm not expecting him to still give Sam any credit. Don't get me wrong on that part. Kokin, thank you for 3 months as a Hawks Nest member. Glad to renew the membership. But Brando, what's our path to the Super Bowl? What's our path to the Super Bowl? I feel like we lost true home field advantage since Russ left. What's it take to win it all? Well, it is a little complicated, I would say, in regards to the home field advantage issue and what's going on there a bit, Kokin. The fan base has had a lot of years there where even when there was winning more games than they were losing, it wasn't showing you the signs of being an elite team or being ready to really be a contending team. And I think that a lot of the same issues year in and year out started to show their head. For instance, something that got pointed out to me a lot with the fan base on this that was really pulling the teeth out of the fan base as far as really having them as loud as they normally would be was, the fact that you'd be on defense and you have a third down situation with the Coach Carroll defense at times, and to be the bend but don't break, and to be the, okay, giving up a third down is not the worst of things. And they're loud on third down and you give up the first down completion. And you get to the next third down and they're loud on third down and you give up completion. Then they're loud on the third down and give up another completion. And then they go down and they score on a long drive. And you're kind of tired. You're like, man, we just screamed, but that didn't have any effect. And then that would happen over and over again. And fans started to feel like the volume of their voice didn't have as much of an impact, along with the team not being as good. And I think that there was a general disinterest that this somewhat created on fans in going into that stadium and dialing it up to the same way that they used to dial it up. But I think that the Rams game a couple of weeks ago kind of showed you that the spirit is still there. And it's a little bit of one of, this is what the fans were telling you of, give us a reason to cheer. You can have your problems with that. And I'm certainly have had some issues with that, saying like, look, we didn't always have to have the team give us a reason to cheer, to do all we could to get them going. But it is what it is. And now the team is giving you the reason to cheer. And we have the Rams game last week, on that primetime game that showed you that they can show out in force, that they can create that environment that is unhinged, that is just like, what is going on right now? This is amazing, this environment. This is amazing, this feel. You could feel it in the electricity of the players. I just offer Koken, go back and watch the all access in that game. Go watch the players that were mic'd up in that game and the feeling that you could see them just sensing and feeling before the start of that game with what felt at stake. And that I have no doubts in my mind that is what you're going to get from this crowd when we get to the playoffs. I got no doubts. We can have our questions about regular season. We can talk about the stuff that goes on with this sort of, scalpers buying tickets and using the AI bots to buy the tickets and get ahead and then resell the tickets to other fans of other teams and they're coming in and all that. But I think that's out the window this week. I think you're going to have this fan base connected to this team right now, locked in, realizing now what's about to happen, what's at stake here. And the number one bye to get this, not merely a home playoff game, but the number one bye, 2 weeks. Keep in mind that they're cooking for this to amp up, and for people to get locked in. And I'm expecting it is going to be back to more of what you kind of expected it to be back in the days. And that's going to then only help us out. What's our path to winning the Super Bowl? Our path to winning the Super Bowl is to play like the team we've played by and large over the back half of the schedule. Since essentially that Rams game, that first Rams game, and what they've done from there is what they need to do in the playoffs. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. They don't need to become something differently than what they've been. They don't need to be the offense they were in the early part of the year. You need to run the ball. You need to find those consistent drives. You need to own the clock. You need to play great defense. You need to play special teams and not turn the ball over offensively, and you will go and win the Super Bowl. This team is good enough to work off of those base parameters and win a Super Bowl. And that has been the model. That has been the blueprint that they've brought into being since that Rams game. They brought it out again in this game today. And I'll expect more of it into the future of this season, into the playoffs. But I understand the worry on the home field advantage. I don't think it's going to be a problem, though, man. I'm expecting them to come out and be rip-roaring fully at their height of their powers, as we would come to expect them. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $2 donation. Sam Carlson, appreciate you for that. Good to see you in the house. That hit on Jennings was a Legion of Boom classic. We're back. We're back indeed, man. That defense was out flying, Samuel. I mean, flying. You talk about a defense that, can you feel in the spirit of what they're doing and how they're going about their business this week, that they want this game? Are they going out there just executing, or are they going out there flying around? Hair on fire, on top of every detail, not giving up an inch. Everything feeling so tremendously hard for the San Francisco 49er defense. Yeah, it felt exactly like that today. Classic Legion of Boom type team. I was just going back right now, taking a look at where we were back on that team from a couple years ago. Or not a couple years ago, but that LOB team. Able to keep teams down to about 14 points a game, but this team's going to be probably under 17, about 16. Maybe not quite to Legion of Boom legendary defense status, but I'll tell you what, this is a hell of a defense. And is good just behind the Legion of Boom, as good as we've seen in these parts ever. Jeffrey Thistle, let's go. Very kind of you, Jeffrey. Very, very kind of you. Says he just gifted out 5 subs into the chat. So if you are in the chat, be on the lookout. And Jeffrey, it doesn't let me know on StreamYard, so they'll have to be on the lookout in the chat for who got those memberships. It does let you guys know in the chat though, so be on the lookout there. But Jeffrey, thank you for the 5 gifted donations of Hawks Nest members. If you are just getting gifted a membership, please keep on the lookout this week. You're going to want to be keeping track. We got tomorrow the PFF scores, so I'll get that out to you guys about midday. Then we are going to be doing a call-in show on Thursday. So if you want to call in and talk to the Nest, chop it up with me, and you're a member of the channel, keep a look on your community post, on your YouTube community post. That's where we post out the membership benefits to those on the channel here. But Jeffrey, thank you, man, for the 5 gifted subs out there. Please do keep an eye on that out there for those subs if you were gifted those memberships. And we will continue to keep those membership benefits expanding on through the course of this offseason into the future. So please do maintain that membership if you are giving it. But thank you, Jeffrey, for your support this year. Another one of those folks that's been in this, been rolling with me for a very long period of time. And one man who I know is very satisfied in being able to see this kind of victory come to be in hard fought, and been with me every step of the way on this, and the struggles and the frustrations and the blips of hope and the false hope that was created in certain years. No false hope here this year, Jeffrey. You are the man, though. Thank you for gifting out those 5 memberships as you have. Do again, please be on the lookout in the community post. You might have just been gifted a membership by Jeffrey. And if so, keep an eye on that community post out there. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. You're awesome, man. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, and I salute you, sir. Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $2 donation. Ethan, after this game, I think about those Ravens fans. Indeed, I think you're talking a little bit about their lamenting about losing out on Mike McDonald. And it really came out to be after that Rams game this last week when you had, not this last week, but 2 weeks ago after that Rams game where you had Raven fans coming out in force on Twitter. And boy, it was very satisfying for me to read. And I almost feel bad doing so, but just how many of them were saying, man, we shouldn't have let Mike go. Letting McDonald go was such a big mistake. And the thing with the Raven fans, and giving them a lot of credit because I think they are a very smart fan base, this was a fan base that was also saying at the moment when they lost Mike. There was already, even in that moment, with the type of season you had, with that team getting the conference championship, where how you might think that would have really pushed them and emboldened them to believe that Harbaugh was still very much the way and the proper coach to lead them into the future. Instead, you were hearing a lot from them back to us at that time. We don't feel good about letting that guy get away. That was one that one's going to hurt. We're not just that's going to leave a mark. We're not just bouncing right back from that like it's no thing. And I think we're seeing and understanding why, because he's got that vibe and energy. He's got that whole, everything that you would think. I've called it the 5-tool player. In baseball, Ethan, you look for the 5-tool player, right? Can he be the full meal deal? Can he hit? Can he throw? Can he field? Can he run? Can he hit with power? Can he hit for average? Can he give you all of it? And in coaching, I think we got great coaches, but I don't know if we have a lot of 5-tool kind of coaches in the sport anymore. Got a good offensive mind. He can really structure stuff there. Is he a good full head coach? Can he build cultures? Build a culture? Can he set a standard and hold those players to that standard? Can he get the buy-in? Maybe he just draws up really nice, snazzy plays. But in Mike, you have seemed, and we've thought instinctually here with how much success he's had right out the gate as a first-time head coach, as one of the youngest head coaches in the NFL, we've kind of started to go, well, wait, hold on. Young guys like this in their first stop doing what he's doing, don't do this instantaneously fast, this instantaneously great. Do we have maybe that 5-tool guy? Because the thing you get with the 5-tool guy is you get him in baseball in there at 19 years old, be it a Ken Griffey Jr., be an Alex Rodriguez, and they will come out the box, come out of almost right off the gate of just barely playing for a moment, 5 minutes in the minor leagues, and they're already coming out the gate hitting for a nice average, hitting for power. Not to the full heights of what they're going to be at the full height of their powers 3 or 4 years into their prime, a few years into the league, having some time, but that you're already getting that instantaneous success to give you a little bit of that viewpoint in the fact that you have that kind of cat. You have that kind of guy. And these kind of coaches do not grow on trees. You don't just find them around every single corner. And we got ours, and he's just getting warmed up. And those Raven fans, Ethan, they knew what they were losing at the time. I'll tell you that. They knew what they were losing at that time. Ryan, thank you for the $2 donation, Ryan, and dropping a back-to-back donation as well, man. Thank you for the double dose donation. Driving home from the game. Wait, sorry, it added an ing here. My eyes start crossing late in the stream here, so bear with me here. Driving home from on the game. Let's go. Those fans suck in person. They got nothing on Seattle. It's an environment that's just, I hate where they put the stadium. It's really hard to me for that stadium to bring out much juice, and good on you in the stadium there. We had a couple Hawk fans in the house out there, Ryan. So shout out to you. Salute to you guys for holding it down in the fan stadium. Look, that can be a dangerous environment to go in there in Levi. I mean, those fans fight themselves in that stadium. It gets that dangerous. But it's this stadium that's just out in kind of the middle of nowhere, for lack of a better term. I mean, there's industrial parks around you, and then there's this stadium. It's got no flavor. It's got no feeling of San Francisco to it. It's just this very clinical, sanitized stadium that's just here. Just somebody plopped a stadium right here. And it just doesn't, I can't feel like it helps really bring the juice. I think part of what does help bring the juice for us in downtown with our fans is that we may not have the tailgate, but there's all those bars. Everything's close right to the stadium. It's just the kinetic energy that kind of gets created around the environment in the lead up to people going in the stadium. You can feel it on the streets. You can feel it in the bars. You can feel it permeating everything. That sense of anticipation. I just don't know if in the Levi Stadium in that same way you have that same kind of feel. But it's good to hear that you confirm a little bit of what my instincts would have been on that, Ryan. And a great job on you in the house of holding it down out there from a Hawk fan perspective. Good to see we showed up in the house down there, maybe helping out the team just a little bit in a little way. And had to be a tremendously satisfying game. I wonder if how much heat you got from Niner fans. They get to be a little sensitive sometimes, especially coming off the end of that L after taking that tough L. Thank you though, Ryan. I appreciate you, man, for the double dip donation. Let's go. Let's go. First round bye, number 1 seed. Home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 second here, real quick. Guys get a chance today, please hit that like button. And I finally, took me only 7 hours and 14 minutes. We've got through the final of the donations here. We're going to still jump to you guys in the chat, so don't worry. We're still rolling along here, especially with almost 530 people in the house tonight. Celebrating, right? And if you can, hit that like button for me though. Sub on up if you get a chance. We're on the road here to 30,000 now, and we're hardly cooking well along to that path of things. Let's see where my peoples are at. I'm going to go ahead and, since super behind on the chat, we're going to kind of get down to the bottom bit of the chat. If you happen to be in here and I happen to miss your question or comment from above, if you can, just repost it, as I am a little bit behind on this. I want to try to, if I can, keep up a little bit to where we might be at from a near standpoint of things. But Brando, Hawks Nest B, if you got a question for me, just put it down in the comments. I'll reply to you in there on that side of it. Taylor, can't wait for Jesse's hat, man. It's going to be good. It's going to be real good. I got to go find that tonight, actually. I got to go find where I can locate that thing. I think it's on eBay. I got to locate it there. Dune Moose says they brought in McDonald to beat Shanahan McVay, and he's doing it. It's tit for tat, right? Fit for serve. So Coach Carroll comes in here to solve Harbaugh. Need you to solve Harbaugh. Can you do that, Coach Carroll? Can you solve this division? Can you solve the Rams? Yes, he could. And then Shanahan comes in here and McVay comes in here, and both of those organizations are bringing them in there in part because we're riding high through most of that time. They're being brought in to take down the great Carroll machine. Can you do so? We think you guys got the goods. We think you guys got the accommodations to get this done. Shanahan's case, you played against Dan Quinn's defense for a whole year in practice. Did you learn some plays there that you can utilize against Carroll's defense? Yes, he could. McVay, we think you're this smart wonder kid that can to be the guy that's brilliant enough to go at this old defense. He was. And so now it is back to turn around the other way. And McDonald, we bring you in, you be the exact type of model we think that can take down these oppositions, specifically these offenses that have given us problems. Yes, they could. Yes, they could. It's been a very, very cool thing to see that this play out, where we come back to again of this doesn't just happen because you happen to kind of like stumble onto the right coach, but because you exhaustively went through all of those coaches to land on the right one, like grinding out coal into a diamond. Jesus says, how about that Miami D-line getting after that Ohio State offense? I've been saying, I hope people got to see a little bit more of it in the bowl game there, as the production wasn't always here to accommodate what I've always thought a little bit about watching them. And then look, the whole Miami team got after it. They were playing really, really, really fast, really ferocious in that game. But Ruben Bain, I've said he's got a vibe to him of a. I don't want to go full comp because it just gets overstated when you go full comp on this stuff for a guy that was a Hall of Fame kind of player. But in Ruben Bain, I see so many flashes in the way he plays with that play strength and that one-handed he can take one hand to a pad and he can send an offensive lineman to the side. And that's Reggie White. I mean, that manhandling strength off the edge, that is absolutely what Reggie White used to do. And I think Reggie White's going to be more of a dominant player, historically speaking. I don't want to put that on Ruben Bain. I'm not even going to have a blue chip grade on Ruben Bain, but I will have a first round grade. And he will be the second edge, if not the first edge for me off the board. Because I think despite whatever might be a little bit limited as far as production goes there in this last year with Miami, I think he's going to be a monster at the NFL level. And I think that power is going to translate into the next level. I do. He's very impressive. Jeffrey says, we got our Bill B. Little weird, but a genius. That's right, man. You don't get the little weird. You don't get the genius without the little weird, Jeffrey. It seems to be the trade-off that we have to go for when we got these guys that are wired in such a way. Seahawks Daddy Niner fans define salty defense. Benelli says, I want Sonny Styles. He'd be so perfect for our defense. Didn't have the rough. You talk about some guys having good days. He had a little bit of a rougher day in that bowl game the other night. There's some tough reps in there, but I do like Sonny a lot, Benelli. So don't get me wrong there. He is a good player. And maybe a target in for the Seahawks there in the late first round is a guy that they do look towards at that spot. It certainly is possible. Love his size, love his length, love his explosiveness. Certainly a good player. I've got a second round grade currently stacked up on him, but if you took him it's a high second round grade. So if you take him at the end of the first round, certainly that's within reason. And Power says this season has been a journey I'll never forget. Me neither, man. It has been that. What an awesome journey at that, man. Benjamin says, hey, do you think we should draft a first or second round receiver due to Kupp not being that good anymore and JSN needing a running mate, especially if we don't re-sign Shaheed? Yes, it's a possibility, Benjamin. I certainly think that it's in play. I think with Cooper Kupp, you're probably going to restructure him back, hopefully on a contract where you're not having to pay him where he's due to be paid, and you, in saving that money, then can just then go to Shaheed. And then I think the combination of a Shaheed, Cooper Kupp on a realistic deal, JSN on his new extension, and Horton brought into the mix, that is a four-stack moving in the future would be more than enough for a team that's going to run the ball as heartily as we're going to run the ball. So there's a lot of, flexibility they have to go at on this one from a variety of fashions to, save the money with Kupp, and then you don't do Shaheed, and then you just get a first round, receiver. I've got 4 first round grades on receivers right now. It's a class that's actually fairly strong overall, I would say, with this receiving class as I get into it. There's some guys that are limited in some of their goodness. There's not a lot necessarily, I would say, high ceiling guys, but you could very well come to find yourself as being able to pick, let's say, the fourth guy in the first round with that first round grade, Benjamin, who could fit to what they want. The Denzel Boston kid, the local kid, for instance, if you're looking to go get that X, maybe that could be the X that you go out there and grab. So it's a possibility. I'd say if you were to ask John by how he probably would like to set this out, it's probably you restructure Kupp, you take the money saved off the Kupp restructuring, and then you just re-sign Rashid Shaheed. Horton comes back off of his injury. Bingo, bango, you just run with that. I think that would be the approach, but they've got flexibility, man. They can go a couple of different directions. McDonald thoroughly outcoached Shanahan, period. Amen. Seahawks Daddy, per ESPN research, the 173 yards the Seahawks held the Niners to was San Francisco's fewest in any game under Kyle Shanahan. Wow. Great stat. Great stat. Brandon Jana, we're talking about everything Seahawks and everything wonderful and everything amazing. Benelli says, Jeff, thanks again for the membership. Brandon deserves the support. Well, thank you for that, Benelli. Appreciate you. And shout out to Jeffrey Thistle there, dropping the five memberships into the chat. Blue, green, and zone. Here's the real question. Can our crowd beat the 130 decibel noise limit? Well, this is going to be something we're going to talk about here through the next couple of weeks, which is that if you're going to that stadium, if you know somebody going in that stadium, family, friend, foe. I don't care which of the three it may be. Every Seattle Seahawks fan, if you're walking in that stadium, you better know what time it is. You better know what's at stake. You better put your heart on the line like this team has put the heart on the line for you, like they put their life on the line for you, like they put their body on the line for you this year. Show them the equivalent. This crowd in full throat better be turned up 211, turned up 212 come playoff day. And that means you're walking that stadium, you know what time it is. I don't have to tell you. You're in my chat. You already know when I go on these tangents what I'm going to tell you about this. I'm talking about you talking to your friends, talking to your family. Hey, we're going to the playoff game next Tuesday. You stop them right there. You look them cold dead in their face, cold dead in their eyes. You say, you make sure you know what time it is when you walk in there. You make sure you represent when you walk in there. You make sure you reward this team for what they have given you now. There is more to be done. There is more this team has to go out to do to get this accomplished for the ultimate success of a year. But they have given you every reason to have this team's back, to give them everything you can give them. And never forget this is a fan base. It isn't me being this is a homer saying this. This is 3 generations ago. Seattle Seahawks fans recognized they walked into a dome. They went, oh, football, this is cool. And they saw that their defense is on the field. And people, if you scream, you can help your defense out if you get loud enough. And they went, oh, okay, let's do that. And all of them got loud. Not half the stadium got loud. Not half the stadium was shoveling food down their throat. The full total of their breath got loud at once. And they messed offenses up. Offenses didn't know which end was up. They couldn't hear themselves think. I mean, literally could not hear yourself think. It ain't just about causing false starts. It's that it gets into your head. You hear quarterbacks talk about it. It's like, man, just that noise over a course of a game, just you're playing in it constantly. It's just something about it getting into your head over that. You just kind of get, by the end of the game, it's you're exhausted. It's how you feel. There's an exhaustion almost there. We've got to have that these next couple of weeks. We've got to supply that this next couple of weeks. We got to give our team this. They've earned this, man. They've provided us everything they can provide us to give us that, hey, here's a reason to do it. Here's a reason to do it. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $20 donation, MJ Seahawk. I appreciate you for that, man. And man, thank you for the double dip, $20. He says, hear me out. The Hawks could be undefeated. Number 1, Darnold doesn't have Lucas cause a fumble. Number 2, Hawks D stops the Bucks. Number 3, 1 less turnover against the Rams. It's the part about, I think you're touching on the thing that I come to on this, and that this is not a record that's been fermented on the back of you beating against the laissez-faire of opponents across the sport. This is you legitimately going out there and making this happen, taking this to occur. So, we can look at the flip side of it, MJ Seahawk, and say, who's got the best plus minus differentiation in all of football? Us, by a country mile. We've got the best. By a country mile. That's one indicator to one side of that. But then the other flip side of that then also becomes, okay, here's your differentiation in totality, but where were you at on those losses? How close were you coming in those losses? Do you have days that you just don't show up and that team can beat the doors off you and you just kind of shrug and go, well, it wasn't our day? No, right? To your point on this, MJ. Darnold's driving the team down against the San Francisco 49ers, driving the team down 50 yards down the field, about to be in range to maybe go punch that in for a touchdown. Drops back. His head's looking over here, dude. The read. Can't see the pass rusher pushing Lucas into his back. Fumble. I think you accurately captured all of this. I mean, hell, even just take out the Hawk stop and the D. Let's just say Sam doesn't have a ball get bounce off a helmet. 1 less turnover in that Ram game. You got those wins. Your 3 losses on the season, MJ, collectively 9 total points. 9 total points on 3 losses. So you've blown a bunch of teams out. You got incredible plus minus differentiation, which represents some of this, but just beyond all else. 9 points in these losses. Could easily be in an undefeated season. That's how good this team is. You can dive into all the depths. You can pull all the layers apart, grab the book and go through every page. And all of these pages, as you're reading through in the lead up of this story to this game, are telling you the story of this team being a team that is on the edge of greatness, that can go and capture it, that is capable of it. There are no guarantees of it when you get in the playoffs. Funky things can happen. Weird balls can bounce in different ways. You never know when that officiating thing's going to come up at some point or another. But the team has more than proved their mettle, to your point. Could be undefeated. Very easily could be so. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, me coming in again. Let's go, me. Me dropping another $100. I said a $100 donation in for me after dropping a $200 donation on us earlier today. Me, you are unbelievable. Second to none. Second to none. Like the Seattle Seahawks team, me. Second to none on the support on this channel in that way. And we've got some big time supporters. So that's heavy praise. That's high praise. He says, I'm still cheesing, B. Let's have it go. Hey, let's go. Let's go. And you should be cheesing. You should be enjoying it. I know I've hammered this point, and I do so because I think, myself included, I almost say it as much to remind myself of this at times, we can get hypercritical. We can be picking away at things a little bit times, right? Because we want greatness, because we're hungry for that thing. And we know to get to greatness, you need to have these things battened down. You need to be tightening these ends up. You need to be dotting the I's and crossing T's, right? You don't get there in general terms. You get there in exact terms. But this team has given us that finally here too. And then to go, wow, that this win at this time of year, as good as this team's gotten, setting the stage up in the way that they have now, what we know about the history of setting up that stage in that way. I mean, I've been at this since 2019, starting this channel up. And we've had so many tough topics to turn over me. So many seasons that had even so much kind of build up to start to like the balloon filling up, and then the air just goes right out of it by the last couple of games. But here, the build up, the lead up to this, the fact that we've gone through those times of kind of having to kind of scuttle through and watch these Rams go to the multiple Super Bowls, watch these 49ers go to multiple Super Bowls. While we stand in the cut, feeling like we're sometimes treading water, not quite fully really picking up more speed. And boy, they picked up some speed in a fast way. You should be cheesing. You should be sitting in your bed tonight, restless, excited, dreaming big. You're not doing so in false hope. You're not doing so for being a homer or biased. You're doing so because this team has proven without a shadow of doubt that you deserve to have that kind of optimism, and that you will so very rarely in your fandom of your lifetime get to be in these kind of moments. A lot of success here we've had in 25 years here with Paul Allen taking over and Jody after him now. And it's given us more of these moments than ever before. But I went through the 80s and I went through the 90s too. And that has me in these moments like you in the spot, me going, cheese out, enjoy it, celebrate it. Don't let anybody take any sale of your wins. Don't anybody, whoa, Sam Darnold's going, whoa, they should have won it. Right? I got the number one seed. I got the best team in the NFL. Have all your excuses, national pundits, have all your excuses out there. We as a fandom, though, we celebrate this. It's been well earned to this fandom. This fandom's hungry for this. I do as much interaction with fandoms as you're going to find in this fandom, at least, and how many people I talk to and how many discussions we have and how many times in live streams and the hours and the hours and the hours. I will tell you without a shadow of a doubt, this fan base is hungry for this. They don't want this just tacitly. They don't kind of sit back and go, it'd just be kind of cool if we could get this. This team is as hungry as any fan base you will find in this sport for this kind of success. So getting it, tasting it, being on the edge of greatness, on the edge of making a potential Super Bowl run, yeah, you better cheese. You better smile. And I said, I'm going to be on that round table this week on Tuesday, the NFC West round table, and I'm going to be a Cheshire cat. You could turn off the lights and all you'd see is my white pearlies just right back. They ain't going to be able to wipe that look off my face. They can give me every excuse they want. Jay can tell me all about how he's got inexhaustible faith in his Rams that they're by far the best team, and I'm going to be sitting in the back there with a smile going, yeah. Number 1 seed, first round bye. You go through Seattle, you want to go to the Super Bowl. Good fucking luck. Good luck. Me, thank you for the $100 donation. Thank you for the $200 donation. Thank you for the $500 donation. Thank you for the countless $100 donations you were dropping throughout this offseason on the daily streams in the middle of June when few were watching. You were watching. You were contributing. You were helping. Thank you for all that support. And enjoy it. Enjoy it, Hawk fans. Don't let anybody say but if. Don't let anybody take any of the wind out of your sails on this one. Enjoy these moments. John McLeodart, thank you for another $2 donation. He's picking up what I'm putting down. He says, I went to bed. I can't sleep. It feels great. It's been so long. I didn't even see your note there as I was just speaking a second ago on Mies. And that's it. It's been so long. 2 playoff wins since 2017. The Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff success than you since 2017. We're talking almost a 10-year period in that alone at this point, aren't we? Time has flown. 2013 was quite a bit of time ago now. It's been a long time. Been a long time that you've tasted a team able to be this good. And you can't go to sleep for the same reason I'm going to struggle to go to sleep. Luckily, I get to do the wrap-up video tonight. I got something to keep me up and keep me busy because I wouldn't be able to go to sleep either. Because you're realizing it. You're recognizing it. You weren't sure throughout this year. You thought maybe it's there. Maybe they could be this. The structure is there for this to come to be, but could it really? Could we take that one step back and the 2 full steps forward actually happen in that one next given year from the one step back you took this offseason? Can you eat $80 million of dead money on your books? $80 million? I mean, Niner fans are going to be proclaiming up and down, have this argument ready if Niner fan comes, well, we ate $100 million of dead money this year. Just shake your finger in their face and say, yeah, we ate 80. They've taken those 2 steps forward. They've given you that reason. And I can't blame you if you can't sleep. Rightfully so, you can't sleep. None of us should be able to sleep because we got a team on the edge of making a Super Bowl run. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $2 donation, Robert. I appreciate you for that, man. It's good to see you in the house. Christopher Watkins' reaction to the win. I tried before the game, Robert Jimenez. I tried to tell my Hawk fans, don't worry. Seattle, don't worry. I know you worry. See you. But don't worry. Why? The better team. By far the better team, no doubt. I said to my Seahawks fans, I said, Seattle fans, here's how it's going to go down today in San Francisco. And that way is this. Belt to ass a BTA. BTA. This is walking. And how does it play out? Just as that belt ass walking called it. I told you. Now it's time for the Super Bowl, Robert. Let's go win it all. Appreciate you, Robert. JRD Sensei, thank you for the $5 donation. Hey, sorry I'm late. Great game. Question. Why is our O-line so good run blocking on 3rd and mile? 3 straight weeks we've had 3rd and 12 plus yard runs. I know that I'm supposed to have a great answer for you here where I'm like, well, they're doing this great little twist on all of these runs where they're getting this guy over here and they're pulling this guy over there. But unfortunately, I can't really do that. 2 of the runs have been sort of the pitch plays from shotgun and you pull guys in space and you catch San Francisco fully bought into the fact that you're going to throw. And I think that's the one thing that I think you've got in all three circumstances, JRD, is that there is the true threat to throw the ball that all three teams have bought into. And that's been the big first driving force to make this thing happen, first and foremost, above all else. But it is a little bit of a random thing, I would say, to a degree too, beyond that. So two of the plays I think are almost the same play call. But even on those two same play calls you have there, JRD, I think you're running them to two sides of the field. So you have the Walker run in the Rams game, which is a shotgun run up the middle. And on that play, Nate Landman, the middle linebacker, is there to make the tackle, and Walker just makes a real subtle move in tight confines, and that's enough. You block it up well around that. But that sort of freed that one up. The Charbonnet last week was the pitch at a shotgun that you kind of ran today. And that is where, okay, the defense drops off in coverage because they're buying into it's third and long and they're going to throw the ball. So you get that drift to depth. You probably get the two high safeties dropping to depth kind of, and I'm saying this without sight on, give me rope on this because I haven't seen the 22, so I am making a guess here. You get the safeties dropping to depth. You get linebackers dropping to depth. You pull a couple of linemen over into this direction of it. And now you've got all those guys who are going to have to rally up there and rally up from some heavy depth. And at the point of attack, you're going to have the front side blocks laid. You'll have 1, 2 laid right on the first two that Walker and Charbonnet then cook through on those two runs. So in regards to the two runs on the pitches on third and long, it's been because of you get the drop and you get, I think, the guys pulling in space. But the Walker one in the Rams game was just a handoff inside. It was pretty, it was pretty mean potatoes, man. That's a delayed give at a shotgun on third and long. Every team's kind of got that in their playbook a little bit. I don't know if this is really a representation that this is what they are able to get done consistently. I think that you're probably going to find that those are the, only 3 times that you see that happen this year. And that if you go into even next year, for instance, JRD, we probably go the whole season next year without one 3rd down and 12 run for a first down. It's kind of one of those things you're going to get maybe once a year at best happening. So I'd be very surprised if they've actually got something here that they've sort of turned over a leaf of possibility here, but can't deny it's worked. Can't deny it's worked, and it's been clutch for us at times when we needed to happen. It's happened at times in these games where it's like, boy, that was necessary. Because that offense at that point in time was going nowhere fast. And you need a little bit of a kick in the pants on that one to make it flow and go. Sorry, one sec. Thank you again, JRD. Appreciate you, man. Also, another $5. Thanks for the double dip donation. Also, our defense was on fire today. This is also, our defense was on fire today. Rallying to the ball, barely any missed tackles, hard hitting, making life hell. I got flashbacks to 2013. You're not the first. Mike kind of noted that today, and I think that's a good capture on your guys' part on a couple of different levels. First off, the flying around. You have a team prepared like this against this 49er team, and this is a 49er team that why it's so important with the on the fire, and I'm glad you got that as the first kind of note to what you put on there, in that within the fire with which they're playing with, a lot of what this Niner offense does to you is have you thinking prior to the snap. We got shifts and motions, pre-snap here, eye candy over here, play action pass to here, coming back over here. You get a lot of this that gets you kind of flat-footed and has you kind of in late reaction mode post-snap more often than not at times against this 49er offense. And it's defense after defense that has to deal with it in fashion. And you always feel like with Mike that he, by and large, has this team just so very well prepared to play, not only prepared to play in spirit with that fire you talk about, but they can play that fast and loose and free because they know they're going to be in the right position. They're going to be right where they should be at. And it stood out to me in a major way, JRD. I think the defense has only gotten better as the year's gone on. And I think that the more healthier they've got, the better the unit's got. So it's not been a surprising part of it. But those guys, to a man, to your point, were absolutely flying along. Even on the interception that you happen to get on the Drake Thomas play. You're getting the tip from Boye Mafe with a sense of urgency to get his hands up there and understanding from a situational awareness point, playing on fire, situational awareness, Niners down by the goal line, Brock Purdy. He likes to do a lot of those kind of quick passing attack things at times. He kind of goes between the two. It'll either be a quick pass or a lot of times down by the goal line, he's going to try to wait and extend the play and then play off script and try to throw it somewhere late. He kind of goes between the two and how he rolls his mode. And so you're aware of that from Mafe's standpoint. You tip the ball up, but then you've got a guy in Drake Thomas, really fast, is right there in coverage where even if Christian McCaffrey catches that, which McCaffrey can't catch it because the ball's been tipped and he's got to reach it now instead of it being right here, he's reaching back here. He's got to go backwards a little bit to try to pick it up. But then Drake Thomas, even if he makes that catch, is going to tackle him and tackle him out of bounds before the first down marker. That just even if he had made that catch, it doesn't guaranteedly set the Niners in that right position because Drake's in the right place at the right time. It was not the way it was throughout the day, JRD, where all day long, even if it's a completion, you've got a guy right on top of the completion, shutting it down. Boom, 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 taking it out. Boom, 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 taking it out. There was never this thing where it's like, oh, it's a 3-yard completion, and then he runs it for another 5 yards, and then finally got a guy there to tackle him down. That really did stand out to me. And when you got a team playing that fast, they're just so well prepared, stood out in a major way, rallying to the ball. There was tackle near the end of the game where Woolen first kind of does a good job of holding the guy up on the tackle initially. And then bingo, bango, here you've got Devin Witherspoon and Ernest Jones coming up to finish the tackle, bringing the 49ers at that point far short of the first down. Not giving them a chance to have kind of a 3rd and half a yard. And I think they punted in that situation off the back of that stop. And the last part of it, missed tackles. There was no missed tackles in this game to my eyes either. And that's what you have to do against the San Francisco 49er team. You got to do it against McCaffrey, who can break tackles. Absolutely, he can. But they had that rallying up in space. So not only were you rallying up in space, playing fast, being properly prepared to be in the right spot at the right time, but then when you arrived on the ball carrier, you didn't let him get free. You brought him down every single time. All of those key moments in this game stacked on up. And yeah, you just made life hell for them. Because on top of stopping the run, on top of rallying up on the short passing, you took away any of the deep stuff if they wanted to try to take shots over the top. Brock didn't even really try in this game. The best he could do passing the ball is he had a couple of out routes that he was able to make work on that one particular drive before he threw the interception. And then you were able to create the quick pressure with the front four. You didn't have to blitz. You didn't have to stack boxes. You could just run an occasional 5-man fire zone kind of blitz. But aside from that, you ran the front four. And then the front four did a great job of keeping him contained and still being able to create quick pressure. That's such a hard thing to do. Sometimes you can keep the quarterback contained, but then you just don't generate the pressure. Or sometimes you're going like a bat out of hell to create the pressure, but then you don't keep them contained. It's hard to find and strike that perfect balance in those moments like this Hawk defense did today. But they did so. And that's why you're getting those flashbacks to 2013, another insanely complete defense that just gave you nothing, that could suffocate you in every way. Keon Lund and JRD, thank you for that double dip. Don't know, man. Keon, thank you for the $5, man. I know you're smiling big today too. Appreciate you for that support. Just got in. What a win. Should have been 24-3. Tayakata is playing big boy ball. Nice to see the run game pop up lately. Number 1 seed, go Hawks. Running game is coming into fruition at just the right, beautiful, bright, just greatest time of year for the run game to come forward. You need the run game in the playoffs. You need to maintain balance. You get into inclement weather, you're really going to need to lean on that run game. And so it's coming forward in the back half of the schedule as it has, Keon, coming to life as it has been a massive development for this offense, even within some of the offense's frustrating inconsistency that can kind of come up here and there, as we saw again today as it did. But you're right, should have been 24-3. This game doesn't capture on a final score, how much really dominant a win this really was. A couple missed field goals. You going forward early in the game on 4th and goal. And I think there's moments in here from Mike McDonald's perspective on, understanding tactically that he doesn't have to be that aggressively offensively. Take the points at every turn in this playoffs. I don't really want to see this team trying to do that in a similar situation. Take the points every time. Stacking points. Every drive you can do it in the playoffs, to me, is where Mike's got to be living in these games. Now, if you get in a game where it's obviously like the Rams game and it's, you're going to need to score 40 points, and that's the way you're feeling it out from the second quarter onward, then fine. But if it's a game that's probably going to fit to form in the playoffs as we expect, take the points. But the run game, locking in, finding footing at this time of year right now. Keon, big development for this offense. And we've got the model. We got the blueprint. It's the same one we had walking into the season. It's by design. It hasn't always played out that way this season because early on in the year, you were a little bit more, throwing the ball, taking the deep shots. And now it's the offense is more fitting to a bit of the form of what we thought it would be coming this year. Balanced offensively, running the ball at the forefront, playing great defense, playing great special teams, taking care of the football. Go get the Super Bowl. Thank you, though, Keon. And Tayakata, man has played some really, really good football this year. The longer he gets to play, the better he seems to get. And Kobe Bryant's probably going to walk into free agency, and you're fine with letting him do that. And you feel very solid at this point with going into next season. If you got to roll without Tayakata as your second starting safety next to Julian Love, you're, I think, going to be plenty okay with that. He has proven his mettle, and he's played some good football, really good football from that safety position. Shout out to Julian Love too, because you're doing a little bit of combination with both those guys with a little bit more strong safety for what you're asking of Julian Love than you typically would ask him to kind of take on those duties. And Akata's probably having to do a little bit of that stuff as well. That's why you're seeing him up tackling at times. It's very cool. Very cool to see. Number 1 seed, Keon. Number 1 seed, go Hawks, bro. Let's go. Jeffrey Thistle. Thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. I think Mike was holding back some of the secret sauce we saw today. Saw some wrinkles I hadn't seen before. Letting smart players make smart plays. Well, you got to feel like he came into this one and said, let's dial it up here against this Niner offense. I think they're down on the threats. I think they're down on the ways they can get after us. They've got a backup left tackle out there. I'm not going to make this a bigger challenge than what it needs to be. I got a hell of a defense. I got a lot of different tools in my kit I can call upon to find success here. Let's bring out some of the flavor. And I think to your point, I thought coming into this week, really, Jeffrey, that it was less about dialing up a ton of heat. And I think they didn't do a lot of that today necessarily from that standpoint, though. There were some select moments with the fire zone blitzes, select moments with some blitzing, just to try to pick your spots. But the way that I thought that this would really show itself in this game leading up the week would be the rolling of the coverages. And, coming back to that play that I featured on the roundtable, and we talked about in the syndicate too, where you're looking through the interceptions of Brock and it's in cutting routes, and that's where you find your success. And seeing some of the teams like the Panthers that would take a backside corner and just have them just drive like hell on a route across the field on the in-breaking route and try to meet that in-breaking route right at the time the ball's about due to arrive. And it working out, them getting a pick on the back of it with J.C. Horn, and you start to go, yeah, there's some stuff with this Niner passing offense where it's successful offense, but if I can control Brock in the pocket, force him to be a pocket passer, and then I can roll the coverages a little exotically on the back end, can I get some confusion that way? Can I generate some poor decisions that way from Brock? And hard to say for sure with this without seeing necessarily the all 22 to really get a feel for that for sure, Jeffrey. But I really do feel like that to your point on this, that is what we got to see today. There's a lot on the back end of Mike playing with coverages, playing with the times, running things tight. I mean, when they went back into that one drive before the interception and hit a couple of those throws, one to Kittle and one to Juwan Jennings on the out route, you're partly doing that because the Seahawks have a little bit of the bracket coverage going from top to bottom. So they've got the cover 2 shell and the safety drop into depth on the top, but then they're buzzing the flat routes. They're buzzing underneath short, trying to take that away from the Niners on the other side of it. So yeah, well spotted on your part. I think definitely Mike had something a little bit special for the Niners today, to your point as well. And he brought it out, man. He brought it out. Hell of a game plan by Mike. Maybe the best one that he's had all year, on a year with a lot of good days that he's had out there as far as the game plans they've put together. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. And Jeffrey, again, man, thank you. Just big round of applause for you as well, man. Multiple donos over today, and 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you for that. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. Great win today, but it's funny how the 49er fans thought they were going to score all these points on us, but could only do 1 field goal. Go Hawks. Well, people were saying that Jesse was a little shell-shocked on his post-game show. I think a lot of Niner fans are going to find themselves a little bit kind of like trying to make sense of this one, because they looked at this offense and how it's played throughout most of this year. They looked at an offense that's playing at its hottest of the year in the last few games leading up to this game, and they go, unstoppable force. And maybe their mind was a little bit too captured in that Rams game on a short week a couple weeks ago from Seattle, but that's not how that defense has been game in and game out of this year. And including even the first game they played where they scratched out 19 points, but we picked them off twice, and it took a kind of a prayer by Brock Purdy and Tariq Woolen to forget his ball skills on a given play for them to go and get that 19 points that they did get. And yeah, they thought they were going to walk all over us on their offense. They thought they were going to run up and down the football field on our defense, not giving that the respect it deserves. And I don't know why. Defense has earned it. You know, so many people, DJ, talk about this Texans defense is just, it goes without saying, they're the best defense in the sport. And it's like, I don't know if I'm as convinced of that, especially considering that defense doesn't play in the best division in football. You know, I've thought for a while here, I've been like, yeah, there's a lot of the points per game is the one thing that's very, very ever so slightly slanted in the Texans' favor, but every other statistic you look at from a Seahawks defensive standpoint, we've got them beat on. 1 field goal, man. This defense is getting better as the year goes along. They're getting better at the end of the season, as they may be at their most healthiest too, by the way. The running game, likewise, in tow. These 2 factors will factor in very huge once we get into the playoffs. This is the stuff that can carry playoff football. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Daniel, the last 3 opponents we beat lost their next game. Well, to your point on this, I'm not expecting the Niners to win next week on the road in the playoffs. To your point. And why is this the case? Because you're a physical ass team. And physical teams that beat up on other teams wear those teams out. And that they come back the next week and they're a little extra sore. And that has been the case in with the recent opponents we've taken on. And this kind of speaks to the level of violence we're playing with. Both, what we're doing to the guy with the ball, but, what you're doing on the line of scrimmage. And it's like DeMarcus Lawrence says, you line up, you get effed up. This team wants to play physically. They don't just do this by saying they want to do this. They live that life. This is the Bane quote to Batman. You learned to live in the darkness. I was born in this. That's how this defense operates. And to be a physical team, you got to own it in that way. You don't just kind of dial it up for this opponent, dial it up this week because it's an intense game or it's a game that matters. You bring that every single week as your standard of play. And isn't that what they talk about? They keep talking about standard. What do they mean when they say standard? They're talking about that level of intensity, that level of physicality, and every week dialing it up to the max. It's a good stat, Daniel. It's a great stat, actually. Thank you for that. Flashy bastard says Jake and Jesse ain't got shit to say now. Oh, my 12s are going to be with me on the round table enjoying the hell out of this Tuesday. It's already enjoyable for me to get to go in there Tuesday, but it's also enjoyable just knowing how much you guys are going to be savoring this Tuesday too. Vin Russo, Josh Jones seems to be a better run blocker than Cross. Accurate. It's accurate. I think there are some questions with Cross at times and his consistency as a run blocker. Very good pass protector, but there are some questions there. Bomber says rooting for the Niners and the Packers next week. Let's go. Yes, sir. I'm with that. Alpha sucks mock drafts. IMOB. If the defense plays to this level the rest of the way, our Hawks should moonwalk to a ring. Just don't think anyone but the Rams can hang, and even they don't look great after loss to us. I don't know moonwalk. I mean, I think we'll be very hard to beat. I mean, that's what I'll say. I just think we're going to be just so very hard to beat because our base fundamentals and is so strong at that point. And that we actually have room for error at that point with how everything's kind of rolling along. But I think you are going to get bigger tests offensively down the road than what we kind of faced today. You did get the Rams weakened a bit with them where they were offensively with being down Parasol and being down Trent Williams. They still had some of their other collective offensive talent, so it wasn't completely bereft. But I just think that you get a Rams offense, for instance, it's just going to be a much more strong test, and I think a lot more closer game than because of it. But defense is getting better. I can't deny that. And they can seem to be getting stronger as the year goes along. We did get Diggs back, Skrilla. He's technically about due and being ready to play. He could. Not gonna lie, I want another shot at the Niners in the playoffs. Yeah, it'd be fun. I wouldn't turn down another matchup with them, man. I wouldn't say no to that. Yeah, the Bucs are gonna have a hard time getting the playoffs at this point, looks like. Things got to really work out good for them tomorrow to make that happen. But Bucs can only get in if the Falcons lose to the Saints tomorrow, which Tyler Shock's been playing well for the Saints, so you never know. Brandon Jenna says, yo, y'all see the locker room breakdown? Oh, hell yes. Everybody is getting a game ball, staff included. Let's celebrate. Let's effing go. Hell yeah. I can't wait to check out that video. Jeffrey says, it annoyed me how highly the national media rated the Niners after a game where no one played any defense. I mean, they've kind of been short selling us all year, you know. They just can't get sold on the fact of what we are and how good we are, and they just can't wrap their mind around it, you know, no matter what they see. And that's good. As I say, I think Jeffrey, at least, you know, maybe it's sometimes better to be in the underdog role a bit, you know. We'll ride this underdog all the way to the Super Bowl. I do hope B. Skrilla, the Rams have to play the Bucs. That'd be a good matchup. That'd be a tough matchup for them. It's not like you say, it's not the first time when they faced them. Who wants the Falcons to win? The Lambs have their first pick. That's true. Blue Green says, Mike Evans ain't even getting 4 catches right now. They're not using him. He lost me my bet today. Yeah, it was a tough environment with the rain, man. I mean, that rain was hard to throw the ball in there today. Definitely affected some things. And they do have a lot of pass catchers back. They got Johnson back now. They got, Tez Johnson. They got the Godwin's back in the flux too. I would have advised you against doing the Evans bet. Kevin Albert, go Seahawks, man. Yeah, blue and green, I think this way it plays out. Rams probably win tomorrow, and then, not probably, they do win tomorrow. They're going to beat the Cardinals. And then you're going to see the Niners have to play the Eagles. Go out there all the way out east. Yeah, it's not good. Not a good matchup for them. Yeah, I think any team can beat anyone this year, Bree Skrilla. That's the point where I'd go to on the moonwalk thing, because I think it's an open year in the NFL, and that's for good and bad. That means I don't know if there's a clear runaway. This team's absolutely positively, no doubt, the number one team. It just means everybody really does feel like they have a shot right now that's getting into the playoffs a bit. Maybe not Carolina if they get in, but just about everybody else. John Hobbs is right now, the way Seattle's defense is playing, I don't think anybody can beat him. You might be right on that. Seahawks Daddy, the 750 plus thumbs up, don't lie. This stream today has been Brandon's finest hour. Thank you for that, Seahawks Daddy. It's been so satisfying today. I hope it's been a good stream, and I'm always wanting to get better and better with this play-by-play. But man, I was walking through bit of cloud nine as we went through this game, what I was watching and how this was going. Uncomfortable, but just at the same point in time, like, we're taking it to them. We're showing up. We're showing up on national stage. Sam's showing up. This team is, I just, so easy to root for this team. It's our home team. It's the team we want to root for no matter what. But these players, this team, how they're built, how they win football games, the fact that it is a team that takes them to victory week in and week out. It's been a hell of a year this year, man. Seahawks Daddy, thank you for that, man. John Hobbs is one of the streamers was talking about all the empty seats in Levi Stadium today. So much for the Niner faithful. I was glad you're here for it too, Seahawks Daddy. Thank you, man. We've had a best year in the Hawks Nest history, not just because we have the Seahawks winning, but the chat, you guys as a community, and what's going on here in the community, and this just what we've been able to build here. Really feels like this year we have found our real 6 years in, really have found our spot, our mode, our rhythm. And it is all of us collectively within that's gotten us here to do this. And I thank you for that and all of y'all for that. Those 750 likes you mentioned above, that like button's pushing people out to who's looking for Hawk coverage, helps them find me like you guys have done. And you guys have my back in every way in that way, and I could never ask for more. It's been unbelievable the support I get on this channel. The key to Bears is same as the Niners. Contain Caleb in the pocket. He's dangerous out of pocket. He doesn't take hits and throws the ball. If he's in the pocket, he'll backpedal and toss it up. Correct? Yeah. You'd apply the same model there a little bit that you did, maybe even to greater degree, because you can't always count on him staying on script even a little bit for the most part. But I don't know. Yeah, we'll see if we face him down the line a bit. Maybe a conference championship game there with him when it's all said and done. We'll see. Green and get Max Crosby. We're coming, Crosby. Hold on. Brandon Genesis, bro, Niner fans are talking so much ish leading up to this. I can't even with how foolish they came across. Really? I mean, watch your opponent for just 10 minutes to have such appreciation. Surprised me too, considering where they're at injury-wise. It made me raise my eyebrows a couple times because, to your point, I mean, they went over the top. I saw it online. I saw it on Twitter. It was all over my community. I mean, they invaded my chat countlessly last week. And I don't mind. Come on into my chat. You're all welcome. You can come in welcome, even with your talking, your noise. But where's the confidence really all coming from at the end of the day? I mean, your team and the injuries and where everything's at is as much as you were able to beat up on the lesser foes here through the back half of the schedule. Like, you're going to meet reality at one point or another. And they didn't want to seem to really face that walking into this game. But yeah, it was pretty wild how they were. Foolish is kind of right. They were popping off this last week. Gokin on in regards to Jesse's Twitter Jesse saying we didn't trust Darnold. The O-line didn't step on him. Rather, he tripped himself. I give Jesse props at first, but just 7 minutes into his stream, all respect is gone. Yeah, it's that thing with Sam, man, where those that have that opinion of Sam will not want to ever get back over to the spot of Sam where they've got to give him credit. And so he's not been the only one. I've seen it in my own chat with some Hawk fans. I've seen it from a national perspective. It's just a thing that seems to exist with Sam that doesn't make a lot of sense, but it does exist, and it is reality. And it's just that they're dug in on their opinions of him, and that's going to color them at times to view with a bias slanted in that direction. I don't trust Sam. Slant. I don't trust Sam. So if he does something, there'll be a confirmation bias to what they think, even if they see it here or there, but then don't see it through the rest of the game. No, I saw it here and there, so that confirmed what I thought. Those things are more, those things said it. What about all the rest of the stuff? No. Those things. It is, luckily this isn't our first time on this merry-go-round this season with this, thinking as it applies to Sam. Jack Maloney says, think about week 2 on the roundtable, wearing that stupid hat. If only you knew what would happen. Price to pay, who's laughing now? Yeah. It was a little rough that week 1 having to wear that stupid Niner hat. Okay. I might have, Jack. I might have put a noose on that very hat here prior to this game. Okay. I'm not above being that petty. You can call me Tom Petty. But, oh boy, it's rewarding coming back to the back half. Got Jake wearing the Hawk beanie a couple weeks ago. Now I'm going to put Jesse into this monstrosity. Now we're going to get to put him into this hellacious, beautiful hat right here. Look at that thing. You're not even going to be able to see his eyes, Jack. That thing's going to cover him down to the bottom of the iris on that sucker. Oh, it feels good. It feels very good, Jack. I ain't going to lie. Jeffrey, Eagles, Rams playing good ball right now. It feels like they're the best competition for us. I'd agree with that. I would agree with that completely. Keon Lund, man, thank you for another donation. Appreciate you for that, Keon. Very kind of you, man. This may be sacrilege, but the ferocity the defense swarms with reminds me of another Seattle defense. It just feels like we are running downhill on each play. I think that this is apropos. It's a legendary defense in the Legion of Boom. It is. It's one of the all-time defenses in NFL history, and it's a hell of a standard to be even close to. But this defense, like it's playing down the stretch of this season, like it played today, you're not the first one to mention in this stream. And I think when so many people are kind of mentioning that they're seeing it, it's not something that's just been mentioned haphazardly throughout this year by every Hawk fan at every turn, as though they're just kind of waiting to make that comparison. I think it's something that you're seeing that's true. And that though these are two very different defenses, the one thing that they have very much in common here is that they can suffocate you down, and they are seemingly feeling like they're playing at a different speed than other NFL defenses. And that's, to me, how you get to a place of just being able to take everything away from an offense as you did today. You're not going to run the ball. You are not going to throw the ball short. We're not also then going to open up anything for you to throw the ball deep. Every time you drop back, by and large, you're going to be dealing with some pretty damn quick pressure. And at times when you don't have quick pressure and you try to throw the ball, you're going to be throwing into tight windows. And to so universally have a defense that so thoroughly can lock that stuff down, you don't get many of those type of defenses. You get great defenses that'll give up a little bit of something. And it's said that every defense has got some weakness and vulnerability. But that Legion of Boom defense could take its vulnerability and find a way to cover it up, still protect itself from it getting violated. This defense, likewise, in this game today, was able to do everything, but yet still able to then cover up that potential schematic weakness that again exists in every defense and make it seem like there was just nowhere for this offense to go today. There was no answers to be had. They sort of end up waving almost a proverbial white flag to me when they run a reverse flea flicker that they're throwing to the flat in Christian McCaffrey. When you get to the depths of this game, when their offense needing something to work and they're calling upon that, it sort of speaks to just how locked up you have things defensively. Thank you though, Keon. And I think it's a rightful comparison, man. I don't think you're off on that one at all. They're going to end up about, I just looked on the 2013 team, the team that the height of its defensive powers, 14.4 points per game. This defense this year is going to be about 16.7. So a mere about 2 points a game separating the two. And if you think about it, Keon, those points are really, the difference of those points is really how many times the offense this year put its defense on short fields versus the Seahawks team in 2013 offensively. How many times did they put their team on short fields? I'm guessing if we did the data on this, Keon, we'd find that there was a lot more short fields here for this team this year, meaning that, you just essentially put a lot of empty calorie points on that defense that they didn't really earn. It's not like they'd given up long drives that allowed for this to happen. And what I'm kind of saying with that is that though it might be 16.7 on average they gave up, it's really more accurately akin to like 15 points a game when you kind of factor in situations like Sam Darnold being sacked in his own end zone, strip sack, fumble, them picking up and getting a touchdown, that then being on the defensive stat sheet, that counting against the defense on the points per game. So I like it, man. I agree with it. DJ Owen, thank you for the $2 donation. I can't wait to see Jesse in that hat. That Seahawks hat. Let's go, man. That'll be one of my first orders of business tonight is to go look up and find where I can get that link at. It's not an easily found hat. I had to search for that sucker. But he's going to wear it. I don't know if I'll get it to him this week, but he is going to wear it, and he is going to wear it with a lot of sourpuss on his face. A lot of frowning on that episode. Let's go, DJ. Let's go. It's coming. The hat is coming. Keon with another $5, man. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Very, very kind of you, bro, for all your support. That pass on the 1 followed by the 2 runs at the 12 and the 7, then not taking the points. I was not stoked on that series of calls and decisions. As I often say, I love Kubiak. I think he's a grade A offensive coordinator. I think he's still got a lot of room to grow as an offensive coordinator. I think it's still a little bit early to be throwing him in the place of believing that he's ready to be a head coach, probably about a year early at least before doing something like that. But I also say that he gets weird at times. And when he gets weird, it doesn't just get kind of weird. It gets a little Tim Burton weird. And it's maybe a little weird where you don't like it. You're on the 1 yard line. It's 1st and goal from the 1. Punch it in. You've got Zach Charbonnet with 11 touchdowns this year. By and large, most of those runs are on the back of you doing it in the goal line with him. Run it in. Why are we going to play action there? Yeah, I didn't like any of that. I could have been okay with the first 3 plays like you say, but then you come back on the last point of the play and then you don't take the points. That's the one to me where I really draw the umbrage because I go, trust your defense, take the points. And I hope that drive can be a thing that's a learning point. Is a lot of things have been this year that when we get things wrong, we have found a way to be able to correct them. And then one of the great things this team does is adjustments, second half adjustments as the team as a whole, right? The Jalen Milroe trick play experiment. That ain't working. Let's put that away. We try a trick play to Cooper Kupp. Maybe the offense is good enough. We don't have to go to trick plays and we don't go to that anymore. This likewise, if you're in a position in the playoffs to score points, unless it's a shootout already and that's been the standard set for the day, which I don't think is likely to happen, take the points. Take the points, Mike. Keep stacking points on. Do that for this defense. I hope that's a place that they can learn moving into this playoffs, Keon, because I share your same feeling. It's like you're already 1 play, second play, third play, golly. Okay, you ran it on 3rd down. You're just trying to play it safe. You're trying to go for the full. You're trying to maintain and get the field goal. I get it there. Take the field. Wait, they're going for it? Wait, don't do that, And then I was joking, Keon, you run a then you run a pick play at the goal line. You want to talk about a fan base that's traumatized by running pick plays at the goal line, offensively speaking. Let's not do that again. Let's retire that play at the goal line, please. DJ Owen, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I bet Jesse still talks S about Sam Darnold in that hat. He's going to. I've gotten out ahead of this on the round table, saying that, like, look, you guys don't hear me making arguments, and I say it as much to you guys in the audience more than I say it to Jesse or Jake or Mike or anybody else in the stream. And there, where I say, look, you see me just kind of shrug my shoulders when I'm hearing these guys with their Sam Darnold takes, because I've made every point there is to make, and they're not making any new points under the sun. All they're doing is they're just hammering the same drum over and over again. Sam will be a pumpkin. Sam will turn a pumpkin. Sam will turn a pumpkin. Sam will turn a pumpkin. Can't trust Sam. Can't trust. They're not bringing anything out to back up their arguments on this. They're not. It all just comes down to just they sort of emotionally feel this way about it. Then, I got to be honest, DJ, I think it's been the commonality I've seen with most people on the anti-Sam sentiment. All of them come back time and time again. They go, what? I just have a feeling about the guy. Okay. Right? What's to be debated at that point? I can bring up this, I can bring up that, I can give you tangible proof of this, I can give you tangible proof of that, I can point to come back from behind wins and trusting him when the moments are at their highest and but it all gets thrown out the door because somebody's got kind of a feeling about something. Just go, all right, I can't really counter much of that, but it's also not much of an argument. Keon, thank you for the $2. Don't know. Thank you, kind of man. Thank you, appreciate you. The only team that beat us is ourselves. Indeed, it's the case. I think it's part of the driven force of this offense, being a little bit more conservative in its approach. We are such a good team. We don't need our offense to light the world on fire. We need them to not turn the ball over. And this team can go out there and win every football game. It can just sometimes be as simple as that when you built up such a good team as we've built up. Not the offense does need to make plays, but don't beat yourself. Don't have a defense that can suffocate an offense on the day and you give that team a chance because you're feeling you have to be a little too wild offensively and thus giving them a quicker path to overcome some of what the defense is doing to them. Yes, sir. Well said, man. Well said, Keon. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for another $2 donation, Jeffrey. Jesse's jealous of our slinging Sammy boy. I kind of wonder a little bit about this at the heart of this from a Niner perspective and in the driving force on this from Jesse's perspective, and not even that he's really aware of it as much, but that you kind of sit there and you think about it, like you had Sam Darnold in the house there. You have chosen to go with Brock Purdy. You're going with Brock Purdy at kind of twice the price. You have in Sam Darnold a man who you can talk all you want about what you perceive to be, or they perceive to be, mental limitations in his game, or that he has something that structurally causes him to turn into a pumpkin at the worst times. But there is no denying his talent. And even the biggest Sam Darnold haters would not undersell the fact that he can make every throw in the book, that he's got a live arm, that he's got good size, that he can be a guy that can take a hit and still get a throw off with taking the hit and deliver that ball. And with a guy in Brock Purdy, you have size limitations. You have arm strength limitations. Certainly has better mobility than Sam, but that you're having to always work through those limitations with him. And those whole mental limitations, I don't agree exist with Sam, but that's all you've got there with Sam at that point. And once he has that stuff unlocked, being the mental, you know very well that he's got the rest of the goods to go, and that you're kind of stuck there while you're rocking with the overpriced, lesser talented quarterback. I kind of do wonder a little bit there, Jeffrey, on this, just to your point, not to overstate it. I do wonder if that's a little bit of a factor from Niner fans and some of that way they're looking at this, and Jesse looking at that, where it's like, you had the guy in your house, you could have gone with that, would have been cheaper. It's a little bit of more of a indicator to them about some of the things with this organization that aren't exactly in the proper place and how they're kind of putting things together a little bit. And Jeffrey was to give Jesse a lot of credit here. He was one of those guys that's, said, look, I wouldn't have wanted to pay Brock Purdy this year that money. I would have waited a year. I would have forced him to play out the final year of his deal. You'd be in a better position if you're Niners, I think, if you had done that versus the alternative. Sean Collins, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I'm out drinking. Go Halls. Go Halls. Sean, thank you for the donation, man. And big win, bro. You ought to be out there drinking celebratory, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. NFL left the Barner door open to the Super Bowl. They did leave the barnyard door open to the Super Bowl, and they should never have let us do it. They should never have put us in this position to give us this opportunity. You left the crack a little bit too wide open in that doorway. We're punching through, and we're punching through right now. Why not us, Jeffrey? Why not us, brother? Why not? Who else is that Super Bowl team out there that's better than us, that's proven their mettle more than us? Who? Who, I ask you? Nobody. Jeffrey with another $5 donation. Thank you for all that support, Jeffrey. Can't wait to get our first place schedule back. Too many of our games were like beating up on the JV squad this season. Makes it weird to assess your team. Yeah, you kind of had that flow through the whole division this year, didn't you? Where there was the whole division got to kind of feast a bit on the back of this thing. And this was one of the factors that set you up to get the 14 wins this year, is that you were able to kind of beat up on a lesser schedule to a degree. There are legitimate wins in there. There's going to be a first place team there in Jacksonville, maybe a first place team out there in Pittsburgh, first place team out there potentially in the Carolina Panthers. Rams and Niners got to win against each of those teams now. So I think there are quality wins on the books. I'm not kicking out though what you say there as far as not being the truth in that it was easier, especially in the early part of the schedule, to set you up to be able to really, start to really get that momentum going and get that thing up to speed. And next year it's going to be tougher with the first place schedule, and it'll be tougher with the out of division games too that are set up too, Jeffrey, right? Because your out of division games are going to be, I think you got, maybe it's not super. You got the AFC. I think you got the NFC East, I want to say. So we get the East. So we got the Cowboys, the Commanders, the Eagles, and then the Giants. We'll see where those four teams are at this offseason. And then I want to say maybe it's the AFC West next year. And that's going to be a pretty tough division. Denver, Chargers, Kansas City trying to bounce back, and the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders are still going to be the Raiders. It is hard to got hard times to assess though, because we were waiting and kind of into that Rams game, even kind of waiting to, okay, where is it at? Where's the team at? Truly, where are we at? Like, we're not getting exposed at point by Rams here, right? This ain't going to pop up, Especially at the 4 interception game with Darnold, you're like, well, damn, he didn't expose us, but we didn't exactly step up there. Jeffrey, you are the man, though. Thank you for the all the support today on the channel, man. Over 200 donations of support today, members' messages. Just, you guys, thank you so much for all that support to this channel. Amazing support to this channel. Daniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Daniel. He says, B, please remind Jesse Tuesday which quarterback threw the interception on their best drive of the game and went from clawing back to sealing their loss. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, I mean, if he's going to try to point to Sam stumbled off one snap and then Sam had the one near pick play on the overthrow of JSN, and this means Sam had the bad day. Okay. Again, I don't get the thinking on when you've got a day where, for instance, with Sam, he's got 25, 31 dropbacks because he scrambled on a few of them. You go 31 dropbacks, you choose two choices. Two of those choices, a fumble that was recovered and an overthrow that the guy couldn't get his foot down to get an interception. And you go, okay, yeah, right? And okay, there's those two plays, but there's all the rest of the decisions around that, all the rest of the throws around that, the use of the legs, the grinding the clock and getting you that drive at the end after the interception. You can't just cherry pick two plays out of a game, and you got to fight that urge as an NFL fan. And you got to fight that urge out, absolutely, if you're an analyst and doing this like Jesse is. And you saw me waging this war a couple of weeks ago with Jake, because Jake wanted to get hyper concentrated and obsessed with the touchdown that got wiped off the board because your lineman was standing in the end zone when Stafford threw the ball, and it's a good call. And then getting obsessed with the 2-point conversion, which was the right call. And trying to like cherry pick these 2 plays and go, but if not this, but if not, but for this, but if this had happened instead of this happened on these plays. It's 2 plays, number one, and it's not what did happen. Sam didn't throw it. To your point, Sam didn't throw an interception. Sam didn't turn the ball over. Turnover, it could have been turned over. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? Are we going to play the what about, what if game, or are we going to play about the what actually happened game? Right? Are we going to pick out the 2 play outliers of the performance on the day, or we're going to look at the performance as a whole on the day? Come back to again and again. Am I coming in this trying to look at this with clear eyes, or am I coming in this with some sort of determined biasy? And I'm hoping with Jesse, he doesn't on that with Sam. I'm not expecting him to fall over himself praising Sam for an amazing game, but it's not a bad game. Sam didn't play bad out there today. He helped you to go get the win today. He was a contributing factor to the win. Did the defense lead the way with their dominance? Yes. But that's again back to the point that I don't get anywhere with Jesse on. We're building a great team. It's about the team. This point was made this whole last week in the lead up, right, Daniel? It's Brock versus Sam. That's a little bit what Jesse would say. I trust Brock more. It's Brock versus Sam. I trust Brock more. Like he'll distill the game down a little bit to the just it's 2 quarterback centric aspect of it. And I kept saying all week, we're going to win this game comfortably because our team is. Sam included within that, but by who our team is, by how we win football games, by how good we are collectively. That is why we'll win this game. That is why we're as good as we are. But it's a time in the sport where it's not just a Jesse thing. It's a thing that's out there amongst a lot of fans. We're coming out of, I say on this, Daniel, the era where we got 2 GOATs back to back. And in one of those GOATs, he played for freaking damn near 20 years. So you got a Tom Brady GOAT and you got a Mahomes GOAT. Boom, boom. So it's got everybody thinking that that's the standard of the model of what you need a little bit. And especially for a guy like Jesse and his perspective of this is that he's coming off this new standard of model of the Mahomes and a Brady, while he's the guy that also grew up on Montana and Young. And so it's like, how can he not think a little bit about everything being a little bit more quarterback centric? Versus here, maybe us here in Seattle on the other side of it, who's had the opportunity to see teams that have been built full as a team. You know, the 2005 team with Matt Hasselbeck. Matt Hasselbeck was a good player, but it was built to be a great team. 2013, 2014, Russell Wilson played really good football for you, but it was meant to be a great team. So we maybe have a little bit more imagination for this than some other fan bases might in general terms to this degree, because we've seen the greatest success on the back of driving this strategy and this approach. But I will be bringing it up, Daniel. You can trust in this. On the round table, I'm not going to be letting people make a bunch of excuses. 14 wins, where we're at right now. Sam Darnold, the year he's had right now, and how he's just wrapped up this season here for your Hawks, and one of the better years for a Seattle Seahawks quarterback in our history. And this is a team with, by the way, as I go to quarterback history, you've got 3 quarterbacks in your history who are top 31 all time in NFL from a passing yard standpoint. Have we had a Marino? Have we had a Montana? Have we had an Elway yet? Maybe to that just supremely great degree. Maybe not that, but we've had some damn good quarterback play. So when I say he's had one of the better seasons for a Seattle Seahawks quarterback in their history, there's some competition there in the mix of that. It's him having a legitimately that good of a year. But you're not wrong, Daniel. You're not wrong. I'm preparing myself for it. Lou, thank you for the $12 donation. Lou, appreciate you for that, man. And thank you guys. Oh, just unbelievable in my heart. Thank you so much. He says, what did we need to do to win? Sam, don't turn the ball over. Win. Run the ball. Play great defense. Win. Fear. Hold on here. Let me get the...
Fear the Seahawks NFL.
It's the greatest point we've been trying to make throughout this year, Lou, and you captured well here. It's what I hammer over and over again, and because I believe it in my heart, because I've seen it here before. I've seen it be successful here multiple times over before, through multiple different iterations of Seahawks teams that we've seen before. There are those teams, if you're a Buffalo Bills team and you're walking in the playoffs, Josh Allen's got to go out there and he's got to be a superhero. He's got to throw for 375 yards. He's going to have to pass the ball probably 42 times a game. He's got to go out there and do that for them to go get the win. That is their only pathway to go to a Super Bowl, in my opinion. I don't think that they're going out there and having a Josh Allen try to just play within himself and that's going to get the job done. It ain't, because they haven't built their team strong enough to do so. Not because it's the proper approach and path. This is the proper approach and path. What we're doing right now. And in fact, Lou, this is the exact time of path that is what the Rams want to do ideally. As much as Stafford has this great season and puts up these yards and does what he does, this is the type of game they want to have their quarterback play with. We'll keep you between 25 and 30 attempts. Stafford, you're getting older, lessen down the hits, lessen down those times. You're going to make some high-level throws within that. You're going to execute the offense within that. We're going to run the ball and play great defense. It's time-honored. It's tested. It's true. It works in any era of football. You want old school with leather helmets? You want Eric Coryell, late 70s? You want the Bill Walsh West Coast offense of the late 90s? You want, or the late 80s? You want the outside zone system of the Denver Broncos and what they set there? Every era, this brand of football not only works, but can go grab you and capture you the highest of success. Who won the Super Bowl last year? Was it a superhero quarterback? What happened when the superhero quarterback went up against the game manager who had the great team? How did that play out last year? That quarterback with all the pretty throws, then the no-look passes, and the high-leverage throws at every turn. Who won out? Was it the team with the superhero quarterback? Was it the team with the guy that stayed within himself, executed the offense, leaned on his running game, didn't turn the ball over, leaned on his defense, leaned on his special teams? Of course, I'm talking about the Eagles-Rams game here, if you're not aware. I can find representation after representation, example after example, year by year by year. The narrative is from some that it's got to be this way, but the reality is it's actually this way. This is more of the way that's a tried and true model when you go from an NFL historical perspective. The GOAT way is kind of a new thing. The GOAT way is kind of the hardest to achieve because after all, GOATs only come along but once every maybe 10, 15, 20 years. If you're the Seahawks, NFL, this team's not going away anytime soon. We're just getting warmed up. Third youngest roster in the NFL. We're just getting warmed up. Future's very bright. Season's very bright. Lou, I thank you for the $12 donation, but well said on your part in addition to that. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Rams lost to the Falcons. Enough said. Where's my deal?
Enough said.
You know what I mean? Enough said. And they lost their chance in that a lot of ways of doing what they could do. Now, in retrospect, wouldn't have made a difference that Atlanta game for what we did because we took care of business. We took care of that good business. Indeed, we did. But, yeah, that's those bad losses that you have on the schedule for every NFL team, where every team ends up running into or facing somewhere throughout the year that they lose their guard on a given week that they shouldn't, that they play up against an opponent any given Sunday, and we just couldn't dial it up today. It was a 10 a.m. game on the road, and it was a short week, and we were just a little tired. We just couldn't get the bodies right. We just couldn't get ourselves prepared to that right spot we were trying to get to, right? And they didn't let that happen. You lost games this year. You lost games to pretty legit opponents. Buccaneers, Niners, Rams. And then you barely lost when you did. But Rams are one of those teams that put up some bad losses this year. That's why they don't have the number one bye. They can get caught up as much as they want on that Seahawks game. They get caught up in those two plays from that Seahawks game as they sometimes wanted to do. But you had no business losing the Falcons, and you really had no business losing the Panthers either. Can't drop your guard in this league. Can't let up. Can't try to hit cruise control in a week and just think you're going to get through by doing that. You have to keep the pedal down at all times. You got to keep playing with that level of intensity every given week, and it's hard to do. That's part of that veteran presence that drove this team and the leaders on this team to kind of keep these guys, to me, Jeffrey, toeing that particular line every single week of the NFL season. And that's why you got the number one bye. This was not a year where you're going to get 12 wins in the number one bye. It was going to take 14 wins to get it. But this team went out there and they took it, Jeffrey. They took that stuff. Let's get it. Wouldn't mind seeing John Hobbs, some deep throws to Shaheed. Got to feel like as these teams start to creep up more and more to try to take care of the running game, that those opportunities are going to open up. But like to see them take a couple shots the second that they do, because you feel like it is there to be had here at some point or another. King Bomber Brock Purdy getting paid $55 million per year, throwing a game, losing interception, putting up 3 points, should not be ignored. This is that internal struggle from a Niner perspective in watching this game and watching Sam Darnold do it, and watching Sam Darnold find the success in Seattle as he has. Say nothing of the success that he had with the Minnesota Vikings, and with you seemingly kind of falling into that decision from their perspective of what all these teams do, King, which is just, well, you just pay your guy. Well, you just pay your guy. Well, you got to pay your guy. He's up for a contract. You got to pay him. And so a few of these teams actually stand back and go, wait, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Should we pay him? Should we? Is it really worth this much? And the Niners instead, I think, did a lot of the same thing that these teams do with that. Cardinals did this with Kyler Murray. This is the way teams just operate, which is just that they just sort of rubber stamp the situation with quarterbacks. And it just goes without saying that you're going to give this guy 1/5 of your cap on APY, that's just a smart decision. But as we've seen so many times over, Tua Tagovailoa with Miami Dolphins, another representation of this. It's not necessarily that they're bad per se, but you get into $53 million and you get off a rookie contract and you get off a 7th round contract as he was on. Start taking up that cap space and you have to start to carry the load. It's not about the load carrying you. It's about you carrying the load. Can you do it at that point? Can you elevate your supporting cast? Or do you need your supporting cast to elevate you? And if that's the case, why are we paying you $53 million per year? I think there are going to be plenty of Niner fans that ask that question. I think to give Jesse a lot of credit, he's been one of those people that have asked that question about Brock for a very long period of time. And it matters. And it's an important question to ask. Rise, Drumanji. So still not sure what the specific whiners of the 49er fan base were expecting to be the Hawks when they were rebuilding. Now we have to look at what happened, even if they were healthy on the Niners. Yeah, agreed. I think that the Niner fans, for as much as they seem to be feeling themselves, and it's a good year and you've really outperformed and they have shown some grit and mettle to hold strong. It's still like, now you're going to lose Trent. Now you're going to lose Ricky Parasol. It's like it becomes too much. And it is a rebuild year for them. It is. They turned over a lot of dead money. They're in a bit of a state of transition. Speaks to how good the coaching staff is and how good that team is in general, that they've been able to perform this season the way they have in light of those realities. Benelli says, I think someone mortgages the future for Burrow. I agree. I think he gets moved this offseason, Benelli, and I think somebody throws all the assets at Cincinnati to do it. I also think he pushes it a little bit quietly in the background. Right. I mean, we don't need to do anything but win now. Doesn't matter. Just win. Just win. Megan Hawksnest B was on several Niner chats who ended up rage quitting. Was divine to watch. They're gonna be a little bitter here. We're gonna get some Niner bitterness here when we get a whole off season of tasty Niner tears. Jordan says Jesse's really mad about the game. He tried saying the center getting backed up with his leg, then sticking out, tripping Sam is on Sam. Again, just like it's one play too. Whether it's Sam or it's a tripped on the play, and that's what happens. It's like you didn't get the fumble, wasn't a turnover. It's a bad play. You know, there are a lot of good plays in that. But did any of us really expect Jesse, no matter whatever Sam did in this game, to come out of it and say, I believe in Sam now? No. You know, I made my peace with it. But it gets harder. I just think it gets harder and harder from his perspective to hold that line, and you start doing mental acrobatics like picking out 2 plays from a game rather than looking at the total experience of what the player did on the day. I don't get why people can't admit they're wrong about a player. It's tough, man. You know, and I think that in what we do is in making prognostications about players and whatnot. And, you know, when you do get stuff wrong, there's an avalanche of people there to remind you of how you were wrong. And when you get stuff right and doing this a lot of times, there's not necessarily a line of people there to pat you on the back and be like, wow, you were really smart about saying that thing and you were on that one. And it probably past people that, at least that do the content creation side of this, have them a little bit more apt to trying to kind of hold the line, if you were, even as the new data kind of tells them a different tale than what they had thought. And I think we're all victim to it. I'm victim to it as well, I'm sure, just by the nature of the beast of this game a bit and how it plays. But nobody likes to be wrong, you know, and then NFL, you can sometimes be right about something, then wrong about it, then right about it. And all of that in the course of one given season, or all of that in the course of a couple seasons. And that there are some ups and downs with it that make it hard to sometimes pin down, but it is some of the nature you see in people in their evaluations of players and teams and where they see them. King Bomber, John Schneider, Executive of the Year. He's got to get it, man. It's got to be his. And Jackson Smith and Jigba not able to get a 200-yard day, but 6 catches, 84 yards. Feel like with the Jackson Offensive Player of the Year, we'll see how Puka finishes up, but I think he's made a good case as anybody to win it. Taylor's come back down to earth, and Christian McCaffrey, 8 carries, 23 yards. He's going to be well under 4 yards a carry this year. I love what he's done as a pass catcher, but it's not been that magnificent as a runner of the ball. Jerry says, good news for Niner fans, though. Purdy can afford to live in Cali now. It's expensive down here. Yeah, Benelli, I think the Niners did great this year considering the circumstances. They'll remain a threat into the future, partly in how they've run this season and how they've been able to overcome. And structurally, I think they've got a lot of stuff that they're doing right, organizationally speaking. John's got to win it. They could one day close the Super Bowl. Book it. Let's go. Dude says, I was really curious about K9's shoes. He loses one on one play, puts it back on like it's a slip-on, and gets the ball the next snap and gains about 5 to 6 yards. If I was out there, my shoes would be laced tight. Hey, I'm the same way, man. I'm like that with basketball when I go on the court. Like, I'm pulling those things so damn tight to the foot. Some people can do that, though, or they just have it a little bit looser. It blows my mind as well. It'd get in my head, man, just the fact that the shoe's kind of sliding on your foot as you walk. But maybe it's part of the magic for him, you know? Andrew says, do you think Russell Wilson will be in attendance for the Super Bowl when Seattle wins it all? Kind of maybe. The opportunity there for us to maybe set the stage, Andrew, on a bit of the post-career. You have to feel like with Russell and where he's at in the career-wise and where this is kind of finished up, that it has kind of finished up. And if that's the case, I think he's got a great career post-football and doing stuff in the media. And that this is a way to start to set some of the groundwork in doing that from Russell's perspective. But it'd be cool if he is there, if we're at the Super Bowl, to help kind of celebrate that a little bit. To be a part of the representation at that point of the Seattle organization. It'd be a great way to bring it back into the toe, if that's also kind of all this going on at the same time. Kind of a nice way of mending fences if you were to get this, back in the right fashion. So I hope so. Skriller says, watch the Niners draft a quarterback in like round 4. You never know, man. You never know. They do got Mac on the contract for another year. They're whiners at Stig expected. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation, DJ, and all of your support today, man. Since the Pope is on our side and the Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl, do you think John's going to say F those picks and take a big swing at free agency? Number one, I think that John's going to feel very emboldened, DJ. This kind of success this year and the roster set up as they are right now as being so young and so well kind of preserved for a nice little run of Super Bowl years back to back to back here. You're not going to get there every year, but you have a team well situated to be able to be making these strong runs year in and year out for the foreseeable future. The team's sitting on $70 million of cap space. This is not a particularly strong draft. You're going to hear this talked about, and I know it's just going to get a little bit seemingly lazy that all of us analysts are kind of seeing this draft in the same way, but I'm just telling you, it's like, it is a floor of it's a floor of floor drafts. I mean, that's my theme of this draft, man, DJ, which is that a lot of guys that got some solid floor to them, but I don't know where the hell the ceiling's going to lie on these guys. And not from it's so exciting standpoint, but it's like, I can't even stand all the way up in here. Like I'm bent over here because the roof is right here on my back. And John's going to, I think, see a lot of the same case with this when it comes to this draft, especially as much as the first round. I don't think this is necessarily second, third round picks, DJ. I could see him being much more heartily along on, I'm going to move a couple first round picks, maybe a future second or third round pick. I'll keep my second and third this year, and we'll take some of that floor and we'll help it to reinforce the corner position, and we'll help it to maybe reinforce the offensive line position. But that first round pick in general, the Max Crosby situation that's out there, I just think from John's standpoint, he's going to look at that and he's going to go, I don't want to pick those first round picks there. And remember, DJ, remember in that Legion of Boom years when you're picking the late 20s, how many late first round picks there that you end up settling upon that LJ Collier, Jermaine Ifedi, Jordan Brooks, guys in there in those drafts of years that maybe weren't the strongest years of drafts, that the players you came away with too, you're just kind of going, ugh. So I think it's going to be a driving force to have John especially be aggressive with the first round pick, maybe package the multiple first round picks to get a Crosby or get a difference making player like that. I'm not as sure on the big free agent swing thing. I certainly think a Linderbaum could be a big time free agent they go after if he gets onto the market. And there might be a couple guys that they do make a run. They've got the money to do so if they want to do so. I also do kind of wonder, DJ, if not, they try to play a little bit of the compensatory game this offseason. You maybe you franchise a Kenneth Walker. You make a trade for a Max Crosby. You re-sign JSN. You re-sign Charles Cross. You re-sign Devin Witherspoon. You get all those guys under the contracts on the books. Now you've kind of eat up a lot of that money just naturally by doing that. And then you have your guys that leave out the door being Kobe, Arik Woolen, Josh Jobe. You lose some of those free agents, and then you're able to get back the compensatory picks to the flip side. Hard to say on that, DJ, on what way they're going to play that, but that'd be a little bit of what I'd suspect. Martin Lawrence. Thank you for the $5 donation, Martin. He says, was sick, so I didn't get to watch the game. Only seeing the results now. Ooh, I feel a lot better. What was it that the 49ers were going to do to us? Oh yeah, nothing. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, man, Martin. And they were talking all that noise about how that offense was going to run up and down the field upon us. We could barely catch our breath, much less stop them. Like your defense is just going to be gassed out. Just our defense took it to them the other way. Suffocate them up, shut them down, gave them no life, gave them no moment of optimism or reason to believe that this thing was going to twist in any other direction than it twisted, Martin. And put together one of the best performances in a year with a lot of great shut them down performances, put that offense away kind of performance. The defense put one of their greatest stamps of the year on display today in a game you most needed to go get that first round bye. You talk about going and taking a game. You talk about showing the sense of urgency that's been there all year long. That's what this game showed you. And they earned it. They won the game. The score doesn't speak to how comfortable a win it really was when it was all said and done. A total team effort. It's been this way on the back half of the schedule. Stuff that continues to fit the form. Defense continuing to get better. The running game continuing to get more consistent and more volatile within its consistency in the good ways. And this team just continues to rise up and come better to form and rise up into becoming the better version of themselves week in and week out as we now head in the playoffs. And they're going to get a week of rest. They're going to get the Seattle Stadium is where you're going to have to go through if you want to go to the Super Bowl. And you can't ask for a better position at this point, Martin. You really can't, especially factoring in where we stand health-wise and how well we're going to be suited into that game. Thinking about this, I mean, folks, just think about this. Number one bye, 14 wins. Get that first round bye. You come back into the next round to play your first game at home. 3 wins, Super Bowl win. That's all it takes. 3 wins, Super Bowl, you got it. Look at your offense. You're going to be down McIntosh, your third running back. Cross is going to return. You're going to be down Torrey Horton, essentially on this roster right now is your 4th wide receiver on your roster, and that's it offensively. That's it. Arroyo, number 2 tight end. But in a lot of cases with Arroyo, part of Arroyo going to the IR right now and having Saubert coming out there now and having as the combination of Saubert and Barner is now you're getting 2 really top end blockers at the tight end position versus Arroyo. That's a little bit of a negative out there at the tight end position as a blocker. A little bit of why the running games come forward too. So you're down a couple guys offensively, go to defense. Kobe Bryant returns. You're at the full strength of your defense. And not only at the full strength of your defense, you have Jaron Reed there. You've got your 2 edges on the outside. You've got a Tyrese Knight for depth to fill in there with Drake Thomas. You'll have Ty Akata there in the playoffs for depth for your safety position. You've got Josh Jobe and Reek Woolen. So not only the starter out there, you've got a de facto backup to step off the bench, even Nehemiah Pritchett for gosh darn sakes. So all these things set up right and that on top of it as well. Couldn't ask to be in a better position, Martin, when it's all said and done. I hope you are getting better out there. It's not too nasty of a cold. This is that weird time of year you get those stuff coming up, and drink some good water, revel in the Seahawks win. And those Niners did a little bit too much yippity yapping. Little yippity yapping. Oh, look, we got another fan. If you got to say it 15 times, it might not be the truth, you know? It's like the sky's falling. Is it? Sky's falling. Sky's falling. Sky's falling. Sky's falling. Sky's falling. Seahawks cheated. Seahawks. Yeah. There's the old term, I hate the Chiefs, which is methinks doth protest too much. Methinks you put too many, me doth thinks you posted too many messages. Trying to convince yourself. Trevini. Obscene. I love that name. You know what stat was crazy that the TV crew shared tonight after K9's crazy third down run? There's only been 3 or 4 third down conversion runs of over 15 yards this year, and Seahawks have all of them. It's kind of random, man. I'd love to say that they're doing something stylistically to make it happen, but I think it's just sort of random that it's occurred. Still a cool stat. Still unbelievable. And Walker got that first down this game. That was as a gobsmacked a moment as I had in this game where I'm like, geez, whoa. I hate clips. I hear what you're saying, man. You don't have to spam it though, bro. We'll get to your comment for sure. I'll still catch it. I'm good about picking through my chat. But we got the win today, man. There were no cheating involved. You guys had a good swing at it. You had your chance. And I don't think there's anything you got to feel bad about if you're a Niner fan. It's all good on this, Megan. He's in his feelings. Yeah, you can't blame the kid for being in his feelings on it. You know what I mean? I can't blame him for being bad. It's tough loss to take. But I hate the Chiefs. Take it on the chin here, man. You know, we played a Rams team a couple weeks ago that wanted to make a lot of excuses and didn't own the loss. And in their lack of ability to own the loss, they came back the very next week and lost the lowly Falcons. You guys got to bounce back, get out there to the Eagles next week, lick your wounds, and come back to the other side of it. But I just think from a Niner fan perspective, there's no hanging your head on a loss like this. You guys had an incredible amount of injuries this year. You guys definitely played above where you should have been at, considering all the injuries you had to sustain, considering the $100 million of dead money you're eating on the cap. And you shouldn't feel too necessarily horrible about that. But I understand too. It's just after a loss, it can be a little bit of a tough shake of the dice there. So I get it. Bomber, Arroyo, Holani, and Surratt are most likely our 3 IR return candidates. Yes, sir. We do know for sure right now Horton's out for the year. So Holani sounds like he's getting close too. I heard Holani was getting close last week, King Bomber. Yeah, I can't blame him, Megan. I got let off a little steam. I hate Chiefs. I get it, man. No worries, bro. You hang in there, though, and again, don't feel too bad about your team. If you're a Niner fan, I mean, don't feel too bad about this. Really don't. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Not Vexo. Hey, B. Remember when the locker room was smoking cigars after the 9-8 season and a win over the Cardinals in 2003? And now they're smoking cigars from the number 1 seed. Coach Mack has changed the culture. It's a great catch on your part, not Vexo. A great part on your catch on your part. I can't speak here late in the stream. Didn't know. So Vexo's referencing an image that really was a stark one that stood out and was really one of those moments to me that was a thing that I think stood out to ownership as a real clear indication at that time that this Coach Carroll had to go. And you had at that point, it was kind of trying to be dressed up at that point by Love and company, is that it was Love celebrating his child's, child being born, but there was a lot within that because the child had been born the prior week, and you should have been doing the cigars again, the Tennessee Titans game. If that was really the case of the timing of that being for 1 to what, it was kind of more of a thing where they tried to do kind of damage control in retrospect of that. But it was an awful look. You're missing the playoffs. You're smoking cigars as though you're celebrating something. That was not an indicator of a hungry team necessarily. That was not an indicator of a locker room that was left with the kind of spirit that needed to be carried on here for this team to go and seek out greatness. And I do remember, and it stood out. And now you have this game where they smoke cigars, and that's when you smoke cigars. That's when you earn the right to do that. So it is one that I think it's such a small little thing, right? But sometimes small things are big things, Vexo. And I went through that year already at my wit's end with Carroll, and I thought in that moment right there, here's where he's showing he does not have the locker room locked in the right place they need to be. And that it would seem like this new generation of players, he's not able to quite get that connection to that he once could. And you go get the number 1 seed like this, you put a performance like that in San Francisco, you better believe you can smoke in their locker room. You can smoke every cigar in that locker room at that point from my perspective. Yeah, great catch on your part, man. Wonderful catch on your part. Sean Barron, 24-hour stream, love it. I know we'll get to full 24 hours today, but, we'll get pretty deep here tonight, I guess. We crossed through about 9 hours here. We're cooking. Trevor Trevini, Rashid Shaheed, Deep ball from Sam. Will it happen? It'll happen. You will get a deep ball from Sam this playoffs. And that's the reason I believe it's going to happen, Trevini, not just because I think it's due. Remembering that Kubiak knows how to use Shaheed. He knows how to use Shaheed deep. But understanding as well, too, I think that what you're going to see start to come about and what's restricted the Shaheed thing from going off in recent weeks since he's come aboard to Seattle has been the driving of the coverage more into cover 2 looks from defenses, has been the driving of coverage into more depth drops in coverage, the willingness to then take and give Seattle the underneath stuff and prove that Seattle will take the underneath stuff, that Sam won't get a little greedy down the field. And so what's going to happen, I think, as we get in the playoffs, that's going to be adjustment off this, is that you're going to get more of the defenses driving up to stop the run, the more of a respect for the Seahawks running game. And then with that, you'll get your one-on-one opportunity on the outside with Shaheed. You'll get your single safety high. And then all you got to do is just pull that safety to JSN side and then run it over the top with Shaheed with like a press coverage kind of look. And he's going to go take it. The Hawks, Velus Jones look like a dog, but only in limited reps. Look like a beast to me. Chris Carson on steroids. Maybe a guy in the mix long term. Definitely an interesting signing. Yovan, what's up? Another one of my OGs in the house. What's up, Yovan? Let's go, Brandon. We're the number 1 seed. What a dominating performance by our D. I am so excited. Go Hawks. You should be, man. You should be. It's good to see my OGs in the house tonight. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good feeling. Hopefully no bad injuries tonight, King. I think we would have heard of them brought up in this game if there had been something directly after the game that stood out. Looked like it was pretty clean. Josh Jones went down for a bit, but I think he came back out there. So we should be all right. Brandon says, true, BC. You're quite a gracious fellow, perhaps a bit too much. Mercy for these Niner elephants. Yeah, the line was that they were for cigars being for Julian's kid, but it didn't add up, Trevini, because he had the baby the prior week to where you then had the Titans game and he could have just brought it on the Titans game. And what it was is he was trying to make that the reason once they kind of did damage control. Once that picture got out, that's when you started to feel the players doing damage control because they realized what a bad look it was. So it was a little bit of an empty excuse on that one. King Bomber Jody Allen deserves so much more credit than she gets. The confidence to move off of Pete Carroll, the guy who had only one losing season in the past decade as the Hawks head coach, fixed our franchise. Jody Allen gets a ton of props, for me at least. And she deserves a lot of respect from this fan base. And that she inherited this team and inherited a situation where, she could have just kind of treaded water with the organization until she could get them to being sold, but has shown a lot more aggressiveness than that. And yes, it's there in the call to move on from Coach Carroll. I think some of it was there even 2 years prior to letting Carroll go and removing some of the vice presidential duties from him and giving John a little bit more control back in his ability to control the player personnel stuff. But she absolutely deserves a ton of praise from this fan base for getting this team to where they've gotten and for keeping Paul Allen's hunger at the same level, for not allowing this to be where you go, well, if Paul had been here, he wouldn't have done this. If Paul had been here, he wouldn't have let them get away with that. He would have been demanding a higher mode of success. So, love what Jody's done. She's put her money where her mouth is. She's still continued to spend money. She's continued to make sure that this team is a well-respected organization. She brought the right coach, got help John to get the right coach in here just by being willing to get rid of Coach Carroll in that decision. Go look at the Steelers organization and Tomlin for teams with ownership groups that just won't be willing to move maybe when they should be willing to. You're absolutely right, King Bomber. Absolutely right. Grandizer Hawks Nest. Brando, congrats on the huge win. Apologies if you covered it. Was there a turning point in the game that you said, Hawks are going to win this? Hawks players stock up or down? I don't know if there was a turning point that I would have said that I said that we got this win. I probably would have been pretty laid down to even, the Drake Thomas interception. I'd probably be like, okay, we got the win. But But I felt quiet confidence throughout the course of this game. I'll say that, Grandizer. Getting first blood with a touchdown, finding consistency in the drives. I was nervous, and I'm not going to lie there, but definitely a little bit more settled from what I was seeing from the team throughout the game to feel like we're in good shape here. We're rolling fine, Player stock up and down. I think, Woolen's stock up. He's really closed out the season well. Walker's stock is up, I think, and how he's closed out his year. Charbonnet, similar. Tayakata stock up. Drake Thomas stock up. These guys just continue to play really good ball the more they played this season all the way down the line. Everybody else has been pretty similar in where they've been at, I think. I don't know if I've got a stock down guy that's really been, part of this thing coming together is everybody's been really improving. So I don't really have a guy that I think I could point to and say stock down on that's not holding up there in the bargain. I mean, everybody defensively to a man, and even Bradford, who can give you some whiffs here or there in the game, still gives some good blocks too. It's never all bad. Trevini says, sweet. Excited for that moment. Thanks for running the stream into the wee hours. My pleasure, my man. My pleasure. JL says, how many Winers did we send to the blue tent? Seemed like a lot. They were suffering some injuries. Speaks to the physicality of this game maybe, but a lot of guys end up on the turf for the Niners after plays in this game. It's going to be interesting to see how healthy that team's going to be able to be next week going into potentially Philadelphia. Dude Moose says, Big Cat, Knee Hall infantrymen. Why? They blew up Purdy real good. Heavy artillery shells from two directions. Yow. Beast Griller, I'm a diehard Blazer fan. I'm glad Jody's selling the Blazers. Well, it does seem like her approach to the Blazers might have been a little different than what her approach has been to Seattle. A little more of that maybe treading water feeling for the Blazers organization versus still maintaining the aggressive level with the Seahawks. Megan says, Hawks Nest, where's this run put us for the draft? Well, you're pretty deep into the 20s on this one, Megan. Some of it depends on where we kind of finish up end of the season, where if, we finish at the best record, you could be as deep as still 32 in this draft when it's all said and done. So sitting somewhere in there for that 26 to 32 range. Playoffs will determine this a little bit. Yovan says, I also think that our offense had a pretty good performance. Maybe we didn't score so much points, but we had long drives and our D had time to rest. Yes, sir. I think that's accurate capture right there, Yovan. Controlling the ball, moving the clock, keeping your defense fresh on a day where they're dominant. Big contributor to you getting this win. You had a couple missed field goals in this game. You had a odd going for the fourth down call by the coach. Easily 9 more points kind of just left there on the board that would have made this a 22-3 game if you had put those on them alone. That's without even just a touchdown, just getting the field goals. So those made it kind of make this game point-wise look a little bit closer than it really probably was. Will says, so Perna's curse wheel didn't hit the Seahawks, so that just leaves the Eagles. That does just leave the Eagles. True enough. Hopefully that hits them next week, maybe. Tiza says, it's so funny the Niner fans were chatting S, then pulled the injuries excuse. The Winers truly live up to their name. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that's going to be a little bit what Jesse tries to say on the roundtable to me, because I brought up the injuries and none of the Niner fans wanted to hear any of it. They're like, no, it's going to be a problem at all. We're kicking ass. We don't need that. We're just so good. But you're right, Tiza. I'm guessing that there's a little bit of a quick pivot then to the injuries. It's the injuries. That's why we lost. No. This is the reason why. Okay. She says, I'm not a fan of injuries either, but I'm a fan of carting them off. Joshua says, Brandon, why live in California? Is it work related? I live in California because of family related. So I've got a mom I need to be close around to who lived far apart. We'd had a kind of a family that had been spread out through the years across the country a little bit. My brother already lived in San Diego and he couldn't really move with a young family kind of in tow with everything it is. And both me and mom and brother and all that kind of coordinated up in order to make the priority to get the family to live around each other. I'll probably eventually end up back in Seattle when it's all said and done at one given point or another. But the family is definitely a big pull for me right now. And I really value being able to be close around and be able to be around my niece and nephew as they're growing up. It's a very cool thing. So eventually you get back up there. Not Vexo, every time the TV panned to Kyle, he was just confused and had no answers for the Seahawks defense. I saw the same thing there. I saw the same thing. Team Bomber, never doubt. Let's go, King. Yo, Van, hopefully Myers got all the rest of his misses out of those legs today. Certainly the windy conditions weren't helping the field goal attempts in this one. But he's got to make that little punch shot there, huh? It's my prediction when the Trailblazers. I don't really follow basketball as much. I hate the Chiefs. We kind of had a little thing here where they sort of took our basketball team. It's hard to be as much into basketball. And he says, well, that and San Diego is the greatest road in the world. It's not a bad offshoot of it. I'll tell you that, Benelli. I ain't hating that part of it as a part that I got to deal with. But I will be back in Seattle, I'm sure, at some point in the future. It is still home. Family comes first. That's right. Give me taco. It's 2 a.m. You're a beast, Brando. Man, I'm hyped up like all y'all hyped up, man. Y'all are juiced right now, too. You can't lie. You can't deny it. We're all cooked up right now at this hour. So how can I not be going on a day like this? I'm a marathon runner. That's right. There's a rumor Giannis might go to the Blazers. It'd be interesting. Giannis to try to get out of Milwaukee to go to Portland. Jay God, Rams versus Seattle, NFC Championship game, Brandon. I don't want no excuses. No excuses given, man. I won't be giving them. I didn't in the first time. Like, I'm consistent on this. Like, you can check my track record. First Rams game, Sam throws 4 interceptions. We lost the game. You know, could I have selected a couple of individual calls from that game, cherry picked them on out? Could I have taken the Devin Witherspoon call in the 15-yarder he got where he just tackles the guy? Could I have cherry picked out the Cooper Kupp first interception where he's obviously grabbed and held as he's coming back on the comeback route by the Rams player and say, well, here's my excuses for why we lost? No, I walked in the round table. I took it on the chin and said, we lost the game. So I'm pretty consistent on that. Pretty rare that I'm going in there making any excuses past we lost it. And very well maybe set up that we got to play that your Rams again here, man. Very, very possible. Bring back those Sonics. You'll get me more connected back to basketball, perhaps. Don't steal my teams. Teases on the final drive to seal the game at the Niners goal line. If Sharps hadn't tried to cut back and forth and had just plowed straight ahead, we would have gotten the first down or gone up by 20. Did kind of look like that, yeah. A little bit of a rare dance moment from Sharp there. I know the play you're talking about, Teaser. I kind of saw the same thing. Like there's rare moments where he usually is always so decisive and kind of got a little, held it up just a little bit there. Team Taco, love the game. Hope we play Niners or Packers at the bye. I'd love to see that too. Dravini, think I'm finally coming down from the adrenaline, but the dopamine persists. Have a great night, Hawk fan. You too as well. Thank you for being a part of the chat tonight, man. Appreciate you. Megan says, Hawks Nest, it's 9 p.m. here and I haven't eaten all day, so I'm glad I don't have to be up at 4 a.m. and glad for the sleep in. Thanks to you and the 12s. Was dreading the toxic nature of the chat. Hey, we got rewarded for it today, Megan. It's good days like this to be a fan, mod, get to cover the team in this way, and I know you're enjoying it as well. Let's go. Let's go. SD's got to be the best weather in the world. SoCal, 70 and sunny, where I'd like to live my life out without having to walk over the S and piss and needles. It's a clean place too, man. It's a nice place. And a little bit like what you get with LA with some of that stuff too. You know, it's very clean, very well kept. There's a lot to do. The weather's awesome. I love playing basketball. It's one of the ways I stay in shape and get out to the outdoor court for 10 months of the year here, you know, 70 degrees, just out there shooting. It's awesome. I ain't gonna lie. It is awesome. Megan Hawks Nest, so nice that I can enjoy the game and not have to deal with that. You see at the round table, and I can't wait to roast those who roasted you after the Rams game. Let's go. Let's go, Megan. I'm looking forward to it as well. Oh, you know it. Yeah, Benelli sees the same way, Tiza. We just plowed ahead. He would have gotten that first. You see it sees it the same way. Martin says, I'm glad it was a convincing win, so there can't be any doubt we're the best in the West and the NFC as a whole. I know he's not an NFL great quarterback, but I'm so happy for Darnold to stick it to the haters. I am too, man. I am too. I hope he continues to do so through this playoffs. Will Valdez, luck isn't going to be enough to beat the Seahawks team, as evidenced by the games where they lost the turnover battle but still won the game. It takes a complete effort with a bit of luck. Great point, Will. Wow, you guys have some great comments in this chat. You really do. I love my community in this way, and you guys are just always on. It doesn't matter whether we're 9 at night or we're 2 in the morning. You guys are cooking it up, and beautifully put on your part. I can't add a lot onto it other than the strength of your team is spoken about to where you can consistently in games lose over the turnovers war mightily in a game and still come out of a game with a comfortable win. I know that wasn't the way this game played out today, but that has been the way that this was played out throughout the year. And it is a bit of a canary in the coal mine in a positive way, not a negative way as that often is inferred, but in a positive way. And it's speaking to the strength of your team. You can have this happen bad and this happen bad and this happen bad, which would sink every other team on the block, deep six them down to the bottom of the ocean in that particular game. They're done. Yet you still came away with the win. And it's because of how the strength of this team has been built and how it can interconnect in the way that you play this game. And then through that interconnection, that can just make you that much harder to then beat, to knock off your spot. Well put. Jake Brando, does it worry you that the Seahawks have been great on the road, not so good at home? Well, we got one loss on the road and we've got 2 losses at home. So you've still by far won way more games at home than you've lost. The 2 losses that have occurred to the Niner team that won 12 wins this year, and Tampa Bay team that might win their division. So they weren't bad teams necessarily. No, I'm not as concerned about that, Jake. I think that the home field advantage has gotten better as the year goes along. I think that there was some stuff with this fan base as far as getting completely bought into this team that still were kind of lasting into the early part of the season at times. And that's been something that's been carried through recent years. And it's been a while since we've been good and been truly elite. But I think you're going to get the most vicious of Seahawk home field advantages in the playoffs. It doesn't get more rougher than this. And Ram fans that, have been riding high here for the last 6 years, you haven't gotten to see the stadium in the same place, in the same way that it can be when it's rip roaring at its best. And make no mistake about it, it's the best home field advantage in football when the crowd is completely bought in. And if you don't think that crowd's going to be bought in with a bye week lead into the next game, and that they're not going to be amped up to the nines, nor if you do not think that same home crowd was a helping factor to beat that Rams team a couple of weeks ago with the energy that they were able to supply, I would push back against that and say that that's absolutely going to be a contributing cause. So they haven't been bad at home. Last year wasn't great, but last year was still part of that transitionary period where it's the first year of Mike McDonald. I don't think you'd want to extract too much from Mike in his first year with that on the whole. And it's a year where you still won 10 games last year. So no, I'm not particularly concerned. Z says, wow, Brandon, blessings for you rocking the stream at 2 a.m. I got the greatest job on earth, man. It's easy. Much love to you, Megan. Talk soon. You have a good one. We'll probably put a wrap up on this pretty soon. I think everyone's starting to get a little tired. Brandon Jana says, I know you, he says, damn BC, you play ball. I know you have the height, but I didn't think you were all that athletic. Hell yeah, man. No disrespect, by the way. I got handles, man. I got handles. You want to see what you want to see the handles on Brandon? I can't show you that. Okay, I'll show you what Brandon's got here. Watch this. There we go. Not too bad, huh? A little in between, a little dribble drive, a little back and forth, a little in and out, huh? Come on. Not bad for a 47-year-old man. Huh? Not too shabby. I love me some basketball, man. Love me some basketball. Such a good way to stay in shape, too. Z Kubiak has toned down the gimmick plays. Bread and butter, meat and potatoes. This offense doesn't have to be fancy schnazzy. Doesn't have to run trick plays. Doesn't have to bring out Milrow packages. Stay in the pocket. Stay in the pocket. Jesus says, a lot of meat was left on the bone. Glad we got the dub. I don't mind playing the Rams again. Those blown coverages were miscommunications. And Mike is great at adjusting, and that won't happen again. Amen. It's also that short week thing there, Tiza, where, short week played a factor there. And I think that Mike talked a little bit about putting too much on the plate of players that kind of helped to contribute to some of that. Got to expect, too, maybe some of the man concepts they unveiled last week might be brought a little bit more into flow, because a lot of those zone coverages were especially getting... they were going after him. B lays it on the line for Reckley. Yes, sir. I got a mean crossover, I'm telling you. Or the Coyotes going crazy outside. Skrilla, I can dunk it. IRL. I wish you could. Sadly, I do not have those hops, especially not at my elder age. That'd be fun, though. Jesus, you look at your 40s, B. Thank you, man. I am 47. Gaming Taco, do you agree with Jesse, who thinks that Clint did everything he could to take the ball out of Sam's hands, and that even with that, Sam still tried to lose it? No. I think if you're making that argument, you're doing nothing offensively and running the ball, and then you're still not having Sam throw it. I think when you're averaging through most of this game, Gaming Taco, nearly 6 yards attempt between both of your two running backs deep into the third quarter, almost the fourth quarter. I think that you get to a point at that spot where why wouldn't you continue to lean on that when your defense is playing well in a game where the wind's blowing? And it just seems like, to me, I've hammered this throughout the year. So again, we come back to consistency and not just choosing this game to operate with this opinion. I've said over the year that we've had a problem with Kubiak at times getting away from the run game when it was working, voluntarily leaving it because he felt he had to do other stuff. And that's driven me crazy at times because I don't think he has to do that. I think sometimes you can just stay with the run. You can just keep hammering it. And today was a day that you were doing that. So, when you have a day where you run for 200 yards, it's an empty excuse to be saying that the coordinator is somehow protecting the quarterback then, or trying to take the ball out of his hands. I don't think that that's the case. I think it's more if you're running the ball. Is that limiting down some of the throws of the quarterback? Well, sure, but that becomes less about limiting the quarterback and more about the success of the rushing attack, I guess. But it'll be a little bit of a semantic point, I'm guessing, in trying to get to what he means on that. No worries, teaser. Ramilia RSR. Congrats, Brandon. Nice job. Hitting Purdy, not letting him do that stupid Dougie dance. And thanks for the 5th seed. Hey, glad we could help you guys out. We made you swallow a bitter pill a couple weeks ago. At least we could do is help you out a little bit at the end, right? And no, you can't let that guy get comfortable back there. You got to hit him, got to knock him off his spot. Got to find a way, as hard as it can be sometimes, this 49er team to create the quick pressure. And we were able to do so today defensively. So best of luck to you guys. Got some still business to take care against that Cardinal team, which I'm expecting to do so. And I am expecting, Ramilia, we are going to see each other once again. The inevitable. The inevitable. Z says, Grant Cohn, 49ers channel, in his recap video, said the difference between the Seahawks and the Niners is that the 49ers is a great story, but Seahawks are a great team. There is a difference. Yeah, I think that's a fair point by Grant. I wouldn't push back against any of that. I think it's very fair, quite frankly. It's a Niner team and I think it's also, you got to add on to a little bit on the end of it, Z, where you go, look, they're not a great team because they don't have because they've done something horribly wrong. They're not a great team because of what they did this year to set up for what's played out this year. We walked into this year and I said that I thought, if you look at my preseason predictions of the 49ers, that they were going to run out of gas, that they were a team that was too heartily setting their team upon essentially the star power of the team to hold the line for them. The Boses and the Warners and the Trent Williams and the McCaffreys have to do so much of the heavy lifting for this team to find a way to get back to the Super Bowl once again. And that you're making your ability to get through that opening much more narrowed by that approach. But the Niners chose to do it. They chose to do it by moving off some defensive players who might have still been able to help them in the future. Ate that dead money, said, no, we're tightening the belt strap and we're going to get around to the other side of this. And so in doing that, you just didn't create really the plausibility for a team to get to greatness this year from a Niner team perspective. But that was also not just because of ineptitude or because of poorly run organization. It's just that, look, you're at the end of the Super Bowl window run and the team recognized that and that the timing was right to hit a bit of a soft reset button. It's testament, again, how good an organization is that they've had the wins they have. But I think that Grant's right too. We're in a different place from a team standpoint. One window becomes shut, another window opens up. One window closes, another window opens. And that has been the case. I think Grant's capturing that well. Thank you, industry. Grant looks like a baby 47. I appreciate that. We'll see, hey, Chiefs. Maybe they do get Giannis. Might be the way they pull that off. Got some young players they can throw at him. Only 47 going 30. Y'all are too kind. You're too kind. Too kind. Martin, hoping we can keep Kubiak for another season. Got to think this offense will be even better in year 2. Also hoping we can re-sign Shaheed in the offseason. Yes, on both accounts from my perspective too, Martin. We'll see on Kubiak. That's going to be a very interesting situation to see how that plays out with him. I think he's going to be a hot candidate out there on the open market. A deep playoff run can maybe help us out here with Kubiak and making it harder for him to get the in-person interview. And maybe that's enough to keep him for another year, because I do believe, like you say, a year 2 experience of him in tow will only get better returns. Year 2 in tow with Sam Darnold at the same time, only better returns. Only the better. Jesus, and I can't wait to see a well-rested, prepared, young, hungry team to take the stage in the postseason. Me neither, man. Let's go. See, I don't know what the Seahawks were thinking on first and goal from the 1. That's the definition of an overthought moment from Kubiak. It is sometimes a little bit of something he can do where he just gets too smart, where it's like, I know, I'm going to do this, so I'm going to do that because I know, I know that I know you're going to do this. Grant is, hey, Rudy Ramilia, Sports Report. What's up, Rudy? Solid Rams content creator and a fan. Hey, what's up, Rudy, man? Thank you for checking out show tonight, man. We may be seeing you in a couple weeks. Jack M says, B, you called on the roundtable about the victory formation, but Sam got to spike it over lock, but Sam earned that one tonight. I'd rather have it this way. Go Hawks. And go Hawks Nest News. Well, thank you for that, Jack. Indeed, I look pretty good on the prediction. Didn't hit the final score right, 31-17, but I had a comfortable win nonetheless, and this was a comfortable win, and I did call victory formation, and a victory formation is a what do we got? I felt good, man. I felt confident coming into this game. I wasn't underselling the Niners. I was believing in my team because they had earned that belief, not because I'm just a fan that's biased. I'm that, but that was not what was driving me to the prediction that it did. Even Taco Nicky Mawari is awesome. Just awesome. Dunes is after the opening loss to the Niners, there was discussion about what the NFC West would look like. Niners were said to have one of the easiest schedules of the season. They're not as good as their record. I think that's fair. Koken says Brandon's social media is having a field day with the Schneider's armpits sweating like crazy in his suite. Don't let nobody be throwing no rocks in glass houses. We were all sweating. We were all John Schneider tonight. We were all Johnny. Yeah, Megan, the industry worth got you a little something for you there. Said you got to hook your mod up, Megan. You got to hook your mod up a little bit here. Especially the abuse she's got to deal with it sometimes in there. Teases that I've seen a lot of Raven fans wanting Clint as their head coach. Some were even saying it'd be a fair exchange after we got Mike. It's going to be very hard to keep him. And I think the thing with Clint's going to come more down to whether or not he's going to be a viable candidate. Maybe just comes down to is there going to be too many candidacies available. And it just becomes a matter of one's going to jump. Hard to say on that until we get to Black Monday. But maybe Black Monday we will learn. I stomp casuals for fun. Rams fans here. Do you think Jason Myers' struggles will cost you guys a playoff game? No. He's kicked well this year. I stomp. He was on pace 3 weeks ago for setting an NFL record for most field goals made in a season. So, if I'm not mistaken, he got over 40 here this year, and he's got a big leg, and he's won us games this season. Nope. Feel good. Only one. John Sweat's like that every game, though, probably. But I probably do a little bit too. We still live, promise? We still live, man. We go late. The Bomber Ravens fans getting Kubiak could be full circle. John's Pits did have a leak going on. He's gonna have to triple up on that for the playoffs. John should wear the sleeveless Larry the Cable Guy sleeveless next time. Yeah, he's got to let him breathe, man. He's got to let him breathe. Maybe a wife beater, you know? The white doesn't show the pits as much. Give me Taco. Dave Lombardi's such a joke. Yes, he is. My gosh, dude. The ridiculousness of him, like the going at the, oh my God, dude, just, and he went at Hawk Blogger this week. They had a kind of a tete-a-tete on Twitter a little bit. I think Hawk Blogger got the best of him, my opinion. But Dave is just, I can only imagine the excuses he's making tonight. Holy crap, that guy. Kogan says, so B, what has to happen for the Rams to be the 6th seed? I mean, it's going to have to kind of start with, first and foremost, they've got to lose the game against the Cardinals tomorrow. And I think you're going to be hard-pressed to see that go down. But that's pretty much as I understand it. I'm double-checking right now at the playoff machine. But I think as I understand it with that, that's pretty much it. Yeah, they go to the 6th. They become the 6th seed at that point, go to Philadelphia, I believe. Let's see here. Yeah. So it really comes down to that Cardinal game. There's really not a pathway outside of that. They do go to the 5th seed if Saints win. So if Saints can beat the Falcons, that could change this up a little bit too. Noob says, I don't think there's many great head coaching candidates. There isn't a guy that seems really good. I agree. I think that there's just not a lot of people. There's not going to be a lot of guys out there. And this is what comes back to Clint. It's not so much that he's the shining candidate as much as that there's not a lot of shining candidates. So you just start to get creative as a team. And it comes down as there are going to be 6, 7, 8 teams that are going to fire their head coach. You know, do the Cardinals fire their guy? Does Carroll get fired out of the Raiders or potentially even resign there? What happens with Tomlin in Pittsburgh? There's a lot of kind of open-ended situations with how many jobs will actually be available. Do I think Mike LaFleur is a big head coaching candidate? Not necessarily. No. Because as I understand it, Shanahan calls the plays. So it's a bit of a limiting factor to becoming the head coach. Doesn't completely prevent you. There are guys that can become head coaches without having to call the plays, but that does sometimes be a thing that can hold back things. No to the 51st date. Lombardi says 49ers lost due to injuries. No mention of the Seahawks defense. He owns it for what it is, you know. He's living in that world 100% of the world that I would push back against every turn. Hyper positive, hyper everything, pro team, pro, everything's amazing, everything's wonderful. I think it's an awful way of covering the team. Yeah. Bomber, we have to thank our donators somehow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Will Valdez, would the Ravens go with an offensive head coach over a defensive head coach? It doesn't really fit the Ravens' philosophy. Yes, I do believe that they would. The team of the Ravens that had their defense at the height of their powers, Ed Reed, Ray Lewis, all-time defense. Brian Billick was the head coach. Brian Billick was an offensive-minded head coach. In Harbaugh, this is not a defensive-minded head coach. I know that they're a tough defensive-driven team at times in his history there, but he's a special teams coach. So I think the Ravens are very much a team that would think outside the box in their approach to the head coach. I mean, how can you not think they would be so in hiring a guy like Harbaugh, who never had been a head coach prior to you making him that and was a special teams guy? There's not a lot of those guys that have the pathway set to make it happen that way. So possibly, yeah. I do. Jack M., thank you for the $1 donation, Jack. Appreciate you for that, man. Very kind of you. No note there on your dono, just the $1 dono. So thank you for that. King Bomber, Lombardi, Purdy glazing was insane. It's what he does, man. It's what he does. Addicted Brandon and I take 100% of the time over Hawk Blogger, but Brian does have amazing access to the Hawk. Shaking my head. He does. He does great work too. And you don't have to pick one or the other in doing this stuff. I like to think that we all got a separate, different voice in how we approach this and our manner that we go about this. So, he does great work and he's done a great job since getting the access he's gotten there from a media perspective. Versus Nicky Minwari is the defensive equivalent of a Swiss Army knife. I'm not sure I've seen a player of that size that has so much scheme coverage flexibility. Must be a nightmare to scheme against. Yeah, especially since a lot of the mismatches you drive in nickel are hopefully to attack a little bit of that nickel position, especially when it comes to the run game. The bubble screen, the fly sweeps, he eliminates a lot of that stuff off the playbook almost just in himself. And tremendous player, a hell of a first year here in Seattle. Great game today, led the way for you in tackles, 7 today, 1 tackle for loss, was good in coverage on Kittle. Another very impressive game from him. Grandizer Hawks Nest question. With this win, does this increase Darnold as an MVP drastically or little or not at all? If not, why not? I don't think that this drastically moves the needle one way or the other with Sam. I think he was fine and good in this performance. I think the MVP's got a couple other guys that are probably just a little bit more statistically have done just a little bit more. That's going to drive that through. So, yeah, you're not going to quite get there on that for me on kind of one way or the other. I don't have really a good, because it doesn't really move the needle one way or the other for me. I just think it was a good performance. He's been fine. But I mean, Darnold 40 touchdown or Stafford 40 touchdowns passing this year is going to probably throw a couple more tomorrow. And it's hard for me not to just kind of lean with that. I think he's played a very high level this year as Stafford, maybe having the best year of his career and what's been a Hall of Fame career. Just kind of becomes a bit hard to not give him the nod at that point from my perspective. Industry Worth. Thank you for the $1 donation to Industry Worth. I appreciate you. Very kind of you. Very kind. PGZ in the house. What's up, PGZ? Says, get some sleep, B. You're an animal. 9 hours and counting. Or almost to 10. Or almost into 10. Just about. Thank you, PGZ, man. Hey, I'm riding high after this season, after this game, this team. Noob says, I never understood why Pete Carroll wouldn't do just a full rebuild like he did in 2011-12. He just needs younger guys for what he's preaching. You got to remember, he's a guy that's also getting up there in age and maybe doesn't feel like he's got a lot of coaching years up ahead of him. And then I think that's probably pushing a little bit of the urgency of that situation with the Vegas Raiders. Ramilia, impressed how the Hawks defense didn't allow CMC and Kittle to get extra yards after the catch and were physical the whole game. Our defense, especially the back half, could take a lesson from that. It's definitely one that's been very impressive about the defense this year. It's nice of you and kind of you to notice it. And I think a defense really tries to own this part of what they are in being the physical team and bringing the physicality every week. Some of this is, I think, the intelligence of a Mike Macdonald and having a guy that's maybe a defensive mastermind as we come to find this, maybe that equivalent to McVay on the defensive side of the ball. And then that's the beauty of these matchups going up against each other is you get strength on strength. And I think there's times that a guy like McVay can get a McDonald. There's times McDonald can get a McVay. And this can go back and forth. But it's been building up this defense this year in this way, Ramilia. It's getting better and better. Remember in this season when we came into this year, as much as there are questions offensively, you were returning every defensive starter this season. You were adding on top of the mix with guys like Eamon Wari, kind of adding that extra little bit of the layer there. And I agree. I thought that this defense today, it stands out to me is that, most defenses are going to have a vulnerability. You go light box, you're going to be susceptible to run. You go cover 2 shell and you drop into depth with your zones, you're going to be susceptible to the short passing game and a little bit of the intermediate passing game. I think that to your point, I don't have a great, the little ins and outs and how they exactly accomplish this without exactly seeing the all-22, but you had a game in here today where I feel like you took away the running game, you limited the deep pass, you limited the short stuff. You never made this offense from the Niners feel like there was a lot of easy throws out there to be made over the course of this game. You were able to create and generate the quick pressure out of the 4-man fronts. But I think that the physicality that they play with is one that is, this is also the part of what they've tried to tangibly build here as a centerpiece of this team itself, beyond getting the offense, defense. But this will be a centerpiece of who we are, which is we are physically going to be physical. And then Mike Macdonald comes from that Ravens defense, which is one that is built upon physicality through all of these years as much as anything. And then I think they're trying to take a page from that and how they put this thing together. And DeMarcus Lawrence's and Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy's, Derek Hall's even, that these guys are guys that work as a centerpiece of a point off power. And I think you got guys as well with the Rams defense that have some of that too. I mean, a guy like Jared Verse works off of power as well as anybody in the books off the edge in the sport. But then you also have some of the twitched up guys like, a Braden Fisk off the inside from the 3-tech, or like a Byron Young off the edge in what he does. And where some of their games a little bit more going to be built on, quote unquote, some more finessey, somewhat of elements at times in how they want to win. But you can do it. You can do it by a variety of ways. It doesn't just have to build a great defense by sheer physicality. I think your Rams offense wants to build the defense with it being fast and able to really run those games up front with the front four and how you guys run it. There's stylistically a lot of stuff we have defensively in common. But you got a hell of defense too. I think your defense will be fine once you get to playoff time as well, especially once Quentin Lake gets back into the fold. You guys will be back to being difficult. If I imagine Harold Fannin on this offense, oh man. You know how I feel about that one, King. You know, Nick is the king on the chessboard. That's right. But now 3 coordinators in 3 years will suck. Losing Clint set us back. It won't feel good. It's true. Ian Moore's been solid for the Titans this year, King. Had an injury mid-year, but he's been solid for them. Good combo with him and Ward. Coke and Brandon, so nice of you to stay up so late and address non-super chat comments. You really are for the people. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for saying that, man. I got a great job in what I do. You know what I mean? Thank you, Brandon. Someday Watkins, Gino, Nolte, and you will rule the Seahawks meet. It just takes time. Go Hawks. I'll settle for my community I got, man. I got the greatest community. I got a great job what I get to do. I'm living the high life as far as I'm concerned. I don't know, Scoot Anderson. Sorry, man. That's a basketball question. I'm not as well in tuned on the basketball stuff. Yeah, well, it's always going to go to Stafford. That's okay. Stafford can have the MVPs. Somebody else can have an offensive rookie of the year. Somebody can have all those awards. You get us that. All I want's the one trophy. I wanted the one. Not back. So I don't know why Lenore did all that talking just to guard JSN once and commit PI. Also called him a fan in the post game. I don't know. Lenore sometimes just gets to yapping before you get to thinking. Remilius says, I blame Niner content creators like Lombardi for the bang bang escalator gang's delusional outlook every season. Not this year after 31 years and counting. Yeah, I don't think that this stuff contributes well when there's content creators out there that operate this way. And I think that they're very much cynics in the way that they run it, in that they sort of both don't take for granted the fact that the fan base has the intelligence to pick up on what they're doing. And to a degree it works. I mean, you know this from Million doing this, that you can wave the pom-poms all day and theoretically, you can be at your biggest as far as size-wise, at your best as far as viewership-wise. That there's certainly kind of that easy out, that easy button you can kind of push. And it faces all of us content creators and every time we go live. But I think that I get the sense you're wired in much the same way on this. And then at the end of the day, what are we here to do? Are we here to gas up fans? Are we here to wave pom-poms? Does that interest us really in covering a team? Does that sound very interesting? Or is it more interesting to try to better and more accurately capture the team you love, that you love them, and at the same time of loving them, you're also trying to capture accurately what you're seeing from that team on the field? And I think that there's that easy draw. It's like the dark side and the Jedi stuff, right, Romelia, where there's the draw to the dark side's easier, faster, quicker. You don't get as much of the friction you can get by not having the opinion that just everything is wonderful and amazing and all is going to be amazing into the future forever, right? But it's why I don't have respect for guys like that roll like that, because you took the easy way out. You didn't take the hard way. You took the easy way. And a lot of times they do so like Dave does with it, where you took the easy way, you took the easy way, and then you try to play this BS game with everybody acting like you're not taking the easy way. Just own it then. Own it. I'm a homer. This is what maximizes out my clicks and views. I don't care about being accurate. I don't care about being truthful. I don't want to be honest. I don't care any about that. Alpha says Raiders Mendoza, Genti, Bowers could be fun next year. Man, they got to not take a quarterback, Alpha. I get where you're coming from. I do. Get the 2 first. Rebuild the line first. It's don't take the quarterback and then rebuild the line. Get the line set up first. Get some playmakers set up first for your quarterback. And Bowers is nice. Genty's nice, but that offensive line is in miserable shape. You got to, I think if you just go jumping with the quarterback at first and foremost, that could be the pathway for them to get upended. Maximus, I'll be still up. Loving the win. You are a podcasting legend. Go Hawks. Hey, thank you, Maximus. Oh, have a great day, man. This is awesome. He says, all right, it was a pleasure tuning in with you, B. I'm going to catch some Z's. You have a good night, Tiza. Salute to you too, sir. Appreciate you. We had to go long today, man, Maximus. You know, we had to do it today. Gimme Taco says JSN quote about Lenore. I definitely heard it. You know, it's hard to respond to all my fans. JSN on the Madden 27 cover? Who else deserves to be on there, I ask? B. Skrilla, let's go. I could go for that. Well, that does. I doubt Shanahan allows Lenore to single cover JSN going forward. Oh, Lord. Noob says, we're so lucky to have John Schneider. He wanted Sean McVay in 2017 and has had to wait. Still gets Mike McDonald. Who knows who we would have had if we didn't have John Schneider. He's great, man. And a lot of people were pushing back on me a couple of years ago when Carroll went. Well, John's got to go too. Like, don't be so certain on that we don't have a great general manager in this house. Be careful on tossing him out. The baby with the bathwater. Be exact here. Let's be less hatchety and be more scalpel-like in our approach. King says, no, don't put JSN on the Madden cover. It is a little bit of a curse thing, huh? Got to be careful with that one. How about we put Puka on it? We'll go with the Puka. I don't know if Puka's going to be able to get it with some of the stuff he's done in his shenanigans recently. Oh, Grandizer, thank you for saying that, man. Gold standard YouTube content creators, that's kind of you say, bro. Booty says, holy smokes, are you staying live until the second round? Hey, y'all, I got another 4 or 5 hours after the show tonight. I got to do a wrap-up video, so we're just getting warmed up here, one way or the other. Live until the trade deadline. Gaming Taco Seahawks left some cigars in the Niner locker room so they can finish them when they return. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Vermilia love McVay. He changed the Rams to a winning culture after Jeff Fisher debacle, but gets weird on third down, short run play calls, or doesn't get too Atwell involved more after paying him $10 million a year. The Atwell thing was weird after the contract. Yeah, kind of strange there on their use of him. And that seems to be a thing I hear from some Niner fans quite a bit in regards to that with Atwell a little bit. But he's a hell of a coach, man. Vermilia, and you guys aren't going away anytime soon. Such a smartly run organization. And this division is going to remain, I think, a tough one for years to come because of these factors at play. The coaching, the organizations, how they run, how they spend money, how they draft, how they develop. You guys are very kind. Gold standard, very kind of you. Very kind of you to say. Lenore's not going to get a jersey swap anytime soon. No, I don't think he will. I don't think he will. Give me Taco. Brando, where'd you get the DK jersey? A fan sent it in to me. So I'm spacing right now, late in the stream, who it was exactly. We had one of our folks in the chat, though, sent it my way and was kind enough to do so. You know me. GBH, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel, GBH. We'll begin off PFF scores from this game tomorrow to you. So be on the lookout for that, please. But thank you for jumping aboard. Really, really kind of you. Also with a $5 donation. Thank you for that, man. Really appreciate you. He says they might as well let us stay at San Francisco because we are going back February 8th, regardless.
Enough said.
Enough said, man. Enough said. As someone else said above there, GB, we left a few cigars still in the locker room, under the thing, in the back of the room, behind the deal. Because we're coming back for those cigars. We'll be back to smoke those again when we come back for the next bowl. We're coming back in a couple weeks of this sucker. We're hoisting that Lombardi trophy in Levi. We didn't come this close to get knocked off now. Let's go, GB. I feel you. Let's go. Let's go. That's kind of energy. I need 2:30 in the morning, 2:40 in the morning. Will says we already have Perna's curse wheel to contend with. We don't need the Madden curse on top of it. That's one too many curses. You're right. I take that back. Give it to Puka. Give it to Puka. Cover him with tape and write Darnold. Oh, Lordy. That's good. Hit the hay, Brandon. Well, I think that's a good time. We got to the end of the chat. It only took me a mere 10 hours. A mere 10 hours here to get us down to the end of the chat. Let's give a shout out here as I can, as I need to, as I'm contractually obligated to do so. Shout out here to the sponsor of the show, which is, of course, Sleeper. Sleeper, the #1 sports app running the game today, right now, here and now, the best that you will find. Why? Because they got the best picks, the best selections. We didn't do so great in our picks today. Didn't get over in the over on the yardage. I don't think we hit one of us. We got the Charbonnet one. So I got to get better on my picks here on a couple of these. But if you use my code today, Nest, they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 from me to you. But wait, there's more because you get a free, no deposit needed, $20 in your pocket through the Sleeper app. So $120 from me to you through the app, and you show some love to the channel at the very same time. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. Get into the daily fantasy, get into basketball fantasy, daily fantasy, basketball fantasy, get into playoff football fantasy with our Hawks in the line. You got the knowledge. You think you know the knowledge. Put that knowledge to the test. Go make yourself some money today. Utilize the Sleeper app. And a big shout out to them for sponsoring the show throughout this year as they've been so kind to do so. Big shout out, big shout out to you guys here in the chat today as the support on this show as well. Second to none. The discussion today in this channel, second to none. I really want to say thank you to all of you guys for every time we go live, understanding what time it is. And we have a lot of good things this year to turn over, which makes the discussion always go a little easier when there's less friction and less difficult things to have to discuss on. But you guys in this chat, you keep me going. And yeah, we're almost 10 hours into this stream, but it is just the fun discussion, the keeping me laughing, the keeping me thinking. It is you guys that really make me run on this, and just it never feels like a job in doing this because I get to talk to my people and celebrate a win like this. And one of the greatest days in Seahawks fandom that we've had in quite a bit of time. And one of the greatest years that we've had in Seahawks fandom in quite a bit of time. And that we have been waiting on this. And we've been patiently sitting here in the corner going, this year? No. This year? Mm-mm. This year? No. This year? You're going to need to wait about 4 or 5 more. Now we're here. Now we're finally here. And boy, it's feeling good. And boy, you all are riding high. And boy, I feel that. And you got a right to feel right. You can ride high. You have a football team with the components they're putting together, which are the type of components that travel well into the playoffs. Running the ball, playing great defense, playing great special teams. Have an offense that can play efficiently. You put all this time together, this is the type of stuff that can be the makings of a team that can go and win a Super Bowl. As I said, just go back and look at the prior Super Bowl winner last year. If you need an example, just go right there. You can find one right there. Seattle Seahawks are putting it together. The plan of attack, how you've arrived here, not by happenstance. This was the plan in the offseason. This was the hopeful look your team would be in. Have your quarterback between 25 to 30 attempts a game. Lean on your rushing attack. Be able to go downhill on teams the running game throughout. Get consistent drives. Play great defense. Get the special teams. This is the mode. This is how we go. This is where we go. So I'm not going to have to type to anybody else here in the chat. I thank you guys for the great discussion. Gaming Taco, Megan, Koken. Thank you today for such a great discussion. Streaming any games tomorrow might be a little bit hard. Gaming Taco on this front. I've got to still do the wrap-up video tonight. That's going to take me until about 8 in the morning. So I might actually wake up tomorrow to about 3 in the afternoon. But if I get a little bit spicy, If I'm feeling a little bit like I got a little bit more voice left, I'm going to be hyped up. You better believe that when I wake up. And so we may be able to try to fit one in tomorrow if we can. We will try to. But thank you for hanging in with me today. GB says, deserved everything that's coming to you this year, including Seahawks Super Bowl win. Get some rest, my West Coast brother. About to run around Philly and give Eagle fans hell. Well, let's go, GB. Thank you for ending us off right now with the big donation, becoming a member up on the channel as well. And what a great day. What a great, great day. Experience this with you guys, a great season to experience with you guys. And I'm just going to be smiling all night long, reveling in this all night long, reveling in this for the next couple of weeks, celebrating this with you guys. We're going to have a jam-packed schedule of content for you guys, bunch of shows lined up, going live every other day as we can. So you better lock in. You better be ready to go. Your Seattle Seahawks need 3 wins. 3 wins, you have a Super Bowl. 3 wins, you have a Super Bowl in year 2 of Mike McDonald. 2 of those are going to be at home. You want to get the Super Bowl in the NFC? It goes through Seattle. You're going to have to win in our house. You're going to have to win in what has traditionally been in the NFL, the toughest place to play at in this entire sport. Good luck. Good luck. And a great job to the Seattle Seahawks organization. Props to John Schneider. Props to Mike McDonald. Props to these players for giving us a great team. A team that is so easy to root for, a team that's bought in, a team that's recognized a sense of urgency in a league where a lot of players can't quite get that sense of urgency. A lot of talented teams, but not always the teams that can have it collectively lock in this way to understanding what potentially could be at stake if we can do this. If we can all get us pulling those oars at once. And they're doing so. And they're roaring. And this is awesome to watch. And I don't know where it's going to finish up, but I'm feeling pretty damn good about our chances. I shouldn't have to let you know, I shouldn't have to remind you after a game like this that the sky's the limit, that all is possibly within the Seattle Seahawks grip this year, right now, not next year, not down the road, not to make you wait. No more waiting, Seahawks fans. Our time is now. We asked 10 years ago, Russell asked it, a plucky quarterback that nobody thought could do much anything out of the 3rd round. And he looked at his group as a young man. He looked at those vets in that locker room and he said, why not us? Yeah, nobody thinks we can do it. Yeah, everyone says we're missing this or missing that. Yeah, everyone says they like this team or that team more. But why not us? And I ask the question once again to you now. Why not us? Why not us as a team that's as good a position as any team in this sport to go make this run in the here and now? Why not us? So lock in, my fellow Seattle Seahawks fans. Dream big. Don't be thinking about next year. Think about right now. And if you walk in that stadium in 2 weeks, I want you screaming from the start to the finish. I want nothing left of your throat by the end of that game. You give them all you got because they earned that. But we'll discuss that this week. My fellow Seahawks fandom, I thank you for watching. Appreciate you watching. Hit that like button on the way out the door. Maybe sub on up if you get a chance as well. But beyond all else, don't you ever forget. Don't you dare do it now. Don't you dare. I'm telling you. Shouldn't have to remind you. Doubt I have to. Maybe last few vestiges left of those that can't believe in this team or ain't quite on board. Come aboard now. We need you. Everyone on point. Don't ever forget. Don't you dare. Go Hawks.